Chapter 81. Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand and pulled the textbook out of Bai Qingxia's arms, explaining, "Student Bai is helping me with my studies. I haven't been in the hospital for the past few days, and haven't attended classes?" Zhang Yifeng exposed it coldly. "That's a textbook for the first year of high school." Lu Yuanqiu glanced at the words Biology Compulsory Course 1 on the cover, and then glanced at the girl's increasingly rosy earlobes, and explained forcefully, "Yes, I really couldn't understand the current content, so I asked her to help me with the content of the first year of high school." Lu Yuanqiu tried to find the initiative. "By the way, what are you doing here?" Zhong Jincheng held up the small fruit basket. "I came to see you. I heard from the class teacher that you molested Teddy on the roadside and were beaten by the owner." Lu Yuanqiu pulled the corners of his mouth and laughed emotionlessly. "He? Twice. Come on, come in." Lu Yuanqiu walked over and took the fruit basket from Zhong Jincheng's hand. I'm going to find my dad." Bai Qingxia held the notebook and spoke, lowering her head and walking towards the door of the ward. As soon as she reached the door, she turned back and came to Lu Yuanqiu. With a red face, she took the biology book from Lu Yuanqiu's hand and walked out of the ward again. Zhang Yifeng glanced back at the girl's back, slightly raised his lips, and showed an understanding expression. Zhong Jincheng followed behind Lu Yuanqiu, eager to take credit. "I tell you, Lu Yuanqiu, I paid 20 yuan for this fruit basket. Gao Chang only paid 10 yuan. Zhang Yifeng didn't pay a dime. He didn't contribute anything. I was already very surprised that you came to see me." Zhong Jincheng frowned. "What's so surprising about this? We are good brothers. If you are sick, we will definitely come to see you." Lu Yuanqiu laughed dryly and pulled the corner of his mouth. "What quilt, good brother? And I seem to have been scolded." After the three of them sat down on the bed, Gao Chang ruthlessly exposed them. It was Zhong Jincheng who bet with Mao Sheng from Class 29 on this basketball game. Mao Sheng insisted that the champion must be Class 1 of Senior 2, because the captain of the school team, Shang Yifei, was in the class. Zhong Jincheng said that the champion must be our Class 28 of Senior 3, and that's when the quarrel started. Zhong Jincheng immediately interrupted. He said that our Class 28 would definitely lose miserably, and that he, Mao Sheng, could beat our Class 28 alone, and that Lu Yuanqiu was nothing, and that Lu Yuanqiu was just a pervert who liked to take off his pants and molest Teddy on the side of the road. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but question, "Is this really what Mao Sheng said?" Zhong Jincheng nodded solemnly. Lu Yuanqiu looked at Zhang Yifeng and found that the sleepy god was lazily leaning on the bed, and the corners of his mouth were a little tight. In short, Mao Sheng would mock Class 28, and this should be true. Zhong Jincheng said, "Mao Sheng said that Zhang Yifei can dunk and is a real god on the basketball court. I almost said that Lu Yuanqiu can dunk too. I deliberately held back and waited for the game to see the truth. Slap his face. One is from the school team, and the other is amateur. Their talents are obvious. My brother Lu is invincible." Gao Chang exposed. "In fact, Zhong Jincheng bet 200 yuan on you, and he was afraid of losing money. You will die if you don't speak." Zhong Jincheng shook his arms frantically, turned his head, and glared at Gao Chang. Lu Yuanqiu said, "Who is in our class team?" Zhang Yifeng leaned against the bed and raised his right hand. "Gao Chang, me, Zhang Yifeng, Zhong Jincheng, Wang Haoren, now the 5-person team is missing you. Brother, you really have to participate this time, please. Lu can't like to use his feet to smoke people, he will be sent off, and you can dunk." Lu Yuanqiu nodded. "I was planning to participate." Zhang Yifeng turned his head and looked over with some surprise. "Lu Yuanqiu, why are you looking at me?" Zhang Yifeng, "Because you have never been active in participating in these activities before, whether it is sports games or basketball games, but this semester is out of character." Lu Yuanqiu glared. "Zhang Yifeng, you are paying too much attention to me, buddy. I warn you, I am straighter than a flagpole." Zhang Yifeng was too lazy to talk to this bitch. October 5th. Lu Yuanqiu was discharged from the hospital yesterday and rested at home for a night. Today, he has something important to do. He walked to the mirror in the living room, combed his hair into an adult look, and put on a handsome denim jacket. Lu Tian sat in the chair behind and said, "Just buy some ordinary gifts. The cheaper the better. Don't be too exaggerated. If you are exaggerated, Xiao Xiao will definitely not accept it." Today is the day when Lu Yuanqiu brings gifts to thank the Bai family father and daughter. Lu Yuanqiu turned back expressionlessly. "Where can I buy cheap ones? I've never bought anything cheap." The vegetable market. Half an hour later, Lu Yuanqiu appeared at the Qingnian Road vegetable market. He slapped the fly that had landed on his face. He could hear the noisy hawking, bargaining, and chopping of meat. There were even chickens crowing behind him. Lu Yuanqiu glanced back and found a group of brothers locked in the cage. When he arrived in front of the chicken cage, Lu Yuanqiu said to the boss, "Hello, give me the cheapest chicken. Hello, give me the cheapest piece of pork belly. Hello, give me a box of the cheapest milk. Hello, a plate of the cheapest eggs. Hello, a box of the cheapest treasure porridge." Lu Yuanqiu carried a lot of bags. Although he bought the cheapest ones, he bought a lot and accidentally lost control of his desire to spend money. He came to the side of the road, stepped on the stone pier, and dialed the phone. Almost within a second, the other side answered the phone. Lu Yuanqiu asked, "Hello? I'm at the entrance of Ho Hot Lane. When will you come out to pick me up?" The girl's voice rang out, Wait a minute, I'm shopping. I find you there when I'm done." "Okay." She's actually shopping too? After hanging up the phone, Lu Yuanqiu looked ahead, as if it was a village in the city shrouded in a gray filter. Dilapidated, corrupt, and messy. Compared with the steel forest behind him, it was a completely different picture, and the Luzhou Avenue in front of him was like a dividing line, clearly dividing the gap between the rich and the poor. When he was discharged from the hospital last night, he told Bai Qingxia that he was coming to visit Uncle Bai today to save people. The girl hesitated for a while, but finally raised her head and nodded with a smile. At that moment, Lu Yuanqiu knew that Bai Qingxia's shell was open to him. In the supermarket, a girl in school uniform was holding money and pushing a shopping cart with a pile of meat and vegetables in it. After buying meat and vegetables, she came to the condiment section. Soy sauce, 10 yuan. 14. 17. Bai Qingxia muttered to herself, and suddenly saw the 25 yuan bottle of soy sauce, and she took it out without hesitation. This was the most expensive bottle of soy sauce on the shelf. The most expensive soy sauce. The most expensive cooking wine. The most expensive light soy sauce. The most expensive chicken essence. The most expensive sugar. Bai Qingxia didn't feel bad, and chose the most expensive of all the condiments. It's not that she is rich, nor that the food made with the most expensive condiments will definitely be different. But the fact that the boy came to visit her seemed to her like something that could never happen in this life. Bai Qingxia never dared to imagine it, but it still happened. So she took it very seriously, and she wanted to do her best to cook a meal that would make Lu Yuanqiu smile after eating it. Dad and brother both praised her for her delicious cooking, so of course, she also wanted to cook delicious meals for Lu Yuanqiu in the most perfect form. Because Lu Yuanqiu was the best person in the world besides his father. Chapter 82. On the side of the road, Lu Yuanqiu was looking at himself in the mirror on the window of a car. He looked at his face from left to right. The dark window reflected a young boy's face with hard facial lines. Lu Yuanqiu actually didn't have the habit of looking in the mirror. Because he didn't think he was handsome, he was lucky not to grow up like his father. But in high school, the boys in the class liked to look in the mirror, especially after going to the toilet in school. Zhong Jinchen would look at himself sideways in the mirror in the toilet, frowning, as if as long as he frowned, his expression became serious and deep, his appearance would be raised several levels. Wang Haoran likes to adjust his middle-parted hairstyle when looking in the mirror. I don't know if he has obsessive-compulsive disorder, but he can adjust his hairstyle in front of the mirror for a whole break. The urine on the hands of the students waiting in line to wash their hands is almost crystallized, but Wang Haoran can't finish it. Lu Yuanqiu doesn't remember any high school boys who can resist looking up at the mirror after washing their hands in the toilet. Maybe he thinks he is not handsome enough, so Lu Yuanqiu has never had the habit of conceit. But today, he rarely cared about his appearance. Why do I look like I'm going to propose marriage? Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but laugh at himself in his heart. His main purpose of coming this time was to get a deeper understanding of Bai Qingxia's life. At this moment, a buzzing sound was heard in front of him, and the dark car window slowly lowered. Lu Yuanqiu's expression froze. The big brother in the driver's seat said anxiously, "Hey, buddy, you've been taking pictures here for 10 minutes. I really have to drive away." Lu Yuanqiu glared, his expression ferocious. "You can drive if you want. I take pictures for 10 minutes, and you can observe me for 10 minutes, right? Why are you so idle? Are you crazy? I'm not anxious, but you're anxious first." The big brother in the driver's seat started the car lazily, not bothering to pay attention to Lu Yuanqiu, and hurriedly left the parking space on the side of the road. Lu Yuanqiu then returned to the zebra crossing awkwardly and squatted next to the gift. "Why hasn't Bai Qingxia come yet? I'm waiting for her to die. When she comes, I will spank her. Hit her twice. Hit her hard to relieve the hatred in my heart," Lu Yuanqiu thought expressionlessly. At this moment, He suddenly heard hurried footsteps from the side. Turning his head, he saw a girl in school uniform carrying a large shopping bag in both hands, and came to the intersection with a very strenuous expression. Lu Yuanqiu hurriedly walked over and took the shopping bag from Bai Qingxia's hand. The girl freed her hands and immediately rubbed the red marks on her hands, looking at Lu Yuanqiu embarrassedly. Sorry, I kept you waiting for a long time. It's okay. Seeing Bai Qingxia, Lu Yuanqiu's anger disappeared, but he was surprised that she actually bought so many things. Lu Yuanqiu himself felt the weight was heavy. Let's go. Okay. When they came to the zebra crossing, Lu Yuanqiu picked up all the gifts with his other hand, which made Bai Qingxia stunned. Why did you buy so many things? Didn't you do the same? Because? Bai Qingxia scratched her head and said awkwardly, I don't know what you like to eat. You can take a look later. I will make whatever you want to eat. You can cook too. Yes. Bai Qingxia's tone was unusually cheerful and proud when she said this. Lu Yuanqiu also realized that he had asked a nonsense question. She has been taking care of her father alone for so many years. How could she not know how to cook? The two of them crossed the road together and walked into the entrance of Ho Hot Lane. Bai Qingxia wanted to help Lu Yuanqiu carry things, but was scolded by Lu Yuanqiu and retracted her little hand. Even with such a tender little hand, it's heartbreaking for you. As soon as he entered the alley, Lu Yuanqiu smelled a strange smell, like duck. Seeing his strange expression, Bai Qingxia explained, there are many small workshops here. No wonder. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the cracked concrete floor under his feet, the intricate wires above his head, and the mottled walls around him. He felt like he had come to his hometown in the countryside. But in fact, the countryside is full of two-story buildings. Why does it feel like there are so few people? Everyone must have gone to work. You're still working on National Day? Are you so busy? The girl pulled her lips slightly and responded to the boy's surprise with a dry smile. The two chatted with each other and walked around a few alleys before entering a dilapidated courtyard. The courtyard was very messy. People of all kinds lived in the houses on the first floor, all busy with different things. Lu Yuanqiu saw an old man sorting out waste beverage bottles, and a middle-aged man grinding metal on a machine, making a strong noise. They just glanced over here, and then got busy again. Lu Yuanqiu retracted his gaze, and followed the girl in school uniform up a steep staircase with rusty railings. Bai Qingxia looked back from time to time, as if she was afraid that Lu Yuanqiu would miss a step. Lu Yuanqiu looked up, and suddenly saw the round buttocks under the girl's school uniform. Girls are simple, and don't cover their buttocks when going upstairs. If it were in school, as long as there were people behind them, the boys would want to weld their helmets to their buttocks when going upstairs. When they came to the second floor, Bai Qingxia led Lu Yuanqiu to walk in a narrow corridor. The corridor was full of clothes hanging above. Lu Yuanqiu shuttled between the clothes, and his face bumped into a red bra. He quickly shrank his neck and turned his head, and suddenly saw a heavily made-up woman standing at the door of a house next to him. The woman had an ordinary appearance, wearing a soft pink nightgown, slightly curly hair, red nail polish, and a faint smell of cheap perfume. At this moment, she was cracking melon seeds at the door, looking at Lu Yuanqiu with interest. Who is this, Xia, a friend? Her voice was also soft and charming. What surprised Lu Yuanqiu was that Bai Qingxia actually smiled and responded to the woman. Yes, he is my friend, Sister Lily. Can I borrow your stove for lunch today? Yes, you bought so many things. Can I go to your place for lunch? Bai Qingxia opened her mouth slightly, but did not respond. She looked at Lu Yuanqiu silently. As if she had guessed the girl's thoughts, the woman giggled. I'm just teasing you. Eat by yourselves. Bai Qingxia pursed her lips and nodded shyly. What surprised Lu Yuanqiu was that Bai Qingxia actually smiled at this woman. It seemed that she had a good relationship with this woman. When Bai Qingxia stopped and opened a door next to her, Lu Yuanqiu realized that they were neighbors. The girl entered the door first, shrugged her nose lightly, and after confirming again that there was no peculiar smell in the house, she made way to the side, raised her eyes to Lu Yuanqiu with a nervous look, and let him in. This is my home. Chapter 83. Lu Yuanqiu came in carrying a bunch of things and could smell a faint fragrance, a bit like the smell of Bai Qingxia. The floor in the room was not tiled, but cement, so it seemed that there was no need to change shoes. However, the floor was swept very clean. He put the things on the ground and observed the surroundings. There was only one room, about 10 square meters, but the middle of the room was separated by a large curtain for about 3/4, leaving a quarter of the entrance on the left, which was considered to be dividing the room into 2 rooms. There was little furniture inside, or almost none. The room outside only had a bed, a square table, and 2 small stools. Uncle Bai was wearing a worn-out short-sleeved shirt and large shorts, lying on the bed outside, and sleeping with his legs spread out. Lu Yuanqiu guessed that the second room separated by the curtain was Bai Qingxia's bedroom. He turned around and smiled. It looks pretty good. The girl stood at the door with her head down, showing an embarrassed expression. Lu Yuanqiu asked, "Can I take a look inside?" Bai Qingxia nodded gently. Lu Yuanqiu walked inside, but stopped for a moment, because the bedroom behind the curtain was much prettier than he had imagined. The 2 walls were covered with newspapers, but the newspapers were painted pink. Bai Qingxia really liked pink, just like Lu Yidong, but the expensive pink wallpaper in Lu Yidong's bedroom was not covered with newspapers. There was a bed inside, with a neatly folded floral quilt on it, and a paint-chipped wardrobe against the wall. There were probably not many clothes in it, otherwise the girl would not wear school uniforms all year round. In addition, there was an old desk and a chair, but one of the chair legs was wrapped with tape. Lu Yuanqiu felt a movement behind him. He turned his head, and found Bai Qingxia following him. The girl clenched her hands in front of her, looked at Lu Yuanqiu with a stiff face, and stood beside him without saying a word. Lu Yuanqiu walked to the bed and sat down. The bed board was hard and hurt his buttocks. He didn't complain, but turned his head to look at the picture frames hanging on the wall above the bed. There are so many photos. Those are my parents' old photos, and my brother, Lu Yuanqiu, my mother and my brother. Lu Yuanqiu interrupted. I heard about your story once by chance from a sanitation worker at the gate of number 65 middle school, but I didn't know it was you at that time. Bai Qingxiao was slightly stunned, and pointed back with her little hand. It should be the grandfather, who lives in the alley around the corner. I see him going out with a broom every morning at around 5 o'clock. Lu Yuanqiu didn't care what time the grandfather went out, and he didn't have any feelings for his grandmother. He asked, "Then did you know that your father used to be a big boss?" Bai Qingxia nodded like a primary school student answering a question. I have heard of it, but my father doesn't talk about the past. I believe Uncle Bai didn't tell his daughter about being plotted against. Bai Qingxia may not even know that her father's previous company was Baishi Food. I don't know if this girl has ever eaten Baishi instant noodles. She must have seen it in the supermarket. When she passed by, did she know that it was her father's hard work? Lu Yuanqiu thought to himself. If Uncle Bai hadn't told her, Lu Yuanqiu couldn't say it for the time being. Uncle Bai must have his own reasons for not saying it for so many years. Lu Yuanqiu began to look at these photos. He saw a woman in a ballet costume. She was indeed very beautiful and elegant, like a proud white swan, like a star, a bit like Bai Qingxiao with a more mature temperament. He also saw Bai Songjia, but in the photo, Bai Songjia was wearing a worker's uniform, a yellow safety helmet on his head, and was hugged by several workers. He smiled at the camera with a dusty face. After going bankrupt, Uncle Bai should have gone to work on the construction site. It was quite sad. Perhaps, he was in urgent need of money. A business elite became a migrant worker. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but turn around and ask, "Where are your other relatives? Didn't they look for you?" My parents met in the welfare home when they were young, grew up together, went to school, got married, and then had me and my brother. Bai Qingxia held her little hand in front of her, looked at the boy beside the bed, and answered the question seriously. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned. It turned out that her parents were orphans. No wonder the girl took on everything alone, and no relatives or friends helped her during the process. Because she has no relatives. However, I didn't expect Uncle Bai to be so pure in love. He and Auntie are childhood sweethearts. Lu Yuanqiu continued to look back, and saw the most eye-catching photo on the wall. In the photo, a 4- or 5-year-old girl with 2 small pigtails, wearing a bright red dress, was held in the arms of a 10-year-old boy wearing overalls. Both of them laughed happily at the camera. The photo was a little old and yellow. The little girl was obviously Bai Qingxia. You could tell from her face that she was beautiful since she was a child. The 10-year-old boy was probably her brother. My brother is very handsome. He has the same fair skin as Bai Qingxia, and his eyes are very similar to Bai Qingxia's. The whole family is good-looking. If he grows up, my brother will probably be much more handsome than Zheng Yifeng. Lu Yuanqiu sighed. If my brother hadn't died, he might be 22 years old now. If he were still alive, his sister would definitely be well protected. On the night of the car accident, my brother limped home with 500 yuan. Would he still be happy thinking that he finally had money to buy snacks for his sister? Your 2 little hair buns are so cute. Why don't you tie them now? Lu Yuanqiu turned around and smiled. Bai Qingxia said embarrassedly, I got it when I was a kid. What's your brother's name? Bai Ruin. What a nice name. Lu Yuanqiu sighed. He stood up and rubbed his stomach, saying, "Let's cook, I'm hungry." Hearing this, Bai Qingxiu immediately turned around and went outside, brought a large bag of things over, and said, "Take a look first. What do you want to eat? What goes with what?" "I don't mind, I'm not picky." As he was talking, Lu Yuanqiu picked up the shopping receipt from the shopping bag and took a look at it. It was 156 yuan. He looked up at the girl in surprise. "A big loss?" Bai Qingxiu was stunned for a moment, then smiled awkwardly. She wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it. She could only turn around with the bag and said, "I go cook." Why is she so enthusiastic about cooking? This was the first time Lu Yuanqiu felt the enthusiasm in the girl. He followed her out, and saw Bai Qingxiu leave the room, and come to the end of the corridor on the second floor. It turned out that there was a very simple stove, and a sink there. The girl started to get busy. Lu Yuanqiu leaned against the door, and looked at her back. At this time, the heavily made-up woman slowly walked out of the door next to her, and leaned against the door like Lu Yuanqiu. "Is Xia pretty?" the woman asked casually. Chapter 84. "It's pretty," Lu Yuanqiu responded. The woman named Lily smiled, and turned her head. "Do you like her?" Lu Yuanqiu crossed his arms, and raised his eyebrows. "After getting along for a long time, who would not like her? You don't like her?" "I'm talking about the kind of love between men and women, you stinky brother, you're still trying to fool me." The heavily made-up woman scolded him. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head. "We are from the same school, and her father happened to save me, so I brought a gift to thank her." The woman then showed a look of sudden enlightenment. After hearing the words from the same school, her eyebrows and eyes relaxed a little. As a woman, and a professional, she knew very well that pure girls, like Bai Qingxiu, were the most popular with men. If they met an extreme girl, they might use any means to get her. At first, I thought the short-haired boy was a gangster, but it turned out to be a classmate. The woman named Lily nodded slightly, looking up and down at Lu Yuanqiu, as if she finally liked him. She smiled and said, "Xiao Xia is not easy. With her personality, she can bring you to her home, which means she trusts you. Remember to take her out to play more." Lu Yuanqiu, "I will take her out to play tomorrow afternoon," and she agreed. Hearing this, Lily looked at Lu Yuanqiu in surprise. "Who are you? Xiao Xia doesn't like you, does she? Then ask her instead of me." Lu Yuanqiu pouted. As one of the few people who can understand Bai Qingxiu's personality, he certainly knows what the woman is surprised about. Bai Qingxiu would never bring someone to her home easily, nor would she go out with someone easily. But Lu Yuanqiu could do it all, so Lily would naturally feel surprised. However, it seems that she also knows Bai Qingxiu very well. Lu Yuanqiu thought this woman was not serious at first, but now he thinks that maybe she is a good person, otherwise Bai Qingxiu would not smile at her, and her not seriousness may only be reflected in her job. Anyway, while cooking, Lu Yuanqiu was bored and chatted with the woman. It can also be regarded as understanding what Bai Qingxiu's neighbors are like. During the conversation, Lu Yuanqiu learned that the woman's name was Zhongli, a very common name, just like her appearance. But she spoke in a coquettish voice. Although she didn't say what she did for a living, it was hard for Lu Yuanqiu not to suspect that. The content of their conversation gradually revolved around Bai Qingxiu. "Zhongli, I have lived here for more than 10 years. Xia moved here with her father later. When I saw them, I was stunned. I was wondering how these two people, one big and one small, survived." Lu Yuanqiu, "They didn't live here before?" Zhongli shook her head. "No, they didn't live here. I don't know where they lived before. They said they couldn't afford the rent with their monthly minimum living allowance, so they moved here. I still remember the first time I saw her. Her hair was long, messy, and dirty. Her father was also dirty. The father and daughter looked like beggars." Speaking of this, Zhongli approached Lu Yuanqiu and smiled softly. When Xia had her first period, she didn't even know it. She was picking up bottles on the side of the road. But was covered in blood. I saw it, and quickly took her home, and taught her how to use sanitary napkins. Hearing this, Lu Yuanqiu was immediately in awe and wanted to take out a cigarette for this sister, but he found nothing in his pocket. "Sisterly, you are so nice." Lu Yuanqiu could only praise her sincerely. Zhongli leaned against the door, smiled charmingly, and waved her hand. "Then don't talk nonsense. Your sisterly is born to be helpful, and she has suffered from lack of education in this life. I often invite her to my room to listen to CDs. She likes to listen to Jay Chou's songs. She listens all day and night, and refuses to leave. Even when her father shouts that he is hungry in the room, she will not leave. She sits on a small stool with her legs hugged and listens." Lu Yuanqiu smiled. I like Jay-cho too. Me too. The two people at the door shook hands quickly. At this point, Zhongli smacked her lips and sighed. Xiao Xia was actually quite cheerful before, but she became less and less talkative after entering junior high school, and she often got injured. Sometimes I asked her what was wrong, but she didn't say anything. Her temperament became colder and colder, but she did become more and more independent. She took good care of her father, and she also kept herself clean. Zhongli didn't know the details, but Lu Yuanqiu knew. When she was in junior high school, Bai Qingxiao began to develop an inferiority complex. In the final analysis, it was all Zhang Jisheng's fault. But Lu Yuanqiu was very lucky that Bai Qingxiao had such a good neighbor sister. Although Zhongli looked not serious, she was really a good person. Lu Yuanqiu said, "Sisterly, can we eat together later?" No, I have to catch up on my sleep and have to work the night shift." Zhongli waved her hands repeatedly, then pointed at her face. "Look, I don't dare to remove my makeup. I have to put it on again at night. Makeup is really expensive nowadays." Lu Yuanqiu nodded. "I give you a good set someday." TSK. Zhongli rolled her eyes at Lu Yuanqiu charmingly, as if she didn't think a high school student could buy any good cosmetics. It was noon, and the meal was finally ready. 4 dishes and 1 soup, 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetarian dishes. In the small room, Lu Yuanqiu sat on the bed, while Bai Qingxiao and Bai Songjia sat on their own small stools. "This looks too good," Lu Yuanqiu praised while holding chopsticks. Bai Qingxiao smiled shyly, picking up the dishes to feed her father while observing Lu Yuanqiu, as if waiting for Lu Yuanqiu to taste it. Lu Yuanqiu started eating, his expression brightened instantly. "Delicious, delicious. It's so delicious, Mom. It's so delicious that I'm crying." The girl was very happy to hear the evaluation, and smiled with her eyes curved, revealing her cute eye bags. Bai Songjia also stamped his feet happily. "Delicious, delicious, delicious." Shoo. Bai Qingxiao quickly raised her index finger to her father and reminded him, "Keep your voice down. Sister Lily is taking a nap." Lu Yuanqiu heard this and asked curiously, "What does Sister Li do?" Bai Qingxiao shook her head. "I don't know. I just know that she works in KTV, and she comes back drunk every night. When I sleep, I can hear the particularly painful vomiting sounds coming from next door. She drinks a lot every time." KTV. Lu Yuanqiu nodded and understood. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and turned his head to look out the window. At this time, the urban village was shrouded in a gray filter. Because the midday sun was falling, the entire urban village seemed to have turned into a warm color. The sanitation worker who went out to sweep the floor at 5 in the morning, and Zhongli who came home drunk at 12 in the middle of the night. The people here are busy, all busy, because they have no choice, so they are busy. Lu Yuanqiu exhaled lightly. At this time, the girl picked up a chicken leg and put it in her father's bowl, and picked up another chicken leg and put it in Lu Yuanqiu's bowl. She sat on a small stool, looking up, looking at Lu Yuanqiu expectantly, and said softly and cheerfully, "You haven't tasted this dish yet." Lu Yuanqiu looked at her empty bowl, retracted his gaze, and bit the chicken leg. The juice spread in his mouth, and happiness spread in his heart. "It's delicious." "It's okay." Hearing the evaluation, the girl's innocent face bloomed with a particularly satisfied smile again. Lu Yuanqiu stared at her in a daze. The people in the village and the city are of all kinds, but just like the fresh green buds will grow in the cracks of bricks in the dark corners, the most pure and beautiful smile in the world will also bloom in the barren alleys. This smile is called Bai Qingxiao. Chapter 85. While eating, Lu Yuanqiu finally couldn't help but say, "You eat too. Don't just feed your father can use chopsticks. I saw him use it in the hospital." Lu Yuanqiu found that Bai Qingxiao had been holding the bowl and feeding Uncle Bai with chopsticks, and she herself hadn't eaten a single bite. And she took out a new bowl, picked a little from the edge of each of the 4 dishes, and put it in this bowl, and then sat next to her with this bowl to feed her father. It was as if the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table were prepared only for Lu Yuanqiu, and she and her father were not worthy of eating at the table. This feeling made Lu Yuanqiu feel a little uncomfortable. "It's true that I'm a guest, but my status is not so noble," Bai Qingxiao said embarrassedly. "My father is not honest when he eats by himself. He will pick up food everywhere with chopsticks, and push the food out of the plate." Lu Yuanqiu, "So what? I don't mind. This is your home. I don't mind even if he picks my face with chopsticks. You two should sit down and eat together. What's the matter with you? Let me sit here and eat alone." Bai Qingxiao pursed her lips slightly and compromised, "Okay." 3 minutes later, the scene changed. Uncle Bai bent over and used chopsticks to pinch Lu Yuanqiu's nose with full concentration, as if he was staring at some delicious food. Lu Yuanqiu, Oh my god, I was just talking, would he really pinch my face? Seeing this, Bai Qingxia hurried forward to stop him, pressed down her father's arm, and scolded with a serious expression, You can't do this. Uncle Bai looked at his daughter timidly, and sat back on his stool obediently, holding chopsticks in one hand and a bowl in the other, like a child who had done something wrong. Xia Xia, don't be angry. He lowered his head, and asked in a childish tone. Bai Qingxia ignored her father this time, and sat there glaring at him. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the father and daughter stupidly, and didn't step forward to be a peacemaker, because he suddenly felt that Bai Qingxia was so cute when she glared at people, with pink cheeks. It turned out that she was not cute only when she glared at me. When she glared at others in front of me, it was still quite pleasing to the eye. Bai Qingxia, don't do this next time, understand? Lu Yuanqiu immediately raised his hand. I know, I won't dare to do it again next time. Hearing the boy's answer, Bai Qingxia looked at him in surprise and whispered apologetically, Didn't I tell you? Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, I know, don't be mean to uncle, he can't tell right from wrong, he just pinched my nose, it won't hurt, it's not my eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuanqiu seemed to realize something, and reflexively raised one leg and raised his hand to cover his eyes, fearing that Uncle Bai would really use chopsticks to pinch his eyes again if he said something. But Uncle Bai didn't move. Bai Qingxia stared at Lu Yuanqiu blankly, not understanding what he was doing just now. Ahem, let's eat. Lu Yuanqiu dug his toes into the ground, and lowered his head in embarrassment. After dinner, Bai Qingxia went to the corridor, outside to wash the dishes, while Lu Yuanqiu sat by the bed and talked to Uncle Bai. In fact, the two of them had nothing to talk about. Lu Yuanqiu treated him like a 5- or 6-year-old child. Uncle, look at me, what is this? Lu Yuanqiu pointed out 2 fingers. Uncle Bai, this is not a chicken, this is a duck. A group of ducks swam under the bridge in front of the door. Come on, count them. He suddenly sang a nursery rhyme. Lu Yuanqiu listened to this childish nursery rhyme, exhaled silently, and put his fingers down. Before, I didn't know whose family the uncle in overalls was from, and I just thought he was cute and adorable when I saw his silly look. But after knowing that he was Bai Qingxia's father, Lu Yuanqiu felt worried. Bai Qingxia, as a daughter, has raised her father as a child over the years. While thinking about it, Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at Uncle Bai, because Uncle Bai's singing suddenly stopped without warning. He seemed to have returned to normal in an instant, and his expression returned to the mature look that a middle-aged man should have. Uncle Bai stared at the air behind Lu Yuanqiu, staring at him seriously, and then slowly spoke, but his voice was no longer as childish as before. Old Zheng, my daughter is the hope to save the Baishi brand. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned, and when he heard this, he immediately became serious. He first looked back to make sure that there was no one behind him, and then looked at Uncle Bai. Uncle, you just said. Uncle, are you back to normal? As Lu Yuanqiu spoke, he tentatively shook Uncle Bai's shoulder. Uncle Bai shook his body a few times, then turned his head to look at Lu Yuanqiu, and his face quickly regained its smile. Come on and count. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, cuckoo, quack, quack, there are so many ducks. Lu Yuanqiu sighed and continued, I can't count how many ducks there are. Uncle seemed to be insane again. Or was he also insane just now? But he had some kind of last breath, and said a sentence that he cared about very much before he went crazy. Lu Yuanqiu sat back on the bed silently, pondering the words just now. Who is Lao Zheng? Why is Bai Qingxia the hope to save the Baishi brand? When should this sentence be said? Could it be that Bai Qingxia also knows the so-called secret formula, but she doesn't even know that her father founded the Baishi brand? Lu Yuanqiu felt a little bit brain-destroying. While he was thinking, Bai Qingxia shook the water off her hands and walked in. He immediately asked, Does your father occasionally say some inexplicable words, with a serious expression? Bai Qingxia was stunned and nodded. What did he say? Nothing, very messy, no important content, he is always like this, what he says is illogical. The girl put her hands in front of her and answered seriously. Lu Yuanqiu continued to ask, Have you ever eaten Baishi instant noodles? Bai Qingxia shook her head. She actually had never eaten this instant noodle that is almost known to everyone. Lu Yuanqiu knew that after taking over the branch of his second uncle, if Lu's instant noodles mastered the secret formula of Baishi instant noodles, he could fundamentally defeat Baishi Food Company. Zhang Jisheng will be completely trampled under his feet. It is not clear at the moment whether Uncle Bai was just talking nonsense or really. Last breath. Lu Yuanqiu put this matter aside for the time being. He said to Bai Qingxia, "Don't forget tomorrow afternoon, I will pick you up at the entrance of Ho Hot Lane." The girl nodded gently. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, "I saw the photos on your bedside. None of them are of you now. How can this be possible? If you don't leave a photo of yourself when you were 17, wouldn't it be a pity to look back later?" Bai Qingxia nodded slowly, then smiled awkwardly. How could she take a photo? Lu Yuanqiu, tomorrow when we go out to play, I will bring a camera and take beautiful photos of you. Remember to smile more tomorrow, so that the photos will look good. When she heard that she wanted to take a photo, Bai Qingxia raised her little face, looking nervous and uneasy. Take a photo. Chapter 86. Yes, take as many pictures as you want, and develop them all so you can pick the ones you like. This sentence sounds so luxurious. Bai Qingxia thought to herself. She smiled, then scratched her head a little embarrassedly, but I'm not very good at taking pictures. I can't do it either, but my sister can. Ask her to teach you when the time comes. I'm leaving. See you tomorrow. The girl immediately took 2 steps forward after hearing this. See you tomorrow. Lu Yuanqiu left the house, went down the 2nd floor, and left the courtyard. Walking in the alley, he turned around and found that Bai Qingxia had followed him out. The girl stood by the courtyard gate and looked at him. When he turned around, she raised her hand and waved goodbye, with a shy smile on her face. Go back. Lu Yuanqiu waved his hand. After walking a long distance forward, he looked back and found Bai Qingxia still standing at the gate of the courtyard. Okay, she might have to watch me leave the alley before she is willing to go back. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but smile when he thought of this, and didn't chase her away. Although the girl was in a shabby alley, she still entertained the guests with the greatest etiquette she could give. To Lu Yuanqiu, she was like a beam of light in the mud, and Lu Yuanqiu would always move forward in the direction of the light. After bidding farewell to Lu Yuanqiu, Bai Qingxia walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor. She stood at the door of Zhang Li's room, hesitated for a moment, and then returned to her own room. Stay at home, don't go out, the girl said, and then came to her bedroom. Her father's voice came from behind. Stay with Xia Xia. Right. Bai Qingxia responded. She took out a notebook and textbook from her school bag, and continued to copy notes on the table. Time passed little by little. The girl took out her mobile phone to check the time, and after confirming that Sister Lily should be awake, she closed the notebook and walked out of the door. Knock, knock, knock. She knocked on Zhang Li's door. There was a noise inside, and the door was opened soon. Zhang Li rubbed her messy hair and leaned against the door with sleepy eyes. What's wrong, Xiaxiu? Excuse me, Sister Lily, I want to borrow a piece of clothing from you, wear it tomorrow, and return it to you after washing it the day after tomorrow. The girl held her hands in front of her in a reserved manner, waiting for the other party's answer with some trepidation. Zhang Li then opened her sleepy eyes, glanced at the school uniform Bai Qingxia was wearing, and thought of what Lu Yuanqiu had said to her in the morning. She panted as if she was half a beat late. Ah, of course, I have a lot of clothes, you can pick any one you like. Come on, come in. Bai Qingxia quickly bowed and thanked happily. Thank you, Sister Lily. Why thank you, we have known each other for so long. Zhang Li smiled, and suddenly she turned to look at Bai Qingxia, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. After thinking about it, she decided not to ask. She wanted to ask Bai Qingxia if she really liked that boy. Not only did she take him home, but she also went out to play with him, and she also thought about wearing beautiful clothes. Although this is normal for a little girl, it is rare for this girl with a strong self-esteem to ask to borrow clothes. Zhang Li took a deep breath, shook her head and sighed. She felt that Bai Qingxia was different from her. A pure little white flower like Bai Qingxia, with such good grades and beautiful appearance, should have a better life, just like a rich girl. But she was in the same quagmire as herself, smelling the odor of small workshops every day, enduring the crowds and mess of dirty alleys every day, and even the toilets were shared. God is really unfair. Zhang Li opened her wardrobe and showed it to the girl. Come on, pick whichever you like. Bai Qingxia took a quick look and suddenly asked with an embarrassed look, are there any? Not too revealing ones? Oh right, I forgot you were still young. Wait a minute. I also have clothes for your age. After all, I was your age. Zhang Li stood on tiptoe and looked at the cabinet above. She opened the door and took out a package from it. By the way, do you want to wear a skirt? Suddenly, she turned her head and asked. October 6th. Lu Yuanqiu, wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, rode his bicycle to the road opposite the entrance of Ho Hot Lane. He turned his head and glanced, and found that the car from yesterday was here today. As if he noticed Lu Yuanqiu's sight, the owner of the car immediately lowered the window, stuck his head out of the window and sprayed, "It's you again. You have a brain problem." After that, he drove away. Being scolded for no reason, Lu Yuanqiu was stunned. "If I didn't see that you have a cat disease, I would have killed you long ago." He stared at the back of the car and cursed, then came back to his senses and looked at the entrance of the alley. At this moment, Lu Yuanqiu was stunned. A girl in a yellow floral dress walked across the road and stood next to the zebra crossing. Her long straight black hair was scattered behind her, and she wore a pink hairpin on her head. The breeze blew her hair and the hem of her yellow skirt to the left. The innocent girl clenched her hands in front of her and smiled shyly at Lu Yuanqiu across the street. Seeing the green light, Bai Qingxiu walked over. She took a step in the sun, and the hem of her yellow floral skirt floated at her knees, revealing a pair of white and slender calves. She wore canvas shoes on her feet, and her white socks just covered her ankles. Lu Yuanqiu hadn't come back to his senses until the girl came to him. He sniffed the fragrance of the girl so close to him. He laughed dryly and praised, "You are so beautiful today?" The girl smiled shyly with her head down. Lu Yuanqiu patted the back seat of the bicycle. "Come on, I take you to find my parents first." "Yes." Sitting on the back seat of the bicycle, Bai Qingxiu raised her little hand to grab Lu Yuanqiu's clothes. The wheel moved slowly forward. The girl's snow-white legs under her skirt crossed, and her hair and skirt hem floated back again. After meeting up with Lu Tian and others, Bai Qingxiu looked at the Audi in front of her and was stunned again. It turned out that Lu Yuanqiu had more than one car at home. This time Lu Tian drove. Su Xiaoya sat in the passenger seat, and from left to right in the back seat were Lu Yidong, Lu Yuanqiu, and Bai Qingxiu. Bai Qingxiu raised her head embarrassedly, and found that Su Xiaoya was still in the front seat, looking back at her with a warm smile. "Mom, what are you doing?" "You're embarrassing me." Su Xiaoya praised generously. "Xiaoxia is so beautiful today." "Thank you, Auntie." The girl's voice was small. She was afraid that Lu Yuanqiu didn't have enough space to sit, so she squeezed in beside him, shrinking her body and legs. Lu Yidong's carefree voice also came over. "It's true. Sister Bai is the most beautiful person I have ever seen." Hearing her sister's praise, Bai Qingxiu quickly stuck her head out again, her eyes swept across Lu Yuanqiu in the middle, and responded in a low voice, "Thank you." Lu Yuanqiu turned his head at this time, pretending to be dissatisfied. "Why do you say thank you when they praise you? But when I just praised you for being beautiful, you didn't even say thank you, but just laughed dryly." Hearing this, Bai Qingxiu was stunned, but Lu Yuanqiu had already approached her delicate ears with his ferocious face. "Tell me, why, are you dissatisfied with me, ah?" The boy's head was still approaching aggressively, and Bai Qingxiu could only put her hands in front of her, shrinking to the inside of the car with an embarrassed look, lowering her head with red cheeks, looking helpless as if she was often bullied. Seeing that Lu Yuanqiu was about to force his beautiful wife into a small ball in the corner, Su Xiaoya quickly picked up the clothes rack and knocked it on her son's thigh. "What are you doing? Don't bully her." Lu Yuanqiu was shocked and stared. "Damn, why is there a clothes rack in the car?" Lu Tian said while driving, "I put one specifically to deal with you. Isn't it used now?" Chapter 87. Lu Yuanqiu, awesome. The clothes rack has become our family's special tool for beating people, right? Su Xiaoya smiled. "That's right." As if she remembered something, she turned around and handed the clothes rack to Bai Qingxiu's little hand, saying, "Xiaoxia, if he bullies you again in the future, you can beat him with the clothes rack." Lu Yuanqiu is most afraid of the clothes rack at home. Lu Yuanqiu, ? Lu Tian, who was driving, said proudly, "Isn't it trained by me? Is there anything to be proud of about this, you old Biden?" Lu Yuanqiu looked at his father unhappily, then he looked back at the clothes hanger in Bai Qingxiu's hand. Bai Qingxiu also looked up at him silently. The two looked at each other, and the clothes hanger in their hands froze in midair. Su Xiaoya seemed unwilling to look at the direction of the car. She kept looking back at her son and Xiaoxia in the back seat. At this time, she encouraged, "With a clothes hanger in hand, you have the world." Lu Yuanqiu, what a lame jingle. "Don't worry about it." Su Xiaoya rolled her eyes at her son and encouraged Bai Qingxiu. "Xiaoxia, he just bullied you, fight back. If you don't resist this bastard now, you will be bullied more often in the future." Lu Yuanqiu glanced at his mother silently, and couldn't help but sneered at the corner of his mouth. He shrugged and compromised. Okay, I won't fight back, you hit me." Bai Qingxiu bit her lips with a red face, holding the clothes hanger, but didn't take action. At this time, Lu Yidong, who was watching the show next to her, was so anxious, as if she had finally found an opportunity. "Mom, I'm strong. Give me the power this time?" Su Xiaoya glared at him. "What's it got to do with you? When you have enough strength, go move bricks. Sit still. You are biased, Lu Yidong pouted, but his eyes were still observing the side. Su Xiaoya, let Xia beat him. Bai Qingxia raised her little hand shyly, and the clothes-drying rack touched Lu Yuanqiu's arm lightly. Su Xiaoya's face froze, and then she couldn't hide her smile anymore. "What? What is this for? This kid is so bad. Why are you reluctant to beat him?" Bai Qingxia suddenly became anxious after hearing this, raised her head, and explained embarrassedly, "He didn't bully me. Lu Yuanqiu is very good. I won't hit him." Hearing this, Lu Yuanqiu's mouth suddenly became harder to suppress than AK. Su Xiaoya seemed to be in a state of excitement, and mania. She clenched her fists, turned around, and punched her husband's shoulders several times. Bai Qingxia was stunned. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" "Driving." Lu Tian responded loudly, but he was also smiling. He also heard what Bai Qingxia said just now. This girl is so nice, who can not love her? On the contrary, if Lu Yuanqiu dares to do something to let her down in the future, the three uncles will not be able to save him. The Audi car stopped at the entrance of an amusement park soon. After playing outside for half a day, the family couldn't think of any good places to go, so it was a good idea to take Bai Qingxia to play some amusement facilities. Lu Yuanqiu took out the camera and hung it around his neck. After helping the girl open the car door, he asked, "Which one do you want to play later?" Bai Qingxia stood at the gate and looked up at the tall Ferris wheel. She was a little surprised. She didn't expect to come to the amusement park. Bai Qingxia only has the impression of expensive in her memory of the amusement park, and it is a very old memory. At that time, her brother was still alive, and her father was not crazy. The girl said awkwardly, Today is equivalent to the company's team building. The leader takes the employees out to play at his own expense. Isn't this normal? You can play whatever you want. We can all play. You are not the only one," Lu Yuanqiu said to her while adjusting the camera. Bai Qingxia smiled stiffly. "Then I can do anything. All right? Lu Yuanqiu smiled maliciously. "Yeah." The girl didn't realize what was hidden in his smile at this moment. After parking the car, the family of 5 walked into the gate. Lu Yidong came over very familiarly, and directly took Bai Qingxia's thin white arm, without saying a word, and the action was very natural. Bai Qingxia's heart was lifted, and she turned her head to look. The little girl with short hair raised her head, and smiled at her cutely. Seeing this, Bai Qingxia also responded with a smile. She looked at the two people's arms, and her beautiful eyes with long eyelashes blinked, feeling very wonderful. Lu Yuanqiu was still looking down to adjust the camera, complaining, "Dad, what year is this antique? If I can't take a picture today, I will explode." "Do you believe it?" Lu Tian came over with a clothes-drying rack. Lu Yuanqiu swallowed his saliva immediately and laughed dryly. "Too much. Bringing this thing to the amusement park? You are a jerk all the time." After cursing, Lu Tian looked down and said, "This camera has indeed been bought for several years. Let me take a look." "Trash, help me get the clothes-drying rack." Lu Yuanqiu took the clothes-drying rack and threw it into the trash can next to him, then walked towards Bai Qingxia as if nothing had happened. "Why can you hold each other's arms? I can't. I'm not happy, and I want to hold each other's arms too." Lu Yuanqiu pouted and gently touched Bai Qingxia's other arm with his elbow, like a giant baby, waiting to be held. The girl wanted to raise her hand, but Lu Yidong frowned and pulled Bai Qingxia away. "You're a pervert. Only girls can hold each other's arms, because we are good sisters. What are you? Sister Bai, don't pay attention to him. Brother is a pervert. I tell you, he even touched my feet that day." Lu Yuanqiu pulled the corner of his mouth. Can this sister be thrown into the trash can with a clothes-drying rack? Probably because today is the second to last day of National Day. There are many people in the amusement park, but it is not full. The group first came to the carousel, because Lu Yidong was crying for a ride on the carousel. Bai Qingxia, wearing a yellow floral dress, stood there, staring at the carousel in a daze. She looked at Lu Yidong's cheering back, and her memory seemed to be instantly pulled back to a certain afternoon. "Dad, ride a big horse. I want to ride a big horse." The girl with 2 small pigtails ran to the fence, happily, holding the railing with her small hands, and her big eyes revealed star-like yearning. Today is Xia's 5th birthday, and the family of 4 just finished eating cake on the hospital bed. Bai Songzhou looked at the ticket office, which said that the ticket price was 5 yuan per ticket, and 10 yuan for 2 people. He put his hand wrapped in bandages into his jacket pocket, took out his wallet, and glanced at it. His expression seemed a little embarrassed. Dad, our family is different now. Let's save some money, and let Xia sit alone. She has never sat before. I have sat before, so I know how it feels. The 10-year-old son stood beside him, and said like a little adult. Bai Songjia turned his head, and saw Bai Ruan looking at his sister's back with a smile, his eyes full of doting. Dad. Ride a big horse. Ride a big horse. The little girl with 2 small hair buns turned around with a smile, and her chubby little fingers pointed at the carousel with a yearning expression, and her eyes were shining like stars. September 19, 1998. Xia was very happy today. She just made a birthday wish that Mom's hair will grow out tomorrow. In the afternoon, my father and brother took me to the playground. The carousel looks very fun, and I want to ride it with my brother. Chapter 88. This thing is finally fixed. I just buy a new one next time. I have money, so why should I suffer this humiliation? Lu Tian adjusted the camera and stuffed it into Lu Yuanqiu's arms. If his son hadn't come home yesterday and asked to take a photo of Xia, he wouldn't have dug out this antique at the last minute. Who still uses a camera to take photos now? They all use mobile phones. Take it. Do you have good photography skills? How about I take a photo of Xia? No, I have to take the photo. Lu Yuanqiu hung the camera strap around his neck like he was protecting his food, and walked to Bai Qingxia's side. You sit with Dong Dong, I take a picture of you. Lu Yuanqiu said while looking at the camera. After he finished speaking, he didn't hear the girl's response. He looked up and found that Bai Qingxia was staring at the carousel in a daze. Bai Qingxia? Ah? The girl came back to her senses, turned her head to look at Lu Yuanqiu, and a smile appeared on her face. Lu Yuanqiu, why are you in a daze? Just have fun when you come out. Don't think about other things. Okay. The girl nodded and responded straightforwardly. At this time, Su Xiuya brought 4 tickets over, and Lu Yidong quickly snatched one away. Su Xiuya glared at the girl and then walked to Bai Qingxia. Come, Xiuxia, take it. Thank you, Auntie. Bai Qingxia raised her hands and took it with a stiff expression. At this time, her eyes unconsciously looked towards the ticket office. 15 yuan per ticket. As soon as she took a sneak peek, Bai Qingxia's fair face was pinched by a big hand, and her little mouth pouted. Lu Yuanqiu turned her head back domineeringly. The boy reprimanded, If you peek at the price again, I will be angry, understand? Bai Qingxia nodded obediently. But Lu Yuanqiu still pinched her face, not letting go, the girl's pink little mouth pouting like a goldfish. Bai Qingxia turned her eyes, and said in a vague voice, I don't look anymore. Wait, your face is so soft, let me pinch it for a while. Lu Yuanqiu moved his thumb and middle finger, pinching the little mouth into various shapes on the soft and smooth skin. The girl immediately raised her hand and hit Lu Yuanqiu's arm, but Lu Yuanqiu dodged it in time. Hee. Lu Yuanqiu laughed and jumped back. Bai Qingxia turned around, frowned, and clenched and unclenched her fists at her side, looking like she wanted to teach the other person a lesson, but couldn't do anything about it. She could only turn her head away, and choose to ignore Lu Yuanqiu's grin to express her dissatisfaction. The next wave of people had already started queuing up for the carousel, and Lu Yidong hurried over and took Bai Qingxia's hand. Sister, come with me. Lu Yuanqiu took out his camera and prepared to take pictures. Bai Qingxia and Lu Yidong sat on 2 adjacent wooden horses. The pumpkin carriage-like carousel lit up the lights, and the 2 girls followed the wooden horse up and down. Lu Yidong laughed and patted his sister's shoulder. Bai Qingxia also smiled shyly back at her. Remember to look at the camera in the next round. You too. Lu Yuanqiu shouted outside. Hearing this, Bai Qingxia immediately looked over and became nervous. Lu Yidong next to her hurriedly said, Sister, you just need to be natural. It will look good if you are natural. Look at your brother the same way you usually look at him later. This little Lolita seems to be very experienced. Bai Qingxia tightly hugged the hanging pole with one hand and nodded gently. She turned around again. Lu Yuanqiu quickly raised the camera and pressed the shutter button towards the 2 people who appeared in the same picture. Click. The camera froze. In the picture, Bai Qingxia sat upright and smiled shyly at the camera, while Lu Yidong beside him tilted his head, closed one eye, and made a cute scissor hand gesture. After the end, the 2 walked out together. Su Xiuya shook the 2 remaining tickets in her hand. Does anyone else want to sit? I won't ride this thing. Bai Qingxia shook her head, and Lu Yidong also waved his hand. It's boring to ride it a second time. Su Xiuya, it can't be wasted. Bai Qingxiao looked at Lu Yuanqiu. Su Xiaoya also looked at Lu Tian. Lu Tian was stunned, pointing at himself in surprise. What? You want me, a grown man, to ride that thing? Lu Yuanqiu held the camera and shrank his neck in disgust. Too childish, I haven't touched it since I was 5 years old. The scene changed. Ah. Go! Go! Lu Tian and Lu Yuanqiu, father and son, each rode a warhorse, one smiling like a child, the other pointing forward with a serious expression, like a young general galloping on the battlefield. Su Xiaoya and Lu Yidong had stiff expressions, and turned away quickly in embarrassment. It's so embarrassing. I don't know him, I'm not familiar with him, I'm really not familiar with him. Bai Qingxiao stood by the fence, with her 2 little hands hanging in front of her in a calm manner, watching the boy on the wooden horse making fun of him with a smile on her face. Lu Yuanqiu seemed to be acting for her. The next second, Lu Yidong reached out and pulled Bai Qingxiao away from the screen. Sister, you don't think he's embarrassing? After the carousel, they came to the pirate ship. Lu Tian raised his right hand to cover his face with an awkward expression and asked his son in a low voice, Did I laugh very loudly just now? Lu Yuanqiu shook his head. I don't know, I was busy whipping the horses, but with a whip, I didn't hear it. Su Xiaoya bought tickets again, this time only bought 3 tickets. She knew her husband was afraid of heights, and she didn't dare to let this old baby touch such children's amusement facilities. Bai Qingxiao glanced at the price at the ticket booth, and immediately heard a snap of fingers beside her head. Lu Yuanqiu, why are you still peeking? No. I didn't. The girl quickly denied it, and hid beside Lu Yidong. She didn't want to be pinched by Lu Yuanqiu again. After queuing up to board the pirate ship, Lu Yuanqiu said, You have to sit at the tail position to play this, otherwise it's boring. Lu Yidong's eyes lost their luster. No. It's up to you, sit in the middle by yourself. After Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, he grabbed Bai Qingxiao's soft arm, and took her to the back row to sit down. Lu Yidong pouted in grievance, and ran to the back row to sit next to his brother. However, after sitting down, he immediately hugged his brother's arm, like a little bird. Bai Qingxiao had never played this before, and didn't react to why the brother and sister were so particular about the seats. After the horizontal bar was lowered, the pirate ship started. The hull shook, and Bai Qingxiao stretched out her 2 little hands to grab the pole in front, with a fresh smile on her face, while Lu Yuanqiu smiled without saying a word. Sure enough, after 10 seconds, the smile on the girl's face disappeared. She held on to the horizontal bar tightly, and her body quietly moved closer to Lu Yuanqiu. 10 seconds later, Lu Yuanqiu let out a strange cry, and the pirate ship's tail rose higher and higher. Bai Qingxiao panicked, her eyelashes trembling, and at the moment of falling, she quickly lowered her head, closed her eyes, and grabbed Lu Yuanqiu's arm tightly. Chapter 89. Brother, woo-woo. I don't want to sit here, stop! Lu Yidong sat on the other side of Lu Yuanqiu and howled like a ghost. She huddled in Lu Yuanqiu's arms, wishing she could be welded to her brother. Lu Yuanqiu put his arms around his sister, then turned his head to look at the other side. Bai Qingxiao was speechless. One hand seemed to be cast on Lu Yuanqiu's arm, holding it tightly. But the scary thing about the pirate ship is that it keeps rising, and there's no telling when it will end. The tail rose again, and the entire pirate ship was almost vertical to the ground at 90 degrees. Lu Tian couldn't help but twitch his eye muscles when he watched from below. I don't understand what's so fun about this thing. A protest from acrophobia. The stern came to the commanding heights. Lu Yidong wailed and hugged his brother, but Bai Qingxiao was very patient, just closed her eyes, and held Lu Yuanqiu's arm tightly. The pirate ship fell. Lu Yuanqiu howled excitedly, Ouch! Lu Yuanqiu. Bai Qingxiao suddenly shouted urgently, and her body quickly shrank into Lu Yuanqiu's arms. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head, and quickly hugged her body tightly with one hand. The girl's body was thin and soft, shivering in the boy's arms. The close body temperature contact made Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but smile. The pirate ship fell down, and he hugged the girl with one hand, howling excitedly like a winner in life. The boy's voice brushed over the green leaves, rose to the blue sky, and finally froze in the sky of 2010, depicting the word youth. Cool! After getting off the pirate ship, Lu Yidong cried and threw himself into his father's arms. I don't want to sit at the tail, but Lu Yuanqiu insisted on sitting there. I was scared to death, Dad, woo-woo. I know, Dad knows this feeling, don't cry. Lu Tian comforted his daughter, and at the same time, he and his wife smiled and looked at the 2 people who were slowly walking down the stairs. Lu Yuanqiu walked in front, and Bai Qingxiao followed closely behind. The girl looked like she was still in shock, with her little hands raised in the air, grabbing Lu Yuanqiu's t-shirt on his back. Su Xiaoya smiled and asked, "Do you want to play again?" Bai Qingxia shook her head quickly, unable to laugh. Although she let go of Lu Yuanqiu's clothes at this time, her body was close to Lu Yuanqiu, as if the lost sense of security had not been fully restored. "Lu Tian, let's find a place to take some photos. There's not much time left. Let Xiaxia go home early." "Yes." The five of them walked towards the flower bed. Bai Qingxia followed Lu Yuanqiu closely, afraid of being left behind. "Who will take the first photo?" Lu Yuanqiu asked with the camera. Lu Tian and Su Xiaoya both waved their hands. "You kids take the photos. What are we two adults supposed to take photos of?" "I go first." Lu Yidong volunteered. She still had tears in her eyes, but now she was already standing by the flower bed, smiling and posing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 15. Lu Yidong kept posing cutely in front of the camera, and each pose was different. When she posed for the 16th time, Lu Yuanqiu finally couldn't stand it anymore and put down the camera. "Get lost. It's not over yet. You've almost used up all my film. I haven't finished shooting yet." The little girl expressed her dissatisfaction. Lu Yuanqiu signaled to her mother, and Su Xiaoya quickly dragged her away. "The photo was originally taken for Bai Qingxia. Why are you still meddling in it? But I can't blame my sister. I can only say that this little girl was not present when the family held a meeting on how to cure Bai Qingxia. But maybe this is the best. Lu Yidong is young and sometimes can't tell the difference. She just needs to stay the same, not treat Bai Qingxia specially, and just treat Bai Qingxia as a normal person. That's enough. She did a good job today. You stand there." Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and ordered Bai Qingxia. The girl standing alone came to her senses, and was stunned for a moment. She thought she would just take a photo at the carousel, and that was it. "Why are you standing there? Just stand there. You don't need to pose. Just smile." Lu Yuanqiu raised his camera after saying that. The girl appeared in the camera with a reserved look. She hung her hands in front of her and looked at the camera seriously. A shy smile gradually appeared on her face. "Don't move. Keep smiling." At this moment, a timely autumn breeze blew, and the girl's hair and floral skirt fluttered to the same side again. She smiled at the camera, and petals flew behind her. Lu Yuanqiu was slightly stunned. Then he raised his lips and pressed the shutter. Click. "I go home after this ride. If I have time and opportunity in the future, I can play for a longer time." In the Ferris wheel, Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia were in the same cabin, while his parents and his sister were in the same cabin. "Okay." Bai Qingxia turned around and responded, then turned around and continued to observe the scene outside through a layer of glass. The Ferris wheel slowly rose into the air. Lu Yuanqiu looked down at the photo he had just taken and smiled with satisfaction. At this time, Bai Qingxia suddenly said, "Lu Yuanqiu, which university do you want to go to?" Hearing the voice coming from the front, Lu Yuanqiu raised his head. Bai Qingxia did not turn around, but she was the one who asked the question just now. "As for me, I must see how I can do in the exam first. What about you? Which university do you want to go to?" Hearing the question, Bai Qingxia turned slightly and shook her head with a smile. "I haven't decided yet." Lu Yuanqiu was a little surprised. "According to your grades, you can definitely go to Tsinghua or Peking University." "I won't go to Tsinghua or Peking University." The girl gave a decisive answer. After saying that, she pursed her lips and turned around to observe the scene outside. The Ferris wheel rose higher and higher, and most of Luqing was in sight. Bai Qingxia saw the village where she lived in the city, and the tall buildings in the distance. Through the reflection of the glass, she also found that Lu Yuanqiu behind her was looking at her. The girl's heart was complicated. Lu Yuanqiu retracted his gaze and exhaled. He probably knew why Bai Qingxia didn't go to Tsinghua and Peking University. It's too far away, and she still has a father. From this angle, Luqing is pretty, right? Lu Yuanqiu walked over while talking. Bai Qingxia nodded gently. "What I see is pretty. What I can't see is not necessarily the same." The girl leaned her head forward, blew a breath on the glass, looked at the misty scene in front of her, and raised her slender white fingers to paint on it. After a while, Bai Qingxia began to force a faint smile on her face. Her voice was light and restrained, as if she spoke casually and carelessly, and it seemed that she was revealing an old wish buried deep in her heart. "Lu Yuanqiu, will you always be there?" Her voice was so soft that Lu Yuanqiu almost didn't hear what she was asking. It took a long time for Lu Yuanqiu to react. He looked out the window and said with a smile, "Where?" The girl's eyelashes trembled slightly. She turned her head slightly, resisting the urge of tears falling from the corners of her eyes, and said, "In a place where others can see it, and I can see it too." Lu Yuanqiu looked at the beautiful face drooping down on the glass window. He suddenly became serious, raised his sword finger and handsomely crossed it across his forehead. "Anytime." The girl smiled again and raised her head slightly, but found that the glass window in front of her became foggy again. Chapter 90. After getting off the Ferris wheel, Bai Qingxia followed Lu Yuanqiu, and the five of them reunited. Lu Tian and Su Xiaoyao looked at Bai Qingxia at the same time. Bai Qingxia put her hands in front of her, and after noticing their gazes, she also looked over, and naturally showed a gentle smile to her uncle and aunt. Lu Tian then looked at Su Xiaoyao silently, with a serious expression, as if they were communicating something with their eyes. Lu Tian, why do they seem like nothing happened? Su Xiaoyao, you old fool, they are still children, what can happen? Lu Tian, that's right, what's the point of letting them sit in one box? Su Xiaoyao, how should I know? Pa! Lu Yuanqiu snapped his fingers between the two of them and complained, why do we need to use the in-game voice? Lu Tian frowned, what the hell is in the game? I have sand in my eyes, let your mother help me. Su Xiaoyao heard this, and immediately pretended to puff up her mouth to blow at her husband's eyes. Are you done? All right. Lu Yuanqiu pulled the corner of his mouth and waved his hand, saying, okay, let's go, Bai Qingxia should go home. The five of them walked towards the gate of the amusement park. As they walked, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly noticed that Bai Qingxia's pace slowed down a bit. He turned his head, and saw that she was staring at the empty beverage bottles scattered on the ground. The girl's face showed a tangled and embarrassed expression, and it seemed that she couldn't move a step, but seeing that Lu Yuanqiu and the others were still walking towards the door, she could only follow reluctantly. Lu Yuanqiu stopped, raised his hand, and twisted the flesh on Lu Yidong's back. Dong Dong, don't you like picking up bottles the most? Look, there are a lot of empty bottles over there. The little girl turned around with a grin on her face, and asked with a blank mind, what did you say? Empty bottles. Don't you like picking up those empty bottles for pocket money the most? Lu Yuanqiu repeated it with a fake smile. Hearing this, Bai Qingxia blinked her beautiful eyes, and looked at her sister in surprise, as if she had found someone with the same hobby. She excitedly stretched out her little hand, stepped forward 2 steps, pointed at the pile of empty bottles and said, there are a lot of them. From the couple's angle, they saw Lu Yuanqiu's black hand reaching out to his sister from behind. Lu Tian immediately understood, oh yes, Dong Dong likes to pick up bottles the most. He used to pick up a bunch of them every day after school. Su Xiaoyao, then why are you still standing there? Go find a snakeskin bag. There are so many, it would be a waste if you don't pick them up. Bai Qingxia nodded immediately, yes. Lu Yuanqiu let his sister go, and went to find the bag. The black hand behind him finally disappeared. Lu Yidong was able to connect his brain and retort, you are talking nonsense. Woo woo woo. Su Xiaoyao covered her daughter's mouth with a smile. Look at this child, she is so excited when she sees the bottle, hee. I take her to the side to calm down. After saying that, Su Xiaoyao took her daughter and walked towards the flower bed next to her. Lu Yuanqiu came to an old man. He remembered that an old man was picking up bottles with a snakeskin bag just now. Uncle, I want this, how much is it? Lu Yuanqiu asked with his head down. The old man sitting by the flower bed looked at the bottles in the bag and said, I don't have a scale with me, 2 cents per bottle, you can give it as you see fit. Lu Yuanqiu directly handed the other party a 100 yuan bill. No need for change. He poured out all the bottles, and left with a big snakeskin bag. The old man was stunned when he got 100 yuan. Lu Yuanqiu came back with the bag. Bai Qingxia had just gone to look for the bag, but couldn't find it. When she saw the bag, she happily took it over. I pick it up. Okay. Watching the beautiful girl in a yellow floral dress leave, and happily bending over to pick up the bottles, Lu Yuanqiu stood there with his arms folded across his chest and a smile on his face. You kid. You seem to be a little different in many aspects than before. Is it because your brain has developed? Dad Lu Tian suddenly stood beside him, and asked in confusion. Lu Yuanqiu pulled the corners of his mouth and laughed dryly. At this time, Su Xiaoyao came over with Lu Yidong. It seemed that she was specifically told by her mother. Her expression became obedient, and not as impatient as before. Su Xiaoyao lowered her head. Don't you like picking up bottles? Go. Yes, I like picking up bottles. Lu Yidong nodded quickly. She quickly ran over to help pick up the bottles, working very hard. Seeing this, Bai Qingxia couldn't bear to discourage her sister's strong desire to pick up bottles, so she generously handed the snakeskin bag to her with both hands. Here! Lu Yidong looked up and was stunned for a moment, then quickly took it with a smile. Bai Qingxiu was not idle either, picking up the bottles and putting them into the bag. Passers-by turned their heads frequently, wondering in their hearts, are these two pretty girls so good at living? The snakeskin bag was stuffed into the trunk, so full that it couldn't even be covered. The Audi started, exhaled exhaust gas, and drove away from Wuha Amusement Park. Soon, the white Audi stopped at a scrap toll station on the side of Wangjiang Road. Lu Tian and Lu Yuanqiu got out of the car carrying the snakeskin bag, and Bai Qingxiu trotted behind them. She first ran to the scrap station to say hello to the grandfather inside. Soon, a limping white-haired old man came out. Bai Qingxiu pointed at the snakeskin bag, and the old man smiled kindly. Okay. 10 minutes later. A family of 5 sat side by side on the steps opposite the store, eating old popsicles bought with the money from selling scraps. Bai Qingxiu was eating one and holding another to bring to her father. I saw this thing so cheap before, but I never bought it. I didn't expect it to be so delicious. Lu Tian licked it with his tongue and spoke in surprise. The other 4 smiled. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at the girl next to him. The girl also looked up at him, with a pursed mouth on her innocent face. At 10 o'clock in the evening on October 7th, Secret Agent. Lu Yuanqiu tore up his homework and flushed it into the toilet. He walked out of the bathroom and pretended to wash his hands. Suddenly, he heard bursts of wailing coming from Lu Yidong's room. I was wrong, Mom. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time. You know you're wrong. You're scared now. You didn't do your homework a few days ago, so you have to stay up late to do it today, right? If I hadn't come out to the bathroom, I really wouldn't know what you were doing in your room. Lu Yuanqiu listened with a sinister look on his face, and laughed a hee-hee laugh. Then he tiptoed to his room, and turned his head to find Lu Tian standing there staring at him like a ghost. Fuck, what are you doing? Lu Yuanqiu panted, leaning against the wall and holding his heart. Lu Tian asked expressionlessly, have you finished the National Day homework that Xiao Xiao brought you from school? I remember there were several papers. I finished it a long time ago. Lu Yuanqiu put his hands in his pockets, held his head high, and walked into his room calmly. Chapter 91. After the 7-day holiday, Lu Yuanqiu sat down in the back row of the classroom in the morning. He yawned with his hands covering his mouth, and then looked at the girl in school uniform sitting next to him with a dazed look. Aware of the gaze next to him, Bai Qingxiu turned her head to look at him. What's wrong? Nothing, I'm so sleepy. Can I lie on your legs? Bai Qingxiu glanced at the people in the back row, and her tender white hands on her legs clenched unconsciously. She shook her head and whispered, not here. At home, I lie on the bed directly. Do I still need to lie on your legs? Lu Yuanqiu waved his hand, and lay on the table in silence. He looked at Zhang Yifeng who walked in. After putting down his school bag, this guy slapped his handsome face on the table. With a bang, he fell asleep in 3 seconds. Talent exploded. Lu Yuanqiu stared. At this moment, the classroom door was knocked. The students looked up, and saw the head teacher Lu Wei appeared at the door. The plump woman adjusted her glasses, and said seriously, it is agreed that the seats will be rearranged according to the monthly test scores after the National Day. Pack up your things and come out. Hearing this, Lu Yuanqiu was slightly stunned. Bai Qingxiu's face changed immediately. Zhang Yifeng, get up, arrange seats. Zhang Yifeng. Chun Fei shook Zhang Yifeng like a dead pig. She was not worried at all whether she and Zhang Yifeng could sit together. Because their grades were almost always coincidentally sitting together, Zhang Yifeng always stayed in the bottom 10 of the class, and in terms of grade ranking, he also stayed in the first place in the last examination room, without any deviation. Everyone came to the corridor with their school bags on their backs and lined up in 2 columns according to their monthly exam results. Zhong Jincheng applied to sit in the back row of the classroom, as usual, so the people standing at the front of the line were Bai Qingxiu and another girl, who was ranked 3rd in the class. After lining up, Bai Qingxiu, who was standing in the first row, looked back silently and met Lu Yuanqiu's eyes. The girl had a complicated expression, as if she was a little sad, and then slowly turned back and lowered her head. Teacher. Suddenly, Lu Yuanqiu's casual voice came from the back. Lu Wei looked over. What's the matter? Lu Yuanqiu said expressionlessly, Bai Qingxiu and I can't be separated. For a moment, the air was quiet for a few seconds, and then everyone in front looked back in surprise, except Bai Qingxiu, who didn't look back, but raised her head. Hu Kaiwei frowned tightly, and Zhang Yifeng should have raised his eyebrows. Lu Wei scolded, What do you mean you can't be separated? What's wrong? Are you addicted to sitting with our Qingxiu? The whole class laughed. Bai Qingxia, who was in the front row, lowered her head again, her earlobes slightly red. Lu Yuanqiu opened his mouth, paused for a moment to sort out his words, and then continued, "First of all, has my improved grades raised the average score of class 28 a lot?" Lu Wei was about to question, "Can your score go up to heaven?" But then she was stunned. It seems that Lu Yuanqiu was too bad before, even if this time is not so good, but the improvement is huge. He really raised the class average score a little bit by himself. Lu Wei, well, continue. Lu Yuanqiu, secondly, my grades are basically improved by Bai Qingxia's patient tutoring, so if I continue to sit with her, my grades will continue to improve. Lu Wei nodded and shrugged indifferently. So what? What's wrong? Who cares? This reason is not enough? What the hell? Lu Yuanqiu was shocked. He thought for 2 or 3 seconds, raised his head, and said earnestly, "Next time, I will make the average score of class 28 exceed that of class 29. Let teacher Chaoyan bow her proud head to you." Lu Wei looked at the boy and suddenly fell silent. This woman who had been proud all her life fell silent. She lowered her head, licked her lips, and then nodded in compromise. "Okay." Lu Yuanqiu smiled. "Lu Wei, don't be too happy yet. I have to ask Qingxia's opinion. Only if she agrees, you two can continue to sit together." "I agree." The girl's voice came quickly from the side. Lu Wei was stunned and turned her head in surprise. "I haven't asked yet." Bai Qingxia panicked and grabbed the clothes on both sides with her little hands, and said with red ears, I want to continue to help him with his tutoring, so that he can improve, and bring the average score to the class." Hearing this explanation, Lu Wei instantly smiled like a chrysanthemum. Okay, Qingxia is thoughtful, then you two can sit together." Lu Yuanqiu, there is one more thing. Lu Wei looked up impatiently. "Why are you so nosy? Speak." Lu Yuanqiu, we should continue to sit in the original position. "Why?" Of course, it is convenient to do small movements in class. But it certainly cannot be explained in this way. So Lu Yuanqiu put the blame on Bai Qingxia. She wants to sit in the back. Lu Wei immediately looked at Bai Qingxia for confirmation. The girl was startled and looked up quickly. Although she didn't react, she nodded hurriedly. The two of them came to their original seats again, with their school bags on their backs. When they turned around, they saw the same group of people in the back row. Zhong Jincheng quietly stuffed a roll of tissue paper into the hole in the table, as if he was doing some underground activities. The biochemical brothers bent over to pick their feet. Chen Fei happily placed her idle peripherals on the table, and Zhang Yifeng raised his eyebrows handsomely at Lu Yuanqiu, then fell asleep. Lu Yuanqiu looked away, and saw Bai Qingxia smiling, and stuffing her pink school bag into the hole in the desk, as if she was in a good mood. In a good mood? Me too. Sometimes when you think back, what are the most memorable moments in school? Meeting my old desk mate again after arranging seats is probably one of them. During the break, after finishing the exercise, Lu Yuanqiu took off his coat and lay on the chair. He turned his head to look to the side and found that Bai Qingxia was still copying the previous notes. She had already written to the last few pages of a thick notebook. Except for the flag-raising ceremony on Monday, Bai Qingxia never went down to do exercises during the other breaks. This was a privilege given by the class teacher. She liked to stay quietly in the classroom during this time, either reading or doing homework. Seeing the girl put down her pen and lean back with a relaxed smile on her face, Lu Yuanqiu asked, "Have you finished copying?" "Yeah." He leaned forward and couldn't help smacking his lips and said, "You are worthy of being a top student. Your attitude towards learning is serious. You have copied so many notes, and such a thick book for so many days, and still finished it. I admire you. I admire you. If it were me, I would give up after copying a few pages." Hearing this, Bai Qingxia turned her head and looked at him blankly. The expression on her face changed a little, and her eyes became a little vague. Lu Yuanqiu took the notebook and said, "Hey, lend it to me for a few days. You must still remember what you copied yourself. There's no rush." After hearing this, Bai Qingxia reached out and took the notebook back. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned and was about to say that the girl was stingy, but she lowered her head, picked up the fountain pen, and wrote 3 sharp and beautiful words on the first page of the notebook. Lu Yuanqiu, after writing, the girl raised her innocent face, put on the pen cap, lowered her head slightly, pursed her lips and said, "This is my gift to you." Chapter 92. My gift? Lu Yuanqiu blinked, stunned, and didn't react at all. Bai Qingxia copied this note for a long time, he remembered it, and it was very impressive. I vaguely remember that it started on the day after the monthly exam. She started copying in the classroom. When he saw the girl copying the notes, Lu Yuanqiu approached her and asked her a question, and he almost kissed her. Then, there was the parents' meeting. Lu Yuanqiu brought his mother to the rooftop. When he saw her in the corner, she was also sitting on the ground concentrating on copying the notes. The last impression was when he was in the hospital. Whenever the girl was free, she would take time to sit at the table and take out her notebook to start copying. But Lu Yuanqiu always thought that it was the third year of high school, and Bai Qingxiao was preparing for a systematic review. He never thought. This turned out to be a gift that the girl had carefully prepared for him for half a month. Lu Yuanqiu chuckled, and with a complicated mood, he took the notebook again and opened it. The 3 words on the title page were exactly the same as the handwriting of the vote that year. The notes at the back were also very neat and beautiful, and the girl also used different colored pens to make detailed annotations. As he flipped through the pages, Lu Yuanqiu's expression gradually changed, and he suddenly remembered something. On the morning of the day when the monthly exam ended, he told the person in front of him that his textbook was blank. If he had listened to the class carefully and taken notes before, it would have been much easier to review. It turned out that at that time, Bai Qingxiao secretly wrote it down. The notebook was very thick, and the text on each page was as beautiful as a love letter. The boy held it in his hand and felt it was extremely heavy at the moment. What should I do? I'm touched. Lu Yuanqiu closed the notebook, shook his head gently, and said to her with a smile. Hearing this, Bai Qingxiao smiled shyly. She raised her little hand and pointed at the notebook and said, "There are notes for all subjects in it. When you review, just read it according to the textbook. I have marked the page numbers and paragraphs on it." At this moment, Lu Yuanqiu no longer cared about what was in the notes. He opened his arms and said seriously, "I don't care. Anyway, I'm touched. Let me hug you." Bai Qingxiao's smile froze, and then she lowered her eyes silently, her earlobes reddened. She shook her head gently and refused. "No." "What? No, you dare to say no?" Lu Yuanqiu opened his arms and approached her like a jerk. "No, you must hug me. Even Jesus can't stop me," I said. Bai Qingxiao panicked, raised her eyes to look at him anxiously and annoyed, and hid in the corner with her arms tucked in, trying to get away from Lu Yuanqiu, but where could she escape in the corner at this moment? Lu Yuanqiu smiled and moved closer. The girl's fragrance was already blowing in his face. He was about to succeed. Lu Yuanqiu. Hey, it hurts, it hurts. A hand pinched Lu Yuanqiu's ear in time, and lifted his head up. Lu Wei appeared next to him at some point, and said fiercely, "If Jesus can't stop it, can the class teacher stop it? You are so good, Lu Yuanqiu. You only bully Bai Qingxiao when I'm not around, right? You are really lawless recently." Seeing the timely appearance of the head teacher, Bai Qingxiao took a breath, and she quickly reached out to protect Lu Yuanqiu's head. "Teacher, he didn't bully me, don't pinch him." After hearing Bai Qingxiao speak for this little bastard, Lu Wei finally let go of Lu Yuanqiu's ear, raised her hand to support the frame of her glasses, and warned with a bad face, "Lu Yuanqiu, if I see you harassing Bai Qingxiao again, I will call your parents directly. Let your dad come and deal with you." "I know, I will harass you when you can't see me next time," Lu Yuanqiu said while rubbing his ears. Just as Lu Wei was about to raise her hand, Lu Yuanqiu dodged and jumped from his seat to 1 meter away, and with a serious expression, he made the starting position of E1. "Teacher, didn't you come here to talk about the basketball game?" Wang Haoran spoke up beside him. Yes, I was almost pissed off by this kid." Lu Wei rubbed her forehead and said, "Teacher Wang asked me to ask you guys, have you bought the jerseys for your team?" Wang Haoran shook his head. Because of Lu Yuanqiu's hospitalization, we didn't have time to discuss it together. Hearing about the basketball game, Zheng Yifeng, who was sleeping, slowly raised his head, and Gao Chong and Zhong Jinqing also came over. Lu Wei frowned. "It's too late to order a jersey. You can buy it now, but there is no class name on it. How about finding someone to embroider one on the back of the jersey?" Gao Chong suggested. Lu Wei, "Who?" "Her." At this time, a voice came from the side. Lu Wei turned her head, and found that it was Lu Yuanqiu, who was poking Bai Qingxiao's right cheek with his index finger. The girl's soft and white cheeks had a small groove. Lu Wei got angry again, and slapped her hand. "Take your hand away." Lu Yuanqiu retracted his hand and continued, "Bai Qingxiao can embroider? Her skills are very good, I have seen it." The girl looked up at Lu Yuanqiu in embarrassment, her 2 small hands clenched on her knees. Lu Wei laughed immediately. "Really, Qingxia, so good?" Lu Yuanqiu stretched his head in front of him, and added, She is really very skillful. Lu Wei pushed his face away with disdain and smiled at Bai Qingxia. The class names on the 5 jerseys are all in your hands, Qingxia. Bai Qingxia sat there stiffly and nodded quickly. Okay. Lu Wei then looked at the class and talked about the second thing, that Teacher Wang asked me to ask if there are any girls in our class who have learned dance, preferably those who have some basic skills, to join the cheerleading team for training. The whole class was silent. Bai Qingxia raised her eyes slightly at this time, but remained silent. Lu Wei made a compromise. Is there anyone who wants to join the cheerleading team? Those who have not learned dance are fine. We will practice together anyway. Hu Kaiwei immediately raised her hand high. Qin Fei was not to be outdone and raised her arm. I want one too. Okay, just the 2 of you. Go report to Teacher Wang Ping during the afternoon physical education class. Lu Wei waved her hand, then turned her head, and found that Lu Yuanqiu was bending over to tease Bai Qingxia, who was sitting on the stool, making the girl shrink her neck and blush. Noticing the teacher's gaze, Lu Yuanqiu immediately stood up, regained his composure, reached out and touched the window next to him, and said with emotion, "This glass is so transparent." At noon, in the cafeteria, Chao Shuang was carrying his meal and walking towards Lu Yuanqiu, but he suddenly saw the head of the grade, Gu Ritian, eating at a table in front of him. Gu Ritian was struggling with a thread on his clothes while eating, and didn't notice him. Chao Shuang swallowed his saliva, and quickly avoided Gu Ritian. As a bad student, even if he didn't do anything bad, he would be like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw the head of the grade. Chapter 93. Brother Qiu. Hey Shuangzi, come on, let's eat together. Lu Yuanqiu warmly invited Chao Shuang to sit down in front of him. He originally wanted to ask Bai Qingxia to eat with him at noon, but the girl was not used to eating at this time and refused. It's okay if you said your last name is Chao, but you have to be called Shuang. Lu Yuanqiu laughed and complained. Chao Shuang said without any concern, so what, my goddess is also called Shuang. Which one? Chu Yushuan. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned, his expression was frozen. As if thinking that Lu Yuanqiu had never watched this TV series, Chao Shuang explained, let's watch Meteor Shower together. It was the TV series that was just released a few years ago. It was so popular. Brother Qiu, didn't you watch it? After that, he began to sing, Meteor fly, take me flying, I am willing to cross your world. Okay, don't say anything, I know that. Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand quickly. He remembered that Chao Shuang was particularly obsessed with the actor who played Chu Yushuan and collected many posters, postcards, cards, etc. about the other party. But Shuangzi, how can I tell you that the Shuangzi you like will? Forget it, Lu Yuanqiu lowered his head to eat. It's not easy for a boy to chase a star, so don't break his fantasy. Brother Qiu, have you heard? Our number 7 middle school's basketball game this time cooperated with the Xingmei cinema next door. This time, the champion team can not only win the trophy, but everyone in the team can also get 5 tickets for any movie. Lu Yuanqiu, really? Are there any rewards for the team MVP? Yes. Chao Shuang stuffed a big mouthful of rice into his mouth and said with a smile, I can be the leader of the big break exercise. What kind of reward is this? Lu Yuanqiu complained, and suddenly looked in one direction, because a group of people were walking towards him with unfriendly faces. The reason why Lu Yuanqiu's attention was attracted was that these people were very tall and strong, and they were quite eye-catching when they appeared in the cafeteria. Are you Lu Yuanqiu? A tall boy standing in the front asked, and Lu Yuanqiu looked up and glanced, and he actually saw the hole of the lip nail on the boy's lower lip. Yes, what's up? I heard you're a good basketball player. Let's play basketball together tonight. The lip stud boy said. His words were a normal invitation, but his tone was full of disdain, especially the expression and eyes on his face, which revealed a look of disdain. Chao Shuang sneered. Isn't this Lu Yang from the school team? Is this the tone you should use when talking to seniors? After that, Chao Shuang said to Lu Yuanqiu, Brother Qiu, this guy is Zhang Yifei's little follower. Zhang Yifei. Hearing this name, Lu Yuanqiu, who originally thought it was just an ordinary provocation, suddenly became serious. He and Zhang Yifei's father Zhang Jisheng will be mortal enemies in the future, both in business and in life. His son Zhang Yifei is no exception. Lu Yuanqiu instinctively looked around. If Zhang Yifei's little follower came to provoke, does it mean that Zhang Yifei is nearby? Hearing the word follower, Lu Yang's expression on his face became obviously unhappy. He looked at Chao Shuang with a sneer. You are the little follower. I think you are Lu Yuanqiu's little follower, right? Hearing this, Chao Shuang was amused. He looked at Lu Yuanqiu with a smile. Brother Qiu, I didn't expect this guy to be so accurate in judging people. After saying that, Chao Shuang stood up and shook his head at Lu Yang like a scoundrel and said, "You are really right. I am Brother Chio's little follower. What's wrong? Don't accept it. If you want to compete with me, Brother Chio, it's not your turn to play. Let Zhang Yifei come over by himself. Otherwise, you are only worthy of competing with me, a little follower. I can beat you up without Brother Chio coming on the court." "You? What's wrong? Do you want to fight?" Lu Yang walked forward with his eyes wide open, and a group of tall and strong school team members followed him. In comparison, Chao Shuang's height of 1.78 meters was not enough. But Chao Shuang was young and rude, and his glare was really powerful. Chao Shuang glared and roared, "You have more people, right? Where are my people? Why are you standing there?" As soon as he finished speaking, many boys in the crowd eating in the cafeteria on the first floor immediately put down their chopsticks and gathered together. They stood behind Chao Shuang one after another, forming a black mass. The two groups of people were facing each other, and Lu Yuanqiu was eating calmly in the middle, but his eyes were carefully looking around. Finally, he saw a tall and broad-backed figure about 15 meters in front of him. The reason why he noticed this figure was not only because Chao Shuang said that Zhang Yifei was nearly 1.9 meters tall, but also because Lu Yuanqiu saw that the brand of clothes worn by this figure was an expensive foreign product. At this time, there were probably only a handful of students in the school who could afford this brand. Opposite this figure sat a pretty girl with a quiet face. The tall figure was eating slowly. Even though the cafeteria was so lively, the figure still didn't turn around to look. It seemed that he was Zhang Yifei. "Chao Shuang, how is it, boy? You want to compete with your senior in terms of number of people, right? Let me tell you, I'm never afraid of anyone when it comes to number of people." "Well, go on, keep talking, I'm listening." Suddenly a voice came from the table next to him. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head, and found that Guru Tian had sat down at some point, and was now sitting there eating calmly. Seeing this, Chao Shuang was stunned, and instantly became timid, and quickly waved his hands back. "Disperse, disperse, all disperse." Lu Yang and his school teammates also hurriedly left in disgrace. Who doesn't know Guru Tian, the head of the senior grade? With a beer belly, a bunch of battery car keys, and a stick, he is a big shot in Luching No. 7 middle school, and makes students turn pale when talking about him. Lu Yuanqiu looked up and found that the tall figure in front of him was holding his lunch plate, and walked slowly to the trash can with a quiet girl sitting opposite him. After throwing away the leftovers, they left the restaurant together. Still couldn't see what he looked like. Chao Shuang swallowed his saliva, glanced at Guru Tian, sat down in his seat, and ate quietly. Guru Tian was still struggling with the thread on his clothes. He looked up and looked at Lu Yuanqiu. "Do you have a fire? Let me light it." Lu Yuanqiu shook his head. Guru Tian looked at Chao Shuang. "What about you? Do you have a fire?" Chao Shuang's body trembled suddenly. He looked up, and said in an awkward and panicked expression, "Look at what you said, Director. Where can I get a cigarette if I don't light a fire?" As soon as he finished speaking, his expression froze and his smile disappeared. Guru Tian laughed, giggling, but this smile was gradually filled with murderous intent. Chapter 94. Afternoon, Physical Education Class. Wang Ping waved his hand, and the free time began. Bai Qingxiao walked towards her fixed position, opened her school bag and took out her textbook. When she was about to sit down on the steps to read, she suddenly saw the short-haired boy below staring at her fiercely. The girl stood there at a loss. Lu Yuanqiu shouted, "Sit down there. Don't sit up there. What if someone pushes you?" Bai Qingxiao nodded obediently while holding her textbook, walked towards the bottom step, sat down gently, and then looked up at the boy. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, "Yes, that's it." Bai Qingxiao then lowered her head and opened the textbook on her knees. When Lu Yuanqiu turned and left, she looked up at the boy's back with a faint smile on her lips. On the basketball court, 5 boys stood in front of Wang Ping. Except Lu Yuanqiu, the other 4 really made him, the physical education teacher, frown. Wang Haoran put his hands behind his back, shook his middle-parted hair, and kept looking up. His attention was all on his hairstyle. Gao Chang's eyes were wide open, and his expression was very focused and serious, but he was as thin as a monkey, as if he would break if hit. When he came to Zhong Jincheng, he suddenly looked much shorter. This guy adjusted his glasses, and the appearance of a weak scholar made Wang Ping's eyes go dark. Then there was this boy who always half closed his eyes, and was in a drowsy state, as if he could fall asleep at any time just by standing there without talking. Only Lu Yuanqiu stood there with a smile on his face. He had a wheat-colored complexion, a sunny and positive expression, a tall, sturdy and strong figure, and looked like a basketball player. Wang Ping finally felt a little better. He actually only teaches 2 classes in number 7 middle school, one for arts and one for science. The other arts class is almost entirely made up of girls, so there is no hope for the basketball game. So the only class that can bring hope to Wang Ping is class 28 of senior 3. Their physical education teachers will also compete with each other, but these guys in front of him. Wang Ping smacked his lips and said, "I feel like there are some big problems with your team. Have you bought the jerseys?" Wang Haoran nodded. "I bought them." Wang Ping looked at him. "Are you the captain?" Wang Haoran opened his mouth, glanced at Lu Yuanqiu silently, and said, "We haven't chosen a captain yet." Wang Ping took the initiative and said, "I've decided, Lu Yuanqiu is the captain. I will definitely fulfill my mission." Lu Yuanqiu stood at attention with a serious expression. Wang Haoran actually wanted to be the captain. If he didn't know that Lu Yuanqiu could dunk, he really wanted to fight for it. But Lu Yuanqiu is indeed unique in sports expertise, which was verified at the sports meeting, so Wang Haoran can't do anything even if he is unhappy. Wang Ping said, "How well do you guys play basketball?" Wang Haoran shook his middle part and said confidently, "Almost perfect." "Perfect? Seeing that you all have insufficient young energy, I really don't have confidence. There is only 1 week left. Take the time after school to do some physical training, understand?" Wang Ping said with a serious expression. Lu Yuanqiu, report. Wang Ping turned his head. "Just say it directly. Why are you shouting for a report?" Lu Yuanqiu smiled and pointed to the side. Zhong Jincheng is not only good at basketball, but also good at shooting. Once he shoots a gun, he can open up the invincibility on the basketball court. It's awesome. Wang Ping was puzzled. What do you mean by shooting? Zhong Jincheng's expression was stiff, and he was humming from his teeth. His teeth were about to break. "Teacher, don't listen to his nonsense. Lu Yuanqiu is completely mentally ill." Wang Ping frowned. "Your team really looks useless, and you, what's your name? Zheng Yifeng, right? How many hours do you sleep at night?" Zheng Yifeng half closed his eyes, as if he didn't hear the sound. Lu Yuanqiu heard a slight snoring sound. He turned his head in surprise, and reached out to touch Zheng Yifeng. "Hey, brother, don't sleep. It's winter vacation." Zheng Yifeng immediately opened his eyes, and looked around in confusion. When he realized that he was still on the basketball court, he turned his head, and looked at Lu Yuanqiu speechlessly, and continued to doze off. "Wang Ping, it's useless." Just then, a sweet voice came from the side. "Teacher Wang." Zheng Yifeng seemed to have sensed something, and his eyes gradually focused. He slightly opened his phoenix eyes, and a beautiful woman in a gauze skirt and black silk stockings appeared in his field of vision. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head silently, and found that Zheng Yifeng had woken up by himself. "Teacher Wang, why are you still scolding students? Here, I bought you some water." Su Miaomio came over with a smile and handed a bottle of drink to Wang Ping, who took it with a smile. Zheng Yifeng frowned when he saw this. "Huh? Are you guys here?" Su Miaomio saw that it was Lu Yuanqiu and the others, and greeted them with a smile. She was always sweet, not only in appearance, but also in words. "Hello, teacher." Several people responded quickly, except Zheng Yifeng, who was still staring at the water in Wang Ping's hand. Zhong Jincheng blushed and squeezed his thighs together, saying, "Teacher Su, why are you here?" Su Miaomio looked over and said, I'm here to have dinner with Teacher Wang. Let's go to the 4th floor to eat hot pot together tonight. Do you want to join us?" Zhong Jincheng giggled, Sure. Wang Ping smacked his lips. "Why are you getting involved?" Zhong Jincheng stopped giggling. At this time, Gao Chong asked the question that everyone had been wondering about. "Teacher Wang, Teacher Su, are you a couple?" Hearing this, Zheng Yifeng frowned again. Wang Ping blushed and drank water without saying anything, but Su Miaomio waved her hands and said, No, how come it's spread like this? Teacher Wang and I are college classmates. We've known each other for a long time, and have a good relationship." Gao Chong continued to smile and said, "Does that mean we have a chance to become lovers?" Wang Ping blushed and drank water again. Su Miaomio frowned and said, "Gao Chong, why do you care about these things all day long instead of studying English well? Do you know that your English score has dropped this month?" Gao Chong was honest. Su Miaomio looked at Wang Ping and held her stomach. "How long will it take? I'm a little hungry." Wang Ping, "Wait a little longer, I'm going to teach this bunch of losers a lesson. None of them are manly at all. They probably play basketball even worse. How can they participate in the competition? How can they win the championship? I heard that Zhang Yifei, a sophomore, can dunk." Zheng Yifeng suddenly looked up at this time. "We are not losers." Wang Ping put down the bottle, and looked at the sleepy boy in front of him, who seemed to be completely awake. He asked back, "Not a waste, can you beat me?" Zhang Yifeng stared at him. "You can try." Wang Ping smiled, nodded, and handed the drink in his hand to Su Miao Miao. "Come on, Miao Miao, hold it for me, I compete with Zhang Yifeng." "Are you serious, brother?" Zhong Jincheng turned his head and looked at Zhang Yifeng. Wang Ping is a famous macho man in the school. He can do 20 pull-ups with one hand. Zhang Yifeng dared to challenge Wang Ping. Lu Yuanqiu curled his lips and retreated silently. In high school, Lu Yuanqiu always thought Zhang Yifeng was a very mysterious person. If you ask who in the team is most likely to give people a huge contrast, in his opinion, that person would be Zhang Yifeng, the god of sleep. Chapter 95. Okay, girls, stand as I said. Hearing this shrill voice, Bai Qingxia, who was sitting on the steps, raised her eyes from the textbook, supported her face with her small hands, and silently tilted her head to look in that direction. On the east side of the playground, on the badminton court without a badminton net, a boy wearing black leather pants, with pierced ears, fashionable hairstyle, and a bit of tenderness and charm in his body language clapped his hands. His name is Li Tijiao, a male student in Class 2 of Senior 3, a second-level aerobics athlete, and the president of the school dance club. His mission this time is to teach the girls how to do cheerleading. Right in front of Li Tijiao, there were about 30 or 40 young and beautiful girls standing in their assigned positions, looking at the boy curiously. Hu Kaoe suppressed her laughter and whispered to Chen Fei next to her, "Why does he look like a person who can't hold shit in his buttocks?" Chen Fei also covered her mouth and smiled. "Shh, keep your voice down. Be careful that her boyfriend hears and comes over to beat you up." Li Tiji raised her carefully trimmed eyebrows and asked with her hands folded, "Are there any sisters who have learned dance before?" Only a dozen girls raised their hands slowly with lack of confidence. Li Tiji said with a smile, "Okay, it seems that most people have no basics. For people who have no dance foundation, the most difficult step in doing cheerleading is to learn to open themselves up and show their body beauty first." After saying that, the handsome boy made 3 consecutive chest puffing and hip lifting movements to one side. "Just like this, see? Open yourself up." The girls at the scene laughed. Li Tiji was not angry, and continued to hold her hands and said, "There is still a week, let's take it slowly. Today I will teach you some of the simplest and most basic dance moves. When the uniforms arrive tomorrow, we will put on the uniforms and start practicing, okay? Don't be shy, follow me. Come on, 1, 2, 3. 30 or 40 girls, either clumsily or flexibly imitated the basic dance moves demonstrated by Li Tijiao. Although not very neat, the girl sitting on the steps was gradually distracted. "Mom, why do you have to stretch your legs before learning to dance? My legs hurt so much." "Because you have to endure the bitterness before you can taste the sweetness. If Xia Xia is really in pain, Mom has candy." "Oh my god, my Xia Xia was born for ballet, let Mom hug her." "Xia Xia, do you know? You were just like a little swan on the stage. You will definitely become a big swan standing on the stage, like your mother in the future. But mother, I have suffered a lot, but I still haven't become a big swan." "Zhang Yifeng, come on." A voice on the basketball court interrupted the girl's thoughts. Bai Qingxia took a deep breath, lowered her head with a lonely look, and raised her hand to sweep away the dead leaves that fell on the textbook. It was already difficult to live hard. How could she dare to have the idea of becoming a swan again? The girl turned the page of the textbook. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at Bai Qingxia on the steps at this time, and seeing her sitting there peacefully, he retracted his gaze and shouted to Zhang Yifeng with a smile, "Come on." Zhang Yifeng is very handsome. Perhaps he is what the girls call a Japanese handsome guy, handsome in the atmosphere. But Lu Yuanqiu could not feel this atmosphere. He only felt that the drowsy Zhang Yifeng revealed a full sense of decadence. But when Zhang Yifeng walked outside the three-point line and turned around, Lu Yuanqiu found that his eyes were completely open. At this time, the handsome boy's decadent spirit had completely disappeared, replaced by a serious and calm look. He took the basketball thrown by Wang Ping, gently stretched out his right foot, and exhaled. "Come on, Zhang Yifeng, let me see your skills." Wang Ping took a step with his right foot and took a defensive posture. But suddenly, the handsome boy in front of him was as fast as the wind. Wang Ping instinctively blocked in the direction of his attack, but Zhang Yifeng made a feint, turned around and changed direction as agile as a cheetah, and made a layup, and the ball went in. A very simple layup. The basketball fell to the ground, making a pop, pop sound. The handsome boy took the basketball back to his palm with one hand, and glanced at Wang Ping with a cold look. This scene made Su Miaomi's eyes brighten. The speed is quite fast, And the layup is also very skilled. Wang Ping commented. He really didn't defend seriously just now. After all, the opponent was a student, and there was no need to suppress the opponent at the beginning. The second time, Wang Ping defended more seriously, and Zhang Yifeng's layup was not so easy, but it showed other advantages. Wang Ping was dazzled by Zhang Yifeng's dribbling show, and stood there with his eyes wide open. Gao Chong and others were also surprised. Usually when they played together, they just played casually. Zhang Yifeng only shot on the court. Although he was quite accurate, he had never seen him perform in other aspects. At this moment, Zhang Yifeng skillfully used various crotch and behind-the-back dribbling, with a strong sense of rhythm, and the awareness of shaking people was almost engraved into his body instinct. Wang Ping was almost shaken down by the opponent for several moments. In the second ball, after shaking Wang Ping, Zhang Yifeng made a jump shot on the spot. The ball went in. Seeing this, Lu Yuanqiu crossed his arms and couldn't help but sneer. Zhang Yifeng, this kid, is really a hidden talent. Lu Yuanqiu initially thought that if he relied on himself in the basketball game, he might not be able to beat Zhang Yifei. Because Cao Shuang said that the members of Zhang Yifei's class team were very strong, and before the game started, their team was already the champion team in the eyes of others. But now, knowing that Zhang Yifeng had been playing dumb, Lu Yuanqiu finally gained confidence. After this kid scored 3 goals in a row, Wang Ping got a little angry. He started to get serious and blocked the 4th goal by jumping up. Zhang Yifeng looked at Wang Ping with a little surprise, but heard the physical education teacher say, "You have a strong ball control ability, I admit, but your physical strength is not good. I don't know if you feel it yourself. After attacking 3 goals, your speed has slowed down a lot." Wang Ping started to attack. He deserves to be known as the sports fanatic of number 7 middle school. He has a strong physical fitness, and every time he makes a violent layup, Zhang Yifeng can't stop him at all, and soon he starts to breathe heavily. After scoring the 4th goal, Wang Ping turned around proudly and looked at Zhang Yifeng, who was panting behind him. Perhaps he was too excited and forgot that they were teacher and student. He said sarcastically, "You can't beat me, right? Little trash." Hearing the word trash, Zhang Yifeng's expression froze, as if he recalled a memory buried deep in his heart, and frowned tightly. Su Miaomia walked forward dissatisfied and scolded, "Wang Ping, you are a sports major, why are you bullying other people's children?" When he heard the word child. After hearing these 2 words, Zhang Yifeng raised his eyes in surprise again. After a while, he lowered his head and spoke in a low voice, "Teacher Wang." Wang Ping looked back at him. "What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied?" Zhang Yifeng clenched his fists. "We are not trash, nor are we garbage. At least Lu Yuanqiu is not. You can beat me, but you can't beat him." After saying that, he glanced at Su Miaomia inconspicuously, frowned even more, and left the basketball court with his head down. Wang Ping silently turned his head and looked at the smiling boy with a crew cut standing next to him. Chapter 96. Lu Yuanqiu shut up and stopped laughing. Being provoked by Zhang Yifeng, Wang Ping was completely overwhelmed and quickly waved to Lu Yuanqiu. "You, come on, let's have a PK." "No, no, no." Lu Yuanqiu immediately shook his hands and said in a flattering expression, "What a joke, I can't even dribble, how can I be your opponent, teacher, not to mention that you have been playing until now, and your physical strength has been consumed a lot, so this PK is not fair." Hearing, "You can't even dribble." After hearing these 5 words, Zhong Jinqing and the other 2 turned their heads silently to look at this shameless guy. "You can even dunk, you are so hypocritical, you coward." However, the 3 of them tacitly did not expose him, because they knew that it was useless and meaningless for Lu Yuanqiu to defeat teacher Wang Ping here. The place where Lu Yuanqiu should really shine is in the basketball game, winning honor for the team and the class. Hearing that Lu Yuanqiu gave him a way out, Wang Ping simply stepped on it. Because he knew that Lu Yuanqiu was different from Zhang Yifeng. This guy was not only as strong as a bull, but also as strong as a bull. Even if Lu Yuanqiu was not good at basketball, he could still wear him out. "Okay, you guys remember to do more physical training tonight, especially Zhang Yifeng, he's quite strong, but not very strong," Wang Ping said. He paused and said, "Just now. Was that kid angry? Because I said he was trash?" Lu Yuanqiu waved his hand. "No, it's okay, teacher, he's just like that." Wang Ping nodded with relief. "Anyway, remember to tell him, the teacher didn't mean it, he's actually very good." Lu Yuanqiu, "I understand." After Wang Ping and Su Miaomia left together, Zhong Jinqing seemed to have been unable to bear it for a long time, and quickly poked Gao Cheng. "Hurry up, the cheerleading team over there has started rehearsing, come with me to peek." Gao Chong frowned. Am I that kind of person? Lu Yuanqiu turned his head, and found that Zhong Jinqing and Gao Chong rushed over with strange smiles, like two hungry wolves. Wang Haoran shook his middle part elegantly and complained, these two people can't walk when they see a woman. It's speechless. Lu Yuanqiu, who Kaiwei seems to be inside. What? Wang Haoran immediately ran after her, his middle-parted hair flying back. Lu Yuanqiu smiled, and when he looked towards the stairs, he suddenly found that the girl had lifted up her textbook to cover her face. Bai Qingxia, he shouted. Bai Qingxia silently moved her textbook down, revealing only a pair of beautiful eyes above the textbook looking at Lu Yuanqiu. When she saw Lu Yuanqiu waving at her, the girl quickly stood up, put down her textbook, and trotted over. Lu Yuanqiu was the only one left on the basketball court. She liked this feeling, that only Lu Yuanqiu was there, and no one was disturbing her. The girl ran to Lu Yuanqiu's front, and stood on the basketball court, with her hands in front of her, looking at him quietly. Lu Yuanqiu held a basketball in his hand, and said with a smile, Do you want to learn how to shoot? I teach you. Bai Qingxia nodded, yes. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned. He thought Bai Qingxia would feel bored and refuse. After all, he just felt that it was still early for the get-out of class to end, and he was bored and wanted to talk to her. You are quite eager to learn. Okay, I will teach you. Stand here and shoot a ball first to show me how good you are. Lu Yuanqiu pointed to the free throw line and said. Bai Qingxia took the basketball thrown by Lu Yuanqiu, instinctively shrank her neck and closed her eyes. Her hands are so small. Looking at the tender white hands touching the sides of the basketball, Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Glancing at Lu Yuanqiu hesitantly, Bai Qingxia held the basketball, jumped up lightly, and pushed it up towards the basket with all her strength. When she landed, the world under her school uniform was hidden and turbulent. Under the setting sun, the basketball flew out in a languid parabola, not even touching the basket, let alone making it in. Seeing this, Bai Qingxia turned around with a red face and looked at Lu Yuanqiu, standing with her mouth shut as if she was punished. Lu Yuanqiu signaled with his eyes, Go pick up the ball. Oh! She hurriedly ran to chase the basketball that kept rolling on the ground, but she caught up with it on the football field, and then trotted back with the basketball in her arms. After returning, she found Lu Yuanqiu. Giggle. The girl stood there holding the basketball, her face flushed again. She felt that Lu Yuanqiu was laughing at her. Lu Yuanqiu cleared his throat and said, Come, I teach you how to shoot. He asked the girl to stand on the free throw line again, and Bai Qingxia picked up the basketball. As a result, her two tender white hands were soon covered with two palms of different skin colors. Bai Qingxia stared blankly, her throat moving, and her eyes immediately moved away, staring at the basket intently, as if nothing had happened. You have to hold it back a little, otherwise you won't be able to exert any force when you push it out. Then, when you push, try to raise the angle as much as possible to raise the parabola. Try this posture again. After Lu Yuanqiu carefully adjusted the position of her hands, he suddenly put his nose to her hair and smelled it, saying, Bai Qingxia, you smell so good. Bai Qingxia quickly shrank her neck and looked back at him strangely. The boy smiled and stepped back. Ha ha ha, you throw it. After this throw, the ball actually hit the frame. Bai Qingxia was surprised and ran out to pick up the ball. After picking it up, she stood on the free throw line without waiting for Lu Yuanqiu's instructions. Jump up, push it out, and the ball goes in. Bai Qingxia watched this scene with joy, turned around and looked at Lu Yuanqiu in surprise. The latter pursed his lips and gave her a thumbs up. Then Bai Qingxia seemed to be addicted, holding the basketball and continued to shoot, but the next one didn't make it. After trying more than 10 times, she finally put down the basketball silently and looked at Lu Yuanqiu boredly. It can't go in, I won't shoot anymore. Lu Yuanqiu, let's play. You attack and I defend you. The girl suddenly panicked and said, I don't understand the rules. Lu Yuanqiu raised his eyebrows. Why should we care about the rules when we play? Just shoot it in. Bai Qingxia nodded and ran to the three-point line with the basketball in her arms. She even knew that she had to stand outside the three-point line at the beginning of the game. The girl ran to the basket with a smile on her face while holding the basketball. In fact, she had already committed a traveling foul, but Xiao's offense did not need to follow the rules in Qiu's case. Lu Yuanqiu took a big step and blocked with his big hand, blocking in front of Bai Qingxia like a crab. I block it. Bai Qingxia held the basketball, smiled and froze, and quickly bypassed him and changed direction. As a result, Lu Yuanqiu blocked in front of her like a crab again, smiling and said, I block it again. Seeing this, Bai Qingxia pouted unhappily, holding the basketball, and took a few steps back, as if looking for an opportunity. Chapter 97. Lu Yuanqiu pulled up his pants, opened his arms again, and took a horse stance, following her like a crab, defending her wherever she went. Bai Qingxia stood quietly for a while holding the basketball, and turned sideways, as if she was afraid that Lu Yuanqiu would snatch her basketball. She secretly glanced in one direction, thinking that Lu Yuanqiu didn't notice. Suddenly, the girl smiled and broke through in one direction. Hey, playing tricks? I found out a long time ago. Lu Yuanqiu opened his arms, and blocked Bai Qingxia again. Bai Qingxia stopped in her tracks, and looked at him with an unhappy face, but Lu Yuanqiu opened his mouth and roared at her like a tiger, laughing. No one can break out of my defense. It was a very normal sentence, but with his tone, expression, and actions, it sounded like a gangster saying, "Where are you going, little beauty?" Or "Stop right there, girl." Bai Qingxia was unhappy because the boy was defending her too tightly. She held the basketball with an unhappy face, and gently touched the boy's forehead, who was blocking her. This touch was as effective as a slap from Nangong Wenyao. Lu Yuanqiu's road look became clear. He then said with a serious expression, "Invincible." He actually used the long-lost basketball immobilization method. "You have 5 seconds left to shoot. 5. Bai Qingxia panicked when she heard this, and hurriedly ran towards the basket with the basketball in her arms. As a result, Lu Yuanqiu did not follow the rules of martial arts and directly transitioned from 5 to 2. Lu Yuanqiu 2. 1. Here I come. Hearing the noise of the pursuit from behind, Bai Qingxia looked back, laughed and screamed, rushed to the backboard and threw it out in a hurry. The basketball hit the bottom edge of the basket, and was about to fall and hit her head. The girl quickly shrank her neck to the side, and a big hand caught the basketball in time. Lu Yuanqiu jumped on the spot, and dunked the basketball into the basket with a violent dunk. When Bai Qingxia turned around, she saw the boy jump up and land again. Lu Yuanqiu was leaning against the orange sunset. After landing, he smiled at her and raised his eyebrows. "Congratulations, Bai Qingxia, the attack was successful." Bai Qingxia straightened up. "You came in." Lu Yuanqiu shrugged. "It doesn't matter, we are the same." Hearing this, the girl was stunned, then blushed and lowered her eyes. Lu Yuanqiu, "Ha ha ha ha." At this time, the bell rang, and when the bell ended, a song suddenly sounded through the school's radio. The familiar prelude made everyone on the playground freeze, and then cheered loudly. "Fuck, favoritism. Legend of Sword and Fairy 3. Favoritism." Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia turned around together, listening to the song that lingered throughout the campus. "Waste yesterday, now you are in front of me." The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 was broadcast in 2009, and is very popular this year. Countless male fans have become fans of Lao Hu. The setting of one CP and one song in the TV series is even more irresistible. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but comment, "The school has come to its senses today. The music after school is playing songs from The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3, not that crappy saxophone song anymore." "What is Chinese Paladin 3? Bai Qingxia asked curiously. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at her, and was slightly stunned. Then he remembered that Bai Qingxia didn't have a TV at home. She even listened to Jay Chou's songs at Zhang Li's house. Lu Yuanqiu explained, "It's a TV series. It's pretty good. Come to my house on weekends to watch it." The girl hesitated for a moment, and shook her head. "No." The two walked towards the school bag placed on the steps in the distance. Lu Yuanqiu continued, "Bring your uncle over when the time comes, and have lunch together at noon. It doesn't matter. Anyway, there will be no one at my house at that time." Bai Qingxia, "Forget it, my dad will mess up your house, and I don't like watching TV series." Lu Yuanqiu didn't say anything else. There are too many ways to get her to come home. Evening self-study. After Wang Haoran took the package from the security room, he ran to the classroom of class 28 of senior 3. He came to the back row, put the package on Bai Qingxia's desk, and reminded, "The jerseys have arrived. The sizes from large to small are Lu Yuanqiu, Zheng Yifeng, me, Gao Chong, Zhong Jinqing. Don't make a mistake." Bai Qingxia nodded. After Wang Haoran left, Lu Yuanqiu opened the package, and his eyes widened in an instant. "These 5 jerseys are all pink." Lu Yuanqiu glanced at Wang Haoran's back and complained, "Why is this guy so showy, choosing pink jerseys?" "Pink looks good." The girl next to her commented in a low voice. Lu Yuanqiu looked at her, and almost forgot that Bai Qingxia really liked pink. He took out the jersey and looked at it in front of his eyes, and said to the girl, "Is it a lot of work for you to embroider the class and name?" Bai Qingxia shook her head. Just use thicker thread, and we have a week. Lu Yuanqiu leaned closer to her and said, "We are so close, my jersey must be embroidered a little bit special, right?" The girl's earlobes turned red, and she lowered her head and asked in a low voice, "How special?" "You can do it yourself. Anyway, I want to be different." The girl nodded gently, took all 5 pieces of clothing, and quietly put them into her school bag. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and found that Zhang Yifeng's seat was empty. Why didn't he sleep in the classroom at this time? As if thinking of something, Lu Yuanqiu turned to Bai Qingxia and said, "You go to the supermarket first today, I have to stay for physical training in the evening." Before she could react, the boy had already left his seat. On the playground, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The handsome boy was running on the track panting. He didn't know how many laps he had run. At this moment, he was sweating profusely, and his wet hair was stuck to his forehead. Suddenly, a figure ran beside him. Zhang Yifeng turned his head and glanced, without saying anything. "Lu Yuanqiu, why are you training secretly?" "Zhang Yifeng, I'm just in a bad mood, not training." "Lu Yuanqiu, Teacher Wan told me today not to care about what he said, saying that you were actually very good." Zhang Yifeng sneered, "I'm not in a bad mood because of him." "Then why are you in a bad mood?" Lu Yuanqiu asked. He has always been curious about Zhang Yifeng's family background. After graduating from high school in the previous life, the two had no contact again. It was more than 10 years later at a family business cocktail party that Lu Yuanqiu, who was dressed in a suit, met Zhang Yifeng, who was also dressed in a suit, and started chatting. It was at that time that Lu Yuanqiu learned that Zhang Yifeng married Su Miaomiu. But after chatting at the cocktail party, Lu Yuanqiu and Zhang Yifeng never met again. At that time, Lu Yuanqiu was not curious about Zhang Yifeng's identity, but now, he is a little curious. "Zhang Yifeng, Lu Yuanqiu, I can feel that you are very different, of course, different from others, and also different from the you before. Now you may be a good friend worth confiding, and I may also tell you some of my inner thoughts. But I am too lazy to say it." Lu Yuanqiu pulled the corner of his mouth. "Listening to your words is like listening to a speech." Chapter 98. "Just tell me why you're in a bad mood." "It's family business, none of your business." "Okay, I won't ask." The two continued to run side by side. Zhang Yifeng could already clearly feel how strong Lu Yuanqiu's physical fitness was. Although he hadn't started running much, Lu Yuanqiu's breathing was as steady as walking normally, without any ripples. Zhang Yifeng could also guess that something must have happened to Lu Yuanqiu last holiday, so this short-haired boy seemed to have changed into a different person in just 2 months. "Lu Yuanqiu, do you want to win this basketball game?" "Yes." "Why?" "Family matters have nothing to do with you." Zhang Yifeng turned his head in surprise, and looked at Lu Yuanqiu. He was not surprised that Lu Yuanqiu imitated him, but he was surprised that a basketball game could be related to family matters. "Lu Yuanqiu, but it's still a bit difficult for just the two of us. Look at those 3 cowards. They don't even come out for physical training at night." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhong Jinqing's dissatisfied voice suddenly came from the side. "Lu Yuanqiu, who are you looking down on? Who are you scolding? Yeah, you two are the only ones who care about this basketball game, right?" Wang Haoran and Gao Chong's voices followed from behind. Lu Yuanqiu and Zhang Yifeng looked back in surprise, and found that the 3 guys had already come to the track and started running. Zhang Yifeng couldn't help but shook his head and smiled, handsome. "Lu Yuanqiu, damn, when did you come here?" Zhong Jinqing adjusted his glasses expressionlessly. "Just now." Gao Chong suddenly said in a deep voice, "Brothers, for victory, charge." "Lu Yuanqiu, then let's do 5 laps to warm up." "What?" Zhong Jinqing exclaimed. Half an hour later, the 5 teenagers lay limp on the lawn of the playground, staring at the dark night sky quietly, their heads facing each other, forming a circle. There was nothing in the sky, but they stared for a long time. After a long silence, Gao Chong suddenly said, "It's suddenly the 3rd year of high school. It feels so fast. I'm about to graduate, but I'm a little reluctant." Lu Yuanqiu smiled. "At least you are lying on the playground of the high school campus, saying that you are reluctant to graduate. When you really enter the society, it will be too late to say that you are reluctant." Zhong Jinqing turned his head and almost kissed Wang Haoran, but he could only shrink his neck. Dogecoin Lu Yuanqiu is pretending to be deep again. Zhang Yifeng, he is obviously right. Gao Chong, "Brothers, what are your plans for the future?" Wang Haoran said, "If you can get into college, go. If you can't, go home and inherit my father's factory. You can make money while lying down, and your life will be just as happy." Lu Yuanqiu knew that Wang Haoran didn't get into college, and after graduating from high school, his family's factory closed down within 2 years, and the second generation of the factory eventually became a bartender. Gao Chong said excitedly, "As for me, I want to get into a key university, then work hard to make money, live in a villa, travel around the world, and see all the prosperity in the world." Lu Yuanqiu knew that Gao Chong went to an ordinary second-tier university, and after graduation, he became a social animal with a fixed salary of only 3 or 4,000 yuan, eating instant noodles every day, squeezing into the subway, and seeing all the prosperity in the world on his mobile phone. Zhong Jincheng chuckled, "As for me, I will sleep with the most beautiful and sexy woman in the world, with fair skin, beautiful face, big breasts, and a nice butt." Lu Yuanqiu knew that after he offended his boss in the future, he would stay at home and rely on his parents. The top student eventually became a wretched bachelor that no woman would like. Zhang Yifeng said in a faint voice, "I will just eat and wait for death, and continue to be a rubbish." Lu Yuanqiu knew that among these people, only Zhang Yifeng would have a happy life in the future. "What about Lu Yuanqiu? Why don't you speak?" Zhong Jincheng asked. Zhang Yifeng also glanced to the side. They all seemed to be looking forward to Lu Yuanqiu's answer. The 17-year-old shaved boy raised his lips slightly. "I don't talk about the future. Everything is full of unknowns, which makes people more yearning." The next morning. The first class in the morning was chemistry. The chemistry teacher was an old lady with a fierce expression. She wore round-framed glasses, and the wrinkles on her face were so deep that they seemed to be able to pinch a row of mosquitoes to death. She was affectionately called Grandma Li by the students. In this monthly exam, Lu Yuanqiu's chemistry score has improved a lot, but Grandma Li just won't give him a red flower. Because in the first semester of the second year of high school, Lu Yuanqiu made trouble in class and broke a beaker in front of Grandma Li. From then on, Grandma Li had a lot of complaints about Lu Yuanqiu as a student. When the class started, Lu Yuanqiu took out the textbook and put it on the table, but Bai Qingxia kept looking through her school bag. After a long time, she took her hand up, but there was no book in her hand. "Lu Yuanqiu, forgot to bring it?" Bai Qingxia nodded awkwardly. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and generously took his textbook between the two of them. "Then let's read it together." The girl also smiled, and her upper body slightly moved closer to the boy. Grandma Li's old voice came from the stage. "Turn to page 51. Lu Yuanqiu turned the pen, yawned, and shed tears. He was too lazy to do it, so Bai Qingxia stretched out her little hand and turned to page 51. Suddenly, the two of them were stunned. Bai Qingxia lowered her head and widened her beautiful eyes, and saw Avogadro in the textbook sticking his big butt out at the two of them. The two buttocks were drawn by Lu Yuanqiu, and the pose was particularly seductive, which made Avogadro look like he still had some charm. The boy smiled awkwardly and quickly took out a pen to paint a circle on his buttocks. Sorry, I couldn't help it in the last class." Bai Qingxia's earlobes turned slightly red, and she suppressed her smile and said nothing. After painting it out, Lu Yuanqiu put the textbook back, but Bai Qingxia seemed to be unable to forget that scene. Looking at the big black circle on the side of Avogadro, she couldn't help laughing again. "Still laughing?" Lu Yuanqiu asked with his eyes wide open. Bai Qingxia blushed and stopped smiling. When she heard the teacher on the stage talking about the content, she picked up a pen and drew a horizontal line under the key sentences. Lu Yuanqiu must be too lazy to draw these, she knew. It was rare for him to be so close to a girl during class, so Lu Yuanqiu picked up a fountain pen and drew a line on the back of her thin white hand. Bai Qingxia quickly withdrew her hand, raised her eyes, and looked at Lu Yuanqiu angrily. Lu Yuanqiu just silently drooped his face at her. Bai Qingxia rolled her eyes at him and ignored him. Lu Yuanqiu became naughty again and started shaking his legs. His knee deliberately hit the flesh of Bai Qingxia's left thigh, which became soft when he hit it. The girl quickly retracted her legs and angrily slapped Lu Yuanqiu's thigh hard. Lu Yuanqiu stopped shaking his legs and became obedient. But at this time, Grandma Li on the stage noticed the movement here. She looked up and said, "The two in the back row." Bai Qingxia panicked and immediately became serious. She lowered her head and stared at the textbook seriously. Lu Yuanqiu noticed that Grandma Li was coming over. "Which of you two didn't bring your textbook?" Grandma Li asked fiercely. Although she asked like this, she was actually ready to punish Lu Yuanqiu. Bai Qingxia wanted to stand up. Lu Yuanqiu quickly reached out and pressed her thigh, then stood up calmly and answered in a clear voice, "I." Grandma Li frowned. "I knew it was you. Lu Yuanqiu, stand outside the door. I punish you." Lu Yuanqiu pouted, stood up, and walked towards the door of the classroom. He knew that this old woman always disliked him. Other teachers would punish students by making them stand in their seats or in the back of the classroom, but this old woman punished them by making them stand outside the classroom. Seeing that Lu Yuanqiu had taken the blame for her, Bai Qingxia lowered her head and clenched her tender white hands tightly on her knees after walking to the classroom door. After 2 breaths, she immediately stood up, picked up the book on the table and opened the first page, and said to Grandma Li with a serious expression, "Teacher, this is Lu Yuanqiu's textbook. I didn't bring the textbook." After saying that, before Grandma Li could react, Bai Qingxia seemed to have mustered up her courage, took a deep breath, stood up and walked towards the classroom door. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned to see the innocent girl blushing and walking out of the door in front of everyone, then came to the wall and stood side by side with him. The girl's eyes were nervous and uneasy, but she still turned her head and pursed her lips towards Lu Yuanqiu, revealing a sweet smile. Chapter 99. Not to mention that Grandma Li didn't react. Even Lu Yuanqiu was dumbfounded. Is this still the self-abased and introverted Bai Qingxia? How could she have the courage to do such a thing? According to Lu Yuanqiu's understanding of Bai Qingxia, she would only follow the principle of less trouble is worse than more trouble, and would try her best to avoid all things that might make her appear in public. Although the girl standing by the wall was still very nervous, Lu Yuanqiu still couldn't believe that she could say in front of everyone that she was the one who didn't bring the book, and she also took the initiative to stand outside the classroom as punishment. Seeing Bai Qingxia smiling at him, Lu Yuanqiu responded with a smile, then whispered, "Why did you come out? You are a good student. It doesn't matter if others see you. I am a bad student. I am used to standing. It doesn't matter." Bai Qingxia put away her smile and retorted seriously, "You are not a bad student." Lu Yuanqiu was stunned. The girl paused, lowered her head slightly, and continued, "I am the one who didn't bring the book. I should be punished, not you. I don't want you to stand for me." Lu Yuanqiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if you didn't bring your books, the teacher wouldn't punish you to stand outside. Bai Qingxia raised her little face again. "You shouldn't be punished to stand outside." The girl seemed to be holding on to something she cared about. For this thing, she could do things that violated her character without hesitation. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly thought of junior high school. Thinking of the girl with long and messy hair holding a broom, driving away the bullying boys in front of other students at the school gate. This was something she shouldn't have done, but she still did it. Because that time, she was protecting her father. This time, Lu Yuanqiu raised his lips slightly, as if he suddenly understood Bai Qingxia better. She seemed easy to bully, but once she encountered something related to the 2 best people in the world, her courage would start to increase unreasonably. Although she didn't have much, she would do her best to protect everything she had. This was Bai Qingxia. Lu Yuanqiu smiled enthusiastically. Okay, college bully, since you're here, I make room for you." After saying that, he moved to the side and asked Bai Qingxia to move to his side. The girl blushed and moved her feet horizontally. She was still a little reserved after all. Lu Yuanqiu pointed to the window and began to introduce the graded areas for standing in front of the class door. "You can't stand in this position for the time being, the grade is not high enough." The girl joked with him. "What grade?" Lu Yuanqiu pointed to his cheek. "The grade of having a skin thicker than a city wall, and you, with your delicate skin and tender flesh, are obviously not high enough." Bai Qingxia really didn't want to compete with him on the issue of being thick-skinned. "I show you how to do it." After Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, he turned around and danced the scissor hand dance from Stephen Chow's movie, with a sly expression towards the classroom through the window. The whole class burst into laughter instantly. At the moment of laughter, that is, the second before Grandma Li turned around, Lu Yuanqiu immediately leaned back against the wall at lightning speed. He crossed his arms, put his fist on his forehead, and made a contemplative gesture. Bai Qingxia saw this complete scene, and the expression on her face was a little bit tense. Just then, the sound of Grandma Li walking out of the classroom came from the side. She stood at the door and looked at Lu Yuanqiu with a serious expression. Bai Qingxia lowered her head nervously in the middle, and her white and tender fists were clenched at her side. When she looked at Bai Qingxia, the expression on Grandma Li's face softened a lot. Although she was old-fashioned and not easy to change, she still couldn't bear to punish the first place in chemistry to stand outside the classroom. "Bai Qingxia, you go in first," Grandma Li said in a serious voice. Lu Yuanqiu, who was in contemplation, glanced to the side, and Bai Qingxia also looked at him. The girl lowered her head again, clenched her fists, and said, "Lu Yuanqiu brought the book." Lu Yuanqiu cleared his throat and stood straight in silence, looking a little more honest. Grandma Li frowned and compromised. Okay, let's all go in." Bai Qingxia's expression eased a little, and just as she was about to turn around and enter the classroom, her steps stopped. At this time, Lu Yuanqiu took a step ahead and walked in front. The girl lowered her head and followed closely behind, using Lu Yuanqiu's body as a cover for her blushing face. The young man in front raised his sword finger and slashed it across his forehead with a serious expression. "Children, your king is back." The whole class, "Ouch!" squeaked. Bai Qingxiu was almost going crazy. She pushed Lu Yuanqiu's back with her little hands and urged him to walk faster with a red face. All the social bulls in the world are like people who like to eat coriander. They are all outliers. 3 days later, evening self-study. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and watched the girl next to him take out a pink jersey from her school bag and put it on the table. "Finished? So fast?" Bai Qingxiu looked at him and didn't respond. Lu Yuanqiu picked up the jersey on the table and observed it, his expression inevitably amazed. On the back of each jersey, the class and name were embroidered in black thread in a very neat and beautiful way. From a distance, you might think it was printed, but you could only see the raised needlework patterns when you look closely. However, Lu Yuanqiu only saw 4 jerseys, and his name was not on them. Bai Qingxiu then explained in a low voice, "Yours haven't started embroidering yet." "Okay, no rush." Lu Yuanqiu gave the 4 jerseys to the others one by one. Wang Haoran, Gao Chong and others were so amazed when they took them, and gave thumbs up to the back row. Bai Qingxiu looked at Lu Yuanqiu happily. Lu Yuanqiu said, "Tomorrow is Saturday, come to my house in the afternoon, see you there." The girl hesitated. She had only been to Lu Yuanqiu's house once, because Lu Yuanqiu wanted to give her something before leaving, so she didn't dare to go again. Lu Yuanqiu added, "Tutoring, serious tutoring, I still have to make progress." "Okay." The girl lowered her eyes and agreed. At this time, Lu Wei, who was watching the evening self-study on the podium, seemed to remember something and said, "There is something. I see that other classes in the 3rd year of high school have started to set up class QQ groups and parent QQ groups, so let's do it for class 28 as well. Everyone should have QQ, right? If you don't have QQ, create one, and if the parents don't have one, it's best to create one too. Having 2 groups will make it much easier to talk about things at ordinary times. Wang Haoran will be responsible for this matter. You will be the group owner of the student group. Come to school on Monday to tell everyone the group number. I will write the QQ number of the parent group on the blackboard now." After that, Lu Wei stood up and wrote a string of numbers on the blackboard. Lu Yuanqiu found a notebook to write down the group number of the parents' group. Bai Qingxiu didn't write it down and lowered her head to continue doing her homework. "Go home at night." Lu Yuanqiu put the notebook with the group number of the parents' group on the table in the living room and said, "Parents' group, who of you 2 wants to join?" When Su Xiaoyao was about to reach out to take it, Lu Tian took it first. He groaned and said, "This kind of public thing should be left to men." Looking at her husband's face, Su Xiaoyao laughed. "If it weren't for her son's progress in learning, would you be so active?" Lu Tian laughed. He looked at the group number of the parents' group and suddenly thought of Bai Songjia. "Well, son, I discussed something with your mother about your Uncle Bai." Chapter 100. Lu Yuanqiu looked serious when he heard this and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Tian looked at his wife and said, "I'm discussing with your mother to see if it's possible to contact a doctor for your Uncle Bai to see if he's unconscious." Hearing this, Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, "That's good, let's contact him." Su Xiaoyao sighed, "It's good, but I'm afraid that Xiao Xia will feel burdened and feel that she owes us too much." Lu Yuanqiu nodded. She definitely hopes that her father will return to normal, so she may not refuse our kindness, but she will definitely feel burdened in her heart. She will be more uncomfortable getting along with our family in the future. "Mom, you are right, she is such a person." Lu Tian sighed. "It's not a debt, actually. If you cure old Bai, maybe you can get some secret formula from him, which will be useful to you in the future. But if you use this as an excuse, it seems that our family is too utilitarian. You know, it's really hard to be a human being." Lu Yuanqiu smiled when he heard this. "My parents are really kind. Or, my parents really like Bai Qingxiu, and they are always carefully considering the girl's mental health." Lu Yuanqiu suggested, "Can't you just help secretly?" Bai Qingxiu was not always by her father's side. "Mom and Dad, I have always had an idea, that is, whether Uncle Bai can try to work in the supermarket and let him do the simplest job." Lu Tian looked up. "You mean?" Lu Yuanqiu did not rush to speak, but just looked at the water cup on the table quietly. He looked at the water in the cup, and the calm water surface seemed to gradually turn into the glass in the Ferris wheel cabin. The girl's sad face that day was reflected on the glass. Lu Yuanqiu spoke slowly. Bai Qingsha's future should not be trapped in Luqing by her father. She needs a chance to see a wider world, and see the prosperity of the world. When I heard her ask me what The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 was a few days ago, I felt very uncomfortable. She has not watched the TV series even though she is almost an adult. Does she not like to watch it? For Bai Qingxia, her only way is to change her life by taking the college entrance examination, but she also loves her father. Her father cannot be left alone to take care of him. These 2 points are very contradictory. Listening to Lu Yuanqiu's mumbling, Su Xiaoyao walked towards her husband in surprise and looked at him. When did her son, who had always been rough, become so thoughtful? To put it bluntly, the son in the past was the stupid son of a landlord. But now, it seems to be a little different. Lu Tian is a little used to it, because he has heard Lu Yuanqiu say some deep words several times. Lu Yuanqiu continued, "So I hope you can help Uncle Bai to have the ability to live on his own, so that Uncle Bai can treat you as a new family, instead of letting him feel that his only family is his daughter, and he can't leave without worry all day if he doesn't wait for his daughter to finish school at the school gate. I'm about to cry, son. If I were Xiao Xia, I would definitely fall in love with you." Su Xiaoya raised her finger and wiped her eyes. Lu Yuanqiu twitched his mouth. Okay, I'm too tired from training these nights. I'm going back to my room to rest." He closed the bedroom door. The next day, Saturday. The bedroom door was opened by Lu Yuanqiu. He walked into the living room in a daze, looked up at the clock, and realized that he had slept until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The room was quiet, and it was obvious that no one was there. Lu Yuanqiu squinted his eyes, covered his stomach, and walked towards the refrigerator. As soon as he opened the door, he heard the doorbell ring. He walked over to open the door again. Outside the door, a girl wearing a pink school bag and a blue and white school uniform stood there with a smile on her face. But soon, the girl's smile froze and her eyes looked at Lu Yuanqiu's bare upper body. Bang! Lu Yuanqiu closed the door expressionlessly. 10 seconds later, the door was opened again, and Lu Yuanqiu appeared there wearing a short-sleeved shirt, baring his big teeth and smiling. "Come in." The girl walked in with a red face, and began to take off her shoes. She took off her shoes and socks like last time, and her white and tender little feet and 10 pink toes stepped on the smooth floor. Seeing this, Lu Yuanqiu quietly kicked his mother and sister's slippers under the shoe cabinet when he walked to close the door. Since Bai Qingxia doesn't like to wear slippers, then hide the slippers that are annoying. Hee. By the way, you are here, make me a meal. I haven't eaten yet. Lu Yuanqiu ordered. The girl turned around in surprise. It's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I slept until now, what's there to be confused about? He thought Bai Qingxia would be reluctant, but the girl was very happy to say, "Okay, what do you want to eat?" Oh, it seems that she really likes to cook. Lu Yuanqiu walked over and opened the refrigerator, saying, "Cook whatever you have. I said I'm not picky about food." "Okay." She agreed again readily. Because he was not familiar with natural gas and range hoods, Lu Yuanqiu helped her solve the problem of using the equipment in the kitchen, and then came to stand at the kitchen door. He was originally planning to watch Bai Qingxia cook, but there was always a touch of snow-white color below that caught his eye. Lu Yuanqiu's sight gradually looked down, and he was silently attracted by this pair of beautiful jade feet. Perhaps because the size of this pair of white feet was too small, they were always looming under the loose school uniform pants, like playing hide-and-seek, only partially exposed, or completely blocked. Lu Yuanqiu really understood the mentality of those perverts, who regarded feet as food. Girls' feet, white as white, pink as pink, small and cute, completely in line with human aesthetics of childishness, who would not want to take a few more glances at them. Lu Yuanqiu swore that he really wasn't a foot fetishist before, he probably just didn't see anyone he liked. After putting the wet meat into the frying pan, the oil splashed out. Bai Qingxia quickly retracted her feet and looked down at her feet. Suddenly, the boy at the door roared loudly. "Bai Qingxia, quick, turn off the fire, my feet are burned, go to the doctor quickly. He hurriedly went forward to turn off the fire, and Bai Qingxia, who was holding the spatula, didn't react before she screamed and was picked up by Lu Yuanqiu in a princess hug and rushed towards the living room in a hurry. "What are you doing?" Bai Qingxia grabbed his clothes with one hand and asked in confusion. After Lu Yuanqiu put her on the sofa, he said to the girl with a serious expression, "How can your feet get hurt just to help me cook a meal? I feel bad. I find you medicine and band-aids." After saying that, he hurriedly ran towards the cabinet. Bai Qingxia sat up and looked down at her fair instep, which had a small red spot on it from the oil burn. If Lu Yuanqiu had been slower in finding the band-aid, the red spot would have disappeared. Chapter 101. Bai Qingxia held the spatula with both hands and said with embarrassment, "Lu Yuanqiu, I'm fine. It's normal to get splashed with oil when cooking, and the burned area will heal by itself." Suddenly, the boy turned around, pointed at her with a serious expression and shouted, "Are you going to make me regret it for the rest of my life? First I got burned, and then my skin started to rot, necrotize, and then I had to amputate? You want to blackmail me for the rest of my life? Don't even think about it. I've seen through it. What a psycho." Bai Qingxia held the spatula and sat there like a fool, looking at him with her beautiful eyes wide open. Not long after, Lu Yuanqiu came over with a medical kit. He lifted Bai Qingxia's right foot and placed it on his knee. He first placed his palm on her smooth sole, then grabbed her pink toes with his 5 fingers and rubbed them vigorously. Small and delicate, soft as if boneless, it is very appropriate to describe the foot in front of him. Lu Yuanqiu really felt that every part of Bai Qingxia's body was too beautiful, without any flaws. "Aren't you applying medicine?" Bai Qingxia looked up and asked. Lu Yuanqiu explained, Before applying the medicine, promote blood circulation to facilitate absorption. After 10 minutes of circulation without applying the medicine." "Lu Yuanqiu, your sister is right, you are a foot fetishist." Bai Qingxia looked at the boy with disgust, stood up angrily and walked to the kitchen, turned around and closed the kitchen door tightly after entering. On the dining table, smelling the 2 fragrant dishes in front of him, Lu Yuanqiu held the chopsticks and looked at Bai Qingxia with hesitation. "Actually, I was not like this before, whether you believe it or not. Today, I am confused because of my concern." Bai Qingxia sat on the chair next to him, staring at the table with a gloomy face, her hands clasped on her knees, and her feet silently tucked under the chair. She didn't want Lu Yuanqiu to see her feet again. "Hurry up and eat, don't talk, we start tutoring after eating," the girl urged in a low voice without looking at him. Lu Yuanqiu nodded and hurried to eat. He wolfed down the 2 dishes, as if he was using his current sincerity to apologize for his rudeness just now. Bai Qingxia quietly looked to the side, and slowly calmed down a little when she saw Lu Yuanqiu eating so happily. However, after dinner, Lu Yuanqiu, who was supposed to sit at the table to start tutoring, sat at the computer. He turned on the computer and searched a few words on the web. Bai Qingxia came in with a textbook, looking at this scene in confusion. "What are you doing? Aren't you tutoring?" Lu Yuanqiu smiled and turned around. On the computer screen behind him, a sword emitted a dazzling white light, then flew over and spun and stabbed into the book with "The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3. On the yellow-green screen with a few words. The familiar opening music sounded. Lu Yuanqiu quickly pulled the girl to sit down beside his bed. "Watch this for a while." Bai Qingxia frowned and prepared to get up. "I don't watch TV series, go to tutoring. If you don't study hard, I won't come next time." Lu Yuanqiu quickly pressed her shoulders and asked her to sit down again. "Just watch one episode. Just watch one episode." After saying that, he smiled and sang along with the female voice in the opening. "Love hasn't come yet, the world suddenly changes." Turning her head to see him singing happily, Bai Qingxia felt helpless, sighed, shook her head and smiled. She took a deep breath, and her eyes followed the computer screen. More than 40 minutes later, the girl stared at the computer screen intently, and finally, the ending song appeared. Silently gone, how far away. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at her. "Let's have tutoring?" Bai Qingxia then moved her eyes away from the computer screen, stared at Lu Yuanqiu blankly, nodded reluctantly, and got up with a book in her hand and walked towards the desk next to her. Seeing her like this, Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, "Would you like to watch another episode?" The girl turned around and nodded happily. She ran back and sat down with Lu Yuanqiu on the bed. "Lu Yuanqiu, would you like to watch another episode?" Bai Qingxia, "Will time?" Lu Yuanqiu, "No, it's not gone." Lu Yuanqiu didn't expect that he and Bai Qingxia watched a TV series for the whole afternoon. The girl was hesitant at the beginning, but later she sat down and waited for Lu Yuanqiu to cut to the next episode. During the process of watching, she was so focused that she didn't even realize that she laughed out loud. In order to test how seriously she was watching, Lu Yuanqiu quietly raised his foot and stepped on her toes. As a result, Bai Qingxia just instinctively retracted her foot and gently placed the white and tender foot that was stepped on the instep of Lu Yuanqiu. She seemed to be unaware of her actions, and her eyes were still concentrating on Jingtian and Mao Mao. Lu Yuanqiu smiled, and was stepped on by her for several episodes of the TV series. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Bai Qingxia stood at the door of the bedroom in frustration, and said to Lu Yuanqiu, "I'm sorry, I won't watch it next time. I didn't help you with your tutoring today. It's okay. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and rubbed her head. Just be happy. Bai Qingxiao looked up, her face still depressed. She was here to tutor Lu Yuanqiu, but she ended up watching TV series for the whole afternoon. This was not what she expected at all. I'm serious. I really won't watch it next time, she said seriously, and then put the unused books back into her school bag. At this time, she suddenly noticed that there was a pink jersey in the school bag. Bai Qingxiao finally reacted and quickly took out the jersey from inside, saying to Lu Yuanqiu, I almost forgot. I spent the whole night yesterday and this morning to embroider your jersey. Lu Yuanqiu took it in his hands with some surprise. At this time, Bai Qingxiao shrugged slightly and said embarrassedly, You said you wanted your jersey to be different from others. I didn't know what kind of difference you wanted, so I embroidered a line of words under your name, Lu Yuanqiu. I wish you win the championship. Hearing her say this, Lu Yuanqiu unfolded his jersey and looked at the back of the jersey. Sure enough, there was another line of very eye-catching fonts below the class and name. Once promised to be the best in the world. Chapter 102. You must know that when I was young, I had lofty ambitions and promised to be the best in the world. October 14th, Monday. The flag-raising ceremony on Monday is one of the most indispensable elements of student life. Even Bai Qingxiao, who got the privilege from her homeroom teacher Lu Wei during the break and didn't have to go down to do exercises, had to go to the playground to participate in the flag-raising ceremony on Monday. But Bai Qingxiao didn't like standing in a dense crowd. Or rather, she didn't like the feeling of having people around her, especially behind her. As the music started, Zhang Bowen, the sports committee member in a blue and white school uniform, picked up the class sign and shouted listlessly at the door of the class, Go downstairs. Zhang Yifeng was still snoring. Chun Fei pushed his shoulder as usual. Zhang Yifeng, get up. I admire you. You sleep every day. Lu Yuanqiu also shook his sleepy head and stood up from a seat. Bai Qingxiao saw the boy next to her stand up, so she stood up as well, following Lu Yuanqiu like a little follower. Even on this short journey to the playground, the small groups in the class were very clearly divided. After all, walking alone would make one feel uncomfortable. At this time, even people who are not so familiar with each other will try to walk side by side to create a feeling that they are not alone. When he came downstairs, the sleepy Lu Yuanqiu stopped walking. Looking back, a girl with her head down suddenly bumped into his chest. Bai Qingxiao took a step back, looked up at Lu Yuanqiu with a slightly red earlobe, and her two little hands were still clenched in front of her. So you followed me. I was just looking back to see where you were. Lu Yuanqiu rubbed his eyes and said. Seeing the girl's reserved look, he smiled and pushed Bai Qingxiao's back, pushing her in front of him. Old man pushes the cart. Lu Yuanqiu said in a low voice, bent down and pushed Bai Qingxiao from behind. This girl only talked more and behaved more naturally in private, when they were the only two in a space. If she was in a public place, she would be very reserved. I don't know when I can make her become confident. Lu Yuanqiu feels that there is a long way to go on this road. Lu Yuanqiu, what are you doing? Bai Qingxiao was pushed by the boy, feeling anxious and embarrassed. Lu Yuanqiu pushed for a few seconds and then stopped, saying to her, Next time you hide behind me, I will use my ultimate move, old man pushing the cart. Are you afraid? The girl lowered her head facing him, her two small hands still clenched in front of her body. Lu Yuanqiu's expression was serious. Soldier Bai Qingxiao, let me hear your answer. Seeing that Lu Yuanqiu's voice attracted the attention of others, Bai Qingxiao anxiously shook her legs. I know, let's go. She didn't say whether she was afraid or not, but judging by the expression on her face, she was probably afraid. Lu Yuanqiu was satisfied and reached out to flick the pink hairpin on her head, elbow. On the playground, men and women were in a column. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiao were both relatively tall in their respective teams, so they stood in the back row. The girl turned her head to look at the boy next to her, silently adjusted her position, and aligned with him. After the national flag was raised, the head of the senior class, Gu Tian, took the microphone, walked up to the flag stand with his belly, and said, Let me talk about two things. First of all, our number 7 middle school has always focused on the all-round development of students' moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic and labor. Recently, we have cooperated with the nearby Xingmei Cinema to hold an on-campus basketball game. The champion team will receive generous prizes. The team scoring champion, or MVP, will also receive additional rewards. The first game will be after school this afternoon. Students who have nothing to do can come and watch and show their support. The cinema will also have staff members come to give out discount tickets for watching movies, and everyone who comes to support the movie will get a share. The students on the playground immediately started talking. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and looked in the direction of the second grade. There were a lot of students, all wearing blue and white school uniforms. He didn't see the people he wanted to see. Guritian. The second thing is that starting from tomorrow, we will start running exercises during the big break. Everyone has to run, one by one. Don't study so hard that your body will be ruined. The body is the capital of the revolution. As soon as he finished speaking, the discussion on the entire playground became louder. Some people were excited, some were wailing, and some were cursing. However, the student who cursed his mother soon looked at his head teacher affectionately. Guritian put down the microphone, covered his buttocks, and walked down the podium, muttering, "This Ma Inglong hemorrhoid cream doesn't work." After the fourth class in the afternoon, only a few people were left in class 28 of senior 3. Bai Qingxia ran out as soon as the get out of class was over, and no one knew where she went. Lu Yuanqiu changed his jersey in his seat, and looked at his 4 teammates. He smiled and said, "Are you guys nervous? In the last life, I didn't participate in the basketball game. The 5th person on the team was probably Lu, who couldn't make up. I don't know what the result was, and which round class 28 made it to." Zhang Yifeng took off his pants expressionlessly, while Wang Haoran snorted and shook his middle finger. "Why be nervous? It's just 2 quarters, a total of 20 minutes. I didn't expect to be drawn to class 29 in the first game." The basketball game first started with a competition within the grade, until the first place in the 3rd year, the first place in the 2nd year, and the first place in the 1st year were decided. Then the 3 first-place teams in the grade started drawing lots. One team was given a bye in the first round of the semifinals, and the remaining 2 teams faced off. In the final, the team that won the semifinals competed with the team that got a bye for the final championship. Gao Chong also laughed. "What's there to be nervous about?" He picked up the mineral water and poured it into his mouth, but his hands were shaking and the bottle mouth couldn't fit his mouth. Zhong Jincheng, wearing a jersey, raised his head in panic at his position. "It's no good, guys. I feel a little weak. I'm going to the toilet first to get back in shape. Wait for me." Lu Yuanqiu glared. "Hurry up. It's about to start." "Don't worry. I go at double speed this time." Office. Lu Wei packed her things and said to Su Miao, "Miao Miao, are you ready?" "Yes, yes." Su Miao smiled sweetly, slung her black small leather bag, and immediately trotted over to take Lu Wei's arm. Lu Wei sighed. "Well, let's go cheer for those 5 brats. I think Xingyan has already gone with her class." Hearing Lu Wei still talking about her mortal enemy, Su Miao smiled with her hand covering her mouth. 10 minutes later, Lu Yuanqiu and his 4 companions went downstairs. Wang Haoran was so angry that he cursed. Why hasn't Zhong Jincheng recovered yet? Lu Yuanqiu was about to complain when he suddenly ran into Chao Shuang, who was also wearing a basketball uniform. His basketball uniform was green. "Hey, brother Qiu, you're a fan." Chao Shuang was trying to hold back his laughter. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at the culprit Wang Haoran, who was choosing jerseys, laughed dryly, and responded, "Which game is your class in? Where are you playing?" "Our class is in the 3rd game, at the South Basketball Court. Because there are many classes competing today, a total of 90 classes, both the North and South Basketball Courts have been requisitioned, but it is still not enough, so they can only be played in separate games. Lu Yuanqiu and his team are in the 2nd game." At this time, Chao Shuang suddenly stepped forward with a serious expression and said, "Brother Qiu, Zhang Yifei's first game has been completed. He dunked 5 times in 20 minutes, and the referee teacher was stunned." Gao Chong, TSK, said, "So what, Lu Yuanqiu?" Before he finished speaking, Zhang Yifeng, with his eyes narrowed, stretched out his hand and pulled Gao Chong's arm. Gao Chong cleared his throat and closed his mouth. Chapter 103. Their team strategy is to let Lu Yuanqiu hide his dunking ability first. Although many people know that Lu Yuanqiu is a good basketball player, Zhang Yifei, who can dunk, is the real god on the basketball court in everyone's eyes. So hiding his ability can make Zhang Yifei's team relax their vigilance temporarily. Lu Yuanqiu nodded. "This kid is quite high profile. Bah, a paper tiger, can't beat my brother Qiu." Chao Shuang cursed. Although he cursed Zhang Yifei, Lu Yuanqiu could see that Chao Shuang mentioned dunk. When he said these 2 words, his eyes were shining. Because they were brothers, he scolded Zhang Yifei. Because he liked basketball, he admired Zhang Yifei. These 2 things were not contradictory. After Chao Shuang finished speaking, he looked at Lu Yuanqiu and said sincerely, "Brother Qiu, if our class meets your class 28, Our class will voluntarily give up the rights. I am the captain, and they all listen to me. I will send you to be the first in the grade directly, and let your class 28 represent the entire senior year to beat those bastards in the second year to the ground. Lu Yuanqiu patted him on the shoulder and sneered. How come you are even more immature than me? If you meet me, you have to fight me well, and you are not allowed to give up, understand? Cao Shuang smiled and nodded. Well, I will seriously compete with you, Brother Qiu, this time. Yes. After Cao Shuang left, Wang Haoran couldn't bear it anymore and shouted into the corridor, Yu Zhong Jincheng. Are you done? I'm done. Zhong Jincheng's voice finally came over. He rushed down the corridor and patted Wang Haoran on the shoulder excitedly. Wang Haoran frowned in disdain, touched his shoulder, and smelled it. Did you wash your hands? No, he. I beat you to death. The two chased and fought. The 5 people walked out of the teaching building, and the basketball court was already surrounded by a dense crowd of people, students, teachers, and uniformed studio staff. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu and the other 5 come out, the girls in blue and white school uniforms on the road hurriedly took a look, quickly gathered together and screamed, Is he Zhang Yifeng? Really handsome. Yeah, I noticed him at the last sports meet. So handsome. How can he be so handsome? He looks like a member of a boy band. Hearing this, Lu Yuanqiu and the other 3 froze. They glanced at the group of girls who were so excited that they stamped their feet, then turned their heads in unison and looked at Zhang Yifeng next to them, their eyes full of contempt. It's good to be handsome. Gao Chong bit his teeth to pieces. Wang Haoran's middle-parted hair drooped down, and he was jealous like a lemon, the disgusting Zhang Yifeng. Lu Yuanqiu, damn it, can all the handsome guys just die? Zhang Yifeng stood by, half-closed his eyes listlessly, as if he was daydreaming, indifferent to all this. Just then, a girl turned back and glanced at Lu Yuanqiu quietly, and immediately turned around to discuss. But I think Lu Yuanqiu is also handsome, very manly. Wow, sisters, it turns out that I am not the only one who thinks so. I was really attracted by him at the last sports meeting. Ah, yes. The 2 girls jumped up excitedly holding hands. Hearing this, Lu Yuanqiu's angry expression gradually calmed down. Okay, I take back what I just said. Wang Haoran, Gao Chong, and Zhong Jincheng turned their heads to look at him. Lu Yuanqiu, the second basketball game will start soon. The 5 people waited in their corresponding positions on the basketball court and found a step to sit down. Not long after they sat down, a pure girl in a blue and white school uniform and a pink hairpin ran to Lu Yuanqiu in a hurry with a few bottles of mineral water. The 5 people sitting on the steps were stunned for a moment, and then they realized that the girl was Bai Qingxia. She seemed to have run all the way, probably because she didn't find anyone. A layer of sweat appeared on her white forehead, and a few hairs were still stuck on it. Bai Qingxia glanced at the other 4 people nervously, ready to speak, but stopped. Zhong Jincheng saw that she was holding a few bottles of mineral water in her arms, smiled, and reached out to take them. Thank you, classmate Bai. Bai Qingxia frowned and took a step back cautiously. Zhong Jincheng was stunned for a moment, and then saw Bai Qingxia quickly walk forward and stuffed all 3 bottles of mineral water in her arms into Lu Yuanqiu's hands alone. You drink alone. The girl gave the instructions, and added in a low voice, Come on. After that, she carried her school bag and walked to a position about 10 meters away from the 5 of them, and sat down, holding the school bag behind her in front of her, silently waiting for the game to start. Zhong Jincheng, Gao Chong, and Wang Haoran were stunned. Fuck? How can they be treated differently? Zhang Yifeng said faintly, Don't you see how the jersey behind Lu Yuanqiu is different from yours? As soon as the voice fell, Zhong Jincheng and the other 2 immediately looked back. Xingsu is the best in the world. Fuck? Why is your jersey so handsome? I don't accept it. The best? You are so obscene, Lu Yuanqiu. I am really angry. Lu Yuanqiu. He laughed, opened a bottle of mineral water, and poured it into his mouth proudly. Bai Qingxia, who was more than 10 meters away, turned her head and looked at this scene from a distance. She put her chin on the school bag in her arms, and a satisfied smile appeared on her innocent face. North Basketball Court area, the first basketball court. Wang Ping, the referee, blew the whistle. Class 28 of Senior 3, Class 29 of Senior 3, get ready for the game. Lu Yuanqiu and the other 5 stood up quickly, and Bai Qingxia immediately put on her school bag and ran over. She took the 3 bottles of water handed over by Lu Yuanqiu. Help me hold them first. The boy looked down at her and spoke. Bai Qingxia nodded, followed the onlookers from Class 28 and Class 29, and gathered at the edge of the basketball court. But she couldn't squeeze in, so she went around and ran to the iron net above the other side of the steps, standing there watching. There were 8 games going on at the same time in the north basketball court area, and the game between Class 28 and Class 29 was one of them, in the first position. Before the game started, the girl outside the iron net became nervous, and the conversation before Saturday's separation also rang in her mind. Once promised to be the best in the world? How do you know this sentence? I saw it in a book. It feels very suitable for you. Haha, okay, don't worry, I will win the championship wearing this jersey, and when I win a free movie ticket, I will take you to the movies. In the cinema? What does a cinema look like? You will know when the time comes. Outside the first basketball court, Zheng Yan, the head teacher of Class 29, said seriously, Mao Sheng beat their class. Hearing this, Lu Wei looked to the side fiercely and shouted to the court, Lu Yuanqiu, win this game for me. Did you hear me? Lu Yuanqiu's scalp tingled. These 2 women who never admit defeat. It was Su Miaomiu who spoke sweetly. Class 28, come on, guys, come on Lu Yuanqiu. Come on Zheng Yifeng. Hearing this voice, Zheng Yifeng glanced at the woman outside the basketball court with his peripheral vision, and his almond-shaped eyes, which were always squinting, opened again. Today, Wang Ping specially applied to be the referee of this game. He looked at the 2 teams in front of him, one with pink jerseys, and the other with black jerseys. The 2 teams stepped forward, and the captains Lu Yuanqiu and Mao Sheng each walked towards them with 4 teammates behind them, their expressions solemn. Wang Ping stood between the 2 teams, holding a basketball in one hand and preparing to blow the whistle with the other. Are you ready? Puff! The serious atmosphere at the scene was suddenly broken by Lu Yuanqiu's laughter. He looked at Mao Sheng's serious face, turned his head with a smile. Sorry, give me 5 seconds. Chapter 104. Mao Sheng's thick eyebrows suddenly twisted deeper. He seemed to only have the sense of humor in Lu Yuanqiu, because Zhong Jincheng and the other 4 did not react. Mao Sheng asked seriously, Is it funny, Lu Yuanqiu? Puff, puff, puff. Lu Yuanqiu's face flushed red, and he waved his hands repeatedly. It's not funny, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it really. Wang Ping, are you done laughing? Okay. Lu Yuanqiu raised and lowered his hands, as if he was practicing Qigong, took a deep breath, and turned his head back again. Mao Sheng's serious face came closer to him again. Puff! Just as Wang Ping was about to blow the whistle, Lu Yuanqiu burst into laughter again, his wild laughter lingering throughout the basketball court, even to the point of being hoarse. Ah. The court was very quiet. No one knew what he was laughing at, but many people were infected by Lu Yuanqiu's laughter and pursed their lips, including by Qingxia outside the iron net. Mao Sheng frowned and shouted angrily, Lu Yuanqiu, I have tolerated you for a long time. Sorry. Lu Yuanqiu almost laughed his head off. He quickly pulled Zheng Yifeng to the front and stayed beside him. Mao Sheng still tilted his head and asked Lu Yuanqiu, What are you laughing at? Lu Yuanqiu took a deep breath. I suddenly thought of something very happy. Wang Ping frowned. Okay, everyone take your positions. This time, it was Zheng Yifeng who faced Mao Sheng face to face. Zheng Yifeng glanced at him from a high position, his expression calm and without any ripples. The atmosphere was tense again. At the same time, the speaker sponsored by Star Cinema beside the basketball court changed the song to Jay Chou's Wu Yuanjia. The rhythmic drumbeats of the prelude spread throughout the basketball court. With Wang Ping's whistle, the basketball was thrown high. Mao Sheng jumped up suddenly, ready to grab the basketball, but Zheng Yifeng stood still calmly, because there was a short-haired boy behind him who was extremely fast, and jumped high like flying. His strong and powerful arms directly intercepted the basketball, and threw it to the back. Everyone was stunned. Lu Yuanqiu, who was still laughing out loud the previous second, actually reacted so quickly and jumped up to grab the ball. He jumped so high, this jumping ability is worthy of him. Wang Ping raised his head and stepped back, with an admiring smile on his face. Gao Chong! Lu Yuanqiu shouted. Gao Chong, who was running towards his own basket, turned around and took the basketball. Lu Yuanqiu quickly followed him, but he was faster. After discovering that Lu Yuanqiu intended to lay up, Gao Chong passed the ball to him again. Wang Ping nodded silently. It seemed that Class 28 would be the first to score a layup. Lu Yuanqiu took the basketball, jumped up after crossing the free throw line, raised his strong right arm backwards, and dunked the orange basketball into the basket in midair with extremely violent posture and movement. Wang Ping's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The 5 people on Mao Sheng's team were even shocked and stopped, and did not continue to chase. Zhang Yifeng and the other 4 had a bad feeling when they saw Lu Yuanqiu jump up from the free throw line. Now it seems that he is going to dunk. He dunked the first ball. Fuck you, Lu Yuanqiu. This is totally different from what we had agreed on. Didn't we agree to hide the trump card first? After the basketball was dunked, the iron basket vibrated violently and hummed. In a small town, the years passed, and the courage was clear. The background music happened to sing this line. The short-haired boy landed on the ground, and everyone looked at his broad back in silence. Lu Yuanqiu turned his back to everyone under the basket, and did not turn around, but raised his right arm, slowly raised his thumb, and then pointed down. At this moment, he was not only mocking the students from class 29, but also pointing his thumb at the 7 words embroidered on the jersey behind him. Once promised to be the best in the world, Lu Yuanqiu turned around, raised one eyebrow, curled one corner of his mouth, and looked at Mao Sheng and others with an arrogant and proud expression. Bai Qingxia, who was behind the iron net, watched this scene, and with a slightly red face, she gently pressed her chin on the school bag in front of her chest, and her beautiful eyes were full of the figure of the boy. Class teacher Lu Wei, English teacher Su Miaomiao, including referee Wang Ping and Zhang Yin, from class 29 were speechless for a moment. Each of them was shocked to varying degrees. Good job, Lu Yuanqiu. Zhang Yifeng looked at this scene and laughed, which was rare. Since Lu Yuanqiu didn't intend to hide it from the beginning, let's have a passionate fight with all of them. Ho ho ho. The music was very exciting, and the atmosphere on the court was also excited with Lu Yuanqiu's opening dunk. Everyone started running on the basketball court. All the students in class 28 screamed and cheered. At this moment, a total of 16 basketball courts were in full swing, and each court was surrounded by spectators. But a piece of news quickly spread, like a plague throughout the playground. Someone dunked on the first basketball court of the North Basketball Court. What did you say? There is a second person in number 7 middle school who can dunk. Who? Fuck. Go and see. The students watching on the other basketball courts, whether they knew basketball or not, all knew what dunking meant. This represents cool, dazzling, strong, and exciting. Can't you make a basketball game exciting? What else are you watching? Gradually, the people watching from the other basketball courts rushed to the first basketball court on the North Basketball Court. The playground was crowded with people rushing there. Who can dunk? What grade in class? Fuck, is this true? Isn't Zhang Yifei the only one in number 7 middle school who can dunk? Zhang Yifei is on the school team. I haven't heard that there are other people on the school team who can dunk. Chao Shuang's game was in the 3rd game, and it hadn't started yet. He saw the crowd cheering and screaming as they ran towards the North Basketball Court, so he reached out and grabbed a younger brother he knew. What are you doing? What happened? Brother Shuang, someone dunked. Who? Zhang Yifei? Didn't he finish his game? It wasn't Zhang Yifei, it was someone else. I don't know who it was, but he was at the North Basketball Court anyway. It's gone viral. Chao Shuang was stunned, and his expression became serious. He quickly asked, Are you kidding? How could anyone else be able to dunk besides Zhang Yifei? I don't know either. Let's go and have a look. Chao Shuang immediately ran after the younger brother. Really? Now dunking has become a skill that everyone can do? This is a middle school, not the NBA. What should I do, Brother Chiu? You seem to have a lot of strong rivals. Chao Shuang, wearing a jersey, ran in that direction with a nervous mood. Only then did he realize that Li Yang from the school basketball team, the lip-pierced boy who provoked Brother Chiu in the cafeteria last time, was also running beside him. Chao Shuang couldn't help asking, Then the second person who can dunk is from your school team? Chapter 105. Lu Yang turned his head and glanced at him, and said in a depressed mood, No, except Zhang Yifei, no one in the school team can dunk. Maybe it's just a lie. I go and have a look. Although it has not been confirmed whether it is true, Chao Shuang is still a little happy to hear Lu Yang say this. He smiled and said, If there is a second person in number 7 middle school who can dunk, will your boss Zhang Yifei's status as the true god of basketball be lost? Lu Yang snorted coldly. This is still a small matter. This game is very important to Zhang Yifei, and he must win. Hearing this, Chao Shuang's eyes moved slightly. The game is important? Does this game have any deeper meaning for Zhang Yifei? Where is Zhang Yifei? After the game, he went to the cafeteria with his girlfriend to eat. Why does Zhang Yifei have to win this game? Hearing this question, Lu Yang looked at Chao Shuang with an unhappy expression. It's none of your business. Do I know you well? If your grade director hadn't been in the cafeteria last time, I really wouldn't be afraid of you. Chao Shuang sneered. It's like I'm afraid of you. Since Lu Yang didn't say anything, Chao Shuang didn't ask. He knew that Zhang Yifei's father had a grudge against Lu Yuanqiu, so he was a little concerned about Zhang Yifei's affairs, because Lu Yuanqiu would definitely care. The two talked and ran, and finally came to the first basketball court of the North Basketball Court. I don't know when this place was full of people. It's not an exaggeration to say that it was packed. Damn, make way. Lu Yang stood outside the wall of people and shouted. Compared with Chao Shuang, Lu Yang was still too gentle. Chao Shuang grabbed a person and threw him aside. Most of the senior students recognized him, but dared not speak out. Seeing Chao Shuang violently clearing the way, Lu Yang also learned his lesson and followed him into the crowd. Soon, the two finally saw the scene inside the basketball court. Chao Shuang's expression became visibly surprised. Damn! Class 28? Isn't this Brother Qiu's class? Brother Qiu is playing against Class 29. Lu Yang frowned. Lu Yuanqiu? Chao Shuang laughed excitedly. Oh my god, who dunked the ball? Was it Brother Qiu? Hearing his question, Zhang Bowen, the sports committee member of Class 28, who was standing nearby and watching, said proudly, It was Lu Yuanqiu from our class. So cool, he dunked the ball at the beginning. Really? My Brother Qiu can dunk? Chao Shuang grabbed his shoulders, and was so happy and shocked that he couldn't speak clearly. Why would I lie to you? From the beginning to now, Lu Yuanqiu has dunked 4 balls. Zhang Bowen straightened the collar of his clothes that had been messed up by Chao Shuang with an unhappy expression. Lu Yang's expression was a little solemn. Lu Yuanqiu, it was Lu Yuanqiu again. As expected, he was the person Zhang Yifei had specifically told him to take special care of from the beginning. Could he actually dunk? At this moment, the attacking team on the basketball court was Class 28. The ball was in Zhang Yifeng's hands. Su Miaomio stared at him closely. Zhang Yifeng dribbled the ball very quickly in front of Mao Sheng, his crotch, his back. His operation was very good, and the rhythm of each ball landing just happened to be stuck in the background music. Ho 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 ho! Bang 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 bang! Seeing Mao Sheng staring at the basketball with his eyes dazzled, Zhang Yifeng's handsome face curled up. He made a fake move to the right, and seeing Mao Sheng being fooled, he quickly turned around and broke through to the left. He made a 3-step layup, but the basketball did not go into the basket, but deliberately hit the backboard. The basketball flew backwards, and a black shadow connected with him at a very fast speed. Lu Yuanqiu jumped high, caught the flying basketball with his left hand, and even caught the basketball from his left hand to his right hand from his crotch in midair, and dunked it into the basket with his right hand again. After landing, Lu Yuanqiu pointed at the words on the back of the jersey with his 2 thumbs with a sly expression, and then clapped his hands with Zhang Yifeng in tacit understanding. Ah! The whole audience screamed, and the girls' screams were particularly sharp and piercing. Zhang Yifeng, Zhang Yifeng, Lu Yuanqiu, Lu Yuanqiu. Together, together. Lu Yuanqiu frowned when he heard this, raised his hand, and shook his index finger at the girls watching. No, 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 don't mess with the couple. After saying that, he glanced at Bai Qingxia standing behind the iron net. The girl smiled shyly at him, while holding her school bag. Lu Yuanqiu also smiled and ran away. Lu Yuanqiu's response instantly caused the girls to scream again. We don't care. Damn. It was really my Brother Qiu who dunked. Chao Shuang raised his arms, with an exaggerated expression, and scratched his short hair vigorously. He was shocked and surprised outside the court. Brother Qiu, why did you hide it from me when you can dunk? Chao Shuang's voice of collapse was completely covered by the screams and music on the court. At halftime, the score between Class 28 and Class 29 became 39 versus 7. Class 28 39 points, Class 29 7 points. During the halftime break, the cheerleaders in short skirts and belly-bearing outfits came to the basketball court, dancing with their snow-white thighs and soft waists to the music. Wang Haoran looked at Hu Kaiwei in the cheerleading team with a dazed expression, while Chen Fei in the cheerleading team looked at Zhang Yifeng, who was drinking water with her head tilted back with love, and almost couldn't keep up with the beat. On the Class 29 side, the atmosphere was low and depressing. Mao Sheng's team first looked at the cheerleaders dance, then turned to look at Class 28. Suddenly, the 5 of them widened their eyes. 3 big pink butts were twisting towards them. Zhong Jincheng, Lu Yuanqiu, and Gao Chong imitated the cheerleaders' dance, with one hand on the back of their heads and one hand on their waists, their backs facing Class 29, and they twisted their butts seductively to the cheerleading music. Bai Qingxia, who was outside the iron net, buried her mouth in the school bag on her chest and laughed out loud. Zhang Yifeng drank water and watched the scene with a smile, while Wang Haoran turned his head away as if he felt embarrassed for his teammates. Lu Wei did not stop her student, but instead raised her eyebrows proudly at Xingyan, who turned her head away angrily and ignored her. The basketball game lasted 2 quarters. In the second half, Class 28 once again crushed Class 29 with overwhelming momentum. The final score, 70 versus 15, Class 28 scored 70 points, Class 29 scored 15 points. In 20 minutes, Lu Yuanqiu dunked 10 times, twice as many as Zhang Yifei, a well-deserved MVP. Chao Shuang was more excited than any of the students watching outside the court. His game was about to start, but he still pointed at Lu Yuanqiu. "Brother Qiu, wait for me on the first floor of the cafeteria for dinner. You must wait for me." Lu Yuanqiu smiled and made an okay gesture from a distance. After today's game, Lu Yuanqiu turned his head while standing on the basketball court and found that Zhang Yifeng, Zhong Jinqing, Wang Haoran, and Gao Chong had each opened a bottle of mineral water and poured it over their heads. Lu Yuanqiu unscrewed the last bottle of mineral water Bai Qingxia gave him, and was about to imitate the others and pour it on his steaming head. At this time, he looked up and saw the girl's tender white hands tightly grasping the iron net, looking at him with a faint gaze. The boy paused, smiled, and moved the mineral water from his head and put it into his mouth. Hee, it tastes good. Chapter 106. After having dinner with Chao Shuang in the cafeteria, Lu Yuanqiu returned to the classroom. It was still early for evening self-study, and there were only a dozen people sitting in the classroom. Bai Qingxiu was quietly reading a book at her seat. It was not time for her to eat yet. Lu Yuanqiu wanted to return to his seat, but found that Gao Chong and Wang Haoran were sneaking around Zhong Jinqing's seat. The three of them lowered their heads and didn't know what they were doing. "What are you doing?" Lu Yuanqiu asked. Bai Qingxiu heard the familiar voice and looked over there. Gao Chong quickly stood up and said hush to Lu Yuanqiu, then waved. It looks like there is something good." Lu Yuanqiu laughed and trotted over. The three of them were still wearing jerseys and crouched together. It turned out that Zhong Jinqing had secretly brought a mobile phone. He put the phone under the hole in the table. The current display on the phone screen was an MP4 file. Wang Haoran shook his middle part and urged, "Put it on. What are you hesitating about? There are so many stocks. Why don't you take them out to benefit everyone?" Gao Chong was also very anxious. "Yes, the teacher is not here again." Lu Yuanqiu saw what the video cover was, and he laughed and said, play it quickly, why don't you take out such a good thing to share with the brothers?" Zhong Jinqing raised his head. "It's not that I don't want to play it, but there is a problem with the volume button of my mobile phone. I am afraid that I can't adjust it properly later, and I don't have headphones with me." Gao Chong, "When the woman screams, just exit it immediately." Wang Haoran, "Yes." Encouraged by one or two people, Zhong Jinqing gradually got a little excited. He lowered his head and began to look through the videos one by one. Gao Chong was anxious and took it away directly. "What are you looking for? Stop hesitating, I do it." He directly clicked on the current one. Before Zhong Jinqing could stop him, a soft and charming voice came out from the phone very loudly. The remaining dozen people in the classroom looked up instantly and looked towards the corner, including Bai Qingxia. Several teenagers panicked immediately. Why did the sound start at 0 frames? Isn't there any foreshadowing? Gao Chong quickly turned down the volume, but found that the volume button was broken and couldn't be adjusted any further. Lu Yuanqiu grabbed it and said, turn it off. But no matter whether he pressed exit or locked the screen, the phone didn't respond at all. The soprano singer inside was still performing. The other boys in the class turned around. Their expressions were either trying to hold back laughter or being weird, while the girls looked embarrassed and annoyed. One girl said directly, "Zhong Jinqing, are you sick? Putting this kind of thing in the classroom?" Bai Qingxia held a fountain pen in both hands, her face red as she looked up at the girl who was scolding her, and then turned her head to look at the busy boys in the corner. She had never seen that kind of thing, so she couldn't associate it with the picture, but she understood it a little bit. The main thing was that the sound was too embarrassing. After being scolded, the 4 boys in the corner were debugging their phones one after another, as if they were passing a bomb with a fuse in their hands. After Zhong Jinqing took it, he picked up the phone and smashed it on the desk. Bang, bang, bang. But the page of the phone was still stuck. Lu Yuanqiu took it and threw it into Zhong Jinqing's water cup. It's still screaming. Zhong Jinqing collapsed and said, "This is a waterproof phone." Wang Haoran couldn't stand it anymore, so he took the phone out of the water cup again, ran to Bai Qingxia, and threw it out of the window. The phone fell on the lawn downstairs, 2 floors away, but the sound inside still reached the ears of Bai Qingxia, the girl by the window. The girl blushed and lowered her head to do her homework. Zheng Yifeng raised his dazed head from the table. What happened? Zhong Jincheng yelled. Wang Haoran, I asterisk your uncle, that's my cell phone. When he was about to rush out of the classroom to pick it up, a plump woman wearing glasses walked into the class. Lu Wei walked into the classroom and stopped Zhong Jincheng. Don't go, I have something to say first, just 1 minute. Teacher, I. Zhong Jincheng was stunned, hesitant to speak, and could only take a few steps back nervously. Lu Yuanqiu held back his laughter and hurried to his seat and sat down. He turned his head and glanced at Bai Qingxia and found that the girl was doing her homework with red earlobes. Damn, I can hear it clearly from this position, Lu Wei said. I forgot to tell you during the day. Wang Haoran, write the class group number you created on the blackboard. You all take note of it, and I will take note of it too. I will ask all the teachers to add it later. After joining the group, remember to note your name. Okay. Wang Haoran hurriedly ran to the blackboard to write down the group number. After Lu Wei took out her phone and wrote it down, she suddenly turned her head alertly and looked at the window. Who is screaming so miserably downstairs? She spoke in confusion. Lu Yuanqiu at the seat. Bai Qingxia turned her head and glanced at him, her tender white hands clenched tightly on the table. Just as Lu Wei was about to walk to the window, a figure was 1 step ahead of her. Zhong Jincheng stood by the window in a panic, picked up a book and read loudly, Long sighs to cover my tears. Gao Chang quickly continued in another direction with a loud voice. Sad people's livelihood is so difficult. He looked at Lu Yuanqiu at this time. After Lu Yuanqiu reacted, he cleared his throat, pointed his sword at the ceiling, stepped on the chair and said loudly, Although I like to dress up, I am bound by my shackles. Wang Haoran swallowed his saliva on the podium. The morning is the morning, and the evening is the evening. Lu Wei looked around and smiled. Oh, you basketball boys likely saw so much. Zhong Jincheng was in no mood to respond at the moment. He quickly pointed to the back and said, Teacher Su seems to be calling you in the office. Oh yes, I show her the group number. After Lu Wei left, Zhong Jincheng quickly turned back and glanced out the window. His eyes widened in an instant. Guritian seemed to have heard the sound as well, and was walking towards the bushes here with a big belly under the teaching building. Oh my god! Zhong Jincheng rushed out of the classroom at a deadly speed. Lu Yuanqiu pursed his lips tightly, turned his head to look at Bai Qingxia, and nodded solemnly. Let's wish him good luck. Bai Qingxia, She flipped the book in front of her with an unnatural expression. In the middle of the evening self-study, Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia left the school together. He was too lazy to stay in the class for the entire evening self-study. The time after dinner was the least in the mood to study. Can I go home early today? The girl sitting on the back of the bicycle grabbed Lu Yuanqiu's clothes and asked in a low voice. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head while riding his bicycle. Why? I didn't see my father last night, and he hasn't eaten yet. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly had some guesses in his mind. Since he made that suggestion to his parents last time, his father should have tried to contact Uncle Bai at the gate of number 65 middle school. Chapter 107. He was thinking about something and forgot to answer the girl's question. Seeing that Lu Yuanqiu didn't say anything, Bai Qingxia thought he didn't agree, so she lowered her head slightly and didn't ask any more questions. The two came to the door of the supermarket. After Lu Yuanqiu parked his bicycle, he walked in with Bai Qingxia. Lu Tian was not at the cashier. Bai Qingxia changed into the supermarket's red vest and walked towards the warehouse. Suddenly, she stopped in surprise. At the door of the warehouse, Lu Tian held the wall with one hand and said to the person in front of him like coaxing a child, Hey, that's it, move all these out. One by one, right, that's it. In front of him was Bai Songjia in blue overalls. Bai Songjia had a silly and cute expression and was very obedient. He repeated simple mechanical movements over and over again, moving boxes of goods out of the warehouse. After putting them on the ground, he stood up and clapped his hands obediently, as if his palms were covered with dust, and then walked into the warehouse again. Lu Tian was always encouraging him. Seeing this scene, the girl stood there, stunned for a long time. A smile gradually appeared on her fair face. Hearing footsteps coming from behind, Bai Qingxia immediately turned around, pointed over there, and said to Lu Yuanqiu, My dad is here. She was surprised, but Lu Yuanqiu was not surprised. The boy stood beside her with a smile, his hands folded in front of his chest, and said, I asked my dad to bring your dad here when he has time, and find something for your dad to do. It's better than him sitting at the school gate every day, right? Bai Qingxiao looked over there, and nodded immediately, her eyes filled with the busy figure of her father. Lu Yuanqiu, in fact, you can come early in the morning and bring your father to the supermarket. When he is familiar with it, he can work and eat in the supermarket. His monthly salary is much higher than yours. Bai Qingxiao nodded again. Lu Yuanqiu smiled, but he suddenly found that the girl raised her sleeves to wipe her eyes, which made him stunned. He turned around and saw Bai Qingxiao crying. When she saw Lu Yuanqiu approaching her, she smiled at Lu Yuanqiu to express her happiness. Why are you crying? I couldn't help it. The girl raised her hands, and wiped her tears with a smile. She lowered her head and explained, I just feel that this is really good, thank you. Her voice became choked up when she said the last few words. Lu Yuanqiu took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He raised his hand and touched her head from behind, rubbing it gently twice. Even if your father is different from before, he must subconsciously want his daughter to do anything without worrying about him, or worrying about him. Look at him. He is so active in learning now. He must think that what he is doing now will definitely make his daughter happy, so he is so active. He is subconsciously thinking about helping you share the pressure. After hearing this, Bai Qingxiu raised her tearful eyes to the side, glanced at Lu Yuanqiu's chest, lowered her head again, and choked up and couldn't speak. Lu Yuanqiu, let's not disturb them. Seeing you, your father will definitely be distracted again. The girl nodded and followed behind Lu Yuanqiu. As she took a step, she looked back at her father behind her. At this moment, Dad seemed to have changed back to the past. This man worked hard and shouldered the burden of the whole family. He worked hard at the construction site until midnight every day before going home. He was so tired that he fell asleep sitting on the chair. Hearing the noise, Lu Tian turned around and looked at Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiao, and smiled. Coming to the counter, Lu Yuanqiu took out 2 photo frames from the drawer below. The photos I took last time have been developed, and I also made a photo frame for you. Bai Qingxiao wiped the tears from her face, and quickly reached out to take the 2 photo frames. One of the photos was taken at the carousel, and the other was taken at the edge of the flower bed. Bai Qingxiao looked down and looked for a long time. It turned out that she could also leave her youthful appearance in the photos like other people at this age. Looking at it this way, the 17-year-old self seemed to be quite good-looking. The girl gently stroked the photos with her slender fingers. She glanced at the 2 exquisite photo frames, and quickly looked up. I like them very much. How much did they cost in total? I have to give you money. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and shrugged, saying, 5 yuan each, give me 10 yuan. Okay. Bai Qingxiao put down the photo frame, and immediately took out money from her pocket. She took out 1 photo for 5 yuan, 4 photos for 1 yuan, and a coin. Lu Yuanqiu took it, and threw it into the drawer. In fact, he didn't know how much he spent. He only knew that these 2 photos had enough weight in the girl's heart, and needed to be exchanged with precious money. In this way, what she had in her hands was truly her own thing. The night was thick. Back in the rental house in the village, Bai Qingxiao walked to the bed, and hung the photo of her standing by the flower bed on the wall. This photo was in the center of this small photo wall, when she was 17 years old. Lu Yuanqiu sat in the bedroom, and turned on the computer. He took out the note with the class group number and looked at it, then applied to join the group. After the application was successful, he realized that more than 30 people had already joined. And at this moment, the group chat was very lively. In this case, it was obvious that Lu Wei had not joined the group yet. Playboy, who is he? Zhiqiu, isn't it Lu Yuanqiu, the Dogecoin? Playboy? Hearing the tone of the voice, Lu Yuanqiu typed and asked, I'm Lu Yuanqiu, are you Zhong Jincheng? Playboy, it's me, your name is really pretentious. Lu Yuanqiu has basically no friends with people in the class. Even Zhong Jincheng, who he has known since childhood, has never been a friend. And in his previous life, he seemed to have no overtime group, and was particularly rebellious. Ye Zhiqiu, I'm surprised by your nickname. So ordinary, Playboy, ordinary, you are too young. Try to separate these 2 nouns. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned. Playboy, big carrot. Yes Hikyu, awesome, 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 I admit defeat. Playboy, grinned just then, the group message reminded, Xia Tianfeng has joined the group chat. Bai Qingxiao came in. Playboy, who is Xia Tianfeng? Why are your nicknames so messed up? Yes Hikyu, it's Bai Qingxiao. Xia Tianfeng. Smile. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't hold it back, she smiled again. After sending a smiling emoji, Bai Qingxiao stopped talking. More and more people came into the class group, and soon it reached 50. Zhong Jincheng and a person named Ai Changgu were chatting enthusiastically. The whole group chat was just the two of them sending messages. Judging from the tone, Lu Yuanqiu judged that Ai Changgu was Gao Chong. Just then, a person named Mickey Mouse Clubhouse joined the group. Chapter 108. Mickey Mouse House. Hello, I am your English teacher Su Miaomiu. A whole row of replies quickly appeared below. Hello, teacher. Lu Yuanqiu did not see Bai Qingsha's reply, guessing that she should still be typing. Mickey Mouse House. Didn't Teacher Lu come in? Wang Haoran. Not yet, the head teacher may have forgotten something. Teacher Su, I will set up group management for you first, and everyone should remember to change their names to their own names. Only 3 or 2 people changed their names, and Lu Yuanqiu was too lazy to change them. At this time, Su Miaomiu spoke again. English teacher Su Miaomiu, who is this? Let's say, just now, you added me as a friend, but I clicked the wrong button and accidentally clicked reject. Can you apply again? Let's say, teacher, I am Zheng Yifeng. I also clicked the wrong button and accidentally clicked add friend. Lu Yuanqiu burst out laughing. These 2 people. Neither of them was accidental. Who did it on purpose and who was accidental? Yi Qiu. Since the teacher said so, don't you give the teacher face? Can't you add me as a friend again? Let's say, English teacher Su Miaomiu. Covering her mouth and laughing, the 2 of them didn't talk anymore, and Lu Yuanqiu didn't know whether Zheng Yifeng had applied for a friend again. Another minute passed. Xia Tianda Feng, hello teacher. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the message expressionlessly. He seriously suspected that Bai Qingxia had been typing until now. Because Bai Qingxia was typing very slowly at the moment, Lu Yuanqiu hardly chatted with her on QQ. When they chatted, she would send a smiley face the most, or she would reply a sentence after a long time. So when Lu Yuanqiu wanted to find her, he basically called her. He took out today's homework and mobile phone and called Bai Qingxia. After the call was connected, the girl's soft voice came from the other end. Hello? Lu Yuanqiu, my father is asleep. I have to speak softly. Lu Yuanqiu, it's okay, I can hear you at this level. Do you have time now? I have a few questions to ask you. In the rental house, the girl put down her mobile phone, turned her head, and glanced at the pile of laundry in the red plastic basin, and she responded softly, when you have time, ask. Lu Yuanqiu, okay, take out your math workbook. Bai Qingxia, I stayed at school. You read the questions, I remember them all. Lu Yuanqiu, question 10, the question about the sequence. It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening. In the rental house, on the single bed outside the curtain, Bai Songjia was wearing big shorts and snoring loudly. A small dim light was on the table next to him. The girl took off her school uniform, revealing the old white short-sleeved shirt underneath. She stood up and walked out of the curtain, threw her school uniform into the basin, then clamped the phone on her shoulder with her ear, walked out of the room with the big basin full of clothes, and came to the corridor outside. After getting water from the pool at the end of the corridor, Bai Qingxia moved a small stool and sat down. While washing clothes with both hands, she held the phone in her head and answered the boy's question softly. A few stars dotted the night sky. Below was quiet and dark. In the village in the city without a single street lamp, a dim light could still be seen coming from a shabby 2-story building. Under the warm light, a girl in a shabby short-sleeved shirt sat at the end of the narrow and crowded corridor on the 2nd floor. She spoke softly and gently to the phone held by her ear. In a high-rise building a few kilometers away, the boy sat at his desk and nodded frequently. The next day, school. The first class ended, and before Zhang Bowen picked up the class card, Lu Wei walked into the classroom first. She clapped her hands, trying to wake up the large number of students who were drowsy on the desks just after class. Get up, get up. Today is the first day of running exercises. Everyone has to run. The director will go upstairs to check on people. Lu Yuanqiu sat up and raised his drowsy head from the table. We are already in the 3rd year of high school. Doesn't sleep quality include the scope of physical health considerations? Can't we take some time to make up for the sleep? Teacher, I'm on my period. Please give me a leave. Chen Fei suddenly raised her hand and said. Lu Wei frowned. Okay, but you have to go down and stand outside the track without running. Hu Kawei also hurriedly said, Teacher, I'm on my period too. Lu Wei nodded. You too. Lu Yuanqiu said unconvinced. Teacher, I'm on my period too. Lu Wei stared at him. Lu Yuanqiu, do you want to experience my menopause? Lu Yuanqiu, I was so angry. Why is the men's menstrual period not taken seriously? Men obviously have 1 or 2 days a month when it's not convenient. When they came to the playground, The whistle sounded, and the familiar running music from the previous life lingered in their ears again. However, after starting to run, Lu Yuanqiu quickly became energetic and discovered a little charm of running. He ran beside Bai Qingxia, looking at the girl's trembling world with a serious expression, and gradually forgot his fatigue. I love running exercises. At noon, in the cafeteria. Brother Qiu, the lottery results are out, and we two brothers are currently facing a very serious problem. After putting the prepared food on the table, Chao Shuang sat down opposite Lu Yuanqiu and spoke seriously. Lu Yuanqiu took a bite of the food and looked up. The lottery results are out? I haven't asked yet. Which class did your class draw? Lu Yuanqiu's class 28 and Chao Shuang's class 19 both successfully advanced to the top 15 of the senior year, which is today's second round of eliminations. Chao Shuang said, "We are class 19, today we will play against your class 28. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned and raised his head. Our two classes are facing each other so soon? Chao Shuang nodded solemnly. What should we do, Brother Qiu? Lu Yuanqiu smiled while eating. What can we do? Just play normally. If we win, we will advance, and if we lose, we will be eliminated. There are only two results. Chao Shuang's expression was serious. But Brother Qiu, I don't have the will to fight you now. Just as Lu Yuanqiu was about to speak, his eyes suddenly looked at the two people who were slowly walking behind Chao Shuang. He said, Isn't the will to fight coming? Among the two people walking, the one standing on the right was Lu Yang, the lip-stud boy who provoked in the cafeteria that day. And the one on the left was very tall, about 1.9 meters at a glance. He was wearing a set of foreign brand-name clothes. At this age, he looked mature, his face was very cold, his eyes were relatively narrow, and his lips were very thin. He looked uncomfortable. Lu Yuanqiu had never seen him, but he knew that he was Zhang Yifei. Zhang Yifei and Lu Yang walked to the table, and Lu Yang smiled and said, Senior Chao, please move aside and sit across from me. Lu Yuanqiu waved to Chao Shuang and asked him to sit over. After Zhang Yifei and Lu Yang sat down across from each other, Zhang Yifei spoke first, his voice a little muffled. Let me get straight to the point. Lu Yuanqiu, I hope you admit defeat. Chapter 109. What the hell are you talking about? Chao Shuang immediately exploded, picked up the iced black tea on the table, and was about to stand up, but Lu Yuanqiu reached out and held him down. Zhang Yifei glanced at Chao Shuang calmly, and he spoke again, but this time, his tone was more emotional than the cold tone just now. I'm sorry, what I said just now may have caused misunderstandings between the two of you. What I meant was to abstain. Abstain? Lu Yuanqiu looked at him, and nodded secretly in his heart. This guy is different from other high school students. In short, he has a kind of emotional stability that Lu Yuanqiu can't see in other high school students. Zhang Yifei nodded expressionlessly. That's right, I don't mean to insult Senior Lu. In fact, after listening to your performance on the basketball court yesterday, I admire you very much. If you are willing, I can invite you to join the school team. Lu Yuanqiu sneered. Then tell me why you want me to give up? Because this basketball game is very important to me. Why is it important? Lu Yuanqiu asked. During dinner yesterday, he heard from Chao Shuang about Zhang Yifei's attitude towards this basketball game. After hearing Lu Yuanqiu's question, Zhang Yifei looked at him quietly for a moment, and his tone began to carry a bit of the arrogance of the rich class. He raised his mouth slightly and said, I'm sorry, even if I tell you, you won't understand. Anyway, this basketball game is very important to me. You are treating me like an ordinary student. Lu Yuanqiu understood what he meant. Indeed, Zhang Yifei is the current prince of the White Rhino brand. In high school, he is not at the same level as other students. But you know, child, the halo on you originally belonged to another girl. Lu Yuanqiu's eyes silently became sharper. At this moment, he understood one thing. Zhang Yifei didn't know that his true identity was actually one of the third-generation heirs of Lu's enterprise. In other words, Zhang Yifei didn't know who the current rival of the White Rhino brand was, and he had never investigated. You, the prince, didn't do a good job. Of course, after all, you're still a 16-year-old kid. Lu Yuanqiu spread his hands and asked in confusion. You asked me to give up right away, it's very abrupt, brother, I could have won the championship, but you just said you don't want the honor and prize? Lu Yang crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. Don't worry, since my brother Fei has made a request, there must be something good for you. Lu Yuanqiu immediately put his hands on the table and said with a smile, Benefits? Tell me. Zhang Yifei said calmly, I will give you 5,000 yuan, 5,000 yuan, enough for you to spend for a long time. Indeed, Most high school students' parents now earn only 1,000 or 2,000 yuan a month, so for a student, 5,000 yuan is already a huge sum of money. After hearing this, Lu Yang looked at the opposite side with jealous eyes. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head silently to look at Chao Shuang, but Chao Shuang was the first to burst out laughing. 5,000? Brother Qiu, he said 5,000? Ah ha ha ha. Chao Shuang laughed like Master Xing in his seat, holding his stomach. Lu Yuanqiu also seemed to have heard the words of a child playing house, shook his head and smiled. His expression was very helpless. Zhang Yifei's expression was cold. Lu Yuanqiu, I know you may not agree so easily because of your face, but I hope you think about it carefully, and don't be hard on money. This is 5,000 yuan. If you think it's too little, 10,000 is also fine. If you give up tonight, I can give you 20,000. Lu Yang couldn't sit still anymore, and silently turned his head to look at Zhang Yifei. Brother Fei, don't, this is too easy for him. Zhang Yifei didn't respond, his eyes were fixed on Lu Yuanqiu. Ah ha ha ha. Lu Yuanqiu and Chao Shuang looked at each other, and they laughed so hard in their seats. The expression on Zhang Yifei's face had begun to look ugly. Lu Yuanqiu, I want to ask, what's so funny? Lu Yuanqiu waved his hand. Sorry, the last time I found something so funny was when I saw Mao Zedong's face. He cleared his throat, sat up straight, and his expression returned to normal. Lu Yuanqiu looked across and spoke clearly, word by word. I don't want to. What's the reason? Lu Yuanqiu stretched his head and showed the expression he should have. No reason. Lu Yang exploded and slammed the table. Lu Yuanqiu, do you know who Zhang Yifei's father is? Lu Yuanqiu looked at him. If you want to know who his father is, ask his mother. What's wrong? Do you still need to do the paternity test here? Lu Yang was stunned, and Zhang Yifei gradually frowned after hearing this. Lu Yuanqiu pointed to the opposite side and looked at Chao Shuang with amusement. They are really interesting. Chao Shuang raised his head and laughed. Ah ha ha ha. Lu Yuanqiu stared at Zhang Yifei, raised his hand, and slapped Chao Shuang's face with his backhand, and Chao Shuang's laughter stopped instantly. Ah, Brother Qiu, don't you have to laugh this time? Don't pretend to be rich in front of me. I don't care whether your basketball game is important or not, I'm going to play against you. Do you understand? Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand and pointed at the person opposite him. Zhang Yifei stared at the short-haired boy in front of him with an indifferent expression for a while, then smiled. Okay, see you in the finals. Lu Yuanqiu, see you in the finals. Zhang Yifei stood up and left. Lu Yang glared at Lu Yuanqiu and quickly called out Brother Fei and chased after him. It was not until he saw the two men leave the cafeteria that Chao Shuang turned his head curiously and asked, Brother Qiu, is the hatred between you and their father and son really that great? Lu Yuanqiu did not look at him and slowly said, Let's put it this way, the meaning of my reappearance here is to fight them. Bang! Chao Shuang suddenly slapped the table, startling Lu Yuanqiu, who turned his head and glared at him. Although I didn't understand it, it was so exciting. I go get another chicken leg. After he said that, he ran towards the cafeteria window. As the first Chinese class in the afternoon was about to end, Lu Wei closed the textbook and said to the students below, I have planned a pre-class speech. Starting from tomorrow's Chinese class, one person will take turns to give a 5-minute speech before class every day. No one can escape it. What? Why? Why do we have to give a speech all of a sudden? Gao Chong asked in confusion. Lu Wei adjusted her glasses with a serious expression. This is to train you in advance, you know. When you go to college, you will give more speeches. Wang Haoran, teacher, what is the content of the speech? Lu Wei shrugged. It doesn't matter. No matter how fancy or imaginative you are, just say whatever you want to say. Just speak for 5 minutes on the podium in front of everyone. I calculated, one person a day, 5 times a week. Everyone can give 2 or 3 speeches before graduation. Chapter 110. Everyone frowned as soon as the words fell. If it was normal to act funny in public, it wouldn't matter. After all, at that moment, he was definitely in a state of excitement, and he wasn't always being watched by everyone. But this time, he was giving a formal speech in front of the teacher and classmates, which was very embarrassing. Lu Yuanqiu didn't care. A speech was a speech. He had done it before his rebirth. Not to mention in front of more than 50 people, he had given speeches in front of hundreds of people. Lu Wei raised her hand and pointed at Gao Chong. Qiangzi, tomorrow we start with you. From now on, we won't follow the student number, but randomly. After that, the bell rang, and Gao Chong immediately looked up to the sky and howled, alas. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at the side, and found that Bai Qingxiao was holding a fountain pen with both hands and shrinking it against her chest. When she was nervous, uneasy, or shy, she would do a lot of small movements, such as holding a fountain pen with both hands. Her hands were really small. She couldn't hold a fountain pen completely with both hands. Nervous? Lu Yuanqiu asked. Bai Qingxiao lowered her head and didn't answer. For people with social phobia, giving a speech on stage is definitely an epic disaster. Not to mention Bai Qingxiao, who is a fighter among social phobia. Lu Yuanqiu, actually, I quite agree with the teacher's approach. It's good. I know, but I can't speak. Bai Qingxiao still lowered her head. Lu Yuanqiu, why can't you speak? Xiaozui is so pretty, shouldn't you talk more? After saying that, Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand and pinched her cheeks, making Bai Qingxiao's mouth pout and then drop. The girl seemed to still be worried about the speech, and did not pat Lu Yuanqiu's hand, letting him pinch it. At this time, Lu Yuanqiu looked at her school uniform, and suddenly remembered something that happened in the morning. During the morning reading, he accidentally touched Bai Qingxiao's school uniform jacket, and found that the clothes were damp. Lu Yuanqiu didn't say it at the time, but he guessed that she must have washed her school uniform yesterday. It was already autumn, and the weather was getting cooler. Bai Qingxiao had no clothes to wear, but she loved cleanliness. She would definitely wash her clothes on time, but she would also wear clothes that were not dried. Lu Yuanqiu put down his hand and said, I'm going to the mall to buy clothes this weekend. You should come with me and buy a few pieces. Why are you saving money when you have money? The girl shook her head. Don't shake your head. Lu Yuanqiu stared at her and shouted fiercely. The voice attracted the people at the front table. Lu Yuanqiu waved his hand at them. I'm scolding you. Children, don't look at me. After the front table turned back, Bai Qingxiao raised her eyes, looked at him with an embarrassed expression, and turned her head away. Lu Yuanqiu, it's settled. If I don't see you then, I fire you. He reached out and flicked the girl's pink hairpin. Bai Qingxiao's chest rose and fell, and her little face was full of resentment. The bell for class rang. Zhang Yifeng, who had not yet woken up for a while during the break, slapped his head on the table again. This class was math class. The math teacher was a middle-aged male teacher wearing 1,000-degree myopic glasses. His name was Ren Qingtian. He always wore a dark striped short-sleeved shirt, with the bottom of the short-sleeved shirt tucked into his pants with a black belt. He also had another characteristic, which was that he often exuded a lingering smell of cigarettes. When he entered the classroom for class, there was usually white smoke coming out of his mouth and nostrils. Look, teacher Ren Qingtian walked into the classroom again, puffing out smoke. He raised his hand to fan the smoke in front of him, put the textbook on the podium, and turned to face the blackboard without saying anything. He put one hand on his waist, and started writing questions on the blackboard with the other hand. The expressions on the faces of the whole class changed immediately. This wave of questions in class is absolutely dangerous. Everyone lowered their heads silently, staring at the desks, including Bai Qingxiao, and the whole class moved in unison. Lu Yuanqiu also did this instinctively. He had no choice. His fear of being called on to do questions on the blackboard was awakened again. After finishing the 4 questions, Ren Qingtian frowned, threw the chalk on the podium, and said solemnly, I looked at your monthly exam papers, and found that your class is still not familiar with trigonometric functions. I have given you 4 questions. Who will go up and do them? The whole class bowed their heads, as if they were mourning for him collectively. Is there anyone who volunteered? It would be strange if there was. Ren Qingtian asked again, and everyone still bowed their heads. If there's no one, I just call the name. Even more nervous. As Ren Qingtian was talking, he suddenly saw a boy in the back row slowly raise his head. Zhang Yifeng looked up, and made eye contact with him on the stage. With just one glance, Ren Qingtian immediately smiled and pointed at him. Come on, the boy in the back row, you go first. Zhang Yifeng stood up in confusion, and walked over. At this time, Ren Qingtian put aside the eraser on the podium, revealing a seating chart that was pasted on it, which was not known when it was written. He scanned the list on it. Come on, the second one, Bai Qingxiao. The third one is Lu Yuanqiu. Hey, your names are interesting. One is Qiu, and the other is Xiao. Even though he had taught class 28 for a year, Ren Qingtian still didn't recognize the people in this class. Huh? Lu Yuanqiu looked up. Bai Qingxiao clenched her hands, stood up nervously, and walked towards the podium. Lu Yuanqiu also scratched his head, and followed behind. Ren Qingtian. The fourth one is Zhou Hui. After saying that, he took the water cup and walked to the door to drink a sip, then lowered his head, and spit the tea leaves into the cup. Lu Yuanqiu stood in front of his own question. His mind was blank. What kind of question is this? Forget it. It doesn't matter if you can't solve it. Ren Qingtian's voice came from behind. If you can't solve it, you will stand for a whole class. Lu Yuanqiu, It doesn't matter. Zhang Yifeng will definitely not be able to solve it, so we have to stand together. Lu Yuanqiu laughed in his heart, but when he turned his head, the smile froze on his face. He found that Zhang Yifeng was writing down the solution process quickly with no expression on his face. No, buddy, you are really good at it. Bai Qingxia didn't do her own questions. She kept turning her head to stare at Lu Yuanqiu's questions. After a while, she gently tapped the blackboard 3 times with chalk. Lu Yuanqiu looked over and found that Bai Qingxia started to write the solution process, but she wrote the solution process of his question. Huh? Quick, quick, quick! Lu Yuanqiu seemed to have found a savior. Bai Qingxia wrote a line, and he copied it. Zhang Yifeng next door had finished writing, threw away the chalk and walked down listlessly. Finally, Bai Qingxia finished writing the solution process of his question, and then quickly raised her little hand to erase the process in front of her. Hey you! Use the eraser, Lu Yuanqiu muttered in his heart, but suddenly realized that the socially anxious Bai Qingxia probably didn't even have the courage to turn around and get the eraser. After erasing, Bai Qingxia hurriedly scanned her own questions, and Lu Yuanqiu was also very loyal, and waited for her beside her. Bai Qingxia was very fast, and in a few seconds, she started to move her hands again, and wrote down the solution process of her own question. The two walked down the podium together, and Zhou Hui stayed there to write the 4th question. Lu Yuanqiu pretended to be powerful behind Bai Qingxia, and put on an expression of so easy. Chapter 111. Ren Qingtian came over with a water cup and observed the first 3 questions. A female student named Zhou Hui was still struggling with the 4th question. It took her a long time to write a letter like squeezing toothpaste. She erased and revised it. Ren Qingtian had already started to correct the first 3 questions in front of the whole class. Yes, you did a good job, and the process was correct. After coming to Zhou Hui's side, he frowned. Okay, go down, stand in your position. I have explained this type of question many times, but you still don't know how to do it. Zhou Hui blushed, lowered her head, and stood silently at her seat. Seeing that she was blocking the students behind her, Ren Qingtian waved his hand again. Forget it, sit down. Remember next time, when you encounter this kind of question, what should you do first? Come, look at me. He started teaching on the podium. In the corner by the window, Lu Yuanqiu looked at the girl next to him with deep affection. Come, give me your hand. Lu Yuanqiu took her hand and looked at the chalk dust on her palm. He felt distressed. He directly reached out and took out toilet paper from Bai Qingxia's trouser pocket and wiped her palm. When Bai Qingxia took out the paper, her legs trembled in fear, and then her ears turned red, and she tried to pull her hand back. Lu Yuanqiu squeaked, stared at her, pulled her hand over again, and wiped the chalk dust on her palm with toilet paper. I'm sorry, I won't be mean to you again next time. I was wrong. I didn't expect that you would help me with the homework after I was mean to you. You are so kind. Lu Yuanqiu wiped while speaking. Bai Qingxia looked up at him, and seemed to really believe Lu Yuanqiu's lies. Her little hand did not resist, and let him wipe. After school in the evening, Bai Qingxia ran out of the classroom again with her school bag on her back. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't stop her. This girl must have gone to buy him water again. In fact, the staff of the movie studio provided drinks on site. One class had a buy in today's game, and the remaining 14 classes drew lots to play against each other in pairs. Class 28 played against Class 19, which was Chao Shuang's class. There was almost no suspense in this game. After Chao Shuang seriously competed with Lu Yuanqiu and others for a round, he played badly in the second half, and even deliberately made rules to give Lu Yuanqiu points, in order to increase his brother Qiu's personal score. During the competition, Lu Yuanqiu looked back at the students who were watching and saw Zhang Yifei among them. Zhang Yifei had indeed come to watch his competition. Next to Zhang Yifei was the pretty girl he had seen last time, but with a somewhat cold expression. The relationship between the two must be unusual. However, what surprised Lu Yuanqiu was that he found that Zhang Yifeng had actually looked at the girl next to Zhang Yifei several times. Zhang Yifeng seemed to know the girl. After the evening self-study, on the way to the supermarket, Lu Yuanqiu rode his bicycle and said to the girl sitting on the back seat, "Don't buy me water next time you compete. You bought 3 bottles at a time. Did you get your money from the wind? It's not expensive." The girl stubbornly uttered 3 words. Lu Yuanqiu, "It's available on the field, free to drink." Hearing this, Bai Qingxia didn't say anything. The bicycle tire hit a stone at this time. She was shocked in the seat, and quickly opened her arms to hug Lu Yuanqiu's waist. Lu Yuanqiu responded, What? What? Why are you hugging me? You bastard. You female bastard. Bai Qingxia's ears turned red with shame. She pinched Lu Yuanqiu's belly lightly with her little hand. She didn't dare to pinch it too hard, so it didn't hurt at all, but it was like a spoiled child. After arriving at the supermarket, Bai Qingxia found that her father had changed into the supermarket's red vest. Today, Uncle Lu was not around to guide him, but he had already learned to move things from the warehouse. The girl turned her head beside the shelf and looked at it seriously with a faint smile on her face. At this moment, Bai Songjia was suddenly tripped by the threshold and fell to the ground, and the things in the cardboard box were scattered all over the floor. Bai Qingxia, who was watching the scene from a distance, was startled and rushed over. When she came to her father, she found that 2 other men also rushed over. The 3 of them arrived here almost at the same time. Lu Yuanqiu, Lu Tian, and Bai Qingxia looked up at each other, and Lu Yuanqiu hurriedly stepped forward to help Uncle Bai up. It's it! It's it! It's it! It's not me! I didn't! It's not me! Bai Songjia stood there, pointing at the protruding threshold in panic, and shouted loudly in a hurry, attracting the customers in the supermarket to look over here. Bai Qingxia hurriedly walked to his father, patted his back and comforted him. I know, it's not you, it's not you, it's okay, it's okay. She then looked down at the things that had spilled out of the broken cardboard box, and found that it was a pile of candy. There were still many boxes of candy, and Lu Tian had bought a lot of candy this time. As if he saw the girl's confusion, Lu Tian explained, The end of the month is Halloween. Bai Qingxia, selling candy to children? Lu Tian raised his eyebrows and smacked his lips. Not really, I give it away for free, but it's not for children. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and took over the conversation, looking at the girl. You know, when the time comes, this is the tradition of our supermarket. After saying that, he looked at Lu Tian and said, Dad, let me go with Bai Qingxia when the time comes. Haven't you always been unwilling to do this? You complained about getting up too early, but now you've got it? Lu Tian glanced at him, mocking him. Lu Yuanqiu nodded righteously. Yes, I've got it. That's right, he's got too many things to get at these days. Lu Tian silently looked at his son. For example, before, Lu Yuanqiu rarely came to the supermarket to help, but now, he comes almost once a day. Without asking any more questions, Lu Tian lowered his head, grabbed a handful of candy, and stuffed it into Bai Songjia's pocket. Take it home and eat it. Seeing this, Bai Songjia danced with joy. Give it to Xia Xia. He took out some candy, and stuffed it into Bai Qingxia's pocket. Lu Tian then stuffed it into his pocket, and Bai Songjia then stuffed it into his daughter's pocket. Back and forth, Bai Qingxia shook her hands in embarrassment. Uncle, don't take it. Lu Yuanqiu and his son laughed. Time came to Friday. After school, Lu Yuanqiu and the other 5 stood on the basketball court. Today was the finals for the senior year. The last match was between senior year 12 and senior year 28. After 5 days of competition, the name of class 28 had spread throughout the campus, especially Zheng Yifeng and Lu Yuanqiu. One of them was a god of dribbling, and he was handsome. Whenever Zheng Yifeng was there, the court would be full of girls. The other person, Lu Yuanqiu, was a hexagonal warrior on the basketball court, and he had super explosive dunking skills. A dunking scene frozen in midair would definitely cause the loudest screams on the scene. Chapter 112. Damn it, Jiao Jiao? Gao Chong and Zhong Jincheng looked at the Class 12 basketball team standing opposite them, their heads leaning forward in surprise. Lu Yuanqiu scratched his ears and said, Why do I seem to have heard this line from you two before? I remembered that when Zhong Jincheng and Gao Chong saw Jiao Jiao appear in the shot put area during the sports meeting, they also expressed this kind of surprise. And now, Jiao Jiao, wearing a yellow jersey, also appeared in the Class 12 basketball team. Outrageous, very outrageous. Although Jiao Jiao is indeed a boy, his personality makes Lu Yuanqiu completely unable to associate him with basketball. At this time, the voice of physical education teacher Wang Ping came from the side. Jiao Jiao can play basketball. Although his body size makes him a little clumsy, clumsiness has its advantages on the basketball court. After saying that, Wang Ping patted Lu Yuanqiu on the shoulder. Come on. Although Jiao Jiao is difficult to deal with, he is more optimistic about his student Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu patted Zheng Yifeng's shoulder. Hey, wake up. Zheng Yifeng opened his sleepy eyes. Lu Yuanqiu realized that Su Miaomiao didn't come to watch today, so Zheng Yifeng was a little sleepy. It's the finals of the grade, but you are listless in this game, because Su Miaomiao didn't come. Today's basketball game is also divided into 3 games. The first game is the finals of the grade for the first year of high school. The second game is the finals of the grade for the second year of high school. There is no suspense on the second year of high school. It is still the team led by Zhang Yifei that won. Lu Yuanqiu missed the finals of the first year of high school, but he watched the second year of high school. Zhang Yifei is really strong, so strong that he is almost the only one in the whole basketball court. The finals of the senior year of high school were in the third match, and the basketball court was surrounded by a crowd of people. Lu Yuanqiu looked up at the iron net above the steps. A girl in school uniform and a pink hairpin was squatting there, holding the iron net with her two small hands, looking over here nervously. A group of people squeezed behind her. If Bai Qingxia hadn't come early, she wouldn't have had a seat to watch. Today's referee was not Wang Ping, but Wang Ping's roommate, a dark-skinned man. Lu Yuanqiu led the team forward and approached the people from Class 12 head-on. The expression on Jiao Jiao's face was cute, but also serious. It was obvious that he was very nervous. The speakers outside the court changed the song at this time. Zhou Daxia. The fast-paced prelude sounded. The dark-skinned PE teacher threw the ball upwards, and Lu Yuanqiu jumped high. His strong body cast a dark shadow in the air. This time, he still snatched the ball from the opponent's hand. Although Jiao Jiao's body was heavy, he reacted quickly and ran side by side with Gao Chong, who took the ball. Gao Chong turned his head and looked at the huge monster beside him. His face changed immediately. From Lu Yuanqiu's perspective, the visual effect was even more obvious. Gao Chong was already as thin as a monkey, and Deligio's waist was almost 2.5 times his. The two ran side by side, and it seemed that Gao Chong's body would fall apart as long as Deligio's, but pushed to the side. What you fear will come true. Gao Chong passed the ball to Wang Haoran, and Jiao Jiao ran over to defend Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran passed the ball back to Gao Chong, and Gao Chong collided with Jiao Jiao, who was stealing the ball. Gao Chong flew out of the court and rolled 2.5 times on the ground. He sat on the ground, dumbfounded, and completely in a state of confusion. The ball was taken away by Jiao Jiao. When he was about to throw it to his teammates, a figure as swift as the wind ran past him like a ghost. Zhang Yifeng grabbed the ball and shot a jump shot from outside the three-point line. After the shot, he turned around with his eyelids drooping and didn't even check whether the ball went into the basket. He was so confident. At the moment when the basketball successfully fell into the basket, the shrill screams of girls were heard on the court. Zhong Jinqing, why is he pretending like Lu Yuanqiu? Let me compete with him this time. Wang Haoran shouted, swung the middle pass, and took the ball passed by Lu Yuanqiu at the beginning of the second wave. Jiao Jiao was very busy, and seemed to be guarding everyone on the court. When she saw Wang Haoran got the ball, she rushed forward. Come on, Wang Haoran! Hu Kaiwei shouted loudly outside the court. Wang Haoran sneered, and dribbled two balls under his crotch in an exaggerated posture. When he saw Jiao Jiao coming to defend, he immediately turned sideways, and bumped with his shoulder, using the skill Iron Mountain Lean. Lu Yuanqiu looked at this scene in astonishment, as if he saw the shadow of an old friend shrugging his shoulders in Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran's expression gradually became surprised, because he found that his Iron Mountain Leaning was useless against Jiao Jiao, who didn't move at all. While he was distracted, the ball was taken away. Class 12 scored a goal. 2.5 minutes into the game, 28 versus Class 12, 3:2. Lu Yuanqiu hadn't exerted his strength yet. In the next wave, Zhang Yifeng knocked down a person from Class 12, and passed the ball from Jiao Jiao's crotch to Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu rushed to his own basket with the ball, and a heavy sound came from the side. He turned his head, and saw that it was Jiao Jiao. This heavy-bodied guy had a serious expression, and rushed towards Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu lowered his eyebrows, without any intention of dodging, and rushed towards Jiao Jiao with the ball in one hand. A muffled sound came from the court, and Jiao Jiao's body tilted to the side, with a stunned expression, and she staggered and sat directly on the ground. Lu Yuanqiu actually knocked Jiao Jiao down. The audience on the court watched this scene, and they were all silent, and they were all stunned and didn't say anything. Zhang Yifei, who was watching, was also surprised and slightly widened his narrow eyes. What kind of power is this? Lu Yuanqiu laughed, took 3 steps forward, and violently dunked, causing the basket to buzz. The final result of the game was that Class 28 of Senior 3 became the champion of the Senior 3 class, and successfully advanced to the semifinals. In fact, what shocked Lu Yuanqiu the most in this game was Jiao Jiao's performance. Jiao Jiao has always felt very similar to Bai Qingxia to Lu Yuanqiu, because Jiao Jiao is an isolated person, very introverted, has no friends, and doesn't like to talk. But Lu Yuanqiu didn't expect Jiao Jiao's performance on the basketball court to be so crazy. Even though the defense was already illegal, she still wanted to grab the ball. He seemed to take this championship very seriously. This made Lu Yuanqiu change his previous opinion of him. After eating with Bai Qingxiao on the first floor, Lu Yuanqiu realized that Bai Qingxiao no longer packed lunch boxes for her father. Bai Songjia is currently working in the supermarket all day, and the supermarket takes care of all 3 meals, so Bai Qingxiao doesn't have to worry about her father having no food. I'm really flattered that you are willing to come to the cafeteria with me today. Lu Yuanqiu teased the girl next to him. Bai Qingxiao looked at him with red ears and whispered, "Because you won and entered the semifinals, I celebrate with you." Lu Yuanqiu smiled and raised his hand to flick the girl's pink hairpin, causing her to shyly blink. Just then, the two suddenly heard a muffled cry coming from the corner of the canteen trash can. The voice seemed familiar, and Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiao walked over to take a look. They were both stunned. Jiao Jiao leaned against the wall, crying next to the trash can. His body was covered with leftovers, and his head and clothes were covered with rice and brown soup. Chapter 113. Jiao Jiao? Lu Yuanqiu hesitated and spoke. To be honest, after seeing Jiao Jiao sitting next to the trash can, Lu Yuanqiu instantly understood why he played so hard today. When someone called his name, Jiao Jiao looked up and looked over with his mouth wide open. He still looked silly and cute, but he was very sad and cried in frustration. His voice was as soft as a Lolita, which was very inconsistent with his body. I have tried my best. I really have tried my best. I have tried my best to grab the ball. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head silently and looked at Bai Qingxiao. Jiao Jiao was actually quite cute, introverted and gentle. He rarely lost his temper. Although he was huge, he would always stop and give way to others when he met them. Whether in the cafeteria or in the teaching building, he was always quiet in his own world without affecting others. His voice was seriously inconsistent with his appearance, so he rarely spoke. This was Dolly Jiao, the Dolly Jiao that Lu Yuanqiu knew. At this time, Lu Yuanqiu felt his sleeve being pulled by the person next to him. He turned around and found Bai Qingxiao lowering her head to take out toilet paper from her 2 pockets. After taking out 2 pieces, she stretched them out, folded them together, and silently handed them to Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu understood what Bai Qingxiao meant, and he walked to the corner with the toilet paper. Standing in front of this big guy, Lu Yuanqiu paused, then lowered his head and said to him, "Jiao Jiao, if someone bullies you again in the future, shut up and speak with your fists." After saying that, he bent down and put the tissue in Jiao Jiao's hand. "Brother Qiu?" A voice came from behind, and Lu Yuanqiu turned around and found that it was Chao Shuang who came to the trash can with a half-eaten plate. Because of the trash can blocking the view, Chao Shuang hadn't seen Jiao Jiao yet. When he saw Bai Qingxiao standing here, he poured the leftovers into the trash can and quickly smiled and bent down to greet her. "Sister-in-law is here too, hello." After being called like this, Bai Qingxiao's beautiful eyes widened and her breathing almost stopped. She quickly moved away from Chao Shuang and stood in the corner, her head turned to one side, nervously clenching her 2 small hands in front of her, her earlobes red and congested. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at her and frowned at Chao Shuang. "Stinky boy, don't shout here." "Oh, okay. Chao Shuang scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. He then saw the big guy sitting in front of Lu Yuanqiu. "Damn, isn't this Dolly Jiao?" Chao Shuang spoke in astonishment. He walked to Lu Yuanqiu's side and looked at the scene in surprise. The people in their class 12 like to order Dolly Jiao to do all kinds of things. After all, you are also a coward. Why are you so big? I get angry just looking at her. After Chao Shuang finished speaking, he kicked Dolly Jiao's leg with a look of disappointment. Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand to stop him. Okay, everyone has a different personality." Silently glancing at the girl in the corner, Lu Yuanqiu lowered his head and whispered to Chao Shuang, "Please help me find out if Zhang Yifei has anything to do with Jiao Jiao being treated this way this time." "Okay." Chao Shuang quickly agreed. At this time, thinking of tomorrow's matter, Lu Yuanqiu said, "Tomorrow afternoon, karaoke." Chao Shuang's eyes lit up after hearing this. "Okay, who are they?" "Just the 3 of us. I go shopping with her in the morning and have lunch outside at noon. I thought your home is near the Wanda Plaza, right? It's just right for us to sing a song together in the afternoon." Chao Shuang smiled and glanced at Bai Qingxiao and whispered to Lu Yuanqiu, "Brother Qiu, tell me honestly, do you want to pursue our school beauty Bai? Don't worry, I will be your wingman when the time comes. Get lost, don't mess around." Lu Yuanqiu kicked him away. After Chao Shuang ran away, Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and looked at Bai Qingxia. The girl glanced at him unnaturally, paused, lowered her head, and walked out of the cafeteria. Lu Yuanqiu chased after her and patted her right shoulder. The girl with a ponytail on her shoulder turned her head to the right, and Lu Yuanqiu appeared on the left. He is like this, he speaks directly without thinking, don't take it to heart. Lu Yuanqiu put his hands in his pockets and said beside him. Hearing this, the girl's eyes fell back to the ground. She nodded, and her two small hands were still clenched nervously in front of her. The night deepened. In the dimly lit rental house, Bai Qingxia was doing homework in the bedroom behind the curtain. When she heard the noise outside, she frowned slightly. It's time to go to bed. If you don't go to bed, Xia will be angry. While saying this, the girl quickly wrote the big questions on the test paper. Bai Qingxia always finished her homework for the weekend on Friday, because this way she would have more time to do other things during the 2 days of vacation. After finishing her homework, she put down her pen, tried to make her expression serious, and walked out of the curtain. Are you still not sleeping? Bai Qingxia put her hands on her hips and glared at the man outside with a fierce expression. She was stunned. In the room, outside the curtain, Dad was dancing happily under the dim light, holding a yellow envelope in his hand. What is that? The girl was attracted. Bai Songjia jumped and laughed while speaking in a childish tone. Important things that Tian said, important things. Tian, Bai Qingxia realized that Uncle Lu was called Lu Tian. She hurried forward and tiptoed to take the envelope from her father. Bai Songjia was not angry when the envelope was snatched. He smiled happily and opened his arms, circling around his daughter in the small room like an airplane. The envelope said this month's salary. Bai Qingxia was a little panicked. Her father had only worked for a few days, and the work he did could not be called work. She opened the envelope and found 500 yuan and a note. Xia, this is your father's salary for this month. Supermarkets pay employees' wages in advance. You should know this tradition. We have never found anyone to do the job of moving things in the warehouse. Now your father is here. Don't let him run away with the money. The money has been paid, so he has to work. Bai Qingxia looked at the long paragraph of ugly Chinese characters on the note, and a faint smile appeared on her pretty face. She felt warm in her heart. Another 500 yuan. Give it to Xia. Give the important things to Xia. The middle-aged, old airplane was happily repeating these 3 words while circling around his daughter. So this is why he hasn't slept yet. Bai Qingxia looked at the dim light above her head and instantly recalled a scene 13 years ago. So much money. Dad is so awesome. In the living room, the young, little airplane, with 2 small hair buns on his head, happily opened his arms and circled around his father's body, flying around. Bai Songjia raised his head proudly, holding the first pot of gold he earned by working hard on the construction site, and he was arrogant. His beautiful mother sat on the sofa, embroidering a handmade hat stitch by stitch, and his handsome brother lay on the table doing his homework. His mother put down the hat and said softly, Xia, go slowly, don't get dizzy. Dad, go slowly, don't get dizzy. Bai Qingxia's eyes followed her father, who was circling around her, and she smiled and spoke. Chapter 114. After Bai Songjia fell asleep, Bai Qingxia walked to the door and locked it tightly. She turned off the main lights and only turned on the small light on the table beside her father's bed. She walked behind the curtain, opened the closet, and took out a wooden box from the bottom of the closet, which was clearly filled with clothes for all 4 seasons, but still looked empty. The wooden box was not big, but the things inside were in a mess. There was a tumbler with a peeling paint, a Doraemon-like tumbler, a pen with a broken shell, a hairpin fragment in a small plastic seal, and a note saying, Classmate, it's so hot, please open the window, and so on. Bai Qingxia put the wooden box on her thighs, and took out a stack of red banknotes from it. Adding the 500 just now, although she already knew the total amount, she still counted it, and it was exactly 1,000 yuan. After thinking for a while, she reached into her trouser pocket to confirm the depth, and then she put the 1,000 yuan under the pillow with confidence, ready to take all the money with her when she went out to buy clothes tomorrow. The next day, Saturday, 9 o'clock in the morning, Lu Yuanqiu rode his bicycle to the entrance of Ho Hot Lane. When he saw the girl in the blue and white school uniform, he immediately turned the front of the bike and patted the back seat. Come on. After Bai Qingxia sat sideways, Lu Yuanqiu said, The weather is going to get cold soon. How can we not put on more clothes? The girl whispered back, I have clothes, but it's not that cold yet, so I'm not wearing them. It's just not that cold yet. Lu Yuanqiu pouted, shook his head, and repeated her words in an exaggerated expression. Bai Qingxia hung her head, feeling a little embarrassed. Lu Yuanqiu turned around and scolded loudly. What is cold? It will be too late when you feel cold. I'm already sick. Did you know that? Fuck, how did I say my mother's line? The girl was speechless after hearing Lu Yuanqiu's thunderous voice, and could only lower her head and whisper, You said not to speak loudly to me. Lu Yuanqiu looked back and wondered, When did I say that? Bai Qingxia's face was serious. Last Friday afternoon, during the break after the second math class. She remembered it so clearly. Lu Yuanqiu himself had forgotten it, and he thought about it, and it seemed that he had said that he would never be mean to her again. But that was just to thank her for helping with the questions. Isn't it just to make people happy? Can you say whatever you want? Do you really mean it? Lu Yuanqiu said in a serious voice. If you do something wrong, I will be mean to you. Not only will I be mean to you, I will also hit you, especially on your little buttocks. Slap, slap, slap. Are you afraid? The girl's expression was cold. I don't want to talk to you. Lu Yuanqiu snorted and turned back. You have grown up, and you are still angry with me. Looking at the increasing flow of people in the direction of Lu Yuanqiu's bicycle, and the increasingly magnificent and tall buildings around him, the girl nervously grabbed the clothes behind him. Where are we going to buy clothes? Wanda Plaza. No. I'm not going there. Bai Qingxia was a little anxious, and pulled Lu Yuanqiu's clothes hard. She had indeed heard of this famous plaza many times, but it was also a place she dared not go to no matter what. It was almost conceivable that the dazzling lights and smooth floors inside would make her feel at a loss standing there, and she would feel out of place even if she stayed in the corner. Lu Yuanqiu stopped and stepped on the stone pillar. Where can we buy it? He turned around and asked. Half an hour later. Qianyan Road Vegetable Market. Lu Yuanqiu followed the girl's instructions and rode his bike to the Qianyan Road Vegetable Market, which he had only been to once. Looking at the crowded, noisy and chaotic scene around him, Lu Yuanqiu now felt that he was out of place here. His impression of the vegetable market was a place where a group of uncles and aunts quarreled over a difference of 1 or 2 cents and spit all over the sky. After coming here last time, this impression was instantly concreted. On one side, the old men and women and the stall owners were shouting, and on the other side, the brothers in the cages were shouting, which made Lu Yuanqiu feel overwhelmed. Lu Yuanqiu parked the car on the side of the road, followed the girl and asked, Isn't the vegetable market for selling meat and vegetables? How can there be clothes? Yes, in the innermost store, Bai Qingxia said as she strode inside. She was obviously more comfortable here. Lu Yuanqiu shook his head and smiled, and followed her. The two walked through the crowd and headed for the innermost shop. After turning a corner, Lu Yuanqiu saw the clothing store. There were clothing stores on both sides, leaving a 100-meter-long path in the middle. The owners of the clothing stores were mostly middle-aged men and women in pajamas. They stood at the door, cracking melon seeds while chatting with the owner standing opposite. Seeing this scene, Bai Qingxia, who had come here confidently, seemed to be timid in an instant, and hurriedly walked behind Lu Yuanqiu, holding Lu Yuanqiu's clothes on his back with her little hands, and lowered her head. Sure enough, the next moment, the owner of the clothing store standing at the door of the store was like a hungry wolf smelling meat. When he saw Lu Yuanqiu and the others appearing here, his eyes lit up. Come in and take a look. Who is wearing it? This store is full of popular clothes now. Take a look. I'm sure you like it. Hey, isn't this the uniform of number 7 middle school? My son is also in school there. Come on, come in and take a look. There are also clothes for your age. The two closest owners walked up to him, as if they were soliciting customers. Lu Yuanqiu finally understood why Bai Qingxia hid behind him, as soon as she got here. Try them all. Let's take a look at hers first. As Lu Yuanqiu said this, the shop owners on both sides were really enthusiastic. The aunt on the right even came forward to look at Bai Qingxia, who was lowering her head behind her, forcing the introverted girl to almost put her head into Lu Yuanqiu's clothes. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Yuanqiu walked to the shop on the right, and when he went in, he was slightly surprised. Not to mention, the clothes here are not as tacky as imagined. They look quite fashionable. Lu Yuanqiu has seen other students wearing several of them in school. Both the clothes and the pants, the black pants and the black and white baseball jacket. Bring them over here and let me see. The lady boss took the pole down from the wall and turned to ask, What size do you want, sister? Forget it. Try them on first and change them if they don't fit. Lu Yuanqiu took the pants and clothes and handed them to the girl next to him. Bai Qingxia didn't dare to say a word and quickly stretched out her hands to take them. Where is the fitting room? Lu Yuanqiu asked. It's there. The auntie quickly pointed to the corner. Lu Yuanqiu took a look and saw only clothes hanging in the corner, but no small room or dressing room. Seeing that the boy was indifferent, the auntie smacked her lips, walked over and pulled up a white curtain hanging in the corner, and casually hung the other end of the curtain on a nail on another wall, using this thin curtain to enclose a temporary space in the corner. Interview here. Not an auntie, what is this? Lu Yuanqiu was shocked. Chapter 115. This? Lu Yuanqiu looked at Bai Qingxia in surprise. Isn't this fitting room a bit too simple? The girl smiled dryly. It's always like this. The aunt nodded. Yes, it's always like this. I can tell you don't come here often. Don't worry, no one will look at you. Bai Qingxia took the two clothes in her hand and looked at the price on the label. It was an exaggerated 3-digit number. She just glanced at it and said nothing, because she knew that the price on the label had nothing to do with the final price mentioned by the aunt. Lu Yuanqiu walked to the corner first, looked inside for a few times, and made sure there was nothing wrong before he stepped aside. Go in and change. I hold the curtain for you outside. This fitting room is so shabby, I almost thought I was reborn in the 1990s. The girl ignored Lu Yuanqiu's muttering, opened the curtain and walked in. Lu Yuanqiu quickly raised his hands to hold the gaps on both sides of the curtain. When he looked up, he found that he could just see Bai Qingxia's smooth forehead inside. The girl was taking off her shirt, and when she looked up, she suddenly looked into Lu Yuanqiu's eyes above the curtain. Ahem. Lu Yuanqiu lowered his head and complained, the curtain is so low. Bai Qingxia's eyes drifted downwards, and she continued to take off her clothes with a red face. The aunt sat on the mesh stool, cracking melon seeds, watching this scene with interest. Is this little girl your sister? Lu Yuanqiu turned around and responded with a laugh. Yes. If she said she was a classmate, the aunt would probably suspect that. Your sister is so beautiful and you look pretty straight too. Lu Yuanqiu's expression froze. Straight? You might as well just say I look like a door. If you don't know how to chat, don't force it, okay? After a while, Bai Qingxia changed her clothes inside and walked out of the curtain. The auntie immediately came forward, complimenting her beauty mindlessly while pointing to the full-length mirror. Bai Qingxia didn't go to the mirror, but just stood in front of Lu Yuanqiu shyly. Is it okay? She gently shook her arms on both sides and asked in a low voice, her earlobes red. Lu Yuanqiu looked at it, smiled and nodded. Okay, it looks good. It was just a simple black and white baseball uniform, but it looked high-end on Bai Qingxia. Maybe she had a face of a rich girl. She was indeed a rich girl. Lu Yuanqiu sighed in his heart, walked over to help her adjust her collar, and then flicked the pink hairpin on the girl's head with satisfaction. Bye! After buying 2 sets of autumn clothes in this aunt's store, Bai Qingxia wore the first baseball uniform and put her hands in her pockets distressfully, touching the remaining money. The 2 sets of clothes cost a total of 203 yuan. She wanted to continue bargaining, but she was powerless. The first whispered cheaper had already exhausted her courage. In addition, the 3 words no money that the aunt spit out like a Gatling gun finally made Bai Qingxia speechless. Lu Yuanqiu just laughed beside him, as if he thought the girl's flustered look of blushing and bargaining was very cute. Walking on this path of less than 100 meters, Lu Yuanqiu glanced at the girl's white and tender skin exposed in the collar, and hesitated and said, since we are here, why not buy something to wear inside? The girl looked up at him and immediately refused. I don't need it. I really don't need it. Please don't let me spend money anymore. Lu Yuanqiu saw her thoughts and said to her seriously, Bai Qingxia, let me sort it out with you. You are such a thrifty person, and you probably won't spend these extra hundreds of dollars. Why are you keeping them there? Wait for them to come in handy in the future, right? I tell you, when you really need money, a few $100s will not be enough. So, why not spend it now to solve the current reality problem? Bai Qingxia seemed to think it made sense, and while she was hesitating, she was suddenly dragged into a women's underwear store by the boy. The owner of the underwear store was a woman with heavy makeup on her face, and her exaggerated false eyelashes were like toilet brushes. She looked at the 2 young people who came in and immediately smiled to welcome them. Buy for the sister, right? Lu Yuanqiu, yes. After responding, he looked at the dazzling women's underwear inside, and the smile on his face was a little strange. Although he has lived for so many years, this is the first time he has brought a girl to buy women's underwear. It feels quite novel. At this moment, next to the shelf in front of the 2 of them, there is a row of sexy black lace, but the bottom is open. Bai Qingxia clenched her hands in front of her, pretending not to see it with a vague look, turned her head and looked away, and both earlobes were red. The boss lady said, then you must buy a set. What size does the little sister wear? Lu Yuanqiu looked at Bai Qingxia. The redness on the girl's earlobes quickly moved to her face. She was very embarrassed and responded in a low voice. Let's take a look first. Let's take a look first. She just didn't want to say it in front of Lu Yuanqiu. The boss lady nodded quickly. Yes, yes. Let's see which style you like. Bai Qingxia carefully scanned the underwear on the shelf, and she never put down her clenched hands. She walked very fast, as if she was afraid that Lu Yuanqiu would catch up with her. Finally, she took a fancy to a set of pure white, relatively conservative underwear, ranging from small to large sizes. She scanned them one by one, and finally took underwear with a very late size from the shelf, turned around and handed it to the boss lady, who was following behind. Lu Yuanqiu immediately tilted his head, and looked at the place where Bai Qingxia had just taken it with a serious expression. He did not intend to hide his behavior at all. Bai Qingxia caught Lu Yuanqiu's action from the corner of her eye at the other end, and she clenched her hands in front of her even tighter in shame and annoyance. 32D. Okay. Lu Yuanqiu nodded silently. After packing a set, Bai Qingxia paid and walked out of the store with the bag. Lu Yuanqiu quickly grabbed her arm. Wait, just buy one set? Bai Qingxia looked up and glared at him in shame, as if she wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. Just buy one change of clothes, you don't need so many. After she finished speaking, she walked straight forward, feeling angry and wanting to beat Lu Yuanqiu up. At first, she didn't realize what this meant. After taking 2 steps, Lu Yuanqiu was suddenly stunned. Just buy one change of clothes? Usually, people would say that buying a change of clothes would be enough if they bought more than 2 pieces, but she only bought one, which means that with the one she originally had, there were only 2 pieces in total. Bai Qingxia likes cleanliness. It is impossible for her to wear a set of underwear all the time without washing it. She must wash it once a day. So, I go. Does she wear it once a day at school? Not once a day? Just when he was thinking about this, the phone suddenly rang. Lu Yuanqiu took it out and saw that it was Chao Shuang. Hello? What's up, Shuangzi? Brother Qiu, what time is the karaoke this afternoon? Chapter 116. Wait for me. Lu Yuanqiu raised his head and shouted at the girl's back. Brother Qiu, what did you say? I'm lying on the bed. Do you want to come? Chao Shuang's voice came from the phone. Lu Yuanqiu frowned. Get lost, I didn't talk to you. While talking on the phone, he chased after Bai Qingxia. In the afternoon. Around 1 p.m., we have to eat lunch first. If you want to come out early, go and book a small private room first. Okay, Brother Qiu, you two can play slowly, give it to me. Chao Shuang's laughter came from the phone. Lu Yuanqiu hung up immediately. Damn, this guy's laughter is even more vulgar than mine. 10 minutes later. In a small noodle shop across the street from the Qingnian Road vegetable market, business was very quiet, with only 2 customers. The boy and girl sat at a table in the corner of the door. Bai Qingxia sat inside, and Lu Yuanqiu sat outside. You heartless person, you actually left me alone and left first. Don't you know that I am not familiar with this place? What should I do if I get lost? What should I do if I'm kidnapped? Do you know that human traffickers like innocent and weak boys like me? What should I do if they kidnap me and make me stand on the stage without clothes to perform for muscular men? Lu Yuanqiu had a sad face, hugged Bai Qingxia's arm, and rubbed his face hard on her shoulder without tears. Bai Qingxia shrank into the corner with disgust, and her tender white hands pushed Lu Yuanqiu's head out. Seeing the noodle shop owner in the window looking over here with a funny expression, the girl became even more embarrassed and angry, and increased the strength of her little hands. You go away. I won't. You have to pay me for mental damages. Lu Yuanqiu was too mean. His cheeks were deformed by Bai Qingxia's push, but he still tried to get close to her like a sticky candy, as if the girl had the strongest magnetism in the world. At this time, Bai Qingxia raised her eyes, and saw that the restaurant owner also imitated her husband, and looked over here from the window with an ant's smile. She was about to cry and immediately gave in to Lu Yuanqiu. Okay, I will pay, I will pay. Hearing this, Lu Yuanqiu looked up at her with a bored face. Really? The girl leaned against the wall, panting, glared at him, and nodded gently like a punching bag. Then you can treat me to this meal. Sure. Oh, so generous. Lu Yuanqiu shrugged his shoulders and laughed at the side. Bai Qingxia sat up straight, lowered her head, and fiddled with the vinegar cup on the table, sulking and ignoring him. What she was unhappy about was not that Lu Yuanqiu had just been playing dirty with her, but that Lu Yuanqiu went to check her size when he was in the store. She usually wrapped herself up tightly in her school uniform, but today she felt like she was seen naked by Lu Yuanqiu. This made her very shy, uncomfortable, and even a little helpless. But Bai Qingxia didn't dare to lose her temper with Lu Yuanqiu. She just walked a little faster, but he shamelessly blackmailed her again. The girl felt a little aggrieved. Even though Lu Yuanqiu was easy to talk to, and they were very familiar with each other, she didn't dare to express her resentment, because she was afraid that Lu Yuanqiu would think she was petty and hypocritical. Sometimes, Bai Qingxia wasn't sure if she was being too petty or too hypocritical to be unhappy about this kind of thing. After all, Lu Yuanqiu was a very important person to her. Just thinking about it, a serious voice suddenly came from the side. "I'm sorry, if you feel that my behavior in the store just now made you feel uncomfortable, I apologize, don't be angry." The boy sitting next to her stretched out his finger, gently poked the back of her delicate hand, and spoke tentatively. Seeing the girl looking at him, Lu Yuanqiu immediately put away his smile, lowered his head with a serious expression, pursed his lips tightly, and looked at her pitifully. Lu Yuanqiu really saw that she was unhappy. Before his rebirth, if he faced other women, he would just look at them, not to mention the size. Even if he really looked at that, he would not care, no matter how the other person felt. After all, everyone was out to have fun, each with their own thoughts and interests. But Bai Qingxia is different. She is very different in Lu Yuanqiu's heart. She is the purest white flower in the world, blooming in a dirty big dye vat, and has never been polluted. Lu Yuanqiu has always been concerned about Bai Qingxia's inner feelings. If he makes the girl feel helpless just because of the size, he will also regret this behavior. Lu Yuanqiu folded his arms in front of him, drooped his head, and said in a low voice, "I really know I was wrong, please forgive me, xia xia." Bai Qingxia turned around and saw Lu Yuanqiu apologize. She was even more helpless, but she was also a little happy in her heart. She quickly whispered, "It's okay." Lu Yuanqiu frowned. "No, it does matter. I shouldn't have looked at you without your consent. Don't worry, I swear, I've been trying to forget that your cup size is 32D. The girl was smiling, but when she heard the second half of the sentence, her smile froze, and she raised her foot and kicked Lu Yuanqiu's calf. She was angry, and Lu Yuanqiu smiled. But at some point, the atmosphere between the boy and the girl became harmonious again. After dinner, the bicycle carrying Bai Qingxia drove to the vicinity of Wanda Plaza again. "Didn't you say you were going home? Why are you here again?" the girl said while sitting on the back seat of the bicycle. Her voice was a little depressed. She knew that she was probably fooled by Lu Yuanqiu again. Lu Yuanqiu turned around and said, "I take you to KTV to have some fun, and there's Chao Shuang. Don't worry, it's just the three of us. You've met Chao Shuang. He's a friend worth making. If you get into trouble in the future, and I can't get away, you can definitely find him." Bai Qingxia knew Chao Shuang, the one who called her sister-in-law in the cafeteria. Although this title almost scared her to death at that time, she did not hate Chao Shuang because of it. The girl did not respond later, but Lu Yuanqiu knew that she must have remembered his words. Speaking of this number 2 boy with a short haircut, his home is indeed near Wanda Plaza, but it is not a community with expensive land prices, but a narrow alley. Chao Shuang's father abandoned them early in his life, and Chao Shuang's mother was weak and sickly, so Chao Shuang took on the responsibility of taking care of the family, since he was very young. Probably because of his family, he is impulsive and hates evil, so in order to prevent himself from being bullied by others, he learned to put on a layer of evil man cloak. But Lu Yuanqiu always knew that he was not bad. How bad could a silly boy who dreamed of becoming the Monkey King be? Since he was reborn, he also knew that his future in his previous life was a bit miserable, so Lu Yuanqiu decided to lend him a hand in this life. Chapter 117. After arriving at the Golden Voice KTV, Bai Qingxia hurriedly trotted in 2 steps and followed behind Lu Yuanqiu with a reserved look. She looked at the dim space and luxurious light inside, curiously examining every corner, from the exquisite counter to the smooth marble floor, and then shifted her sight from the floor to the dark blue prismatic wall. The girl followed the boy into the corridor and looked at herself in the mirror on the door of the private room next to her. Suddenly, the door of the private room was opened, and a drunk man came out noisily. She was startled and hurriedly followed Lu Yuanqiu, lowered her head, and quickly raised her little hand to grab the clothes behind Lu Yuanqiu. 134. Lu Yuanqiu muttered the number and pushed open a door. Chao Shuang, who was waiting inside, stood up quickly and nodded with a smile. "Hello, brother Qiu's sister-in-law." "Ahem. Hello, classmate Bai." Being addressed so politely by the bad student in the school, Bai Qingxia nodded with a strange expression, not daring to look at the other party. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu sitting on the sofa, she quickly went around to the other side of Lu Yuanqiu and sat down. She huddled in a small corner with her legs tightly pressed together in black tights, her arm pressed against Lu Yuanchio's arm, as if she was a buy one get one free gift from Lu Yuanchio. Oh my god, you ordered all 23 songs for yourself? Lu Yuanchio scanned the screen in surprise. Chao Shuang scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. Brother Chiu, this is not the first time you come to KTV with me, he. Lu Yuanchio, student Bai is coming to KTV for the first time, so he must let others sing first, delete these. Just as Lu Yuanchio was about to take action, Chao Shuang hurriedly ran to delete the songs. At this time, the girl gently pulled Lu Yuanchio's arm and said nervously, You can sing by yourselves, I can't sing. How is that possible? Don't you like listening to music? Lu Yuanchio said. Bai Qingxiao was embarrassed and whispered, That doesn't mean I can sing. Chao Shuang didn't seem to forget his task today. While deleting songs on the screen, he turned his head and said with an exaggerated expression, Student Bai, you probably don't know that my brother Chiu sings very well. He plays the guitar and sings by himself, which is amazing. If he becomes a singer, what will the 4 heavenly kings have to do with him? Okay, come on, there's nothing to brag about, just the 3 of us. Lu Yuanchio rolled his eyes at him. But it was also a little funny. Chao Shuang, this guy, actually blocked all the dirty words when he spoke today. If it were in the past, he would definitely add AB in front of the word thing in the sentence, What's the matter with the 4 heavenly kings? Lu Yuanchio first ordered a song Maple. After ordering it, he was moved by himself. Look, how good I am to you. I remember deeply which song you like to listen to the most. He turned his head and looked at Bai Qingxiao with a smile and affectionate eyes, but found that Bai Qingxiao's attention was not here at all. She was looking down and carefully picking at the crack of the sofa next to her with her little hands. It turned out that there was a $1 coin that someone had dropped into it. Unable to pick it out, she began to bend down and work on the crack of the sofa carefully. The smile on Lu Yuanchio's face froze. He turned around and sang the first line of the lyrics expressionlessly. After Lu Yuanchio finished singing the first line, Chao Shuang clapped his hands in a very exaggerated way. Although he was performing for Bai Qingxiao at this moment, it must be said that Lu Yuanchio's singing was indeed beautiful. Speaking of which, Lu Yuanchio has been learning guitar since the 6th grade of elementary school, but his high school classmates didn't know about this. After hearing Lu Yuanchio singing, Bai Qingxiao took out $1 and turned around to look at him. But she didn't seem surprised. When singing the chorus, Lu Yuanchio put the microphone to her mouth without warning. The girl was stunned, shook her head silently, and shrank her neck to the side. So Lu Yuanchio gritted his teeth and sang hoarsely in the second half. Although Bai Qingxiao didn't participate in the whole singing process, she was still in a good mood listening to Lu Yuanchio singing, and her legs even swayed slightly. I don't know if it was because Lu Yuanchio sang well, or because she just picked up $1. After singing several Phoenix Legend songs with Chao Shuang, Lu Yuanchio finally collapsed on the sofa. He turned his head to look at the side, and found Bai Qingxiao sitting there with a faint smile on her face, looking at the big screen. Her little head swayed slightly with the music, and the pink hairpin on her head was very cute. Bai Qingxiao? Lu Yuanchio spoke in a deep voice. The girl naturally put away her smile, and turned to look at him. If you could only come to KTV once in your life, and could only sing one song in KTV, would you use this opportunity to sing the song you are best at, or the song you like to listen to the most? Hearing Lu Yuanchio's question, Bai Qingxiao began to think seriously. After a moment, she said, Best? Lu Yuanchio asked, Which song are you best at? This question seemed to have some kind of magic, making the girl stare at the swaying lights in the private room in a daze. After a while, the girl spoke as if recalling, I like to sing Dark. After she finished speaking, she raised her beautiful eyes to look at Lu Yuanchio, but found that the boy raised the corner of his mouth, raised his right hand, as if he had succeeded, and snapped his fingers behind him. Chao Shuang, who was standing next to the song selection screen, immediately found Tian Hey Hey. However, Lu Yuanchio immediately put away his smile and became puzzled. He sat up and asked, I like this song very much. You said you were best at singing this song? Why? Because? Bai Qingxiao stared blankly at the boy sitting opposite. She knew that Lu Yuanchio had forgotten it. But it doesn't matter. This is a beautiful memory that belongs to her alone. After pausing for half a beat, Bai Qingxiao shrugged slightly, shrank her neck, and smiled. No reason. The music started, and Lu Yuanchio also handed over the microphone with an encouraging expression. Bai Qingxiao looked down and took it in her hand. She held the microphone tightly with both hands and glanced at Lu Yuanchio. The boy turned his head to indicate the big screen and gave another encouraging look. Bai Qingxia seemed to remember something, and smiled unnaturally. Her throat moved and she faced the screen. The prelude paused for a while, and the girl sang. When I was a child, I was noisy and willful. Bai Qingxia's singing voice was indeed not very good, but it was still very beautiful. At this moment, she seemed to be singing a song of an eternal boy hidden in her heart with a careful and untune-oriented voice. I fell in love with someone who made me risk my life. I thought this was the world I was looking for. That December, Luqing caught the first snow in 3 years. In the 65th middle school campus, white dots floated in the sky. The temperature was very low. Every student walking in the corridor wrapped himself up like a ball. Why can't I arrange my New Year's Day program? What's the reason for late registration? It's not a large-scale performance, just an activity organized by the class. Lu Yuanqiu, what are you yelling about? Do you think this school belongs to your family? I am the class monitor, and I have the final say. If you don't agree, go find a teacher yourself. There was a noise coming from the class 5 of the 2nd grade of junior high school. At this time, in the corridor outside, a little girl with long and messy hair walked by wearing a thin school uniform and an old autumn dress. She held a scratched plastic water cup and silently turned her head to look into the classroom of Class 5. Chapter 118. She was in Class 7 of the 2nd grade, and her classroom was upstairs, but when she needed water from class, she liked to run downstairs to get it. Whenever she passed Class 5 of the 2nd grade, if she was lucky, she could catch a glimpse of the bald-haired boy in the back row of the classroom, but if she was unlucky, she would not see him. Regardless of whether she could see him or not, the little girl would just turn her head and take a quick glance, then hurriedly walk to the toilet to get a glass of water, and then go upstairs from the other end of the corridor to go back to class. Every time she needed water from class, she had to go around such a long circle with great effort. She has slowly developed this habit since the 1st grade of junior high school. But this time, the little girl heard the sound of quarreling in Class 5. In the quarrel, she not only heard the familiar name Lu Yuanqiu, but also heard the angry voice of the boy. Rarely, the little girl shrank and stopped in the corridor holding a plastic cup. You are all targeting me. Fuck. The boy walked out of the classroom angrily and glanced at the little girl at the door. The little girl immediately lowered her eyes and continued to walk forward. The boy just turned and walked towards the office. He did not recognize who the girl was. After getting the water, the little girl returned to the 2nd grade Class 7 and sat down quietly in the back row, put the plastic cup on the table, and covered the cup with her 2 frozen black and cracked hands. She looked up at her only good friend in the class, a little girl wearing glasses named Lucien. But Lucien was not the only good friend in the class, so most of the time, the little girl would not take the initiative to talk to Lucien. If Lucien took the initiative to talk to her, she would enthusiastically take over the conversation and continue to find topics to continue the conversation. Bai Qingxia, have you got some water? Let's go together. Lucien shouted from afar, holding her thermos cup. The little girl was about to get up to answer, when she suddenly heard another good friend of Lucien say, Lucien, don't get any water, let's go out of the school gate and buy some hot sugar water from the shop opposite. Lucien turned around and said with embarrassment, I don't dare to go. There's a fool sitting in the flower bed at the door. I'm a little scared. Hearing this, the little girl sat back in her seat silently, took a deep breath, and continued to cover the hot plastic cup with her little hands without saying a word. The pair of eyes hidden under her long and messy hair quietly looked at the water in the cup, but her eye sockets slowly turned red. In the cold winter, it seemed that only the cup in front of me was hot. After school in the evening, when most of the students had left, the little girl came out of the school with a lunch box in her arms. While others were wearing thick cotton socks, she wore short thin socks and canvas shoes with only one layer of cloth. Although the school uniform pants were pulled up as little as possible, the trouser legs still couldn't cover the exposed ankles. The canvas shoes stepped on a thin layer of snow, making a rustling sound. The girl looked up and found a short-haired boy sitting next to his father on the edge of the flower bed. She was stunned for a moment, then silently lowered her head, using her long and messy hair to cover her face. The little girl was far away, and walked around the other side of the path to the opposite side of the flower bed. She used her little hands to sweep away the thin layer of snow on the edge of the flower bed, and slowly sat down. The short-haired boy and his father were sitting and chatting about 5 meters behind her. It was called chatting, but in fact it was just the short-haired boy complaining alone. Uncle, do you think these people are bastards? I was so pissed off. I just got a little closer to you, and they started talking about me behind my back. I really don't know what I did wrong. Besides, I wasn't the only one helping you. There was also was it a woman or a man? Anyway, there were other people helping you. This shows that there were others who did what I did with me. Are they wrong too? I was so pissed off that they were targeting me. They even didn't let me sign up for the New Year's Day program. How am I a bad student? Isn't it just a few more fights? You're going to label me a bad student, right? He said so much in one breath, but the idiot uncle next to him just swung his feet happily, looking at the school gate, as if waiting for someone, and didn't listen to the boy at all. The little girl sat quietly at the back, lowered her head, and looked at the lunch box. She unzipped it, and quietly stuffed the still hot lunch box into her arms. She was waiting for the crew-haired boy behind her to leave, but she also wanted him to stay here for a while before leaving. The boy was silent for a long time before he started to mutter, I don't want to be a bad student. I'm not a bad student. I'm really not. I've been preparing for this New Year's Day program for a long time, alas. But what's the point of telling you this? But if I don't tell you, I can't seem to find anyone to talk to about these things. Tomorrow is New Year's Day. I just want to have an audience. After muttering these, the boys seemed to have thought of something and said excitedly, By the way, Uncle, aren't you my audience? Why should I perform for those bastards who don't like me? You are my friend. I should perform for you. Hey, I'm so smart. Why should I cater to people who don't like me? After saying that, the short-haired boy jumped and ran away stupidly. When he passed a tree next to him, he jumped up excitedly and reached for the branches. The little girl turned her head and looked at the boy's back as he left. After watching quietly for a while, she quickly got up and walked to her father's side, put the lunch box in his arms, and sat down beside him. Sia sia. The next afternoon, New Year's Eve party. In the 7th grade of the 2nd grade, the desks and chairs were moved around, leaving a large open area in the middle for the students to perform. The little girl sat in the corner of the classroom, watching her classmates dancing and singing, and even her only good friend Lucien had a show. But the little girl didn't have the heart to wait for her good friend's show. While others were playing, she took the opportunity to go to the toilet and ran out of the teaching building and came to the school gate. The girl in canvas shoes slowly approached the gate, her steps getting slower and slower as she stepped on the thin snow. Beside the flower bed at the school gate, the fool sat there swinging his legs happily, looking at the boy standing in front of him with great excitement. The short-haired boy held a guitar in his arms, with the guitar strap hanging around his neck. In the air, there was cotton candy like snow. He was alone in the snow, singing a song that he had carefully prepared for New Year's Day for the fool. The girl's two little hands grasped the iron gate railings. She didn't know what the song was called, but she knew that the song was very nice. So nice that she shed hot tears while standing inside the iron gate and watching this scene quietly. The buzzcut boy sang happily, holding the guitar, and he gradually became eternal in the girl's eyes. I fell in love with someone who made me risk my life. I thought this was the world I was pursuing. Later, the little girl learned from Sisterly that the song she had been learning to sing for a long time was called The Sky is Dark. Chapter 119. The meaning of every song to the audience is that no matter how many years have passed, when you hear it again, you can't help but recall the scenes related to the song. The snowflakes flying all over the sky that year gradually became blurred, and Bai Qingxia's sight began to focus. On the big screen, it was frozen at the moment when Stephanie's son showed a gentle smile. When the song came to an end, the two short-haired boys next to him applauded enthusiastically. Bai Qingxia came back to his senses, turned his head to look at them, and smiled embarrassedly. The two guys were still clapping desperately, with no intention of stopping. So the girl could only lower her head shyly. The moment she looked at the ground, she suddenly thought that if she could also muster up the courage to applaud the boy who performed for his father in the snowy day inside the iron gate, she would tell the boy, "You are not without an audience, my father is one, and I am also listening inside the gate." But Bai Qingxia knew that this was just a luxury. Even if she could do it again, she still didn't have the courage to make a sound at the other end of the iron gate. "It's almost time, let's go!" Lu Yuanqiu took out his phone and took a look. He just saw that the time was almost up, but Bai Qingxia hadn't sung yet. This girl finally came to the KTV. How could she not sing a song? No matter how good she sang, it was an experience, otherwise it would be a waste of time. People have to live for such a long time, so they can't not try something just because they can't do it or can't do it well. Trying it can always become a valuable experience. The three of them left the box. Chao Shuang seemed to remember something at this time and said, "Oh, Brother Chiu, speaking of singing, I remembered that our New Year's Eve party seems to be a school level one, held in the auditorium, and it will no longer be organized within the class. Lu Yuanqiu sneered, "It's none of my business." "Brother Qiu, don't you want to sign up for a program? After all, this is the last New Year's Eve party in high school. Let's play the guitar and sing by ourselves to show off and leave a memory for the future." Lu Yuanqiu frowned. "I don't think I've ever participated in a New Year's Eve party. It doesn't seem to be interesting. I can't remember what happened in junior high school. After all, it's been almost 20 years. As for high school, Lu Yuanqiu has the impression that he never participated in these activities. At that time in high school, it was rare for him to attend a few classes in school. Bai Qingxia followed Lu Yuanqiu silently, listening to the boy's words. She didn't say anything. She hoped that Lu Yuanqiu could perform at this New Year's Eve party, as a way to make up for the regrets in junior high school. Because Bai Qingxia knew that the buzz-cut boy back then must have hoped that he had more than one audience. "Chao Shuang, you really don't want to report one?" Lu Yuanqiu shook his head. "No." After saying that, he suddenly had an idea, turned around. He lowered his head, smiled and looked at the girl next to him, and said, "Unless Bai Qingxia reports one, then I will report one too. Chao Shuang, give it. Lu Yuanqiu, he. Chao Shuang was eating dog food, while Lu Yuanqiu was planning some conspiracy. Bai Qingxia turned her head and glanced at him, then moved her beautiful eyes away without leaving a trace. The three of them came to the front desk, and Chao Shuang took out his wallet and started to pay. At this moment, a 1 yuan coin fell to the ground, but it did not fall out of Chao Shuang's wallet, but from another girl standing next to the front desk. Bai Qingxia moved her eyes away from the coin and looked up. The girl was tall, estimated to be over 170 centimeters tall, with a badminton racket on her back, a denim jacket on her upper body, a denim skirt on her lower body, long legs, a pair of brown calf socks on her calves, a pair of white sneakers on her feet, a bun, and slightly curly hair hanging down to her ears. She has a straight nose, three-dimensional facial features, and a beautiful profile. She is beautiful and heroic, like an ancient female general. After looking at her, Bai Qingxia moved her eyes to the coin on the ground. She was a little entangled. She was not entangled in whether to secretly pick it up and keep it for herself, but whether to remind this girl. She didn't want to talk to strangers. But this is $1, which is a lot. Seeing that Lu Yuanqiu and Chao Shuang both left the KTV, Bai Qingxia followed them and looked back. Finally, she made up her mind and hurried back to pick it up. "Your money has fallen," she said shyly, and stretched out her hand straight. That heroic-looking girl turned her head and looked over, unexpectedly responding, "Aw, thank you." "Sean!" A girl from the other side of the box called out, and the heroic-looking girl quickly responded, then smiled and nodded at Bai Qingxia, and ran over with a badminton racket on her back. "Huh?" Bai Qingxia exhaled lightly, shook her little hand in a good mood, turned around and caught up with Lu Yuanqiu. "Lu Yuanqiu, who were you talking to just now?" Bai Qingxia told the truth. "Someone lost her money, and I picked it up for her." "Wow, our Xia is so kind-hearted." Lu Yuanqiu acted like a little fanboy. Bai Qingxia instantly lost interest in talking to him. After separating from Chao Shuang, Lu Yuanqiu took Bai Qingxia home on his bicycle. He said to her, "Anyway, your dad can walk to the supermarket by himself now, and he takes care of 3 meals a day. Come over to tutor me tomorrow morning." Bai Qingxia said softly. "Oh." Lu Yuanqiu frowned. "Why do you sound reluctant, Bai? Am I forcing you?" "No." Bai Qingxia raised her head blankly. Lu Yuanqiu continued, "Remember to bring me a Huji scallion pancake on the way." "Okay." The next day, Lu Yuanqiu was still lying on the bed, sleeping soundly, and was suddenly pulled up by Lu Tian. He was up, but his soul seemed to be still on the bed. "Ah?" Lu Yuanqiu opened his eyes in a daze. "Lu Tian, hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth. Your uncle just called and asked you to pack up and go to a banquet with him." "What? Your ears became deaf after sleeping, didn't you?" Lu Tian pulled his ears, put his mouth close to him, and repeated it loudly. 10 minutes later, Lu Yuanqiu was still in a daze brushing his teeth in front of the bathroom mirror. "My father said that the company's internal executives and a partner named Lu went to the hotel to attend a small family banquet, bringing their respective families. I heard that the eldest sister and the second sister, the daughter of the eldest uncle, and the daughter of the second uncle were also there, but this time the eldest uncle and the second uncle insisted on bringing his nephew along, saying that he wanted to see the world in advance." "Why didn't you tell me in advance?" Lu Yuanqiu turned on his phone, while brushing his teeth and called Bai Qingxia. Hello, let's not have tutoring today. I have something urgent to do here. The girl's voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay. After chatting briefly for a few more words and hanging up, Bai Qingxia put the phone in her pocket. She looked at the storefront of Huji's scallion pancake in front of her. There was already a long line in front of her, and at this moment, she was already in the middle of the line. Chapter 120. The queue has come to this point. Since Lu Yuanqiu can't eat it, I buy it for Dad. Bai Qingxia thought to herself. Lu Tian stipulated that Bai Songjia's working hours were from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., with 3 meals a day and a salary of 500 yuan a month. It was not even 9 o'clock yet, and Bai Songjia was still lying on the bed, snoring. The queue for scallion pancakes in front was getting shorter and shorter. Bai Qingxia walked forward. At this moment, a curly-haired aunt saw that there was a big gap in front of the girl in school uniform, and she naturally cut in line. The girl took a few steps back and couldn't help clenching her fists. Someone cut in line. The people in the queue behind her were all unhappy when they saw this. Hey, that person, why are you cutting in line? Yes, everyone has been queuing for so long in the morning, and you just take advantage of it and cut in line, right? Go to the back. Listening to the angry voices coming from behind, Bai Qingxia suddenly became confident and looked over angrily, trying to use the non-aggressive. Ferocious. The eyes stared at the old lady's back. But the curly-haired old lady in front of him didn't react at all, didn't turn around, and didn't even say a word in reply, as if she just had to be thick-skinned and hold on until she bought the scallion pancakes before leaving. At this moment, a white hand appeared on the old lady's shoulder. You really think no one dares to touch you, right? A crisp voice came from behind. Bai Qingxia turned around when she heard the voice, and then she found that it was a girl behind her who made the move. The girl was wearing a white sportswear and a baseball cap, and she seemed to be out for a morning run. She grabbed the old lady's shoulder and dragged her out. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Hit someone. The curly-haired lady finally shouted shamelessly. The girl in the cap glared at her with her hands on her hips. Do you think I don't dare? I'm telling you, I'm not an adult yet. Even if I hit you, the crime won't be that serious. Queue jumping is wrong. What do you mean by hit someone? I didn't hit you at all. We can all testify for this little girl. The enthusiastic brothers behind him echoed. The curly-haired lady then glared at the girl in the cap fiercely and left with the basket. Bai Qingxia stared at the girl's face under her hat and suddenly remembered that they had met in KTV yesterday. You? The girl in the cap turned her head and recognized Bai Qingxia in an instant. Although she only had a quick glance yesterday, the girl's pure and flawless face left a very deep impression on her. How should I put it? It was a very clean and beautiful face, which made people unforgettable at a glance. Bai Qingxia nodded politely, not daring to look at the other person too much, and she was not prepared to have too much communication with this heroic-looking and bold girl. Are you from number 7 middle school? The girl in the baseball cap glanced at the school uniform on Bai Qingxia. Because she was reluctant to wear new clothes on the weekend, she was still wearing the school uniform today. Unexpectedly, she was recognized. Bai Qingxia nodded again, and this time she responded softly, yes. The girl in the baseball cap smiled and took off the hat, smoothed her hair, revealing her beautiful face with a bit of heroic spirit. She was a higher forehead than Bai Qingxia, and she extended her delicate hand to the other party enthusiastically. I am from Luqing number 1 middle school. How about getting to know each other? My name is Lu Wanshun. Bai Qingxia's earlobes turned red, and she stretched out her hand somewhat awkwardly. The two shook hands briefly, then let go. My name is Bai Qingxia. She responded softly, and she never dared to raise her eyes. Lu Wanshun murmured as if reciting a poem. Lu Wanshun, Bai Qingxia, spring and summer, it seems that we are indeed destined to be together. Bai Qingxia nodded gently. She was really not used to talking to strangers, and she had made a great effort to respond to every sentence. Perhaps seeing that this innocent girl was very introverted and not good at communication, Lu Wanshun smiled slightly, smoothed her hair, and put on her cap, and did not embarrass her. It was Bai Qingxia's turn soon, but the boss said helplessly, there is only one left, the rest can only wait for the next pot. Hearing this, Bai Qingxia quickly stepped aside and said to Lu Wanshun, this is for you. Lu Wanshun smiled and waved his hand. No, you are in front of me. Bai Qingxia shook her head and explained, if you hadn't just driven away the person who cut in line, it wouldn't be my turn, and I don't buy it. After she finished speaking, she bowed slightly and nodded, then turned and left. Lu Wanshun looked at the girl's back. She could see many of the introverted classmates in her impression, But she felt that this girl was different from those introverted classmates. Maybe it was because she was so beautiful that people felt that she was different. Lu Wanchun smiled slightly, and thought to herself. Lu Yuanqiu came to the east gate of Xingfuli community. He looked down at his watch and waited for about 10 minutes. A black extended Lincoln drove across Xingfu River and stopped in front of him. What's this? Looks like a lot of people are here. Lu Yuanqiu opened the car door and just walked in, and immediately heard two voices calling out, Lu Yuanqiu. Big sister, second sister. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the two young women sitting opposite him, and smiled and responded. The eldest sister and the second sister are 25 years old this year, a graduate student, and 23 years old, just graduated from college. Their looks are indeed, as their father said, not outstanding, but their figures are pretty good, and they are fashionable, plus their makeup is exquisite. They are already enough to make people's eyes light up. However, Lu Yuanqiu saw that there was a girl wearing a Lolita dress sitting next to the eldest and second sisters in the seat opposite. The girl had a cute round face, and her slender legs under the ruffled skirt were wrapped in clean white silk. She was staring at Lu Yuanqiu opposite with a rather excited expression. Where did this excitement come from? Lu Yuanqiu couldn't recognize her, but felt that she looked familiar. He looked back and greeted the adults in the seats in front of him. Uncle, second uncle. The eldest and second uncles responded with a smile. Next to them, Lu Yuanqiu also saw a middle-aged man who looked familiar. He asked tentatively, Uncle Song? Hey, I didn't expect this kid to recognize me. I haven't seen him for many years. Uncle Song, who had a mustache, looked over with a smile. He then pointed at the girl in Lolita and said with a playful expression, Yuanqiu, do you still recognize Xian Xian? Uncle Song was from the head office, and was a direct subordinate of the eldest and second uncles. He had indeed seen her when he was a child. As for the Lolita girl named Xian Xian, he mentioned. Lu Yuanqiu continued to look across. The girl in white silk stockings looked over again excitedly. Let's not talk about whether we recognize each other or not. Why are you so excited to see me? Lu Yuanqiu was a little scared by her stare. Brother Yuanqiu, I'm Xian Xian. Song Xian Xian spoke while shaking her slender white silk stockings. Lu Yuanqiu remembered that when he was a child, when the whole family lived in a big house, Uncle Song often brought this girl, that is, his daughter, to play. Damn it! Lu Yuanqiu suddenly remembered some horrible memories, and quickly shrank back. Chapter 121. Song Xian Xian, right? You were the one who kissed me whenever you saw me when you were little, right? Lu Yuanqiu remembered that she had a runny nose when she was little, so every time she kissed me, she would get her snot all over her face. At that time, she was so annoyed that she couldn't get rid of it. Lu Yuanqiu went to his mother to cry and complain several times. Now, she doesn't have a runny nose anymore, and she looks much prettier and cuter than when she was little. She's also wearing white stockings. Hee hee, white stockings. Song Xian Xian immediately sat down next to Lu Yuanqiu, looking up at him excitedly. Brother Yuanqiu, I miss you so much. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Lu Yuanqiu nodded awkwardly. Yes, I haven't seen you for a long time. I almost didn't recognize you. Song Xian Xian lowered her head shyly. The black extended Lincoln drove towards the city center. My uncle and uncle were talking about work in the front. Lu Yuanqiu and his elder and second sisters started chatting about family matters. The topic mostly revolved around Luidong. Song Xian Xian would occasionally interject a few words, but her words always came down to the 4 words Brother Yuanqiu. To be honest, her voice was a little hoarse, and Lu Yuanqiu was not used to it. He got goosebumps several times. Unexpectedly, the slug eventually grew into a big clamp. As they were chatting enthusiastically, the eldest uncle's voice suddenly came over. Chior, I heard that your school is holding a basketball game recently. How is the game going? Lu Yuanqiu, we have entered the semifinals. We will draw lots tomorrow to decide whether to play in the semifinals, or get a bye to the finals. The second uncle sneered at this time. The boss of the cooperative we are going to meet this time, the guy named Lu, is a senior basketball fan. We just talked on the phone, and he is still playing basketball in the basketball court specially built in his hotel. Lu Yuanqiu, is this banquet for business? Uncle Song continued, yes, the cooperation has not been finalized yet, because our old rival Baishi Food is also looking for him to discuss cooperation. The attitude of this guy surnamed Lu is too ambiguous, and he has not given a definite answer. Uncle, Chior, do you know? The guy surnamed Lu has 2 daughters, and the second daughter is studying in number 7 middle school. Lu Yuanqiu was curious. What are their names? Uncle shrugged. That's not clear. Just then, Song Xian Xian said excitedly, I know his eldest daughter, His eldest daughter went to the same high school as me, Luqing number 1 high school, and she is so handsome and beautiful. Lu Yuanqiu twitched his lips. What do you mean by handsome? So beautiful? Aren't these two words contradictory? It means she can dance and is also good at sports. She is very feminine when dancing and looks heroic when exercising. Song Xianxian said with a crazy face. Lu Yuanqiu, what's her name? Song Xianxian, Lu Wanchun. The extended Lincoln stopped at the door of a private hotel. Lu Yuanqiu got out of the car. The steps were not high. Song Xianxian in the car insisted that Lu Yuanqiu help her get down. Lu Yuanqiu ignored her, and turned around and followed behind his two sisters. Several people walked into the hotel. The second uncle received a call at this time, and his tone was obviously unhappy. What? Still at the basketball court? I really okay, I know. He hung up the phone and said angrily, I really can't help but want to scold him. Are you here to eat, or are you here to watch him play basketball? The second uncle has always been a little impatient. The eldest uncle patted him on the shoulder and said, Go, after all, the decision of who to cooperate with is in his hands. Just follow his orders. Arriving at the hotel, the attendants led the group to the indoor luxury basketball court on the second floor of the hotel. On the way, Lu Yuanqiu heard from his two sisters that this private luxury hotel was opened by the boss surnamed Lu. Walking into the basketball court, a series of bang 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 sounds came into his ears. Lu Yuanqiu looked up and saw a middle-aged man in short-sleeved shirt and shorts doing a layup. It must be said that at his age, his movements are still so smooth, which is already very strong. It seems that he is a person who exercises regularly. Handsome, old Lu. The smiling tiger uncle in the business world shouted. Although he was also very angry that he ran to the basketball court during dinner, he also knew what to say under what circumstances. The man surnamed Lu turned around, smiled slightly, and then made a shooting motion. Lu Yuanqiu looked up and found that the ball went in. Why are there so many young people here today? Boss Lu smiled and waved in one direction. Come on, Xiaoqing, come and say hello to the uncles and brothers and sisters. Lu Yuanqiu looked in the direction he waved, and was stunned for a moment. A pretty girl came over, looked at the people in front of her, smiled and nodded. Hello uncles, brothers and sisters. Her voice stopped abruptly because she saw a familiar person among the people in front of her. Lu Yuanqiu and the girl looked at each other, and were very surprised. Isn't this girl Zhang Yifei's girlfriend? Wait, let me sort it out. Boss Lu is a partner that Lu's Enterprise and Baishi Food are competing for, and Boss Lu's second daughter is the girlfriend of Zhang Yifei, the prince of Baishi Food. Why didn't Boss Lu choose to cooperate with Baishi Food directly? Could it be? Seeing the short-haired boy and his daughter looking at each other for a long time, Boss Lu asked, Do you two know each other? Lu Yuanqiu smiled tentatively. Yes, we are from the same school, and your daughter is Zhang Yifei's daughter, right? Yes. Zhang Yifei and I are classmates. The girl called Xiaoqing suddenly interrupted Lu Yuanqiu's words with rapid breathing, and then turned to her father and said, Dad, Zhang Yifei is the son of the boss of Baishi Food. Boss Lu nodded. Oh, then I know, what a coincidence. Lu Yuanqiu smiled without saying anything, looking at the resentful look the girl opposite cast at him. He understood in his heart. It turns out that premature love cannot be known by his father. Interesting. How could this guy appear in the family gathering of Lu's Enterprise? Boss Lu's second daughter murmured in surprise in her heart. That's right. His name is Lu Yuanqiu. His last name is Lu. She realized it. Boss Lu said, This is my second daughter, Lu Jianqing, who is this little brother. The uncle smiled and said, My nephew, Lu Yuanqiu, is the only boy in the Lu family. The old lady in the family loves him very much. Bring him out to meet the elders, and get to know them better. Boss Lu smiled when he heard this, and nodded continuously at Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Jianqing was shocked that Lu Yuanqiu was actually a descendant of the Lu family. She was sure that Zhang Yifei didn't know about this. The uncle smiled and said, Old Lu, how long have you been fighting? Let's go eat. We are all hungry. It's better to chat while eating than standing here. Hearing this, Boss Lu smiled subtly, patted the basketball, and walked to the basket again. Brother Lu, I know what you want to say this time. To be honest, Zhang Jisheng has talked to me several times, and you have also talked to me several times. I am very confused about who should sign this agreement with you. Chapter 122. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at Lu Jianqing at this time. The expression on the girl's face was a little unnatural. I can probably guess that she wants to hand over this so-called agreement to her boyfriend, that is, Baishi Food, to sign, but she can't use her identity as boyfriend to make her father like Bai Shifu or Zhang Yifei. Maybe after mentioning that Zhang Yifei is her boyfriend, Boss Lu will be furious. In this case, before leaving today, I have to carelessly tell Uncle Lu about this premature love, hee. Lu Yuanqiu thought to himself. Hearing Boss Lu's tangled words, although the uncle looked embarrassed, he still smiled and said, "Don't worry, don't rush to make a decision, you must consider it carefully." Boss Lu threw a ball, then turned around and said, "Let me be honest, giving it to either of your two families will benefit me the same. Now the most important thing is who should I do this favor for? This guy surnamed Lu is also straightforward. He has said so much." The eldest uncle thought to himself. The second uncle was anxious and said, "We all brought our family members here today. Can't you see such great sincerity? Old Lu, seriously, give me a definite answer. Don't delay it any longer." "It can't be delayed any longer." Boss Lu nodded when he heard it. He stared at the second uncle for a while, and then his face became serious. "Okay, you want me to give you a definite answer, right?" After that, he threw the basketball over and said like a broken jar, "Take the ball, fight me for a few rounds, and if you beat me, I will sign with your Lu group." The second uncle was immediately anxious. I haven't touched this thing for many years." Just as he was about to continue to rant, the eldest uncle suddenly raised his hand and patted his shoulder, then glanced at Lu Yuanqiu. After receiving the eldest uncle's eyes, Lu Yuanqiu nodded slightly, walked over, and picked up the basketball from the ground. Seeing this scene, Boss Lu smiled and said in surprise, "Hey, young man, can you play basketball?" Lu Yuanqiu scratched his head embarrassedly. Not really. But my two uncles are old bones. I can't let them play again." Boss Lu was so happy when he heard this. It's okay, let's just do it. If you beat me, I sign with you guys anyway." After saying that, he took a horse stance, looking eager to try. Seeing this, Lu Jianqing whispered, "Dad, don't fight him. Go away, go away." Boss Lu waved his hand impatiently, telling his second daughter to go away. Then he continued to wave his hand provocatively at Lu Yuanqiu. "Come on, young man, let's have a real fight." Lu Yuanqiu nodded, and walked forward with the ball in a somewhat awkward manner. Seeing his half-baked appearance, Boss Lu's smile became even wider. Suddenly, Lu Yuanqiu rushed forward, and Boss Lu's face changed slightly, and he went up to defend, but Lu Yuanqiu just made a fake move and passed by. Boss Lu watched helplessly as he defended in the air. "Good kid," he shouted, but then, he was dumbfounded. After Lu Yuanqiu broke through from another direction, he jumped up and dunked violently. Bang! Buzz buzz buzz. The basket was still shaking up and down, and making a buzzing sound. Boss Lu looked at the short-haired boy in front of him dumbfounded, wanting to say something but stopping. Lu Yuanqiu scratched his head, and walked past him embarrassedly. Boss Lu took a deep breath, walked over and picked up the basketball, and threw it at Lu Yuanqiu, shouting, "Come again." The corners of the mouths of the eldest and second uncles were a little tight. Song Xianxian looked admiring, while Lu Jianqing looked gloomy. Lu Yuanqiu took the basketball and said nothing. After serving the ball, he simply walked forward with his crotch. Boss Lu defended seriously this time, his whole body stretched like a crab. He thought Lu Yuanqiu was going to lay up again, so he kept backing up and prepared to defend at any time. As a result, Lu Yuanqiu walked into the paint and just raised his hand and shot a ball. It went in. Boss Lu was dumbfounded again. Come again, this time doesn't count." On the third ball, Lu Yuanqiu knocked him down and dunked violently again. "Come again, that last time didn't count." A fadeaway jump shot, hit. "Come again." Dunk. "Come again. Come again." A three-pointer, hit. After 10 consecutive shots, Lu Yuanqiu stood outside the three-point line and patted the ball innocently, looking at Boss Lu with a look of pity. "You little brat, how did you play so well?" Boss Lu shouted inside with red face, almost jumping up on the spot. How did he play red and warm? Lu Yuanqiu pulled the corner of his mouth. The uncle quickly said, "Old Lu, do you mean what you said just now? It's already 10 goals. So many of us are listening here, your daughter heard it too." Boss Lu was speechless. He looked over here, then looked at Lu Yuanqiu, as if to change the subject, took out his phone and walked forward. "Stinky boy, at QQ. Lu Yuanqiu, what do you mean, Uncle Lu?" When he came in front of Lu Yuanqiu, Boss Lu glared at him with red face. "What else can it mean? No, submit. You." Lu Yuanqiu turned his head speechlessly, and looked at the two uncles. The eldest uncle just pretended to be angry and waved his hand, Add what crappy QQ. Sure, don't add it. Let's just leave. Okay, uncle. Lu Yuanqiu dropped the basketball and followed him. Boss Lu was anxious and quickly stepped forward to grab Lu Yuanqiu's arm, smiling and saying, "It's okay not to add it. It's okay not to add it. Don't leave yet. A few more balls. Just 2 balls, okay? I will definitely beat you with the next one." Second uncle snorted. In principle, Chior is a junior, and it is natural to play with the elders, but playing with an elder who doesn't keep his word is really unnecessary. Let's go! It doesn't matter if we don't eat this meal. I will tell other friends what kind of person Boss Lu is when I go out. Hey, just kidding. Look how anxious you are. Boss Lu said with a smile. He glanced at Lu Yuanqiu, took a deep breath, and paused for a few seconds, as if he had made a decision. Okay, bring me the contract and the pen. I will sign with Lu Corporation. After that, he looked at Lu Yuanqiu and said half jokingly and half seriously, "But after signing, young man, you must play those few balls with me again. I will definitely beat you." Lu Yuanqiu smiled and nodded. Okay. After signing his name and stamping the official seal, Lu Yuanqiu started to play against Boss Lu again. He played the first ball seriously, but played a high-level trick on the second ball. Boss Lu successfully defended and started to attack. This time, Lu Yuanqiu played a trick again, allowing Boss Lu to score. After the game, Boss Lu took a deep look at the short-haired boy. How could he not see that Lu Yuanqiu was playing tricks? He was not angry, but admired him more. "Young man, you really played well." Boss Lu patted Lu Yuanqiu on the shoulder and said with a smile. Lu Yuanqiu waved his hand quickly. No, Lu Jianqing's boyfriend plays well too, Zhang Yifei, don't you know?" Boss Lu's smile froze on his face. "What did you say?" Chapter 123. Lu Yuanqiu. I said Zhang Yifei, he plays basketball pretty well, he can dunk, he's so strong. Halfway through his words, Boss Lu hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Lu Yuanqiu's shoulders, frowning and saying, "I'm not asking if Zhang Yifei can play basketball, I don't care if he can play. What I'm asking is, what did you say in the first half of the sentence?" Lu Yuanqiu stared at him, straightened his expression, and shrank his neck slightly and said, Lu Jianqing's boyfriend Zhang Yifei. After saying that, he seemed to realize something, and quickly glanced at Lu Jianqing, who had a gloomy face, and silently raised his hand to cover his mouth. You didn't know about this?" Seeing Boss Lu's face was livid, Lu Yuanqiu's expression also changed. He looked at Lu Jianqing and apologized quickly. "I'm sorry. I saw that it was all over the school, and I thought Uncle Lu knew about it. I didn't think too much for a while, so..." Lu Jianqing gritted his teeth and turned his head away angrily. Boss Lu patted Lu Yuanqiu on the shoulder at this time. "It's okay, you don't need to apologize. If it weren't for you, I would still be kept in the dark." He sneered after he finished speaking. Lu Jianqing immediately said, "Dad, Zhang Yifei and I are ordinary classmates, but we are close to each other." Boss Lu turned his head and looked at his daughter. "Whether they are ordinary classmates or not, I can ask old Wu to find a high school student to ask, and we will know." Lu Jianqing was speechless for a moment. She lowered her head angrily and clenched her fists. Boss Lu then picked up the basketball with a bad look and prepared to shoot. As soon as he raised the ball, he seemed to be in no mood and threw the ball aside in annoyance. "No more fighting, go take a shower you. Take Mr. Lu and the others to the banquet hall and sit down first," Boss Lu said to the attendant standing at the door. "Sorry for the inconvenience." He smiled and looked at the people from the Lu family, then his smile disappeared, and he turned his head and whispered to his daughter, "Follow me. You are really capable." Seeing this, the uncle hurriedly shouted, "Old Lu. It's just a child. Just say a few words and teach him a few words of truth. Don't be violent." Boss Lu walked out of the door angrily and ignored it. The uncle chuckled, turned his head and looked at Lu Yuanqiu, and asked in a low voice, "Did you just let it slip by accident?" Lu Yuanqiu. He said, "I was just being careless on purpose." The uncle immediately rubbed his head with a smile on his face. "Good boy, I knew it." The Lu family came to the banquet hall and sat down. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the luxurious layout and furnishings here, and then thought that this entire building with dozens of floors of the hotel belonged to Boss Lu, and he couldn't help but nod secretly. This surnamed Lu seemed to be very rich. Seeing the attendant leave, the second uncle who had just answered the phone came over and sat down with everyone. He said to Lu Yuanqiu, "Chior, you didn't add him on QQ just now, right?" Lu Yuanqiu nodded. The second uncle lowered his voice with a serious expression. After dinner, or at the dinner table, find a chance to add the contact information of this surnamed Lu. The eldest uncle also said, what your second uncle said is right. If you have time, chat with this surnamed Lu. He likes basketball, you can talk to him about basketball, and occasionally ask him to play, so as to get closer to you. Lu Yuanqiu didn't quite understand the situation. Hasn't the cooperation been discussed? I saw that it has just been signed and sealed. Why do we still need to go with him? Uncle and Uncle smiled when they heard this, and Uncle Song also smiled. Uncle, it's too early, we just signed a small project in the near future. This Lu is very special. He is a very big customer for our Lu's enterprise. His importance is not just because he is rich. Speaking of this, Uncle lowered his voice, probably determined to train his nephew well, and patiently reminded, let's put it this way, he is the hub of the domestic business circles connecting the north and south. Lu and Baishi are vying to open up business channels across the country through this Lu. The contract just now is just the tip of the iceberg of this cooperation. The second uncle raised his eyebrows. So, Chior, you must build a good relationship with him. Zhang Jisheng of Baishi has been eyeing this piece of fat meat. At this time, Song Xuanchuan's voice suddenly came. If you want to build a good relationship with Uncle Lu, you don't need to contact Uncle Lu directly. He listens to his eldest daughter very much. Hearing this, several people sitting next to them turned their heads to look at this Lolita. Song Xianxian said seriously, Lu Wangchun, his eldest daughter, heard that her mother was Uncle Lu's first wife, who died of illness. Uncle Lu felt that he owed his daughter a lot, so he especially doted on Lu Wangchun. Lu Yuanqiu, where is Lu Jianqing? My sister's mother is Uncle Lu's second wife. It's a family marriage, and Uncle Lu doesn't like it, so his attitude towards this second daughter is very ordinary. Wow, this is very important news. After hearing this, the eldest uncle looked at Lu Yuanqiu. Why don't you find a time to find out the contact information of his eldest daughter? The expression on the second uncle's face suddenly became strange, as if he heard that the eldest brother was going to let his good nephew use a trick of beauty trap. Lu Yuanqiu was about to speak with an embarrassed expression, but suddenly he heard Song Xianxian said with a smile, Brother Yuanqiu can't do it. Uncle Song looked at his daughter. Why? Yuanqiu is quite handsome. Song Xianxian shook her head, her face serious. It's not a question of handsomeness. It's that Lu Wangchun said at school that she hates playing with boys. Second uncle looked strange. Could it be? The two sisters had already covered their mouths and laughed softly. Lu Yuanqiu asked, is her sexual orientation abnormal? Song Xianxian shook her head. Not really, she had a boyfriend. She said boys are trash. She prefers to get along with sweet and soft girls. Ha ha ha. The eldest uncle and the second uncle, they looked at their nephew. And Lu Yuanqiu immediately glared and raised his right hand to refuse. Don't look at me, your nephew is a stone in the toilet, always smelly and hard. After that, he asked Song Xianxian, aren't you from the same school? Wouldn't it be better if you get closer to her? Speaking of this, Song Xianxian seemed to recall some unhappy memories. She pouted and said, of course I want to be friends with her, but she doesn't want to. She said I'm not cute enough, not pretty enough. It really pissed me off. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. To be honest, he really has a choice of someone who is cute and pretty enough. But Lu Yuanqiu certainly wouldn't bother Bai Qingxia to get involved in such things. She already has enough things to do. Besides, Bai Qingxia's personality doesn't allow her to take the initiative to make friends with others, even if the other party is a beautiful and wealthy little rich woman. Wangqiang Road, Season's fresh supermarket. Lu Tian took out a pack of soft hua from the cupboard and shouted to the figure next to the shelf. Xiao Xia. A figure wearing a red vest quickly ran over, and the innocent and pretty girl stood there and responded, Uncle Lu. Lu Tian, take this pack of cigarettes to the Liuji barbecue restaurant on the right side across the street, give it to the boss, and don't forget to collect the money. Okay. Bai Qingxia ran out of the supermarket with the cigarettes, and came to the zebra crossing. She waited quietly for the green light to come on, and walked across the street obediently on the zebra crossing. At this time, a large truck passing by on the road made a shrill long horn. Bai Qingxia was busy looking over there, and didn't notice a figure running around the corner. She was knocked to the ground by the figure running towards her, and groaned. Oh my god, are you okay? Chapter 124. Lu Wangchun quickly took off his headphones, and squatted down towards the girl, who was sitting on the ground. I'm sorry, are you okay? I was just looking at the big truck, and didn't notice someone in front. Eh? Lu Wangchun said this, and suddenly tilted his head. His beautiful eyes lit up, and he could see the pure and flawless face hidden by the hair. It's you, Bai Qingxia. Lu Wanchun smiled in surprise. Bai Qingxia, who was sitting on the ground, also looked up and glanced at her blankly. She recognized the heroic girl who she had just met an hour ago, but she was in pain. Hiss. She raised her right hand and uttered a cry. Lu Wanchun saw it and cried out, "Ah! It's bleeding." The girl's white and tender right palm was scratched and bleeding, which was very distressing. Lu Wanchun quickly helped her stand up, turned his head and looked around, and said, "I take you to a clinic nearby to treat the wound." Bai Qingxia shook her head and said, "No need, this will heal on its own." Lu Wanchun looked serious and said, "How can that be possible? What if the wound gets inflamed? It's bleeding." She pulled Bai Qingxia's arm, but the girl behind her didn't move. Lu Wanchun turned around and found that she was still standing there stubbornly. "Let's go!" "I didn't bring enough money today." Lu Wanchun was stunned, then burst out laughing, looking at her unhappily. "You fool, I bumped into you, so I must pay for you. How can I ask you to pay?" Hearing this, Bai Qingxia's expression eased a little, because she felt that the other party didn't do it on purpose, so there was no need to pay for her. Of course, if you can help her pay, she doesn't mind. Lu Wanchun walked along the road with Bai Qingxia, and curiously turned back and said, "What are you wearing?" "The employee uniform of Four Seasons Fresh Supermarket." The girl responded softly from behind, and it sounded much better than the mosquito-like voice before. At least this time, I could hear what she was saying clearly. Probably because Lu Wanchun was very enthusiastic and outgoing, and had a good heart, he would take the initiative to take people to the clinic to treat the wound if he hit someone. So Bai Qingxia's resistance to talking to the stranger in front of her was reduced a lot. After arriving at the clinic, Bai Qingxia sat on the stool stiffly and stretched out her hand to the nurse. The nurse wiped the wound roughly with a cotton swab dipped in alcohol. Lu Wanchun frowned. "Be gentle. Don't you see that I am frowning in pain?" Bai Qingxia sat up straight and shook her head at her. "It doesn't hurt." "I don't believe it." Lu Wanchun smiled when she heard it. She sat aside and looked at Bai Qingxia quietly. Looking at the school uniform on the girl, and the employee uniform on the outside of the school uniform, she couldn't help asking, "Aren't you still in school? Why do you work in the supermarket?" "To earn living expenses." "Doesn't your father give you living expenses?" Lu Wanchun sat there with a gentle expression waiting for the other party to answer, but Bai Qingxia just pulled the corner of her mouth slightly, lowered her head, and didn't say anything. Maybe she had a quarrel with her father, and didn't want to say it, Lu Wanchun thought to herself. In her family, there is no such thing as quarreling with her father. As long as she is unhappy and yells, her father will definitely come up to her with tears in his eyes, and ask his precious daughter what she did wrong. It's a pity that she doesn't have a mother. It would be great if her mother was still alive. So Lu Wanchun envied those peers who had mothers. Thinking of this, Lu Wanchun looked up and smiled. "It doesn't matter. If your father doesn't give it to you, just ask your mother for it. You don't have to earn living expenses yourself." Bai Qingxia still lowered her head and didn't speak. Her other hand was clasped tightly on her knee. Did she have a quarrel with her mother? Seeing that the girl didn't respond to her, Lu Wanchun was stunned. She scratched her head and smiled and said, "If all else fails, go to your grandparents, tell them, cry to them, and say that your parents abuse you and don't give you living expenses." "Ha ha ha, I used this trick with my grandfather, and it worked every time." Lu Wanchun's dry laughter lingered in the small clinic, but no one responded. Lu Wanchun laughed for a while, and then shut up. She was really dull. She didn't respond to a word. But Lu Wanchun couldn't hate her. Because this little sister was really pretty and cute, Lu Wanchun thought to himself while looking at her. And when he helped her up just now, Lu Wanchun smelled a very natural and fresh scent on this little sister, which was much better than the expensive perfume sprayed on the girls in the international class in the summer. In addition, her arms were soft, as if she had no bones. It must be very comfortable to hug her and cuddle with her. Men are not necessarily the only ones who like to look at beauties. There are other beauties as well. The nurse took care of it, and wrapped a piece of gauze around Bai Qingxia's palm. Bai Qingxia lowered her head, and poked the gauze with her finger. It was the first time she had to apply this thing after a scratch. It felt strange and new. "What's your zodiac sign?" Lu Wanchun suddenly leaned forward and asked with a smile. Bai Qingxia sat up straight and shook her head at her. "I don't know." Lu Wanchun was very surprised. How could there be girls who didn't pay attention to zodiac signs? "When is your birthday?" "September 19th. That means Virgo." Bai Qingxia tilted her head slightly when she heard this. It was the first time she knew her zodiac sign, and she was a little happy because someone had discussed this before, but she seemed to be listening to a foreign language. Lu Wanchun propped his chin with both hands and looked at her. Are you in the 3rd year of high school? You are 17 this year? So you are really younger than me. Bai Qingxiao laughed dryly at the other party, but she was a little anxious in her heart. Why did she keep talking to me, but not pay the bill? Did she regret it, and want me to pay the bill myself? Thinking of this, the girl silently grasped her knees, thinking anxiously. It would be fine if she didn't ask for the bill, but if she asked for it, but didn't pay the bill, it would be a breach of trust, and Bai Qingxiao would be really angry. Since we know each other, can we add each other on QQ? Lu Wanchun tilted his head, propped his chin with his little hand, and looked at her with a smile. Bai Qingxiao felt uncomfortable being stared at by her, and was anxious, so he lowered his head and said, I'm leaving. A side reminder to see if she pays or not. If she doesn't pay, she'd be angry. Oh, right. Lu Wanchun really reacted, and quickly got up and walked to the window to pay. Seeing this scene, Bai Qingxiao breathed a sigh of relief. She almost took off the gauze and returned it to the nurse, and then left. After paying, the two came to the outside of the clinic, and Lu Wanchun asked again, Tell me your QQ, I added. Bai Qingxiao hurriedly read it out. She had memorized the string of numbers by heart. Okay, number 7 middle school, by Qing Xia. After adding friends, seeing that Lu Wanchun made notes for her in this format, Bai Qingxiao also made notes on her phone, but she stopped after typing one because she forgot that she was slow at typing. It's better to go home and make notes slowly. Chapter 125. It was noon. In the hotel banquet hall, Boss Lu, dressed in a suit, successfully added Lu Yuanqiu to QQ with the help of his uncle and uncle. After noting the other party's name, Boss Lu looked up and looked at the short-haired boy opposite him. I heard from Xiaoqing that you and Baishi's second young master Zhang Yifei have a formal basketball game to play in school. Lu Yuanqiu nodded. Yes, Uncle Lu, but it's only the semifinals for now, and the semifinals haven't been drawn to decide which team will have a bye and which 2 teams will play. After responding, Lu Yuanqiu realized that he had just overlooked a piece of information from the other party's words. Uncle Lu, you just said. The second young master? Boss Lu smiled and said, Yes, the second young master. He has an older brother who is already an adult and working. His brother is amazing and a rare talent. I still admire his brother. Lu Yuanqiu didn't care whether he was a talent or not. He was just surprised that Zhang Jisheng actually had 2 sons. Boss Lu knocked on the table lightly and said with a smile, How about Xiuqiu? Are you confident that you can beat Zhang Yifei? Let's not talk about anything else. Uncle is on your side in this basketball game. If you beat him, you will be the one. Boss Lu gave a thumbs up. He added, From now on, I will pay attention to this basketball game until the end. Second uncle smiled and said, Hey, it's just an intramural basketball game. It's worth your attention, old Lu. Boss Lu turned his head to look at him, and said expressionlessly, As long as Lu Yuanqiu wins the championship and beats Zhang Yifei's grandson, I will sign the second contract with your Lu Enterprise. Bang! The second uncle suddenly slammed the table, and angrily said to Lu Yuanqiu, Qiu, the grandson who beat Zhang Yifei in the basketball game. Lu Yuanqiu, Second uncle, did you learn this change of face from Chao Shuang? He looked at Lu Jianqing who was sitting next to him, and found that the expression on the girl's face was really livid. From the moment she sat at the table until now, she was silent, and didn't say a word. It seems that she was scolded by her father for a whole morning. It seems that it is really as Song Xianxian said, the second daughter of the Lu family is not favored by her father. The next day, Monday. During the morning reading, Lu Yuanqiu, wearing a blue and white school uniform, sat down on his seat, put his school bag into the hole in the desk, and took out the Chinese textbook from it. He turned his head to look at the side, and Bai Qingxiao, who was reciting English words, also looked over and smiled at him. Lu Yuanqiu smiled back, and when he was about to recite, his eyes suddenly fixed on Bai Qingxiao's right hand. He saw the bandage wrapped around her hand. Lu Yuanqiu's heart tightened immediately, and he quickly grabbed her wrist and took it over. What's wrong with your hand? Bai Qingxiao explained seriously, I was accidentally knocked down by a runner yesterday. I only had a scratch on my skin, but it's not serious. Did the person who hit you take you to get your wound treated? Or did my dad take you there? The person who hit me. That's more like it. Lu Yuanqiu frowned and untied the tape, saying as he untied it, If that person turns around and walks away, I take someone to find him and remove his arm. The girl smiled happily. She was also careless. Lifting the gauze, Lu Yuanqiu saw the wound on her palm. It was not serious and had already scabbed over, but the wound looked very abrupt on the white and tender palm, which made people feel distressed. Does your hand still hurt? Lu Yuanqiu looked up at her. Bai Qingxiao looked at him and shook her head. The boy then said, actually, I have a way to make the wound heal faster. The girl asked curiously, what is the way? Lu Yuanqiu smiled maliciously. Use saliva, hee. After saying that, he grabbed Bai Qingxiao's wrist, laughed like a villain, and stuck out his tongue to pretend to lick Bai Qingxiao's wound. The girl was originally expecting whether he really had any good ideas, but the expression on her face changed instantly. No. She frowned in disgust, her expression suddenly changed, and she pulled her hand back hard, but Lu Yuanqiu held it tightly and looked at her with a grin. No, even if you scream your throat out, no one will hear you, my dear classmate Bai Qingxiao, hee. Suddenly, bang, a book hit Lu Yuanqiu's head hard. Who are you? Lu Yuanqiu looked back and immediately stood up. Hello, director. Gu Ritian looked at the girl sitting upright with red ears on the inside of the desk, then glanced at Lu Yuanqiu and asked, what were you doing just now? Lu Yuanqiu said seriously, I was helping her to read her palm. She has a strong life and is still prosperous. Well, anyway, it's pretty good. Gu Ritian then looked at Bai Qingxiao. Is that what he said? Bai Qingxiao blushed and nodded, not daring to look over. Lu Yuanqiu, I've warned you many times, don't think about doing bad things under my nose, I'm watching you. Gu Ritian said seriously, and then he pulled up the belt that was squeezed down by his big belly, and then turned and left. Just after taking a step, he turned around again. I almost forgot, Teacher Wang Ping asked me to tell you that your draw results are out. The champion team of the second grade will be a bye, and you will play the semifinals with the champion team of the first grade in the afternoon. After saying that, Gu Ritian patted Lu Yuanqiu on the shoulder. Fight well, don't embarrass our senior year, remember? Sure, I will do my best. Lu Yuanqiu folded his legs and saluted. TSK, you little brat. Gu Ritian sneered and walked to the door of the classroom, while shouting, why are you all looking at me? Morning reading. You guys haven't eaten yet? The class next door is much louder than you. After saying that, he did not forget to lift the book and knock it on the back of Zheng Yifeng's head, and then left the classroom, while Zheng Yifeng, who was lying on the table, was indifferent. After seeing Gu Ritian leave, Lu Yuanqiu turned to the girl and said, she is a lucky woman for her husband. She is really strong. Bai Qingxiao frowned her beautiful eyebrows and ignored him. At lunch in the cafeteria, Lu Yuanqiu and Chao Shuang sat face to face. The shade boy number 2 said while eating, Brother Qiu, I found out that it is exactly as you said. Zhang Yifei gave 500 yuan to each member of the basketball team of class 12. He said that he would give them another 500 yuan after they beat you. Lu Yuanqiu, did Zhang Yifei also give Jiao 500 yuan? Chao Shuang sneered and shook his head. Of course not, Jiao was forced to play by those people in class 12. Those people wanted Jiao to help them earn the 500 yuan, but they still lost, so they put all the blame on Jiao. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. Brother Qiu, the champion team of the first grade is here, and they are probably going to cause trouble. Chao Shuang suddenly raised his head and reminded. Lu Yuanqiu looked back and saw 5 people coming from behind. This team of 5 people was a little strange. The one walking in front was a thin and small boy, who was fair and clean, and seemed to be less than 170 centimeters tall, with a pretty face. Chao Shuang reminded, the shortest one is the captain, he is very good at dribbling. Who is Lu Yuanqiu from the senior year? Stand up for me. The thin captain approached and cursed directly, even his voice was effeminate. Lu Yuanqiu shook his head speechlessly, ignored him, lowered his head to eat, and prepared to let Chao Shuang deal with it. Chao Shuang was very active, stood up and cursed back at the handsome but dirty-mouthed captain. Try to spray shit at my brother Qiu again? The handsome little captain raised his eyebrows. What's wrong with me cursing? What's wrong? I beat you up. Chao Shuang went straight forward and pushed the other man's chest with one hand. The short captain was pushed down. Chao Shuang stood there, as if he was under a spell, staring blankly at his hand. Seeing that Chao Shuang didn't respond for a long time, Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and looked. What's wrong? Chao Shuang turned his head stupidly. Brother Qiu, a woman. Chapter 126. Puff. Lu Yuanqiu stared, almost spitting out a mouthful of rice. He put down his chopsticks and looked back in surprise. The thin boy, oh no girl, she fell to the ground. Seeing this, several teammates behind her quickly stepped forward and helped her up with a helpless look on their faces. It can be seen that these 4 teammates followed over. Provocation. Totally forced to do business, They seemed to be quite speechless about this captain. When they saw Lu Yuanqiu looking over, the teammates smiled and nodded embarrassedly, as if to apologize to the senior in the 3rd year of high school. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the captain again. She was pretty, and had a feminine voice. It turned out that she was not effeminate, but because she was a girl, but her hair was too short, only a few centimeters longer than Chao Shuang's buzz cut. Alas, 15-year-olds nowadays are too impulsive. Lu Yuanqiu shook his head silently, not ready to interrupt, and let Chao Shuang handle it himself. You pushed me? I beat you to death. After the female captain was helped up, she rushed towards Chao Shuang alone. Chao Shuang had no intention of fighting at this moment, and even his eyes became clear. Even if he is a great sage, he must pay back for touching a woman's breast. So Chao Shuang shrank like a grandson at this moment, standing there and letting the girl punch and kick him, not intending to fight back. I beat you to death, coward, fight back if you dare. Why don't you dare to fight back? Didn't you agree to beat me up? The captain of the 1st grade girls scratched Chao Shuang like a tabby cat. Lu Yuanqiu glanced to the side, and couldn't help but smile softly. Brother Shuang. At this moment, male students stood up from their seats and gathered around. Chao Shuang waved his hands. Get lost, it's none of your business. He seemed to be hurt by the beating, and he began to run around the pillar next to him, with the captain of the 1st grade girls chasing closely behind him. Don't run, stop right there, you coward. Stop it, you tomboy. I didn't fight back not because I was afraid of you. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at the side the king of Qin walked around the pillar, ate a mouthful of food, and persuaded. I say, junior sister, it's okay, he is not your opponent tonight. Your opponent tonight is me. At this time, her teammates came forward to hold her, and the little girl looked at Lu Yuanqiu. She panted, pointed at Lu Yuanqiu, and shouted arrogantly, Lu Yuanqiu. I heard that you were very arrogant. Look, I will beat you tonight. Lu Yuanqiu nodded repeatedly. Okay, I got it, go play. You? Are you listening to me seriously? She was about to go forward, but was stopped by her teammates. Captain, forget it. If you keep making trouble, the director will come. Wait for Lu Yuanqiu. I beat you up tonight. The short female captain was dragged away by several male teammates. Chao Shuang then sat back in his seat, cursing. What kind of people are these freshmen? This is... He glanced at his right hand, paused for a moment, then rubbed it hard on his right leg twice, as if trying to forget the touch just now, and then he started eating again. Lu Yuanqiu looked up. Why don't you fight back? Chao Shuang raised his head and said righteously, the rules of the underworld don't hit women. Lu Yuanqiu stared and praised, men. Hearing these 2 words, the shade boy number 2 on the opposite side laughed like a fool. The 2nd class in the afternoon. Physics class. The physics teacher of class 28 of grade 3 is a 33-year-old young man with white hair at a young age. It is said that he has been on countless blind dates, but is still a bachelor. He has been single since birth and has never enjoyed the nourishment of love. His name is Lu Su, and his classmates affectionately call him Brother Su behind his back. Brother Su loves to laugh and is also a very romantic person. His favorite thing to do is to use physics knowledge to interpret the word romantic. Perhaps because of these characteristics, although the students in class 28 don't like to do physics questions, they all like his physics class. When the bell rang, Zheng Yifeng was still sleeping on the table. Brother Su walked into the classroom with a smile on his face and took a white light bulb. Before class today, let's play a little game. But after playing this game, as usual, I hope someone can explain to me in detail what physics knowledge this game contains. Hearing the word little game, Gao Cheng, who was originally drowsy, suddenly became energetic. Zhong Jincheng was bored, spinning a pen in one hand and holding a gun in the other. He had no interest in the so-called physics game. He just wanted to see black stockings. It was a pity that the weather was cold and Su Miamia didn't wear much. Lu Yuanqiu had just finished reviewing the content of the previous class and took out the physics textbook. He had systematically reviewed all the knowledge he had learned before according to the class notes given by Bai Qingxia. Although he didn't remember much, he had a first impression, which at least allowed him to keep up with the current class progress. After Lu Yuanqiu took out the textbook, he glanced to the side. Seeing this, Bai Qingxia moved her little hand away, and her pink fingertips immediately poked the page number at the bottom of the book for him to see. Lu Yuanqiu then turned to the corresponding page. Brother Su first turned on the multimedia, then turned on the projector, plugged in the USB drive, and then said, "First find a male student to demonstrate to me that." Zhong Jincheng. Come on, come on. Zhong Jincheng put down the gun with his right hand, wiped his hands, and walked to the stage. Brother Su said to him with a smile, "Come on, you hold the bottom of the light bulb with your left hand, and I will hold the edge of the bottom of the light bulb with my left hand, and then learn from me." After that, he rubbed his thigh with his right palm. Seeing this, Zhong Jincheng studied expressionlessly. He already understood what physics knowledge was, but at this moment, he hoped that the person standing opposite him was Su Miao Miao, not Su Gur, an old bachelor, to be romantic with him. After rubbing his hands, Su Gur enthusiastically put his right hand and Zhong Jincheng's right palm together, and the white light bulbs on their left hands lit up instantly. Zhong Jincheng listened to the cheers of the whole class expressionlessly, and Su Gur opposite him still showed a chrysanthemum-like smile with satisfaction. Qin Fei, who has always been known for her love-brain personality, went crazy. She clapped the most crazily after seeing this scene. Su Gur waved his hand to let Zhong Jincheng go down, and said, "Let's find 2 more classmates. 2 girls. This time, change the gesture and make a heart. Who will do it?" "Me, me, me." Qin Fei immediately raised her hand. Hu Kaiwei also raised her arm eagerly. The 2 came to the stage. Under Su Gur's guidance, they held the light bulb in their left hands, and made the other half of the heart gesture with their right hands, and then slowly put them on. Qin Fei turned her head, and looked at the whole class with a blushing face like a bubble teapot. The moment the light bulb came on, the class burst into applause, and Qin Fei smiled with her front teeth showing. Su Gur came to the podium, opened the USB drive, found a video file in it, and said at the same time, for the 3rd time, "Let's find another pair of opposite-sex students. Pay attention, this time this pair of students will explain the principle." Chapter 127. Zhong Jincheng glanced at the video file on the blackboard projector, and guessed that Brother Su was likely to do something romantic. Plot again. Who's coming this time? A boy and a girl. We. In the back row by the window, Lu Yuanqiu raised his right hand in indignation, and at the same time, he forcibly raised Bai Qingxia's right fist with his left hand, which was considered that they raised their hands together. The girl sitting by the window had a red face. In order to put her hand down, she had used all her strength, and her right hand was clenched into a fist, but she was no match for Lu Yuanqiu's strength. Lu Yuanqiu is no longer the best person in the world. I hate Lu Yuanqiu. All the social bulls in the world are heretics just like those who eat coriander. The girl was so anxious that she almost cried. She didn't want to sit with Lu Yuanqiu anymore. Su Gur was stunned and glanced at Bai Qingxia's performance. Why does it feel like classmate Bai is not very willing? Who said that? She is obviously very willing. After Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, he lowered his head and pressed his forehead against the girl's temple, and uttered a devilish low hum. Employee Bai Qingxia, you don't want to be fired by me today. Bai Qingxia looked aggrieved, but suddenly stopped resisting, and the little white fist that was forced to be raised slowly loosened. So Lu Yuanqiu happily walked in front, and the girl followed timidly behind. When they came to the stage, Su Gur first walked in front of the 2 and whispered to confirm, "You 2 don't have your own boyfriends and girlfriends, right?" Lu Yuanqiu shook his head like a rattle, and Bai Qingxia also shook her head quickly in fear. Su Gur then waved to the physics class representative in the front row, whispered a word, and then asked him to go on stage to help open the file. After you have rubbed your right hand, you 2, this time, use the tip of your right index finger to touch it, and try to do it once. I will record a video in the back. After saying that, Su Gur took his mobile phone and walked to the back of the classroom. Lu Yuanqiu raised his right leg and began to rub his thigh with his right hand. Bai Qingxia also followed his example and rubbed his pants with 4 fingers because there was gauze on the palm. About half a minute later, Lu Yuanqiu began to stretch out his hand. Bai Qingxia also raised her arm when she saw this. She tried to ignore the gazes of other people in the class and pretended that there was only Lu Yuanqiu in the world before her. The girl's right hand with gauze on it slowly approached, and Lu Yuanqiu also slowed down the speed of reaching out his hand. The 2 stood on the stage, their expressions gradually became serious, as if there was no one within 100 meters. Finally, at the moment when their fingertips touched, they turned their heads to look at the light bulb on their left hands at the same time. The light bulb lit up, and the girl was stunned. The physics class representative immediately squatted down after clicking the video file. In the projection on the blackboard, there appeared a picture of Jingtian and Xuejian touching their index fingertips, and responded to the gestures of the boys and girls below. At the same time, the background music of the video partiality sounded. The whole class was stunned and exclaimed. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia also turned their heads in surprise. Lu Yuanqiu thought that Brother Su was going to play the physics experiment video with poor picture quality. I didn't expect it to be the scene in Fairy Sword 3 where Xuejian and Jingtian collected water droplets. Damn, I was really romanticized by this old bachelor, Brother Su. Brother Su recorded this scene with a smile on his face at the back of the classroom. If he was a Seoul Hall elder like Lu Yuanqiu, he must have let out a hee-hee-hee at this moment. Laughter. The whole class applauded enthusiastically. In the past, when Brother Su played physics romance in class, he was honest and a little awkward, but today's idea seems to be okay. Everyone couldn't help wondering, is Brother Su preparing romantic material for his next blind date? May God bless him and make this blind date a success. Listening to the cheers in the class and the background music of partiality, Lu Yuanqiu smiled and shook the girl's fingertips with his fingertips. Bai Qingxia didn't rush to put down her right hand. In cooperation with Lu Yuanqiu's playfulness, she smiled shyly in front of the whole class for the first time. Okay, that's enough, Su Gur said from behind. Bai Qingxia was about to lower her head and return to her seat, but Su Gur hurriedly said, wait a minute, don't leave in a hurry, the two of you, who can give a detailed answer to what physics knowledge this is. It's over. These two words popped up in Lu Yuanqiu's mind. Although Bai Qingxia knew, she probably didn't dare to answer. Lu Yuanqiu dared to answer, but he didn't know how to explain it. Maybe, probably, possibly, it's related to static electricity, or some mess of positive and negative charges, but he, a poor student, didn't know how to explain it. Who of you two will tell me? Teacher, I add you on QQ tonight, send me this video. Lu Yuanqiu whispered to him. Su Gur nodded, and suddenly said seriously, don't change the subject, explain. Lu Yuanqiu, you do it. Lu Yuanqiu stood there shaking his legs and thought for a while, then said, this is probably for love. Su Gur was stunned. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at him guiltily. He didn't wait for Su Gur to blame him. The old bachelor actually took out his mobile phone again, typed a few words in front of him, and then put the phone down. Lu Yuanqiu asked in surprise, Teacher, you were not secretly writing down my romantic quotes with a memo just now, were you? Su Gur stared at him awkwardly, then frowned and scolded, nonsense. Bai Qingxia, you go back first. Lu Yuanqiu, you stay here. When you think of the answer, go back. Bai Qingxia glanced at Lu Yuanqiu silently, lowered her head, and trotted back to her seat. Lu Yuanqiu, static electricity. Su Gur, no! Lu Yuanqiu grabbed his arm. Teacher, I beg you to let me go back. You just secretly wrote down my romantic quotes. Su Gur turned his head away mercilessly and walked to the podium. Don't answer. Take your books and stand in the corner for a class. Lu Yuanqiu, You old bachelor. You will never find a partner in your life. School is over in the evening. Bai Qingxia was carrying a school bag and was about to watch today's semifinals. When she was going downstairs, she suddenly heard a female classmate passing by talking. Today, the rightmost window on the first floor of the cafeteria started selling egg tarts. I just bought one to try. It tastes the same as the one sold outside. Really? I go buy one to try later. Bai Qingxia glanced at them and quickly ran downstairs with her school bag on her back, heading for the playground. Today's semifinals had many people watching. Even the head teachers of the first and third grade came to watch. Guritian lifted his belt that was squeezed down by his beer belly and smiled at the head teacher of the first grade next to him. I really envy these kids. Our basketball courts back then were not as good as they are now. Backboards were made of stone, not glass like now, and the baskets had nets. Yes, head teacher Gu, which grade do you think will win today? Hearing this, Guritian's eyes suddenly became sharp. Chapter 128. He chuckled a few times, rubbed his beer belly, and said, of course the senior year will win. Although Lu Yuanqiu may not be able to beat Zhang Yifei from the second year, he is more than enough to beat the group of kids from the first year. The head of the first year class is named Tang Li. His expression turned cold. Although your senior year Lu Yuanqiu is very strong, I still support the first year. Guritian, Tang Li, TSK. On the basketball court, Chao Shuang came to watch as usual. He secretly glanced at the female captain of the first year of high school opposite, and whispered to Lu Yuanqiu, Brother Qiu, beat her in the most insulting way, let her be so arrogant, and dampen the spirit of this little tomboy. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at him. Are you still holding a grudge? Hearing this, Chao Shuang burst into laughter and denied. How is it possible? How could I care about a stinky girl? Ha ha, you usually laugh like Jejijij. Not ha ha ha, Chao Shuang. Your laughter will also change when you lie. Do you know? Lu Yuanqiu said to him with a smile. Chao Shuang's expression froze. scratched his head, and said embarrassedly, "I'm really upset. I really want to make an appointment with her in person." "Then wait until it's over, add her on QQ, and ask her out for a bullfight when you have time." "Okay." Chao Shuang agreed with a serious expression, as if he added QQ for the bullfight, not for the sake of adding QQ. Lu Yuanqiu looked up and saw Bai Qingxiao squatting behind the iron net on the steps again. It had become her fixed observation platform. Retracting his gaze, Lu Yuanqiu turned around and looked at the teammates sitting on the chairs behind him. As the captain, he said with a serious expression, "Brothers, play well today. This is our penultimate basketball game. In other words, it is the penultimate basketball game before we say goodbye to high school. Of course, it is also the penultimate basketball game before we become adults. Do you have confidence?" No one responded. Wang Haoran sat lazily on the chair, picking his nose, looking down at his hand, flicking the booger to the side. Zheng Yifeng drooped his head with lifeless eyes, drowsy. Zhong Jinqing's fingers were against his glasses, and he was concentrating on looking at the young female teachers in the first grade with his peripheral vision. Only Gao Chong stared at him seriously, nodded excitedly at Lu Yuanqiu, and felt his heart burning. Lu Yuanqiu looked at Gao Chong. Not bad, very energetic. The time is up. The students around started cheering for their grade teams. Lu Yuanqiu walked in front and looked at the captain of the first-year girl, who was also wearing a jersey. Chao Shuang glanced at the manly woman's armpits with an unnatural expression, because in the empty cuffs that drooped down was a tight white tank top that only girls wear. Strange, he didn't see it before, otherwise he would have known that she was a girl. Lu Yuanqiu came up and asked with a smile, "Captain of the opposite side, my brother Chao Shuang asked me to ask you what your name is?" The female captain turned her head and looked at Chao Shuang, who immediately glared, straightened his chest, and raised his chin proudly. The female captain smiled disdainfully, raised her thumb and pointed back at herself. "I." The physical education teacher blew a whistle and frowned at her. The female captain swallowed awkwardly and changed her words. "My name is Ruan Yueru." "It's a nice name," Chao Shuang thought to himself. The whistle sounded and the game began. The physical education teacher threw the ball up. This time, it was rare that no one from the senior year grabbed the ball. Several teammates looked at Lu Yuanqiu, who was indifferent, in confusion, because Lu Yuanqiu usually grabbed the ball at this time. A relatively tall person in the first grade team grabbed the ball and started running towards the basket, passing it to Ruan Yueru. The female captain took the ball and dribbled it very skillfully, passing Gao Chong and Zhong Jinqing in succession without any pressure. This scene made Zheng Yifeng, who was also a master of ball control, slightly open his handsome eyes. It was the first time he saw a girl playing basketball so well. Ruan Yueru smiled disdainfully and made a three-step layup. The moment she jumped up, a tall black shadow followed her terribly and blocked the ball with a slap, and it fell into Zhong Jinqing's hands. Ruan Yueru turned back in surprise and found that it was Lu Yuanqiu who smiled at her. "He didn't grab the ball at the beginning because he was waiting to block me?" Ruan Yueru realized this. At this moment, she felt extremely humiliated. It was so embarrassing to be blocked at the beginning. Chao Shuang shouted excitedly outside, "Brother Qiu, cool!" In the following time, Lu Yuanqiu didn't dunk the ball once. He followed Ruan Yueru like a ghost the whole time. As long as she got the ball and prepared to shoot or lay up, Lu Yuanqiu blocked all the shots. Block! 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 Even at the moment when Ruan Yueru hit the backboard, Lu Yuanqiu quickly jumped up and pressed the ball on the backboard, and then took it into his own hands. Ruan Yueru stared at this scene with her eyes wide open, and she was crazy. She turned around, stamped her feet in anger, swung her arms, and shouted at Lu Yuanqiu, "Why do you keep targeting me? I give up." The little girl was about to cry with anger. Lu Yuanqiu pointed at Chao Shuang outside the court. "My brother Chao Shuang asked me to vent his anger. If you don't give in, go and teach him a lesson after this game." Ruan Yueru turned her head, gritted her teeth, and glared at Chao Shuang, who was standing outside the court. Chao Shuang raised his head proudly. "What's wrong? If you don't agree, let's fight." "Wait!" Ruan Yueru responded fiercely. Half an hour later, the whole game was over. The senior team led by Lu Yuanqiu successfully defeated the champion team of the first grade and successfully entered the finals. However, the start time of the finals is not tomorrow, but a week later, that is, in early November. After the game, Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand and waved to the girl behind the iron net. The squatting girl immediately nodded, stood up and left. The two agreed to have dinner together. Although Bai Qingxiao was not used to going to the cafeteria when there were many people, She was happy to celebrate and eat with Lu Yuanxiu when it was worth celebrating. This was a bit like the old Biden at home, who always followed a lot of broken rules. The cafeteria on the first floor. After Lu Yuanxiu had prepared his meal, he took the lead in finding a seat and sitting down. Bai Qingxiao was holding a rice plate with only one portion of rice and one portion of stir-fried spinach, and was about to leave the window. At this time, she turned her head and looked to the far right, and found that there were many people gathered at the window over there. The girl suddenly remembered what she heard in the corridor. She walked over and smelled a milky aroma. After taking a quick look at the side, she saw that this was what the egg tarts looked like. On the silver-gray box was a round, concave yellow thing. Something like egg custard. It looked very cute and smelled very good. Bai Qingxiao turned around and silently glanced in the direction of Lu Yuanxiu. She seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly smiled and walked over to the back of the line to buy egg tarts. Chapter 129. How much is one? The girl asked the Annie in the white hat at the window. The Annie standing by the counter saw a beautiful girl with a good voice at the end of the line, and her depressed mood seemed to be improved instantly. She smiled and replied, "Girl, single purchase is 2.5 yuan each, 4 yuan for 2, and 5 yuan for 3. Bai Qingxiao swiped the card decisively. "Give me 3. Okay." Lu Yuanxiu was eating, and when he looked up, he saw Bai Qingxiao coming over with a plate of rice. She had a faint smile on her face, and seemed very happy. When she sat down, Lu Yuanxiu found 3 egg tarts on her plate. "Oh, the food is so good today. Can you share one with me?" Bai Qingxiao quickly picked up the 3 egg tarts on the plate and placed them on Lu Yuanxiu's side, saying, "I bought them all for you. Congratulations on entering the finals." Lu Yuanxiu was stunned. "Ah, I can't finish it. Look at how much food I've prepared. You can have one too, and I have 2, he said with a smile, handing over one of the egg tarts. The girl hesitated, but she didn't hesitate. She smiled and stretched out her hands to take it. "Okay." Bai Qingxiao looked down at the egg tarts in her 2 little hands, and really thought that such food was very cute, small, fragrant, and so expensive, it must be delicious. In fact, she was also looking forward to whether Lu Yuanxiu would share one with her, because she really wanted to taste what this cute food tasted like. Of course, it didn't matter if she didn't share it. After all, she bought it to celebrate Lu Yuanxiu's promotion to the next round of the competition. The girl held the egg tarts in both hands, and slowly brought them to her mouth. At this time, her arm was suddenly hit by someone, and the egg tart fell to the ground in an instant. She turned her head in confusion. Lu Yuanxiu looked at the dark shadow covering the table in front of him, and raised his head. Opposite him stood a tall boy who was nearly 1.9 meters tall. In Lu Yuanxiu's impression, this boy who seemed to be very stable seemed to be so angry for the first time. Zhang Yifei glared at Lu Yuanxiu angrily and said, "Lu Yuanxiu, I don't care if you are a descendant of the Lu family, I just want to ask you one question. Did you deliberately reveal the relationship between me and Lu Jianqing to her father?" His voice was dull and powerful. Because it contained anger, although the tone was dull, the volume was still very loud, which attracted the attention of others around him. Cao Shuang's brothers in the 3rd year of high school looked over. Lu Yuanxiu threw the chopsticks on the table and smiled at him coldly. "Yes." Zhang Yifei immediately stepped forward and grabbed Lu Yuanxiu's collar with both hands angrily panting. Bai Qingxiao was startled, and almost instinctively reacted, and quickly raised her hand to grab Zhang Yifei's arm. She didn't know who Zhang Yifei was, nor did she know what kind of connection there was between her and Zhang Yifei. She only knew that this tall boy wanted to hurt Lu Yuanxiu. Lu Yuanxiu ignored Zhang Yifei's childish behavior, turned his head to look at the girl, and immediately reached out to grab her slender wrist and tried to pull it down. "Stay away." But at this moment, he was surprised to find that the girl was surprisingly strong, and this time, he couldn't pull her hands down. Lu Yuanxiu stared at her. "What are you trying to do?" "Let go." Bai Qingxiao shook her head nervously, her voice tearful. Don't fight." Instantly, the sound of chopsticks being smashed rang out from all directions. Throughout the first floor, Cao Shuang's brothers stood up from their positions one after another. No matter how far away they were, everyone stared at this side with fierce expressions. There were at least 20 to 30 people. "Brother Qiu. Brother Qiu. Brother Qiu." Bai Qingxiao turned her head with red eyes, shocked by this scene. Lu Yuanxiu raised his hand and pressed it aside, as if he had long been accustomed to this scene. He looked at Zhang Yifei quietly and said, "Since you are Zhang Jisheng's son, I don't think people like you are so mean as to think that fighting is the way to solve the problem." After saying that, the short-haired boy smiled, looked down at the trembling arms in front of him, and continued, "If you really hit me, I will think that you, the young master of the Zhang family, are vulnerable and are not worthy of being my opponent, Lu Yuanqiu. Of course, if you want to fight, the director is not here at this time. Everyone can accompany you." After saying that, Lu Yuanqiu quietly looked up at Zhang Yifei, waiting for him to make a decision. Zhang Yifei laughed coldly, nodded, and loosened Lu Yuanqiu's collar. "Lu Yuanqiu, you may not understand me. I never fight, and I don't bother to use this method. See you in the finals, but I have to remind you that my bottom line is Lu Jianqing." After saying that, he turned his head and glanced at the people standing up around him, and left with a cold expression. Bai Qingxia sat back in her seat and rubbed her fingers, looking at Lu Yuanqiu worriedly. Seeing that things were not going to get out of hand, the boys next to her quietly sat back in their seats. Lu Yuanqiu frowned and looked at the girl in front of him helplessly. "What are you doing? Just now, did you want to help me fight?" Bai Qingxia grabbed her hand, looked at him seriously, raised her hand to wipe the corner of her eyes, panting lightly, and looked like she was scared just now. Lu Yuanqiu softened his heart, touched his pocket, and found that there was no paper, so he reached out to her. "Do you have any paper?" Bai Qingxia nodded immediately, took out toilet paper from her pocket, and handed it to Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu took the paper and wiped the tears from her eyes, and comforted her. "Don't worry, there will be no fight. People like him are different from ordinary gangsters. They care about their reputation, and will never fight in such a public place." The girl nodded repeatedly, and it was unknown whether she listened or not. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the table in front of her and asked, "Where are your egg tarts?" Bai Qingxia just remembered and looked down at the ground. She bent down and picked up the egg tarts that fell on the ground. The tinfoil shell had been thrown away, and the egg tarts were covered with a layer of dirt and dust, making them unattractive. The girl raised her sleeves to wipe her tears, put the egg tarts on the plate in front of her, and carefully cut off the dusty parts with an iron spoon. Lu Yuanqiu stared at her. "What are you doing? It's dirty. Don't eat it." He took it and threw it into the small trash can next to him. Bai Qingxia looked down reluctantly and retorted weakly, "It's not dirty inside." Lu Yuanqiu put one of his egg tarts on her plate and ordered, "Eat this." Bai Qingxia shook her head stubbornly, not knowing whether she had not recovered from what happened just now, or because she was sad, because Lu Yuanqiu threw the egg tart into the trash can. She pouted and cried, "There are only 2 left. I bought them for you. If mine is gone, it's gone. I don't want yours." She picked up the egg tart and put it on Lu Yuanqiu's plate. Chapter 130. The gifts that can be given are cheap and few in number. Taking back one gift is already excessive and greedy. How can you take back another one? Of course, each of the remaining ones gets one. This is fair in Lu Yuanqiu's mind, but she will only feel that she is too greedy, even if she spent the money on the egg tarts. The girl is so stubborn, persistent, and rigid. She doesn't know how to adapt her thinking at all, like an old man living in the 1970s and 1980s. Bai Qingxia lowered her head, her 2 little hands clenched on her knees, and her expression was tense. Lu Yuanqiu put the egg tart in his mouth and took a bite, and Bai Qingxia looked up at this time. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu finish eating too, she raised her hand to wipe her tears, and the sadness on her face was much less. After Lu Yuanqiu finished eating, he raised his finger and stretched it forward to scratch her nose, scolding, "Big fool." The girl hid back and looked at the boy blankly with her eyes full of pearly tears. Lu Yuanqiu glared at her. "You dare to hide?" He raised his hand and scratched Bai Qingxia's small nose again, and asked, "Are you a fool? Answer me?" Bai Qingxia didn't hide this time, but she didn't answer him with her eyes drooping, like a bully cat sitting on the opposite chair, who could be bullied at will. Lu Yuanqiu complained, "You have become a little mute again now, right? Little mute? I'm asking you a question?" Seeing that she didn't respond, Lu Yuanqiu sighed, glanced at the untouched rice and stir-fried spinach on her plate, waved his hand, and said helplessly, Okay, let's eat first." Bai Qingxia then picked up the chopsticks, lowered her head, and ate the rice and spinach in small bites. Lu Yuanqiu was really angry, rolling his eyes in anger, not knowing what to say. Although Bai Qingxia was very nice, he sometimes hated Bai Qingxia's rigid and inflexible personality. For example, the 2 remaining egg tarts, "You eat one, I eat one. Is it poisonous? Will I die?" Speaking of which, Bai Qingxia's rigid and rule-abiding personality is a bit like the second master in the family, who is now the chairman of Lu's enterprise. At the beginning, Lu Yuanqiu's grandfather and second uncle founded Lu's enterprise, but the grandfather died young, so he asked the second uncle to take care of his sister-in-law, Lu Yuanqiu's grandmother. The second uncle had no children, so he trained his two nephews, Lu Yuanqiu's eldest uncle and second uncle, as heirs. The three of them are now supporting Lu's enterprise. Third uncle Lu Yuan disdained to do business and chose a career in government. Then, there is Lu Yuanqiu's useless father, who had poor grades since childhood, and was a stupid son of a landlord, who could only laugh foolishly with a big snot. Like Lu Yuanqiu before, by Lu Yuanqiu's generation, the third generation, there were only 5 children. In addition to the Qiuding siblings, there was the eldest sister who was a graduate student, the second sister who graduated with an undergraduate degree, and the third sister who was now a freshman, the daughter of the third uncle. Lu Yuanqiu, the only boy among the 3 generations, was originally intended by the second master to be trained as the third-generation heir of the Lu family enterprise. As a result, Lu Yuanqiu's performance in the previous life disappointed him, so the second master focused on training the eldest and second sisters. The third sister was a melancholy weak woman obsessed with painting art, and had no interest in doing business. As for Lu Yidong's future, it can only be said that Lu Tian's genes are too strong, and Lu Yidong finally grew up to be a silly daughter of a landlord. As she was thinking, the girl opposite put down her chopsticks, and Lu Yuanqiu realized that she had finished eating, so he stood up and walked with her to the trash can. However, after throwing away the trash, Lu Yuanqiu did not rush to leave, but pulled her to the window selling egg tarts. "What are you going to do?" "To buy you egg tarts." After saying that, Lu Yuanqiu turned around and looked down at her. "I bought it this time, I'm treating you, you must eat it." Coming to the window, the aunt looked at the two of them in a daze, then pointed helplessly at the egg tart that was left and said, "There's only one left, pay 2 yuan." Lu Yuanqiu swiped his card and placed the egg tart on the girl's raised hands. "Eat." He leaned close to Bai Qingxia's face, his aggressive eyes seemed to say, "If you don't eat it, I eat you." Bai Qingxia stared at him blankly. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head away, and signaled the egg tart with his eyes. She then lowered her head, opened her mouth and bit it. The girl chewed in small bites, and looked up at Lu Yuanqiu again. Lu Yuanqiu was staring at her. She looked away from her timid eyes, lowered her head, and began to eat seriously, no longer looking at him. "Is it delicious?" "It's delicious." "I don't believe it." You answered so quickly, and without any emotion. The next day, Tuesday. When Lu Yuanqiu came to the classroom, he found that Bai Qingxia was wearing the black and white baseball jacket that he bought for her on the weekend. The pants were tight blue jeans from another outfit. Under the desk, the girl's legs were wrapped in jeans, and were round and slender, with no gap between them. The smooth surface of her legs made people want to put their hands on them. To be honest, if the desk mate was a boy, Lu Yuanqiu would have rubbed his legs until they were patinated after a semester. "It's a pity that the desk mate is a girl," he asked. "Why don't you wear another pair of black pants? I bought those to match this baseball jacket." Hearing this question, Bai Qingxia's expression was a little unnatural, and she whispered, "I was wearing that at home this morning." "Then what?" Lu Yuanqiu yawned, and looked at her nonchalantly with his hand on his cheek on the desk. The girl didn't say anything. She opened her textbook, and began to read silently until her ears turned red from being stared at by Lu Yuanqiu. "Why don't you say anything?" As he read, Lu Yuanqiu vaguely realized that it was the end of the month. Her period had come? Ahem, she didn't leak this morning. She almost forgot about this day. The sanitary napkins I gave her in the supermarket last time might have been used up. Thinking of the black plastic bag, Lu Yuanqiu asked seriously, "You didn't buy both this time to save money, did you?" Bai Qingxia suddenly turned her head, her beautiful eyes staring at him straight. Obviously she didn't expect Lu Yuanqiu to guess it was because of this. "No." After she finished speaking, she shyly turned her head away. Lu Yuanqiu nodded. "That's good." In the first Chinese class, the content of Zhang Bowen's speech today, the famous basketball star Kobe Bryant. In the speeches before Chinese classes these days, everyone either introduces a book, a movie, or a star, which has almost become a fixed template. After Zhang Bowen finished his speech, it was time for the most exciting part. Lu Wei stood by the classroom door and said, "Pick the next speaker." Everyone bowed their heads, as if the next thing they were going to face was a matter of life and death. Of course, people who had a normal relationship with Zhang Bowen didn't have to worry too much. Wang Haoran. Zhang Bowen pointed seriously at the middle-parted teenager who was sitting in the middle of the classroom and had a good relationship with him. He was looking up with an indignant look on his face, showing an expression of "I knew you would choose me." Zhang Bowen on the stage smiled triumphantly. Seeing this, Lu Yuanqiu gloated to the girl next to him and said, "If it's your turn to give a speech, Will you choose me next? Chapter 131. Bai Qingxia hesitated for a moment, but decided to answer honestly, yes. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. You are so in tune with each other, I am sure you will be the next one. So pray that I will be selected to give a speech later, hee. The girl pouted and lowered her head in frustration. But she was not angry, and even felt some inexplicable joy deep in her heart. Being selected in this situation just proved that the last person who selected her had a good relationship with her. This was something that could only happen in dreams in the past. After all, how could Lu Yuanqiu, who had never spoken to her, inexplicably choose her among the 50 or so people in the class who had never met each other, if she hadn't gone to the supermarket to steal bread that day at the end of August? She wouldn't have met Lu Yuanqiu formally because of this. Bai Qingxia knew that she would most likely be the last person to give a speech in the class, because she was the only one left in the class, and no one in the class had a good relationship with her, so they wouldn't pick her. Bai Qingxia thought about it many nights. It's not like she hadn't been to that supermarket before, but she had never seen Lu Yuanqiu there, but she happened to meet him when she decided to steal bread to satisfy her hunger. Maybe it was God's will. After Lu Yuanqiu turned his head back, the smile on his face gradually faded. He sighed. In the last life, when Bai Qingxia was in the senior year of high school, he was the last person to give a speech. On the evening of October 30th, tomorrow is Halloween. For Season's Fresh Supermarket. Bai Songjia moved boxes of candies that had been prepared long ago from the warehouse, and placed them outside, then stood there obediently to receive the lollipops that Lu Tian rewarded him. Hee, lollipops, hee. Bai Qingxia stood by, gently stroking her father's back. Bai Songjia unwrapped the lollipop and quickly handed it to his daughter. Give it to Xia Xia. Xia Xia doesn't want to eat it, you eat it. She smiled gently at her father. Lu Yuanqiu retracted his gaze from this scene, bent down and tore open the carton, then said to Bai Qingxia, remember what I told you a few days ago? Our supermarket tradition. Bai Qingxia nodded quickly after hearing this. Remember, you said you would get up early tomorrow and go out to hand out candy. Lu Yuanqiu did say that on that day, but Bai Qingxia didn't know why they chose to hand out candy in the early morning of Halloween. Shouldn't they hand out candy on Halloween night? That's why it's called Halloween. Of course, Bai Qingxia didn't know the specific customs. Halloween was always too far away from her. Lu Tian looked at his son, then at Xiaoxia, and couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect that you two kids would do it this year. In the past, Fatty Wang and I would get up early in the morning. Hearing this, Wang Pengzi, who was helping to move the goods, scratched his head and smiled innocently. Things seemed so mysterious. Bai Qingxia looked at the father and son in front of her, blinked her beautiful eyes, and felt a little bit of anticipation in her heart. The next morning, October 31st, Halloween. The girl who lived in Hohot Lane woke up on time at 3:30 in the morning. This is her habit. As long as she thought about what time to get up the next morning the day before, she would almost always wake up on time. It's not that she's not sleepy enough, but she has something on her mind. After lying in bed, her mind seems to have started a fast countdown. After getting ready, in order not to wake up her father, she tiptoed out and closed the door. It was still dark outside, and the air was a little cold. The girl came to the entrance of Hohot Lane and waited for a while. Soon she saw Lu Yuanqiu driving a tricycle with goods parked on the side of the road. Come on, get in the car. Lu Yuanqiu sat at the front of the car, yawned, and moved his butt to the side, revealing the narrow space next to him. Bai Qingxia sat on the car, and the two of them squeezed together. Lu Yuanqiu teased her and deliberately put his arm around her from behind, which was equivalent to holding her in his arms, and then holding the two handles of the tricycle with both hands. The girl looked back at his arms, and saw Lu Yuanqiu looking straight ahead with a serious face. She thought that the tricycle should be driven like this, so she didn't say anything. Lu Yuanqiu didn't pretend and laughed in her ear. On Halloween, at 3:30 in the morning, the boy and girl drove a tricycle with a cart of candy to Chuanlai Square on the side of Wangjiang Road. After the tricycle stopped, Lu Yuanqiu handed Bai Qingxia a red vest from the supermarket and said, "Put this on." The name and address of Four Seasons Fresh Supermarket were printed on the red vest. After parking the car, Lu Yuanqiu held 4 boxes of candy, and Bai Qingxia held 2 boxes. He turned his head, and found that the 2 boxes blocked her head tightly. Lu Yuanqiu asked, "Is it okay? If not, give me another box. It's not heavy." The head hidden behind the box made a sound of labor. When they arrived at the square, Lu Yuanqiu put down the box. Hearing the movement next to him, Bai Qingxia also put it down. The girl saw the scene in front of her. She was stunned. In the dimly lit Chuanlai Square, There were many migrant workers wearing yellow safety helmets. They were standing, sitting, or lying. They were very old, mostly middle-aged men and women, but Bai Qingxia also saw many white-haired, skinny old people among them. These people were wearing liberation shoes, sagging short-sleeved shirts, or worn-out military green jackets. They wandered aimlessly in the square, as if waiting for something. A few old men and women walked around the breakfast stalls a few times, as if they wanted to buy something to eat, but after looking for a few times, they walked away without buying anything. Seeing the girl standing there in a daze, Lu Yuanqiu said, "It's my first time here too, and I'm really shocked. My dad told me that these people are handymen without fixed jobs, doing daily work. But they don't call it looking for a job, they call it looking for a way to make a living." Bai Qingxia looked at Lu Yuanqiu and asked in confusion, "But where are the jobs here?" Lu Yuanqiu, "Wait for more than an hour. Someone will drive a van to pick people up to work. Whoever can grab the opportunity will get in the van and make money. My dad comes over to hand out candy with Fatty Wong every Halloween. This is the tradition of Four Seasons Fresh Supermarket." Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and said to her with a smile. Bai Qingxia also looked at him and nodded with a smile. "Let's go." The two of them walked to the square with the candy box. Lu Yuanqiu bent down and opened the box, took out a loudspeaker, and shouted, "Happy Halloween, uncles and aunts, grandpas and grandmas." After that, Lu Yuanqiu put the loudspeaker to Bai Qingxia's mouth. The girl was about to speak, but suddenly saw everyone's eyes looking at her, so she whispered stiffly, "Happy Halloween." Lu Yuanqiu continued, "We are employees from Four Seasons Fresh Supermarket on Wangjiang Road. Today is Halloween, and we come to give you free candy." Chapter 132. The handymen at the scene immediately started to discuss quietly. Because the handymen here are replaced every year, not many people remember or know that there will be a supermarket person here to give out free candy on Halloween. They didn't dare to get close. But someone noticed the supermarket employee uniforms worn by the two young men. Bai Qingxia had already squatted down and opened several candy bags. Lu Yuanqiu took the bag in his hand, grabbed a handful, and threw it directly at the crowd. When the candies fell to the ground, the tired workers finally smiled with relief. They bent down and quickly picked up the candies on the ground. "Good. Thank you, thank you. Good, good." The crowd cheered, and even the owner of the breakfast stall on the edge of the square stopped his work and joined the crowd picking up candies. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and threw bags after bags to them, while Bai Qingxia was busy tearing open the bags and handing them bags, repeating these two actions. "Don't just scatter candies for me, scatter them too," Lu Yuanqiu said to the girl next to him. Bai Qingxia nodded, grabbed a handful of candies with her little hands, and threw them into the crowd. She looked at the uncles and aunts smiling and bending over to pick up the candies, and she couldn't help but smile. Rarely, this time the girl was not shy or restrained in the face of so many people's gazes, and even acted very enthusiastic. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but smile when he saw the girl next to him scattering candies hard. He picked up the loudspeaker and shouted, "Don't worry, we have them all. Happy wedding, happily ever after, happily ever after." Just then, a simple-looking uncle squeezed out of the crowd, bending down to pick up candy while laughing and shouting. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia turned their heads to look at him in sync, their expressions dazed. They didn't expect that there seemed to be many migrant workers who didn't understand the situation at the scene. When they heard the uncle shouting happy wedding, the people behind them also followed suit. "Happily ever after, happily ever after. Thank you. I wish you and your wife a happy baby soon." The voices were getting louder and louder. Bai Qingxia turned around, still holding a handful of candies in her hand and forgetting to scatter them. She looked up at Lu Yuanqiu with a somewhat bewildered look on her face, as if she didn't know whether she should scatter them or not. Would continuing to scatter them mean admitting what they said? She was clearly scattering them enthusiastically just now. Should she continue? Although the lights were dim, the girl's two earlobes were still visible, red. Lu Yuanqiu pulled the corners of his mouth and laughed dryly at her. He lowered his head and turned up the volume of the loudspeaker, and said, "We are two employees from the Four Seasons Fresh Supermarket on Wangjiang Road. Today is Halloween. Tonight is Halloween. Come here and give you free candy in advance." One of the aunties turned her head to look at the uncle next to her. "What is Halloween? It should be some Western festival." "Ah, it's not wedding candy." From a distance, I saw those two young people wearing red and thought they were newlyweds coming to hand out wedding candy. Listening to Lu Yuanqiu's explanation on the loudspeaker, Bai Qingxia threw the candy in her hand away and quickly waved her little hand in front of her to deny it. The handyman finally reacted. But there were still some uncles who liked to stir up trouble and shouted with a smile, "I think you two are a good match. Just get married and live together in the future." "Yes, you two are so kind-hearted. Just live together in the future." Ha ha ha. The uncles and aunts at the scene held a bunch of candies in their arms and laughed loudly while watching the fun. Bai Qingxia's cheeks were hot as she pulled Lu Yuanqiu's sleeve. She didn't have social phobia just now, but now she has successfully become socially phobic again. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help laughing, and he explained loudly, "We are not yet adults, be careful with your words." An old lady wearing a helmet was holding a bunch of candies in her arms, and her face changed. "You have nephritis before you reach adulthood, my dear." Lu Yuanqiu just happened to hear this, and immediately drooped the speaker with a speechless face. "Forget it, don't explain, just keep throwing candies," he said to the girl. Bai Qingxia nodded hurriedly, and her little hands continued to grab and throw candies, and the scene became lively again. After she had almost scattered all the candies, Bai Qingxia saw an aunt holding a little boy in her arms in the crowd on the left, bending down to pick up the candies with some difficulty. She quickly turned around and pulled Lu Yuanqiu's sleeve, pointing at the scene over there. After seeing this, Lu Yuanqiu said, "Give her a bag." Bai Qingxia nodded immediately, ran over with a whole bag of candies, and handed the candies to her with both hands. Only then did she see that the child tied in the aunt's arms was already quite old, about 4 or 5 years old, but the child had no legs. "Aw, thank you, thank you." The aunt with a slightly haggard face hurriedly smiled and thanked her. She touched her son's head in her arms, and turned sideways to let her son see Bai Qingxia. "Quick, Lulu, say thank you to your sister." "Thank you, sister." The legless little boy hugged his mother's neck and spoke shyly. Bai Qingxia nodded and laughed dryly at the little boy. She felt depressed. She heard the sound at this time, turned around, and found that Lu Yuanqiu threw another bag of candy to her from a distance. The girl quickly took it, handed it to the mother, and said, Another bag for you." "Aw, no, one bag is enough." The mother smiled embarrassedly, took a step back, and bowed twice to Bai Qingxia while holding her son. Bai Qingxia walked forward very persistently, stuffed the bag of candy into the arms between the little boy and the mother, and then turned and left immediately. "Hey little girl." A voice came from behind. Bai Qingxia thought they were going to return the candy, so she ignored it, but the aunt called several more times, and the voice was closer. Bai Qingxia turned around and saw the aunt handed her an Ultraman mask. The aunt smiled and said, "Lula said to give this to his sister." The little boy lay in his mother's arms, shyly not looking back. Bai Qingxia was hesitating whether to take it, and suddenly heard Lu Yuanqiu say beside her, "Take it, this is a gift from the little friend." Bai Qingxiu immediately stepped forward and took it with both hands. "Thank you." The aunt smiled and nodded, holding 2 bags of candy, and whispering something happily to the child in her arms, and then walked back to where she was. The candies were all spread. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia were not in a hurry to leave. The two sat on the steps beside the square, watching a van coming from the roadside. The door opened, and a bald man shouted a few words in the crowd, and then a group of handymen wearing helmets rushed forward, and even 1 or 2 people took advantage of the opportunity and squeezed into the car frantically. Lu Yuanqiu retracted his gaze, and saw that the girl also retracted her gaze, looking down at the Ultraman mask on her knees. "Yo, this is Ultraman Tiga." Bai Qingxia looked at him and shook her head. "I don't know him." Lu Yuanqiu smiled and explained, "The giant of light, the little boy gave his light to you." Chapter 133. Seeing that Bai Qingxia's little face was still confused, Lu Yuanqiu, who was sitting on the steps, patiently explained, "In the last episode of Ultraman Tiga, he couldn't beat the monster, so the children all over the world gave him their light. I understand the light here as hope and courage." Then Tiga won. The girl seemed to remember something, hugged her legs, and slowly spoke to him. "It's like the sun, which shares its light with the moon, so the moon will also shine. You are indeed a top student. You can even relate this to geography knowledge. But I seem to have heard you say this not long ago. When was it?" Lu Yuanqiu tilted his head back, recalling, but couldn't remember. Bai Qingxia looked down at the Ultraman mask on her knees, slightly pursed her lips and smiled. Although she remembered, she didn't remind him. The young man always easily forgets many trivial things, probably because his mind is filled with the vast sky and sea, but it doesn't matter. She just needs to remember these trivial things, because in her mind, Lu Yuanqiu is her sky and sea to some extent. Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand and flicked her pink hairpin, smiling and saying, "I take you to see Ultraman Tiga if there's a chance in the future." Bai Qingxia nodded, "Okay. It's still early, And today is Saturday anyway, so let's walk around the area before going back. Okay. Why can you only say okay? Then take off your shoes, and let me help you look at your feet again. I've learned some new knowledge recently. Not good. Look, you're in a hurry. Why didn't you say okay this time? As Lu Yuanqiu walked, he stretched out his hand to poke her arm. Bai Qingxiao put her arms in front of her, lowered her head, and let him bully her. When she was outside, even though there were few people around, she was still much more reserved than when she was indoors. Lu Yuanqiu had made up his mind that he would choose to bully her outside when he wanted to. Indoors, this guy would really throw a tantrum in front of you. At 4:30 in the morning, there were few vehicles on Anshan Road, but many shops on the roadside were still lit. The two of them strolled aimlessly on the roadside. Lu Yuanqiu felt the cool breeze and raised his hand to pinch her arm. Are you wearing anything inside? Bai Qingxiao nodded. There are things to wear. Find some time to buy some innerwear, sweaters, warm clothes, etc. You have money now. Not that you don't have money. Yeah. This time the answer was not very decisive. Lu Yuanqiu judged that she probably just listened to it in one ear and out the other. Since she didn't want to buy, he would take her out as he did last time and force her to spend money. The two of them strolled outside a clothing store. Under the outdoor lights, a TV screen was hung above the glass window in front of them, and a ballet was playing on the screen. Lu Yuanqiu stopped and looked at the screen. Seeing him stop, Bai Qingxiao also stopped and looked up. Lu Yuanqiu, I remember your mother was a ballet dancer, and later became a dance teacher, right? Bai Qingxiao nodded, yes. She took a deep breath and shrugged her narrow shoulders. Her mother fainted during a dance class one day, in front of her and other children. At that time, the other children were all scared, but she ran to the side in her little swan uniform, knelt on the ground and cried, shaking her mother's arms, and finally her crying attracted other teachers. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at her. Then you should also be able to dance ballet, right? Did your mother teach you? This question brought Bai Qingxiao back to her senses, and she stared blankly at the boy's eyes. After a long while, she nodded, yes, my mother taught me. But the word dance had been stripped from her life on the day her mother passed away. If her mother was still alive, would she be one of the people dancing in the cheerleading formation at the basketball game that day? Probably. The presence of her mother would most likely give her the courage to dance, because she really loved dancing when she was a child, just like her mother had loved this career. Lu Yuanqiu was a little surprised. He looked at Bai Qingxiao's pure face, which was white and bright under the light of the window. He didn't expect that she could dance. But it seemed that it was not surprising that she could dance. After all, there was the factor of her mother. Do you remember how to dance? I remember. There's no one here now. Dance for me to appreciate. Lu Yuanqiu smiled expectantly and stepped aside, leaving the girl alone under the spotlight of the shop window. But Bai Qingxiao glanced at the scene beside her. Although the sky was still dark, there were few cars on the road, and there were few passers-by. She still shook her head. Dancing outside was indeed a bit difficult for her, Lu Yuanqiu thought to himself, but the atmosphere was there, and he really wanted to see it. He looked down at this time, and saw the Ultramantica mask in Bai Qingxiao's hand. At this moment, Lu Yuanqiu seemed to understand the meaning of light. He walked forward, took the mask from Bai Qingxiao's hand, and put it on Bai Qingxiao's face on his own initiative. Fortunately, this girl has a small face, otherwise this mask would not cover her face completely, Lu Yuanqiu thought in his heart with amusement. After putting it on, Lu Yuanqiu put his hands on Bai Qingxiao's shoulders and looked at the single-tailed tiga in front of him with a smile. Bai Qingxiao, do you remember what I just said? The little boy gave you his light? Remember what I just said? What does this light represent? Bai Qingxiao remembered everything Lu Yuanqiu said. So Bai Qingxiao answered, hope and courage. That's right. Lu Yuanqiu stroked his chin and stepped back, saying, maybe it was destined that the little boy gave you the mask, so that when you dance with the mask on, you don't have to worry about someone looking at you later, because they can't see your face. They only know that you are Ultraman. It seems to be true. With her face blocked, she became much bolder. In the two eye holes on the mask, the girl's beautiful eyes blinked her long eyelashes. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, dance? While there is no one around, let me have the honor of being your audience. Standing under the light of the window, single ponytail Tiga lowered her head slightly, took a deep breath, and her two white fists were loosened and clenched at her side. Then, the girl slowly raised her head. She stretched out her right hand forward, and on the screen in the window beside her, the dance image was replayed, and the ballet dancer inside also began to dance again, making the same movements as Bai Qingxiao. The two stood on their toes at the same time, opened their arms, and slowly lowered their arms, like flowers blooming. Chapter 134. Lu Yuanqiu stepped back silently, staring at the scene in front of him intently. The swan in the window screen and the swan outside the screen stood on tiptoe together, gathered their soft arms upward, and turned their bodies on the spot. In the light, the girl bent her long legs, tilted her head, and her white and slender neck revealed a touch of soft muscle lines. Suddenly, she opened her arms and jumped up, one leg raised backward, one hand stretched forward, and then turned around quickly, connecting the next dance moves. The whole person was elegant and noble. Lu Yuanqiu was mesmerized. This Tiga dances really well. Although he doesn't know ballet, Lu Yuanqiu can at least see that Bai Qingxia's dance moves are very coherent and standard, with a very solid foundation, and every move seems to be an instinct engraved in her bones. Is it possible that at some point in these years, she would secretly practice the dance her mother taught her in a corner of the house? If that's the case, it's a bit tearful. For some reason, Lu Yuanqiu felt tears in his eyes when he watched this scene. It turned out that the self-abased and introverted Bai Qingxia also had her elegant and noble side, but she had always kept it hidden. Today, she finally used the light given to her by the last person who had gone through hardships to show this side. It was not easy. It was really not easy. If it weren't for my encouragement, would she never plan to dance again in her life? Thinking of this, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly felt more depressed. After the dance, single ponytail Tiga. Standing there, looking at Lu Yuanqiu, she seemed to be really shining all over at this moment. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't see the expression on her face, but he could see the joy in her beautiful eyes. Dancing the dance you love in front of the audience is a kind of enjoyment. You dance so well, so beautifully, Lu Yuanqiu praised. The girl's eyelashes trembled and drooped down. Her face could not be seen, but her eyes were smiling. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly sang happily. Stand on tiptoe, lift the hem of the skirt, let my hand gently rest on your shoulder. The girl was stunned. Lu Yuanqiu was inexplicably excited. He sang a song while holding her hands and dancing his self-composed dance with a smile. Step by step, I am getting closer to you. Circles and circles are sticking to my heart. Under the light of the window, the boy stepped on the devilish steps, and the girl in front of him walked forward and backward. If it was another situation, outdoors, Lu Yuanqiu not only sang the song in a shabby way, but also danced this very awkward and chaotic dance. Bai Qingxiao would probably shake off his hand and run away. But the street was dark at the moment, and no one was on the road. Only the lights from the shop windows illuminated this small world on the roadside. In this small world, Lu Yuanqiu was very happy, and Bai Qingxiao was also very happy, so she accompanied the boy in front of her and danced this chaotic dance. Turn around. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly raised Bai Qingxiao's hand, and the masked girl began to spin awkwardly in his hand. No one can be more in tune with me than you. No one can replace you for me to rely on. Sweet happy. Circles and circles turn out. Although Lu Yuanqiu's dancing was terrible, he sang very well. Bai Qingxiao couldn't help asking, what's the name of this song? Waltz of Love. Chao Shuang must like it very much. Are you dancing waltz? I don't know how to dance waltz, I just dance randomly, the atmosphere is getting good, so I have to hold your hand and dance with you. Bai Qingxiao immediately laughed like a silver bell. The girl has improved again today. She laughed heartily outside, even though the street was empty, even though it was still dark, even though Lu Yuanqiu was the only audience. Bai Qingxiao, if I win the basketball championship, promise me something, will you do it? Lu Yuanqiu suddenly stopped dancing and spoke to her seriously. The girl looked up at him and asked, are we going to the cinema to watch a movie? Not this. Lu Yuanqiu didn't rush to speak, but took off the mask on her face and placed it on her raised hands. The girl's innocent and charming cheeks were flushed, and her hair was a little messy, draped over her forehead and the tip of her nose. She raised her hand to tidy up her hair, and looked at Lu Yuanqiu quietly. First of all, I have to ask you, if I won the championship, is it worth you doing something for me? Hearing this, Bai Qingxiao said shyly, no conditions are needed, I can also do something for you, as long as I can do it, as long as you need it. Lu Yuanqiu nodded. That's good, I want you to dance a ballet at the last New Year's Eve party in our high school career. Hearing this, Bai Qingxiao stared at him blankly for a long time. After a while, she lowered her head. This matter somewhat challenged her condition of, as long as I can do it. Because according to her personality, she really couldn't do such a thing. But this time, Bai Qingxiao didn't want to say that she couldn't do it in front of Lu Yuanqiu. She had obviously accomplished something she couldn't do before at the sports meeting. So the girl looked up and agreed with a quickened heartbeat. Okay. Before Lu Yuanqiu could smile, he suddenly heard the girl say, "But I also have a condition. It's not that you win the basketball game, it's another one. You say, I want you to play the guitar and sing Dark Sky at the New Year's Eve party." Lu Yuanqiu was a little slow to react, thinking of what happened in the KTV that day. He had forgotten what happened in junior high school 20 years ago, so at this moment, he thought it was just a simple request from the girl. "Okay," I said, "you perform a show, and I will perform a show. Since this is the first time we discuss conditions, let's make a pinky promise," Lu Yuanqiu said, smiling and sticking out his little finger. Bai Qingxiao looked at him, and raised her little finger. The two of them entangled their little fingers in front of him, and Lu Yuanqiu said the classic words, "Pink, hang yourself, and don't change for 100 years. Put it down." Daybreak. The next day, early in the morning, Lu Yuanqiu was suddenly awakened by an alarm. He turned his head to check the time on his phone, and found that it was still 4 in the morning. "Shit, I forgot to turn off the alarm I set yesterday. Today is Sunday, I only need to go back to school for evening self-study at night, and I still have a day off during the day." Lu Yuanqiu laid his head back on the pillow and closed his eyes. He wanted to continue to sleep, but he remembered what happened yesterday. He asked Bai Qingxiao to dance at the New Year's Eve party, of course, for a purpose, of course not to let others see how beautiful and elegant Bai Qingxiao is. But Lu Yuanqiu knew that if Aunt Bai was still alive, she would probably want her daughter to go on stage again. After all, she laid such a solid foundation for her daughter's dance. Is it going to waste? Lu Yuanqiu felt that not only Aunt Bai hoped, but Bai Qingxiao herself probably also hoped, but due to various realistic factors, she lacked a driving force. Chapter 135. Lu Yuanqiu has always lacked a driving force. That is the driving force to enjoy youth. In the past, he was muddle-headed and wasted his time, not knowing that the most precious stage in life is youth. This time Bai Qingxiao is alive. He seems to have the motivation to try to enjoy his youth. In this life, he studied hard, made progress in the exams, actively participated in campus activities, and managed the relationship with classmates. I believe that if there is another sports committee election, he will not get only one vote. Lu Yuanqiu could clearly feel the difference between these two lives. After lying down for a while, he couldn't fall asleep. He thought about tomorrow's basketball finals, so he simply opened his eyes and got up. After washing up, he changed into sportswear and went out. Putting on headphones and playing music, Lu Yuanqiu ran on the street at 4:30 in the morning. The city where he lived since childhood, Luqing, is located at the junction of the north and south of the country. Just like its location, it is a very mediocre city. The pace of life is neither up nor down, the price level is neither up nor down, and the salary line standard is neither up nor down. Even the housing prices were neither going up nor down, and never increased or decreased beyond a standard range. Lu Yuanqiu had heard from netizens that the taxis in Luqing were a bright spot in the city because of their extremely high speeds. Taxis were always driving on the road recklessly, as if they were in a hurry to be reborn. The drivers did not like to brake, but only liked to steer, and they thought they were very good drivers. Just then, a taxi suddenly braked past the road next to Lu Yuanqiu, leaving a dark tire mark on the road. "You scared me." Lu Yuanqiu turned around and yelled. He almost thought that the taxi was going to run into the sidewalk and hit him. After the taxi stopped, the door on the passenger seat was opened. Lu Yuanqiu looked and found that a sexy woman wearing high heels, black stockings on her legs, and revealing clothes fell out of it. Then the taxi drove away. After taking a look, Lu Yuanqiu turned around and prepared to continue running, but suddenly stopped and was stunned. The woman looked so familiar. He looked back again, and then he realized that the drunk woman sitting on the side of the road was Sisterly. "Doesn't she live over there in Hohot Lane? This is Wangjiang Road. It's quite far away." Lu Yuanqiu ran over and called out tentatively, "Sisterly?" The woman with seductive makeup turned her head to look at him when she heard the voice, and Lu Yuanqiu was stunned. The cheap makeup on Sisterly's face was ruined by crying, and her right cheek was swollen with messy 5-finger marks on it, as if she had been slapped. Her hair was messy, and her clothes were torn a little, and she looked very embarrassed. "Are you Xiao Xiao's classmate?" Sisterly sniffed, and saw that it was Lu Yuanqiu whom she had met last time, and spoke hesitantly. "My name is Lu Yuanqiu, I take you home." Lu Yuanqiu didn't say much, but bent down to help her up. After standing up, Zhongli wiped her tears for the sake of face, and said jokingly, "This son of a bitch taxi driver dared to touch my legs, haha, he touched it after paying the money? I won't argue with him, otherwise I go to the police station." Lu Yuanqiu knew that she worked in a KTV, and she was probably bullied today. "Are you hurt?" No, it's okay. I can go back by myself. Are you out for a run? Go ahead and run. I'm fine. You don't have to send me off. Lu Yuanqiu frowned. Why are you being polite to me? My time is not precious, and I don't have to go to school today. Sending you back is just like taking a walk. Seeing the boy's persistence, Zhang Li stopped being polite. The two walked towards the direction of Ho Hot Lane and chatted. Sister Li was very cheerful, and she laughed as she talked, as if she was not the one who had just cried and had a swollen face. Is it because of the basketball game that you started running so early? Sister Li asked. Lu Yuanqiu looked at her in surprise. How did you know about the basketball game? Sister Li, Xiao Xia said that. She said you are a great basketball player. You can dunk and jump very high. She said that if you win the game, you will use the movie ticket you won to take her to the cinema to watch a movie. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help laughing and said, was she very proud when she said that? Sister Li, of course, she said it to me with a smile. Every time she mentioned you, she would talk more and praise you. I couldn't question you. If I questioned you, the girl would get angry with me and ignore me. Is it true? Lu Yuanqiu couldn't suppress his smile, and laughed, he, but looked at Sister Li with suspicion. Why would I lie to you? Although he knew that the words from Sister Li's mouth would definitely be well-intentioned, Lu Yuanqiu was still very happy to hear it. Lu Yuanqiu, you are so fake, she never praises me in front of me, and she will only answer in a low voice that I am awesome when I ask her if I am awesome or not. Sister Li. Sucks. She said, rolled her eyes at him and said, you don't understand this, do you? The girl must be shy. With her personality, how could she praise you in front of you? Ah, that's true, but you should have said these words to me in front of her. The expression on her face must have been very interesting at that time. Sister Li, this won't work. If this happens, Xiao will never talk about you in front of me again. She will think I'm a big mouth. The two chatted all the way, and soon came to the courtyard of Ho Hot Lane. Lu Yuanqiu helped Sister Li upstairs. He saw that Bai Qingxia's door was closed, but when he got closer, he could still hear Uncle Bai snoring inside, and the window was lit, which should be the light on Uncle Bai's bedside. Bai Qingxia said that Uncle Bai was also afraid of the dark. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu standing at the door of Bai Qingxia's house, Sister Li whispered to remind him, don't look for her at this time, it will scare her. No one comes in the middle of the night, and I usually don't knock on her door at this time. Lu Yuanqiu nodded silently, and came to Sister Li. Sister Li continued to lower her voice. You can sit here with me. Xiao gets up early every day, so she will probably get up soon. Okay. After entering Sister Li's room, Lu Yuanqiu looked around casually. Sister Li's room was the same as Bai Qingxia's next door, only about 10 square meters. But her room was not separated by a curtain, so it looked bigger, and the furniture and electrical appliances were quite complete, with a TV, even 2 small speakers, and an old phonograph. There are many potted plants with flowers in the corridor, outside her door. If she didn't work in KTV, Sister Li would be an elegant woman with a good life. But if she didn't work in KTV, she estimated that she would lose all her sources of income. Lu Yuanqiu knew that Sister Li's monthly salary was not as much as the red envelope he received during the Chinese New Year. Receiving a red envelope only requires a thank you, but the salary requires Sister Li to endure a month of torture with her face and body. After pouring a glass of boiled water for Lu Yuanqiu, she opened the refrigerator and took out an ice pack from it and put it on her cheek. At this moment, Lu Yuanqiu's eyes were suddenly attracted by a yellow floral dress on the hanger. Chapter 136. That is, isn't that the skirt that Bai Qingxia wore on the day she went to the amusement park? It turned out to be Sister Li's. Yes, how could she have such a beautiful skirt? Lu Yuanqiu took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, as if he wanted to exhale his depressed mood with this breath. After a while, Sister Li sat on the bed and suddenly said in a muffled voice, Alas, I got into trouble today. I guess I don't have to go back to work. I can only find a new job. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at her right face which was being iced and asked, Tell me about it. Sister Li chuckled, I work in a KTV, you should know that, right? Xiao Xia doesn't know what my job is, but you may know. Today, a bunch of people who look rich and powerful came, saying they were celebrating the birthday of a young man named Zhang, and asked us to keep them company. When I went out to the bathroom, I suddenly heard screams coming from the private room. When I went in, I found that it was a good friend of mine who was being tortured by them, so I stepped forward to stop them. Sister Li smiled bitterly. I can tell the difference. I know they are not easy to mess with, so I smiled along. But they were drunk and didn't care if I smiled or not. Sigh. Lu Yuanqiu looked up and asked, Mr. Zhang? Who? No way. I feel a little sensitive when I hear this surname now. Sister Lee shook her head. I don't know him, and I haven't heard them talk about his identity information. Anyway, he wears gold-rimmed glasses, looks gentle, and has a spade tattoo on his wrist, the same spade tattoo on a playing card. She pointed to the inside of her wrist as she spoke. Lu Yuanqiu remembered that Zhang Yifei had no tattoos on his wrist. The rich Mr. Zhang. Could he be his brother? Of course, it wasn't necessarily such a coincidence. Lu Yuanqiu then asked, Then, will you still do this job in the future? Don't you plan to change? Sister Lee smiled bitterly. I don't know how to do anything else. I don't want to work in a factory, and don't want to get a low salary. What else can I do? At least I have experience in this industry, and I can get tips. I can support myself and live a little better. At this point, she was silent for a moment, then she suddenly looked up at Lu Yuanqiu and asked jokingly, Will you look down on me? Lu Yuanqiu immediately became serious. Of course not, all professions are equal, there is no such thing as looking down on others. Sister Lee nodded gently. Xiuqiu, promise me one thing, don't tell Xiaoxia about what I do specifically. It's not that I'm afraid she will look down on me, it's just, this little girl is so simple and clean, I don't want her to know that there is such a profession in the world, and this profession is done by her neighbor's sister. The neighbor's sister who usually talks and laughs with her, takes her to listen to music and watch movies. Sister Lee choked up and lowered her head when she said this, but she still held back her tears. Lu Yuanqiu held the boiled water in his hand and said, Okay, don't worry, I don't usually talk to her about these things. She won't understand even if I talk to her. She's just a little fool. Sister Lee sat on the bed and smiled and raised her red eyes. Although I sometimes feel sorry for Xiaoxia's life, I envy her. Really, I envy her even more for meeting a boy like you, who will take her to the cinema to watch a movie with the movie tickets he won from the basketball game. How great it is. I guess she didn't dare to think that such a thing could happen before. She has always been alone. I never thought she would make friends. Really, I'm afraid she will lose you as a friend. If she really loses you, it will definitely be a huge blow to her. Lu Yuanqiu nodded silently. Sister Lee really knows Bai Qingxia very well. At this time, Lu Yuanqiu hurriedly said, Sister Lee, there are a lot of movie tickets, I will give you a few when the time comes. Hearing this, Sister Lee hurriedly shook her hands. That's not what I meant you. Hey. Lu Yuanqiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I just wanted to invite you to watch a movie, nothing else. Sister Lee smiled. Okay, let's talk about it after you win the game. As the two were chatting, there was a sudden noise from the next room. Lu Yuanqiu and Sister Lee looked up and glanced over there. Xiaoxia should be up, Sister Lee reminded. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, and he hurriedly went forward to close Sister Lee's door, walked to the window, and slightly opened a corner of the curtain. What are you doing? Sister Lee asked in a low voice from behind. Lu Yuanqiu, I secretly watched what she did after getting up. Sister Lee smiled from behind. What else can she do? Brush teeth and wash face. Wash bed sheets and quilt covers on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Today is Sunday. After washing, she went to the rooftop to dry them, and then used my stove to cook rice porridge. When it's done, her father will probably wake up naturally. I can recite what she did in the morning with my eyes closed. Lu Yuanqiu, so amazing? Sister Lee smiled and said, That's right, this girl is too self-disciplined. She gets up at 5 o'clock every day and does everything she should do. It's hard to guess wrong. Lu Yuanqiu looked down at his watch. It was 5 o'clock in 1 minute, and he didn't hear any ringing from next door. Is this the self-discipline of a top student? At this time, Bai Qingxia was wearing an old man's jacket and was passing by the window with her hand tied in a simple ponytail. Lu Yuanqiu hid for a while, then looked again, and found that she walked to the end of the corridor and started to wash at the sink over there. After washing up, Lu Yuanqiu watched her return to the room and brought out a large red round basin and a small stool. The girl walked back and forth, holding the sheets and quilts. Her movements were neither fast nor slow, as if the process had become a habit. Seeing her start to wash, Lu Yuanqiu turned around and said, Sister Lee, you should take a rest first. Okay, you two go play, and the boy will help her do the physical work, such as twisting the quilts, which is difficult for her to do alone. Zhang Li stood up, and Lu Yuanqiu nodded. He quietly opened the door of the room and walked out. The girl was sitting on a small bench at the end of the corridor, wearing a worn-out men's jacket, scrubbing the sheets in a plastic basin. Lu Yuanqiu approached her quietly from behind, and when he looked to the side, he found a plastic bag on the ground next to her, which contained a bunch of red vests for supermarket employees, a total of 10 pieces. What are you doing with the supermarket vests? Lu Yuanqiu asked in confusion. The girl was startled and bumped her head against the railing next to her. Lu Yuanqiu quickly put his hand on it, and Bai Qingxia's head hit his palm. Why are you here? She panted, looking at Lu Yuanqiu in confusion and surprise. Lu Yuanqiu looked down and found that she was wearing a pair of blue plastic slippers that were too big for her. Because the size was seriously wrong, her small white feet almost slipped out of the front of the slippers, like a child who stole her father's shoes. Cute. Chapter 137. I couldn't sleep, so I went for a morning run and came to see you. Lu Yuanqiu made up a random excuse. It didn't matter if it was true or not, as long as the girl was happy. Bai Qingxia's eyes curved after hearing it. She wiped her hands on her clothes twice, stood up, and stood in the corner without saying anything. She smiled at Lu Yuanqiu stupidly. Why are you standing there? Just keep washing. Don't worry about me. I just take a look. Lu Yuanqiu said to her. Maybe because he was here, Bai Qingxia felt embarrassed to just wash clothes without greeting him. Do you want some water? I go get you some water. As she was about to walk home, Lu Yuanqiu quickly reached out to stop her, pushed her back to the bench, and said, just wash your things, don't worry about me. Okay. Bai Qingxia put her hands back into the basin. After rubbing them twice, she seemed to have lost her memory again, and hurriedly turned around and asked, have you had breakfast? How about I make some porridge first? Are you used to drinking rice porridge? There are also breakfast vendors in this alley. How afraid she was of neglecting me. Lu Yuanqiu straightened his expression and said, if you talk to me again, I will turn around and leave. Just wash your sheets, and do your own things. Don't pay attention to me. Then I bring you a stool. How dare you? Still talking. Lu Yuanqiu yelled at her. Bai Qingxia just stood up and shrank her head in fear. She quickly sat back on the stool, turned her back, and obediently lowered her head to wash the clothes in the basin. I was almost pregnant by her early in the morning. Lu Yuanqiu rolled his eyes and pressed his philtrum. He looked back and walked towards the door. He opened the lock sheath but found that the door could not be pushed. Just as he was wondering, the girl quickly wiped the water on her hands and trotted over. She bent down and lifted up a lock sheath inserted in the ground below the door. Without saying a word, she looked at Lu Yuanqiu timidly and ran back in silence. Lu Yuanqiu looked at her back and was speechless for a while. He lowered his head with his throat moving, and then he found that there were many insurances on this small wooden door. After pushing the door open, Lu Yuanqiu took out a small stool and sat down next to her at the end of the corridor. He reached out and touched the water in the basin, which was icy cold. I just asked you, why did you bring these vests from the supermarket? Are you going to wash them? Lu Yuanqiu flipped through the red vests in the plastic bag and smelled them, which seemed like a pile of unwashed ones. The girl didn't answer. Lu Yuanqiu looked up at her silent little face and said unhappily, you can talk now. Ball of energy, your mouth is unsealed. Bai Qingxia really seemed to have just unsealed her mouth and said to him, I saw that the vests there were all dirty and unwashed, so I took them back to wash them. Lu Yuanqiu said with a smile, are you a germaphobe? You are not a Virgo, are you? Hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up immediately and nodded briskly. I am a Virgo. What are you suddenly happy about? Is it worth being happy about being a Virgo? Lu Yuanqiu looked at her blankly. Bai Qingxia lowered her head embarrassedly. I just found out my zodiac sign a few days ago. After saying that, she put down the wet bed sheet and looked at Lu Yuanqiu curiously. What's your sign? Made of shit. Bai Qingxia was a little slow to react. After all, she didn't know what the 12 signs were. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu laughing, she quickly reacted and burst into laughter. Lu Yuanqiu took the opportunity to say, I think I'm Pisces. I don't know, I don't pay attention to these, it was Lu Yidong who told me. Pisces. Bai Qingxia silently memorized Lu Yuanqiu's sign. Watching her wash the sheets and quilt covers quietly, Lu Yuanqiu lifted his sleeves and wrung the water in the opposite direction with her in the corridor. Bai Qingxia had a faint smile on her face. After a while, the two came to the rooftop, and Lu Yuanqiu continued to help her hang the sheets and quilt covers on the rope on the second floor rooftop. In the distant sky, a red sun slowly rose, but was blocked by a steel forest standing in front of it. Lu Yuanqiu stood on the edge, looking down at the dilapidated and messy urban village in front of him, turned his head, and asked the girl next to him, who was also watching the sunrise, when are you moving? This piece will be torn down sooner or later. There are still 6 years left. Bai Qingxia shook her head. I don't know, I never thought about it for so long, I just live one day at a time. She rolled down her sleeves to cover her two white and slender arms, and wrapped her thin body with an old jacket in the cold wind. Lu Yuanqiu, whose jacket is this on you? It's quite handsome. Bai Qingxia smiled when she heard it, and looked down. It's my father's. My brother always wanted to wear it before, but I didn't expect it to be on me now. Lu Yuanqiu nodded silently, and then he found that the red sun was showing its true face from the gap between the two high-rise buildings. It was still early, and at noon, the sun would always stand above all living things. He did not stay here to eat, and ran out of Hohot Lane. If he stayed to eat again, Bai Qingxia would definitely not treat him with simple rice porridge, and he would have to go downstairs to buy this and that. She didn't mind the trouble, but Lu Yuanqiu would find it troublesome. Going home along Wangjiang Road, a girl with a bald head, who was also wearing sportswear, ran past him. A scent lingered in the air. Lu Yuanqiu didn't notice the girl's face, but felt that the scent was very fresh, which reminded him of a movie called Scent of a Woman. Many people said that the movie was ruined by the name, but Lu Yuanqiu disagreed. He even thought that the name of the movie was one of its highlights. Bai Qingxia's scent was also unique. Lu Yuanqiu could tell she was by his side just by smelling it. Just like Yang Guo could smell Xiao Longnu's scent from hundreds of meters away, and excitedly called her aunt. Literati from ancient times to the present seemed to like to describe women with fragrance. Monday, flag-raising ceremony. Lu Yuanqiu walked drowsily to the playground under the teaching building, and Gao Cheng, Zhong Jinqing, and Zheng Yifeng suddenly appeared beside him. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu surrounded by boys in a blue and white school uniform, Bai Qingxia, who had been following behind, silently slowed down and distanced herself from the boys. Gao Cheng put his arm around Lu Yuanqiu's shoulders and said excitedly, "What movie do you think we should watch with the movie ticket after we win the basketball game tonight? Let's go to Xingmei Cinema together then, brothers." Zhong Jinqing adjusted his glasses, stared at the buttocks of a female teacher with a good figure, and said, "What movies are there recently?" Zheng Yifeng replied lazily, "My Sassy Girl 2, Kung Fu Wing Chun, 36 Memory of Love." Several people turned their heads to look at him in surprise. They didn't expect that Zheng Yifeng was the only one among them who paid attention to what movies were there recently. Lu Yuanqiu was a little more energetic and complained, "What kind of rubbish movies are these? And the game hasn't started yet, and they've already started to raise flags, right?" Chapter 138. Wang Haoran came up without knowing when. He shook his proud middle-parted bangs and said, "Sorry, I won't watch the movie with you. I want to treat Hu Kaiwei to a movie." Zhong Jinqing, "It doesn't matter if you love it or not." Gao Cheng smiled and said, "I'm going to give a movie ticket to the class teacher." Hee hee, you guys still don't know how to behave. Hearing this, Zheng Yifeng suddenly smiled mysteriously, as if he had finally found a cover for what he was going to do. Zhong Jinqing turned to look at Gao Cheng. "You don't like married women, do you?" Gao Cheng, "Get lost." Zhong Jinqing, "Lu Yuanqiu, who are you going to give your movie tickets to?" Lu Yuanqiu was about to speak when Gao Cheng interrupted. "Needless to say, it must be Bai Qingxia. These two are almost inseparable, and they are still friends. Who would believe it?" Hearing this, the girl behind him quickly quickened her pace and walked forward alone with her head down. Gao Cheng, "Where is Zheng Yifeng?" Zheng Yifeng, "I don't know, just give it to me." Zhong Jinqing sighed. "I really envy Lu Yuanqiu, he has the highest individual score now. If he wins the game, he will be the leader on the rostrum tomorrow. When that happens, a bunch of girls will look at his back. He is so pretentious." Lu Yuanqiu finally couldn't stand it anymore. "The game hasn't started yet. If you keep talking, there's really no hope. Damn it." After he said that, he put his hands in his pockets and walked forward quickly. Except for Zheng Yifeng, the other two balls were played like shit, but the flags were flying high. It was really speechless. Maybe there was a basketball game tonight, so Lu Yuanqiu was not in the mood to listen to the class today. At noon in the cafeteria, Chao Shuang sat opposite, Bai Qingxia sat next to him, and Zhang Yifei sat at a table in the front left with several of his school team members, looking at Lu Yuanqiu with cold eyes. Lu Jianqing sat alone at a table 3 tables away from Zhang Yifei. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the distance between the two people, sneered, and continued to eat while competing with Zhang Yifei with his eyes. At this moment, Gao Cheng, Zhong Jinqing, Wang Haoran, and Zheng Yifeng suddenly sat down with their plates at the table next to Lu Yuanqiu. The 4 guys turned their heads at the same time and raised their middle fingers to Zhang Yifei in unison. "Pa!" Zhang Yifei's teammates couldn't stand it anymore. Several tall guys stood up with their eyes glared and slapped the table, looking for trouble. Next door, The three people except Zheng Yifeng saw that the members of the school team were tall and strong, and immediately lowered their heads to eat as if nothing had happened. 3 cowards. Chao Shuang cursed, unable to bear it any longer, and threw his chopsticks onto the table, standing up from his seat, one of the chopsticks crashing into Bai Qingsha's plate. The girl shrank her neck, her beautiful eyes wide open as she dodged. Lu Yuanqiu, After Chao Shuang threw his chopsticks and stood up, a bunch of boys nearby followed suit and threw their chopsticks and stood up. Zhang Yifei's teammates on the school team were stunned when they saw this, and their momentum was suppressed in an instant. Seeing this scene, Gao Chong, Wang Haoren, and Zhong Jinqing grinned, turned their heads again, and raised their middle fingers to them in mockery. Zhang Yifei's face darkened. Lu Yuanqiu, In the cafeteria on the first floor, other students were eating, while staring at this scene in a daze, not understanding what was happening. Why did the cafeteria suddenly become divided in an instant? Lu Yuanqiu silently took out the chopsticks that belonged to Chao Shuang, and fell into Bai Qingsha's plate and put them aside. At this moment, a familiar figure walked over. He looked at the crowd standing up in the cafeteria, raised his belt that was squeezed down by his beer belly, leaned against the pillar, ate an apple, and smiled and said, "Hey, are you filming a movie? Young and Dangerous 7? It was like the major sects went to Shaolin Temple and met the invincible monk." Chao Shuang immediately commanded everyone to sit down. The members of Zhang Yifei's school team also sat down quickly. Gu Ritian looked at the 3 people who were still holding up their middle fingers. Gao Chong quickly lowered his head to eat. Wang Haoren's neck seemed to be itchy. He put down his hand and scratched his neck with an unnatural expression. Zhong Jinqing used the middle finger to pick his nose and flicked it into Wang Haoren's plate. The latter's face froze, but he didn't dare to get angry at this time. Gu Ritian finally set his sights on Lu Yuanqiu. He walked over while chewing an apple and was about to speak, but he looked at Bai Qingsha in surprise, as if he didn't expect that the quiet top student in the grade would hang out with this group of boys. However, when he thought that Bai Qingsha and Lu Yuanqiu were deskmates, he felt a little relieved, but still a little puzzled. He had some guesses in his mind, but he didn't intend to care. Biting the apple, Gu Ritian reached out and patted Lu Yuanqiu on the shoulder, and whispered casually, "Come on." After saying that, he took the apple off his mouth again, pulled up his pants again, and walked to the cafeteria door. As Gu Ritian left, the quiet cafeteria on the first floor became noisy again. Lu Yuanqiu retracted his gaze and scolded Chao Shuang. "You threw the chopsticks into her plate, did you know?" Hearing this, Chao Shuang instantly clasped his hands together with apology. I'm sorry. I get another serving of rice for classmate Bai." Just as Bai Qingsha was about to speak, Chao Shuang had already run away with her half-eaten plate. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at Zhang Yifei from a distance, and continued to eat with his head down. It was afternoon and school was over. After changing into his basketball uniform and shoes in class, Lu Yuanqiu stood up and jumped on the spot. At this moment, Gao Chong, who was sitting in his seat, suddenly frowned. "Lu Yuanqiu, the back of your basketball uniform. What's wrong?" Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at him. "Gao Chong, take it off." Lu Yuanqiu took off his uniform, spread it on the table and frowned. It is unexpected that someone who was once the best in the world has become the worst in the world. Zhong Jinqing stared. "Who did this? Fuck." Lu Yuanqiu frowned. "The basketball uniform has been placed in the hole of my desk. Maybe someone came in and painted it when no one was in the class." Wang Haoren took the toilet paper and wiped it, but found that it couldn't be wiped off. "Zhong Jinqing, try it with water." Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand to stop her, sneering. "No, instead of getting a black stain on the back, you might as well wear it, and let others see how petty these high school students are." "Ha, what childish tricks." Just then, Lu Wei walked into the classroom door and shouted, "It's too late, Teacher Wang is urging us downstairs. Why haven't you put on your clothes yet?" When Lu Yuanqiu saw her come in, he quickly put his jersey back on, and said to the others, let's go. Teacher Wang Ping specially applied to be the referee for today's basketball final. Chapter 139. The 5 of them came to the bottom of the teaching building, and walked towards the basketball court. At this time, in the middle of the north basketball court, which is the 5th basketball court, the edge was already surrounded by a group of people. Bai Qingsha held her pink school bag and puffed her cheeks in front of the crowd with an unhappy expression. She stood firmly and endured the shoves of the students behind her. Fortunately, she came here early to take a seat, otherwise she would not be able to squeeze in with her small body. There was also a girl standing there with an unhappy expression, enduring the shoves from behind. Lu Jianqing silently turned her head and glanced at Bai Qingxia. She knew that this senior who had been very eye-catching at the sports meeting had a good relationship with Lu Yuanqiu, and they might even be lovers. Since her father found out about her relationship with Zhang Yifei last time, she didn't dare to walk with Zhang Yifei at school. Lu Jianqing knew that Zhang Yifei was very angry and hated Lu Yuanqiu. Soon, the crowd cheered because two teams were coming from a distance. One team wore pink jerseys, and the other wore white jerseys. Wang Ping walked in the middle of the two teams with a serious face. On the pink jersey side, except for Lu Yuanqiu's figure, the others were either too thin or too short. On the white jersey side, all the people were tall and strong, with a fat man over 185 centimeters tall, comparable to Jiao Jiao, and Zhang Yifei, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, being the most eye-catching. Zhong Jinqing adjusted his glasses. His legs were shaking. As he walked, he noticed that the people next to him were also shaking. He turned his head and saw that Gao Chang's lips were trembling. "Why are you shaking? You're shaking too." "I'm shaking and you're shaking too? I eat shit and you eat it? Then I won't compete with you." Lu Yuanqiu walked in the middle and took a deep breath silently, not wanting to pay attention to the two guys' verbal attacks. He turned his head and glanced at Zhang Yifeng, whispering, "It's time to wake up, old Zheng." Zhang Yifeng half opened his eyes, completely lacking energy. Except for the first game, Su Miaomio did not come to all the subsequent games. Just now, he heard the sound of Su Miaomio and another female teacher going to the cafeteria to eat in the office. Zhang Yifeng never had any obsession with basketball games. In fact, he was not interested in anything. He was only obsessed with other people's opinions, other people's eyes, other people's words, or in other words, this. Others refers specifically to a certain person. Zhang Yifeng, I try my best. Lu Yuanqiu was also a little nervous, but he knew that he must be better than the other three teammates. 10 people stood on the basketball court, facing each other from a distance. At this moment, someone suddenly laughed and pointed at Lu Yuanqiu's back. "You are the most vulgar person in the world, Puff." "Oh my god, it's true. I'm dying of laughter." Hearing this voice, Bai Qingxia also looked over quickly. She frowned and clenched her fists angrily. Lu Yuanqiu sneered, turned around, and showed his back to the audience and Zhang Yifei, saying, "Yeah, I don't know who is so petty that he would do such a boring thing." The audience immediately looked at Zhang Yifei. Wang Ping also frowned. Zhang Yifei said expressionlessly, "It has nothing to do with me. Whoever did it will have his whole family killed." Wang Ping smacked sounded, "Hey, what are you talking about? It's not that serious." In the audience, Lu Yang, the lip-stud boy, lowered his eyes with an unnatural expression. Lu Yuanqiu turned around again and nodded. "Okay, let's die violently." Wang Ping blew a whistle. "Why is it not over yet? Competition first, friendship second, you know? Pa, no, it's the other way around. Friendship first." The crowd laughed. The game was about to start, but there was no music. The staff of the cinema were adjusting the speakers in front of the venue, with a frown on their faces. Wang Ping turned his head and asked impatiently, "What's wrong?" The staff turned his head with an embarrassed look. "I don't know what's going on, the sound can't be played." Wang Ping waved his hands speechlessly. "Forget it, let's play the game first." The two teams came forward, and Lu Yuanqiu and Zhang Yifei each led their teams to meet. They stopped 1 meter apart and stared at each other. Zhang Yifei looked at the team on the opposite side, with uneven heights and figures, and sneered, "Come on, Lu Yuanqiu." Lu Yuanqiu, "Got it, son." Hearing this, Zhang Yifei was not angry, and stared at the other party with a faint smile on his face. Wang Ping took the ball forward, blew the whistle and threw it up. Lu Yuanqiu reacted very quickly, and jumped very high to steal the ball in midair. Even though Zhang Yifei was experienced, he still couldn't beat him. The senior students cheered when they saw this scene, and Bai Qingxia clenched her fists nervously. Lu Yuanqiu passed the ball to Gao Chang, and then took the ball from him, and made the first dunk of the game. The girl whose microphone was snatched by Lu Yuanqiu on the podium turned over the card, and the senior team got 2 points first. "Pay attention to defense. Don't worry about Lu Yuanqiu, you can't defend him. Go defend others. Leave that squinted eye to me." Zhang Yifei spoke loudly to his teammates. He had watched several games of Lu Yuanqiu, and knew that no one could defend against Lu Yuanqiu's reckless offense, not even himself. Zhang Yifei's team was indeed a well-trained team. In an instant, everyone performed their duties and assigned tasks. Lu Yuanqiu frowned tightly, and played very hard. Unless he took the initiative to grab the ball, there would be no ball passed to him. His teammates were defended tightly, and had no way to attack. If they made a layup or shot, they would only face being stolen or blocked. The gap between professionals and amateurs was fully reflected at this moment. Wang Ping was also very anxious. There was silence on the senior high school side. It was not until this moment, when Lu Yuanxiu was playing against a team that really knew how to play basketball, that he realized how important teammates were. The previous bullying game was nothing. Bang! Zhang Yifei jumped up and dunked after receiving the ball, smiled coldly at Lu Yuanxiu, and then ran away on the court. Zhang Yifeng was currently the only hope of the team, but he was tightly guarded by Zhang Yifei. After a hard change of direction, Zhang Yifeng made a layup, but was successfully blocked by the fat guy under the basket. Zhang Yifei took the basketball, and Lu Yuanxiu chased him closely. At the moment when the opponent made a layup, he jumped up to block him. The basketball flew out successfully, and was picked up by Zhong Jinqing. As a result, the basketball in his hand was stolen by Zhang Yifei's teammates the next second. The second-year team scored again. Lu Yuanxiu, how can you play 1 against 5? Zhang Yifei ran beside Lu Yuanxiu and mocked him lightly. The first 10 minutes of the first half ended quickly. High school sophomore versus high school senior, 2011. Lu Yuanxiu was sweating and sitting in his seat to rest, and his teammates were all silent. Wang Ping wanted to go over and give some instructions, but considering his identity as a referee, it was not convenient to speak. Chao Shuang was so anxious that he turned his head and found that Ruan Yueru, a high school freshman, was also frowning. He and Ruan Yueru had met privately once, and learned that although Ruan Yueru didn't like Lu Yuanxiu, she hated the people on the school team more. Lu Yuanxiu glanced at the girl wearing a pink hairpin in front of the crowd, and silently retracted his gaze. He said to his teammates, "This won't work. The three of you stop all offensive actions from now on. Just one thing, pass the ball, keep passing. They are tall, so you should try to pass the ball on the ground. And Zhang Yifeng, try your best, try to pass Zhang Yifei, and then pass the ball to me." After Lu Yuanxiu finished speaking, he patted Zhang Yifeng on the shoulder, but the latter just hung his head and sighed silently. The second half started soon. With Wang Ping's whistle, the game continued. As long as the last 10 minutes were over, the final champion of this basketball game that spanned nearly a month would be revealed. Lu Yuanxiu didn't want to lose. He really didn't want to lose. Under his previous strategy, the results on the court improved slightly. After the number of passes increased, the time the basketball stayed in the hands of Zhong Jinqing and the other two also became much shorter, reducing the rate of being robbed. But the score difference between the two teams continued to widen at a very slow speed. Soon the score reached 35-20. Zhang Yifeng was dribbling the ball, and suddenly the basketball was intercepted by Zhang Yifei, and his hands were empty for a moment. The sleepy boy was sweating profusely, his steps were staggering, and fatigue suddenly surged over his body. At this moment, he thought of the problem pointed out by Wang Ping at that time, lack of physical strength. The more tense the basketball game, the more obvious the weakness of lack of physical strength is. Zhang Yifeng heard the sound of a successful dunk from behind, and he gasped weakly. The sky gradually darkened, and a dim moon appeared in the corner of the sky without knowing when. The moon appeared before the sun went down. In the midst of chaos, Zhang Yifeng suddenly heard a voice. "Zhang Yifeng, come on!" He turned his head silently, and the hair on his forehead was dripping with sweat. Zhang Yifeng saw a sweet-looking woman holding 2 egg tarts in the crowd, squeezing out of the crowd with another female teacher. Zhang Yifeng also bought the egg tarts in the corner of the first floor of the cafeteria. They tasted pretty good. Su Miao shouted anxiously, "Zhang Yifeng, come on, don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up." The woman's voice became louder and louder in his ears. Zhang Yifeng suddenly gasped as if his heart was pounding, and his beautiful phoenix eyes widened. "Catch the ball." Hearing this voice, Zhang Yifeng turned his head quickly. He almost instinctively stretched out his right hand and stole a ball thrown by Zhang Yifei's teammate. Zhang Yifei frowned when he found that the ball that should have fallen into his hands was snatched away, and quickly stepped forward to defend Zhang Yifeng. But suddenly, he found that the squint-eyed man's dribbling rhythm had changed. Bang! 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 Sometimes fast, sometimes slow, every time the ball landed, he was surprised. Under his crotch, behind his back, Zhang Yifeng's eyes were fixed on Zhang Yifei, and the heartbeat in his chest seemed to form a duet with the sound of the ball landing. "You can't defend me." Zhang Yifeng suddenly spoke. Zhang Yifei raised his eyes, and found that the squinting eyes in front of him actually opened their eyes. He seemed to realize something and shouted, "Keep an eye on Lu Yuanxiu." Zhang Yifeng dribbled the ball steadily and changed direction, successfully passing Zhang Yifei, making him stagger and almost lose his balance. He remembered Lu Yuanqiu's words and did not attack himself. After breaking through to the inside, he passed the ball to Lu Yuanqiu without hesitation. Bang! The short-haired boy violently dunked, recovered 2 points. The court suddenly erupted in cheers that belonged only to the senior high school students. Bai Qingxia and Su Miaomiu smiled at the same time. In the following time, the entire basketball court seemed to have turned into a 2-on-5 game. Zhang Yifeng kept dribbling past people and passing the ball, while Lu Yuanqiu kept receiving the ball, making layups and dunks. Zhang Yifei wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at the scoreboard that was gradually tying, and realized that he couldn't go on like this. "Don't defend, attack!" he shouted. Zhang Yifeng passed by Lu Yuanqiu and said lightly, "They are panicking, and here comes our chance." Lu Yuanqiu nodded slightly. Zhang Yifei also began to attack, layup, and dunk. But because Zhang Yifeng was released, and no one was defending, Lu Yuanqiu received more and more balls from Zhang Yifeng, and also made layups and dunks. In the remaining 5 minutes, the audience kept turning their heads to watch Lu Yuanqiu and Zhang Yifei dunking on both sides. This basketball game seemed to have gradually turned into a dunk show for the two. But the score gap was shrinking. Before long, the score came to 45-44. There were only a dozen seconds left. Lu Yuanqiu watched Zhang Yifeng trying to pass the opponent in front, but his eyes seemed to be in sync with his own. He looked at the girl outside the court. The girl with the pink hairpin stretched out her finger, which was slightly trembling due to nervousness, and pointed to the sky. Lu Yuanqiu kept backing up and looked up at the sky. He saw the direction that Bai Qingxiu was pointing. It was the sun and the moon that appeared in the sky at the same time. This was a scene that often happened in the evening. The moon itself does not emit light, but it emits light because it reflects the light of the sun. But in the evening, when the moon and the sun appear together, the sun in the sky will also receive the light returned by the moon. Lu Yuanqiu, who was retreating, lowered his head again and looked at the girl. He found that the girl opened her mouth slightly and said a word to him. Lu Yuanqiu read it out. She said, "Light." It was light. Lu Yuanqiu grinned. He then retracted his gaze, and his eyes became sharp. Lu Yuanqiu. Zhang Yifeng shouted, rushed into the inside, and passed the last ball to Lu Yuanqiu near the basket. Lu Yuanqiu received the ball smoothly, jumped high and dunked violently. Bang! Gotcha! The ball went in, but 2 sounds were heard. The entire glass backboard had dense cracks from bottom to top. The short-haired boy held the basket, and slowly stood up in the rain of glass fragments. At the same time, the broken speakers outside the court suddenly played a song. It rained all night, and my love overflowed like rain. The fallen leaves in the yard are piled up with my thoughts. A few words of right and wrong cannot cool my passion. You appear on every page of my poem. Behind the shaved boy, the lowest in the world was once said to be the lowest. Because the jersey was completely soaked with sweat, the ink color smudged and spread around. 1. Reappeared. The 7 words embroidered by the girl appeared again in full. Chapter 140. In front of the audience, the girl with glasses sitting at the referee's table was stunned for a moment, silently put her glasses back on, and then turned the scoreboard of the senior year from 44 points to 46 points. 45:46. Lu Yuanqiu panted, looked down at the basket in his hand, and then looked up at the backboard with only a bare frame left. At the climax of the chorus of 7 miles of fragrance, the applause, cheers, and screams of the crowd rose one after another, deafening. He turned around and looked at his teammates. Zhang Yifeng was panting and sweating, but at this moment he supported his knees with his hands and smiled at him. Zhong Jinqing, Gao Chong, and Wang Haoran had long forgotten themselves and were running and cheering excitedly in the field. Zhang Yifei stood in the middle of the field, panting violently, watching the scene absent-mindedly. He then looked at Lu Jianqing in the crowd. Lu Jianqing looked at him, not knowing what to say. Zhang Yifei lowered his head in frustration and walked away in one direction. "Hey, Captain!" Several of his teammates looked at Wang Ping in embarrassment, shouting, "Teacher!" Wang Ping then turned his eyes away from Lu Yuanqiu and said to them, Go and comfort him. It's just a game, it's nothing." Zhang Yifei's teammates nodded and hurriedly followed behind. Lu Yuanqiu seemed to come to his senses. He shook off the glass shards on his head, opened his arms, and looked at the people on the field and the surrounding audience, showing an expression that even he was surprised, and smiled and said, "Hey, we won." Bai Qingxiu was in the crowd, carrying a pink school bag, standing there with her arms folded in front of her, smiling at him. Lu Yuanqiu also smiled back at the girl, then he looked up at the gradually clear moon and the slowly setting sun in the sky. Lu Yuanqiu rushed forward a few steps and threw the basket in his hand into the sky with force, as if he wanted to use the basket to cover the moon that had just given him light. The orange-red sunset appeared in the sky. Qiao Shuang watched this scene excitedly. At this moment, in his eyes, the sunset fell on Lu Yuanqiu's shoulders again, like the cloak of the Monkey King, majestic and imposing. After receiving the trophy and certificate of honor, Lu Yuanqiu and the other 5, plus Qiao Shuang, a total of 6 boys, surrounded Gu Ritian and walked towards the cafeteria. Gu Ritian was impatient with the questions and kept saying, don't worry, 5 movie tickets per person, since I said I would definitely give them. It's useless for you to urge me, I have to wait for the cinema to send them to me. Bai Qingxia followed them silently with her school bag on her back, listening quietly to the discussion in front of her from a distance of 2 or 3 meters, and found it very interesting. Perhaps because she was in a good mood, she always had a faint smile on her face. At this time, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly turned around, handed the trophy over, and said, help me hold it. Bai Qingxia unexpectedly reached out to take it. She looked at the golden trophy with a red cloth in her arms, and hugged it tightly, fearing that it would fall. The girl lowered her head, with a slightly red earlobe, and followed closer. The trophy in her arms made her feel a little hot. Lu Yuanqiu looked at Gu Ritian at this time, and said solemnly, Director, can you promise me one thing? Gu Ritian also looked at him in a good mood. What is it? Lu Yuanqiu said seriously, please come to the whole school tonight to criticize me, saying that I broke the backboard when I dunked in the basketball game, and destroyed the public property of the school, which is a serious situation. Gu Ritian was stunned. Bai Qingxia raised her head in surprise, and looked at the profile of the short-haired boy in surprise. Qiao Shuang laughed at the side. Give. Zheng Yifeng half closed his eyes, and smiled without saying a word. Wang Haoran, Zhong Jinqing, and Gao Chang also realized Lu Yuanqiu's purpose. At this moment, they all panicked and hurriedly grabbed Gu Ritian's arm. Director, don't agree to him. We beg you, don't agree to him. Director, you can make me work like a cow or a horse, but don't agree to Lu Yuanqiu's conditions. Director, I beg you. Lu Yuanqiu has bad intentions. Gu Ritian was stunned. Yes, Lu Yuanqiu, this is an official school competition. The school will bear the cost if the backboard is broken. Why criticize you? It's inexplicable. Lu Yuanqiu looked indignant. I can just hit the backboard. Why did you break the backboard? If this isn't a bad attitude, what is it? It must be criticized throughout the school. Bai Qingxia was nervous when she heard the words. Criticized throughout the school. But since this was Lu Yuanqiu's initiative, she couldn't figure out Lu Yuanqiu's train of thought. Director, don't agree to him. No, it must be criticized. Director, please don't agree to him. Gu Ritian's arms were pulled back and forth by them, and his head was a little dizzy. Lu Yuanqiu made up his mind, raised his hand, and blew a breath into his palm, then slapped Gu Ritian's, but decisively. The palm of desolation. Hiss! Gu Ritian's neck suddenly stiffened, and his facial features twisted into a ball in pain. My hemorrhoids. Hey, the following is a school-wide criticism announcement. During the evening self-study period, a voice came from the radio in the corner of the classroom, and all the students in the school who were studying hard raised their heads at this time. Su Miaomi from class 28, who was watching the evening self-study, also looked at the radio. Gu Ritian's angry voice came from the radio. Lu Yuanqiu from class 28, senior 3. In a basketball game held on campus, he smashed the backboard, intentionally destroyed school public property. The circumstances were bad, his attitude was bad, and he did not respect teachers. Gu Ritian listed Lu Yuanqiu's crimes one by one, but the final punishment was just a school-wide criticism, and then he ended the broadcast angrily. Outside the window, between the two teaching buildings, students screamed loudly, and Su Miaomi was so scared that she put down her crossed legs and looked out. Wang Haoran, Zhong Jinqing, and Gao Chang tightly grasped the pens in their hands, gnashing their teeth, and turned their heads to cast jealous eyes at Lu Yuanqiu. Bai Qingxia silently looked at the boy next to her. Lu Yuanqiu, At night, when they came to the supermarket, Lu Yuanqiu spread the certificate on the table. Lu Tian turned his head and glanced at it, and said casually, What is this? Lu Yuanqiu took out his mobile phone, found the camera function, and said to him, The first main task of revenge, this is the task reward. What line? Lu Tian blew his nose with a paper, and looked at his son in confusion. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at him, waved his hand and said, Forget it, it's none of your business, go play. Seeing Lu Tian pick up the clothes drying rack, he didn't have time to take a photo, and hurriedly jumped away with the certificate and ran towards Bai Qingxia. The girl on the shelf turned around and saw Lu Yuanqiu put the certificate on the box of Baishi instant noodles behind her, and then took a photo with his mobile phone. Chapter 141. After taking the photo, Lu Yuanqiu he laughed and sent the photo to his uncle. The uncle quickly replied, "Well done." Thumbs up. Lu Yuanqiu then put away his phone with satisfaction. He looked back and saw the girl standing at the back placing the goods. Lu Yuanqiu then stuck his big butt out and pushed Bai Qingxia onto the shelf. The girl, squeaked and her front body pressed against the shelf. Lu Yuanqiu retracted his butt, he. Bai Qingxia turned around in shame and anger, lowered her hands, and stood there staring at the other person. She didn't dare to scold him, nor did she dare to hit him, so she could only stare at him. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said seriously, "Why are you staring at me? Work hard." Bai Qingxia retracted her gaze, lowered her eyes, turned around and continued to put the goods. Lu Yuanqiu picked up the certificate, and then found that there were boxes of Baishi instant noodles under the certificate. When did our supermarket get Baishi instant noodles? Didn't we have none before? Lu Yuanqiu asked curiously. Lu Tian walked over and complained, "It wasn't available before, so some customers have been complaining to me about this problem. Alas, I don't understand why people still buy this thing even though it tastes so bad. It's the brand effect after all." After saying that, he looked at Bai Songjia, who was wearing a red vest and moving frozen meat to Fatty Wang, and shouted, "Little Zhizha, come and move things. Move these into the warehouse." Bai Songjia turned around and ran over happily, like a child being called by an adult. "Little Tian." Seeing his father smiling, Lu Yuanqiu said with a strange expression, "When did your relationship become so ambiguous? Does my mother know?" Bai Qingxia also stopped her work and stood there with a strange expression. She looked at Uncle Lu silently, and then looked at her father. It was the first time she heard the two of them call each other like this. Lu Tian smacked his lips and explained patiently, "Isn't your uncle Bai just a child in mind? You have to treat him like a child so that he can do things well." But he called him Xiao Tian himself. "Your father likes to give people nicknames, haha." Lu Tian said the last sentence to Bai Qingxia. The girl smiled awkwardly, clenched her hands in front of her, and nodded stiffly. Bai Songjia's work was simple and mechanical, just one word, move. So as long as he saw something on the ground, he knew his task was to move it from here to another designated location. But after coming here, he stood there in a daze, and didn't respond for a long time. "What's wrong, uncle?" Lu Yuanqiu looked at him, and Bai Qingxia also walked over curiously, and touched her father's arm. Suddenly, Bai Songjia looked up, his eyes red. He swung his arm back vigorously. Bai Qingxia screamed and fell backward. Lu Yuanqiu quickly reached out and grabbed her arm, preventing the girl from falling on the shelf. He helped Bai Qingxia stand aside, and turned his head to look at Bai Songjia in surprise. But Bai Songjia seemed to be crazy at this moment. He frantically tore the box of Baishi instant noodles with his fingers, and kept muttering, "Fake, fake, 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 it's all fake. Zhizha, you. Calm down." Lu Tian went forward to stop Bai Songjia, but was slapped in the face by Bai Songjia. "Ouch, damn." Lu Tian staggered to the side. "Bai Qingxia, Uncle Lu." She looked back at her father anxiously, broke free from Lu Yuanqiu, and rushed over. "Dad, what's wrong with you? Dad, I'm Xia. Turn your head and look at me, I'm here." The girl tried to smile, but Bai Songjia ignored her. He tore the instant noodle box into pieces crazily, threw the instant noodles on the ground and stomped them. The instant noodle residue was scattered all over the ground. Bai Qingxia cried and pulled his arm, but Bai Songjia's eyes were red. He turned around and prepared to get rid of his daughter again. Lu Yuanqiu hurriedly stepped forward and pushed Bai Qingxia aside, opened his arms, and hugged Bai Songjia from behind, and shouted, "Take these instant noodles out. Hurry!" The customers in the supermarket were attracted by the noise here. They slowly gathered here, watching the scene with surprise and excitement. Bai Qingxia leaned her shoulders against the wall, looking at the customers, who were pointing fingers at her father with tears in her eyes. She squatted by the wall at a loss, crying in a suppressed voice. Lu Yuanqiu also looked at the group of customers. He frowned and directly carried the struggling Bai Songjia into the warehouse, and kicked the door closed. Seeing this, Bai Qingxia quickly raised her arm to wipe her tears, cleared her eyes, stood up and ran into the warehouse, and then turned around to close the door. Lu Tian and Fatty Wang one holding a box and the other holding instant noodles, threw everything into the trash can outside the supermarket. Other employees in red vests in the supermarket came forward to disperse the customers, telling them to stop watching the fun and buy things if they needed to, and leave if they didn't. These employees all knew Bai Qingxia and Bai Songjia, and they all liked the father and daughter. After all, the girl helped them wash their uniforms without saying a word. Today, the vest smelled good all day long, which was completely different from before. In the warehouse, Bai Songjia sat on a chair trembling all over, his hands were placed on his thighs with bulging veins, and the nails of several fingers were turned outward and bleeding. But he seemed to feel no pain, staring at the air in front of him, trembling all over, and mumbling non-stop. Bai Qingxia lowered her head and looked at her father's hand with heartache. Tears kept falling, but she didn't know what to do, because she had never seen her father like this before. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at the girl's appearance and whispered, "I'm sorry. My dad probably didn't expect Uncle Bai to have this reaction when he saw instant noodles." Bai Qingxia shook her head and cried, No, I should say sorry, my father was not like this before, he was very quiet, very well behaved, very gentle, he never caused trouble, what should I do?" "Lu Yuanqiu, is Uncle Lu okay? And those instant noodles?" The girl spoke hurriedly, swallowing her saliva constantly, anxiously not knowing how to organize her words. Seeing her like this, Lu Yuanqiu stepped forward and held her hand with heartache, but Bai Qingxia quickly grabbed his hands with both of her own hands, clenching them tightly, as if she was afraid that Lu Yuanqiu would pull his hands away. She kept apologizing, "I'm sorry, Lu Yuanqiu, I didn't expect my father to be like this today, I don't want a salary next month, can I?" Chapter 142. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, grabbed her hand tightly, and said softly, Don't talk, okay, don't worry, let's not rush, just listen to me first." He found that Bai Qingxia's arms were also shaking violently. Lu Yuanqiu looked at her, took a deep breath, and said seriously, "Bai Qingxia, listen carefully to what I say next. My uncle and second uncle know your father. Your father is the founder of the Baishi brand. Baishi instant noodles are his hard work when he was young, but for some reasons, this brand does not belong to him now." The girl stared at the boy's eyes, and the two held hands tightly. Her eyes, soaked with tears, showed a hint of confusion and surprise. Lu Yuanqiu knew that Bai Qingxia didn't know what her father did when he was young. She only knew that her father was once a boss. Just like the group of neighbors living in Hohot Lane, they only knew that Bai Songjia was once a boss, and didn't know the origin of Bai Songjia and the Baishi brand. Bai Qingxia looked at him in surprise, and couldn't speak. Lu Yuanqiu continued, "My dad also knew about this, but he didn't expect Uncle Bai to have such a big reaction when he saw instant noodles. Although my dad did it unintentionally, this matter is his fault, not yours, and not Uncle Bai's. Uncle Bai just did this, he must have remembered the painful memories that once made him sad. He is so sad, how could he be wrong?" The girl lowered her eyes, panting, tears continued to fall, as if she was digesting the whole thing. Lu Yuanqiu wanted to touch her head, but when he let go of one hand, the girl panicked for a moment. She quickly raised her eyes, and stared at Lu Yuanqiu's hand until the hand slowly moved to the top of her head, and then she looked at Lu Yuanqiu's face. The boy smiled at her. "Now that you know this, do you understand the cause and effect?" He gently stroked Bai Qingxia's head and said, "Your father has never mentioned these to you. Don't think too much. I was also confused before, and today I seem to suddenly understand." Seeing the girl looking at him with red eyes, Lu Yuanqiu patiently explained, "I think Uncle Bai may not want you to be like him, and the emotions that surge in your heart when you see Baishi instant noodles are only unwillingness, hatred, and anger, because that is the career he once loved and his hard work. He has not had time to show off his success and Baishi to his daughter, so how can he let his daughter hate the Baishi brand from the beginning? That is his brand. He may be thinking about making a comeback in the future. In this case, when you hear this brand from him for the first time, the emotion you feel is pure pride, and you are completely proud of your father." After Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, he looked at the pink hairpin on the girl's head and sighed silently. Just then, a snoring sound came from the side. The two turned their heads, and found that Bai Songjia had fallen asleep leaning against the table. "You sit here for a while, I go out and take a look." After Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, he stood up, but his hand was still tightly held by Bai Qingxia. She looked up, reacted, and slowly loosened her fingers and held them on her legs. Lu Yuanqiu then walked out of the warehouse door. At this moment, his father was sweeping the instant noodle crumbs on the ground with a broom. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu coming out, he quickly looked up and asked, What's wrong? Uncle Bai fell asleep. I told Bai Qingxia about Bai Shi. After hearing this, Lu Tian sighed and said, I didn't expect him to have such a big reaction when he saw instant noodles. You say this? At this point, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly looked at his father's face in surprise. I go. He looked back to prevent Bai Qingxia from hearing, and quickly pulled Lu Tian to the side and said, Why is your face so swollen? Ah? Lu Tian didn't know yet, so he quickly took a mirror from the cashier and looked at his face. Only then did he see a red 5-finger mark on his right cheek, and his cheek was also bulging. It's okay, just take some ice to reduce the swelling, Lu Tian said casually, but he felt like crying in his heart. Lu Yuanqiu, you should go home first, and it's best not to come to the supermarket these few nights. Hearing his son's words, Lu Tian also understood what he meant, nodded, picked up his coat from the chair, glanced at the door of the warehouse, and said to Lu Yuanqiu, Comfort him well, hey. After his father left, Lu Yuanqiu went to get a few band-aids and then walked into the warehouse. Bai Qingxia was lowering her head and carefully wiping the blood off her father's hands with toilet paper. When she saw Lu Yuanqiu coming in, she raised her head. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and wiped her lower eye sockets with his thumb, complaining, Don't forget to wipe your tears when you wipe your father's fingers. There are a lot of tears hanging. Bai Qingxia obediently raised her arm and wiped her face twice with her sleeve. She looked at the stack of band-aids in Lu Yuanqiu's hand and hesitated to speak. Lu Yuanqiu said directly, Pay the money for the band-aid later and put it in the cashier drawer. The girl nodded immediately. Okay. She took the band-aid and bandaged the injured finger on her father's left hand, while Lu Yuanqiu bandaged his right hand. During the process, Bai Qingxia suddenly asked in confusion, Why? My father is the founder, but the company does not belong to him? Did he do something wrong? Lu Yuanqiu looked up when he heard this, and the girl also raised her eyes at this time. She would still care about this issue after all. Lu Yuanqiu looked away awkwardly. I definitely can't say it. Although the girl looks weak, she actually has a strong side. Lu Yuanqiu doesn't want her to know these things for the time being. I don't know much about this either. Lu Yuanqiu, who always likes to make up stories, can't make up stories at this moment. Although he doesn't want Bai Qingxia to know the real reason, he also doesn't want Bai Qingxia to misunderstand that there is something wrong with his father. After all, he went bankrupt, but the company and brand are still standing. The apparent reason can only be that her father has problems, and was kicked out. Fortunately, the girl only raised a question at hand, and did not delve into it. Let your father sleep here for a while, you stay here with him, and go back when the time comes. The girl nodded, not being polite in this regard. Lu Yuanqiu left the warehouse, and on the way he saw Bai Qingxia go out, and put the money for the band-aid in the drawer of the cashier. Although she had not worked for a long time, she had already remembered the price of every item in the supermarket, which surprised Lu Yuanqiu and Lu Tian. At 10:30 in the evening, Bai Qingxia woke up her father. After a nap, Bai Songjia seemed to have forgotten what happened before and became his original silly look again. Looking at the girl's back as she walked out of the supermarket with her father, Lu Yuanqiu took off his vest and said, I take you home. Chapter 143. He took 2 steps forward and came to Bai Qingxia's side. How is Uncle Lu's face? I didn't see him when I came out just now. It's okay, my dad is thicker skinned than me, it's okay. Faced with the boy's joke, the girl couldn't laugh at the moment. She secretly glanced at the instant noodle box in the trash can, hesitated for a few seconds, and said, Or, I asked my dad not to come tomorrow. Well, that won't work. Uncle Bai has finally developed a habit of going from home to the supermarket. How can he interrupt it? Lu Yuanqiu refused immediately. Seeing the embarrassed expression on the girl's face, he raised his hand and patted her shoulder. Don't worry about it. It's just a very small incident today. It won't affect anything. Bai Qingxia stood there, still staring at the instant noodle box in the trash can from time to time, her expression full of apology. No matter how big the grudge between Baishi Instant Noodles and her family is, it has nothing to do with Uncle Lu's supermarket. They just bought this batch of goods. Although Lu Yuanqiu didn't care about these small amounts of money, she cared a lot and felt bad, but she didn't dare to mention it, for fear that Lu Yuanqiu would think she was nagging and troublesome. Little monk, little monk. Bai Songjia pointed at Lu Yuanqiu and laughed foolishly. Lu Yuanqiu caught Bai Qingxia's sight and glanced at the trash can. After he understood, he moved to the side and blocked her sight. You probably don't know that Four Seasons Fresh Supermarket never stocks Baishi Instant Noodles, because my uncles and second uncle's companies are currently sworn enemies with Baishi. Because of this, my father has always disliked this brand, so even if those instant noodles are thrown away, It is definitely not a loss for the supermarket. Bai Qingxiao looked up at him half doubtfully. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and pushed her back. Let's go home quickly. Let uncle go home and sleep early. The three of them walked on the night road, and Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help complaining. Can you ask your dad to change my nickname? Little Monk is too ugly. The girl's voice came softly from the side. Dad only gives nicknames to people he likes. He forgets people he doesn't like after meeting them once. Lu Yuanqiu was speechless for a while. He scratched his short hair and said, The short hair is just for convenience. When I get into college, I will change my hairstyle. What do you think? The girl looked up at his head and smiled and nodded. I think it's all right. It looks good now. You mean I'm handsome now? TSK, tell me, why are you silent all of a sudden? Say it or not, say it or not, say it or not. Don't hit xia xia. Bai Songjia inserted himself between the two of them and frowned at Lu Yuanqiu. No hitting, just poking. Bai Songjia finally calmed down. It takes about 20 minutes to walk from Wangjiang Road to Hohot Lane on Qingyan Road. Lu Yuanqiu walked into the lane and sent the father and daughter to the door of their home. It's getting late, you should go back and rest. The girl stood at the door and looked into his eyes and said. Lu Yuanqiu said in surprise, Your first sentence is not to invite me in for a drink of water? Bai Qingxiao reacted and quickly made way. Come in and have a drink of water. Too late. The belated affection is cheaper than grass. Lu Yuanqiu twisted his face and raised his hand mercilessly. Seeing the girl standing there in embarrassment, he smiled and said, Just kidding, by the way, what are you going to do later? To coax daddy to sleep, then brush teeth, wash face, take a bath, wash underwear, and then go to bed. Where to take a bath? Seeing the girl's beautiful eyes staring at him, alert and silent, Lu Yuanqiu immediately raised 4 fingers. God and God, I just thought I didn't see where you take a bath, so I asked. Oh, I didn't peek, it's over, my heart is so cold, the prejudices between people are too deep. Before Lu Yuanqiu could say anything, the girl took a step back, her earlobes red and pointed at the toilet opposite Bai Songjia's bed. Ah? Lu Yuanqiu was stunned. There was a small toilet, a squat toilet, but he had glanced at it before and remembered that there was less than 1 square meter of space inside. Where to wash? He walked around and looked up, only to find a shower head hanging with a rope above the squat toilet. Good fellow. Although the sparrow is small, it has all the organs. Isn't it afraid of stepping into a pit when taking a bath? Her feet are so small. How do you coax your father to sleep? Lu Yuanqiu turned around and asked her as if he had thought of something. Bai Qingxiao stood there stiffly and answered honestly, Just tell him stories. So amazing? What are you talking about? Can you tell me? Bai Qingxiao shook her head with red cheeks. Lu Yuanqiu talked a lot unexpectedly tonight. She couldn't stand it anymore. She raised her hand and pushed Lu Yuanqiu's chest. You should go home quickly. It's 11 o'clock, very late. You have to go to class tomorrow. Until he pushed the boy to the door, Lu Yuanqiu quickly grabbed the door frame with one hand and said, Wait, the last sentence. Bai Qingxiao let go and looked at him angrily. She almost thought that Lu Yuanqiu would stay here tonight, and she would be at a loss. Lu Yuanqiu took a deep breath and turned around. Actually, I was afraid that you couldn't digest what happened today. Your father had kept it from you for more than 10 years, but I only took 1 minute to tell you. Bai Qingxiao opened her mouth slightly, and finally understood what the boy meant. She quickly said, I won't think too much about things that don't make sense to me. I've been through a lot since I was a child, and I'm still alive and well. The girl laughed at herself when she said the last sentence, and even stuck out her tongue. It was a playful performance, but it didn't seem like something she would do normally. Maybe she just had a sudden inspiration and pretended to be relieved by the boy. Still living well till now. Really? Lu Yuanqiu looked at her deeply. His eyes seemed to be filled with unspeakable words at this moment. He was finally touched by the girl's innocent smile. He also lowered his head and smiled, nodded gently. Okay, I'm leaving. As soon as he took a step, Lu Yuanqiu turned back quickly. Before the other party could react, he rubbed the girl's soft face twice with his hands quickly, and then left with a smile. Bai Qingxiao was stunned at the door, while Lu Yuanqiu quickly went downstairs. The cheeks are hot. May the girl always keep the warmth to the world. The next day, Tuesday. Ju City, Baling Prison. A young man wearing black framed glasses sat at a square table, and sitting opposite him was a criminal wearing an orange vest. Mr. Lin, in the last 2 years of your life, do you have anything else to say, or do you have any last words to say? Chapter 144. Qin Luo glanced at the middle-aged man sitting opposite him, and swallowed his saliva. The notebook in front of him was already filled with 5 pages of conversation records. To be honest, although the other party was sitting on a prison-style chair, unable to move normally, and handcuffed, Qin Luo still felt a little uneasy. This is a death row prisoner. He kept muttering in his heart. Why should I be a newspaper reporter? Why did I listen to the editor-in-chief's instructions, and take on the job of interviewing death row prisoners, when other colleagues obviously avoided it? Why didn't I get into the university I wanted? Why did I become a reporter after graduation? Why did I? Just when the newspaper reporter wearing black-framed glasses kept reflecting on his life and his heart, the middle-aged man named Lin opposite spoke. He has an ordinary appearance, the kind that you can't find in a crowd at a glance. His eyes are a little dull, as if he has experienced a lot, and has become indifferent to everything. The middle-aged man looked at Qin Luo, and suddenly sneered. What do you want to say? What do you want me to say? Qin Luo scratched his head and said, anything is fine. For example, do you have any regrets? There are too many regrets. I can't tell them clearly. I haven't seen my mother for more than 10 years. Hee. I don't know if she still recognizes me. She probably doesn't recognize me. Her son is dying, and she doesn't know it either. What a poor old lady. Qin Luo asked tentatively, shouldn't you inform the old lady about this? The middle-aged man looked over, but Qin Luo didn't dare to look at him, and lowered his eyes quickly. Notify her. She must think I'm dead anyway. This is my life, this is my fate, I can't escape it. Little brother, do you have any wine? Qin Luo shook his head and smiled awkwardly. No. The middle-aged man stared at the air in front of him, and suddenly sneered again, saying to himself, don't drink, drinking will cause trouble, I still remember a little boy 7 years ago. Hee. Qin Luo selected the useful words, and wrote them down in the notebook. Then he looked up and asked curiously, the little boy 7 years ago? The middle-aged man suddenly cursed and said, those black-hearted businessmen are the most damnable. They are really unscrupulous, fuck, but what can we do? They have money. Money makes the world go round, don't you think, little brother? Qin Luo was confused, and could only smile and nod. The middle-aged man surnamed Lin said nothing in the end. He just stared at the air and laughed, laughing out of endless unwillingness and vicissitudes. Qin Luo closed his notebook, and walked out of the gate of Bowling Prison under the guidance of the staff. He took a deep breath of air from the outside world, as if he had released the depressed mood that had been suppressed for most of the day. It was terrible, terrible. I will never take this kind of job again next time. Just then, the phone rang, and Qin Luo hurriedly clamped the notebook with his arm and answered the phone. Hello? Qin Luo, have you bought the ticket back to Lucheng? A pleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone. Qin Luo nodded. I bought it, this Friday night. The girl on the phone laughed happily twice, and then said, I have good news for you, I found a job. Hearing this, Qin Luo's eyes widened immediately. Great, which company? Lu's Food, the branch in Ju City. Oh, I applied for a secretary position, the HR called back and said that I have a good image, so I was hired. What the hell, be a secretary? Sister Lon, you are so beautiful, be careful that the boss over there will take advantage of you at work. Get lost, besides, I'm a newcomer, and I don't deserve to be so successful. Let's get down to business. When will I go back to number 7 middle school to see the director? This Saturday or this Sunday? Friday is okay? I contacted the newspaper in Lucheng on Saturday and Sunday. Damn, I want to change jobs. Okay then. Friday, we go back to school to see Guritian together. Lucheng zinkily. Lu Yuanqiu finished breakfast, and was about to go out with his school bag on his back when he suddenly heard Lu Tian shouting from behind. Do you have an umbrella? Will it rain today? Lu Tian looked at the morning newspaper in his hand, turned his head and glanced at the figure in the kitchen, and explained, Didn't your mother say there would be a heavy rainstorm? Stupid pig, I said there would be rain in the near future, but I didn't say it would rain today. Su Shuyao walked out of the kitchen and shouted at Lu Tian. He glanced at her husband's right cheek and burst into laughter. No wonder you are as stupid as a pig and your face is swollen like a pig's head. Lu Tian's face darkened. Lu Yuanqiu held an umbrella and turned back to shout, Will it rain today? Even if you don't have it, you can still bring it. No, it's too much trouble. The boy put down the umbrella, carried his school bag and went out. This kid. Su Shuyao smacked her lips, took off her apron, walked to her husband and poked his cheek with her hand, which made Lu Tian almost run away from the sofa. What are you doing? You're going to die. It hurts, right, husband? It won't hurt if you kiss me. Come on, kiss me. Su Xiuya bent down and came forward with a pout. Lu Tian was fierce in the last second, but in the next second, he smiled foolishly and pouted his mouth to greet him. Mia. Mia. Bang. Before their lips touched, they suddenly turned their heads at the same time and looked at Luidong, who had just walked out of the bathroom. The three of them looked at each other. Until their pouts became a little stiff, Lu Tian and Su Xiuya quickly separated with serious expressions. One continued to read the newspaper, and the other continued to walk to the kitchen with an apron. Luidong stared at the ground, lowered his head in silence, and walked towards the bedroom. What are you still hesitating about? Are you not going to school yet? Su Xiuya suddenly rushed out of the kitchen in a rage, with her hands on her hips. Luidong was so scared that he yelled, "Oh my God," and rushed into the bedroom to pack his school bag. Luching number 7 Middle School, Class 28. After the first Chinese class, Lu Wei patted the podium and said, "The school has announced that there will be a midterm exam next Friday. Everyone should prepare well. Those who did poorly in the last monthly exam and were scolded by their parents should do well this time." As soon as the words fell, the whole class was stagnant, and snoring was even heard in a corner. Especially Zhang Yifeng's snoring was the loudest. The morning sleepiness and numbness to the large-scale exams made both the awake and sleepy people have no desire to respond to this sentence. Lu Yuanqiu was the same. His eyelids were fighting each other. Even if he heard that the college entrance examination would be held next Friday, he would not give any reaction. Oh no, if the college entrance examination was really held next Friday, he would still have to react. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu lying on the table, Bai Qingxia pulled the curtains to the side to block the dazzling sunlight outside. "Good desk, mate." The boy with his eyes closed suddenly spoke with a smile. Bai Qingxia was stunned and lowered her head. The music for going downstairs started, and Lu Yuanqiu frowned again. Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Wei came to the back row. Lu Yuanqiu didn't look up, but the girl next to him looked up at the teacher. "What's the matter, teacher?" Lu Yuanqiu responded tiredly. "Go to the stage to lead the exercise today." Chapter 145. Lu Yuanqiu let out a surprised cry, and immediately sat up straight in his seat, looking at Lu Wei in surprise. "Why are you looking at me? Aren't you the top scorer of the team? You will stand between the two girls on the podium later, go." Wang Haoran, Zhong Jincheng, and Gao Chong turned their heads and looked at him with gritted teeth, their eyes full of jealousy. Damn it, he's going to pretend again. Bai Qingxia turned her eyes away from the teacher's face and looked at Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu, on the playground on Tuesday. 3 grades, 90 classes in total, nearly 4,000 students, including 90 head teachers and individual teachers, school leaders, all walked out of the teaching building. Lu Yuanqiu walked onto the track, he looked back at the girl following him, raised his lips slightly, and said, "Don't be fainted by my handsomeness later. If you really faint, you must shout my name loudly. I will carry you to the infirmary." Bai Qingxia stopped where she was, and lowered her beautiful eyes with contempt. Lu Yuanqiu then laughed loudly and turned confidently towards the playground. However, he only stood at the back of the playground and did not rush forward. After the students from 90 classes stood in their respective positions, the 2 girls leading the exercise also came to the rostrum. Lu Wei did not see Lu Yuanqiu. She looked around, and at this time, the morning exercise music sounded. The 3rd set of National Middle School students radio gymnastics, dancing youth now on. Hey, stop for a moment. The music stops for a moment. Below the rostrum, a thin school leader took the microphone and said, "Where is the leader?" "That boy? His name is Lu Yuanqiu, right? Isn't he the top scorer in this basketball game? Where is he?" Gu Ritian looked in the direction of grade 328 at this time. Lu Wei responded to the director's gaze with an awkward expression, and hurriedly turned back to look for Lu Yuanqiu anxiously. Where did this stinky boy go? He disappeared again at the critical moment. Lu Wei muttered anxiously, constantly shaking her head to search. The students on the playground looked around, and most of the 1st and 2nd grade students stood on tiptoe to look in the direction of the 3rd grade. Zhang Yifei glanced in that direction with a faint expression, and Ruan Yueru, a 1st grade student, also stood on tiptoe. Lu Jianqing listened expressionlessly to the girls around him discussing the performance of senior Lu Yuanqiu in the basketball game that day. "Here we come!" At this time, a voice suddenly sounded from the back of class 28 of the 3rd grade. There. Chao Shuang stood in the team of class 19 of the 3rd grade, pointing excitedly in that direction. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted by this loud voice. Lu Yuanqiu took a step and walked slowly in the middle of the two columns of boys and girls in class 28 of senior 3, as if there was a red carpet under his feet. His broad shoulders swayed slightly as he walked, passing by his classmates standing on both sides, and calmly ignored the gazes cast at him by his classmates. Watching the boy walk by, Zheng Yifeng rolled his eyes, as if he had expected everything. Gao Chong and Zhong Jinchen were about to bite their teeth. Beast! Beast, you did it on purpose, showing up so late, beast. Bai Qingxia stared blankly at the figure of the boy walking by her. When Lu Yuanqiu passed by her, he smiled and winked at her, making a crisp sound of tongue flicking. The girl bit her lips slightly, her face shy. With a simple appearance, Lu Yuanqiu attracted the attention of the crowd, as if he had walked out of the aura of a star. Wang Haoran stood in front of the class, gritting his teeth, smiling and said, "Okay, good, awesome, I will do the same next time." "No next time, buddy." Lu Yuanqiu smiled lightly, then walked to Gu Ritian's side and looked up at the rostrum. He and Gu Ritian pulled up their belts in sync. "Director, I didn't disappoint you and won the championship. Is this prosperous era what you wished for?" As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Ritian slapped Lu Yuanqiu on the back of his head. "You are here to film. What are you still hesitating about? Thousands of people are waiting for you to lead the exercise. The leaders are standing there waiting for you." Hey, Director Gu, this is the basketball championship. You have to pay for it if it's broken." The thin leader under the rostrum reprimanded Gu Ritian, who nodded with a dry laugh. No, hold back, hold back." Lu Yuanqiu snorted and walked forward. When he approached the thin leader, he actually saw the leader smiling and nodding at him politely, and encouraged, "Go quickly, if you are not familiar with it, just follow the person next to you." Lu Yuanqiu nodded somewhat flattered. He did not know this leader. Watching the young man walk up to the rostrum, the thin leader swallowed his saliva and thought of the day when a young man wearing glasses knocked on the principal's office. At that time, all the leaders in the school went over and thought that the big shot was here in person. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was just the secretary who came to talk about a female student bullying her classmates in school. This incident scared the principal and the school leaders. When he came to the podium, Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and looked at a cute girl with twin ponytails standing on the left. She should be in the first year of high school. She has good skin and looks tender, like milk jelly. "Hello, senior." The first-year high school girl with twin ponytails nodded shyly. Lu Yuanqiu responded in a low voice, "Hello." He looked to the right again and immediately raised his eyebrows. Isn't this the girl with glasses whose microphone he snatched from her on the rostrum at the last sports meeting? If the girl on the left is in the first year of high school, then she must be a sophomore. But what surprised Lu Yuanqiu was that this sophomore girl with glasses was unexpectedly nice to him today. "Hello, Senior Lu." She bit her lips slightly, secretly glanced at Lu Yuanqiu's face, and greeted him shyly. "Lu Yuanqiu, you were also responsible for scoring the game yesterday, right?" "Yes, Senior Lu." Lu Yuanqiu nodded and stopped talking to the other party. The third set of National Middle School Students Radio Gymnastics, Dancing Youth, start now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lu Yuanqiu made a mistake in the first move, which caused a lot of laughter from the audience. After all, many people's eyes were on him standing in the middle. Lu Yuanqiu quickly turned his head to look at the movements of the two girls next to him and learn them. Friday. Wang Haoran suddenly rushed into the classroom excitedly. "Hurry up! The director called us to the senior office. He said the movie tickets have been delivered." Gao Chong slammed the table and was furious. "Damn it! It's been delayed for so many days. It's finally here." Lu Yuanqiu hurriedly said to the girl next to him, "The movie tickets have arrived. I go get them and take you to the movies tomorrow." Bai Qingxia smiled and nodded. The victory in the basketball game not only meant that she could go to the movie theater she had been looking forward to for a long time with Lu Yuanqiu. It also meant that the New Year's Day agreement between her and Lu Yuanqiu came into effect. Chapter 146. When Lu Yuanqiu passed by Zheng Yifeng's table, he grabbed his collar and found that this guy had woken up, and it seemed that he had just heard about the movie ticket. The 5 people were very concerned about the movie ticket this time, but it was not because they had no money to buy movie tickets, but because the movie ticket represented a special meaning. It was the fruit of victory, and the result of hard work. For Lu Yuanqiu and Zheng Yifeng, it even had other meanings. For the two of them, it was more like an excuse. The 5 people came to the grade director's office, knocked on the door and entered, but were stunned at the same time. Zhong Jincheng immediately covered his crotch, stared and hid behind Lu Yuanqiu, then poked his head out to peek at Gu Ritian's desk. Next to Gu Ritian's desk stood a young man with fair skin, literary temperament, wearing black round-frame glasses and green overalls. Next to the young man was a tall and hot woman wearing a leather skirt and black stockings, high heels, a pink Chanel top, and a pair of long legs. This beautiful lady had snow-white skin and flaming red lips. She is beautiful, knows how to put on makeup, and has a good figure. Not to mention Zhong Jincheng's appearance. Wang Haoran and Gao Chong were also completely stunned. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at the two of them, then came to Gu Ritian's side in a mean way, bumped his butt against Gu Ritian's shoulder, and said, "Director, movie tickets, waiting for this weekend to watch a movie." "What movie? The midterm exam is next Friday. Why don't you review well?" Gu Ritian scolded Lu Yuanqiu, stared at him, and then smiled and introduced him to the literary youth and the hot queen. "This kid, Lu Yuanqiu, the student who just told you about the basketball game that broke the backboard a few days ago." Hearing this, the artistic youth looked at Lu Yuanqiu in surprise. It should be said that this junior is indeed tall and strong, and can kill him with one punch. The hot queen's beautiful eyes lit up, and she immediately reached out and pinched Lu Yuanqiu's cheek. "It's you. I just heard the director talk about you, and I became your little fangirl. You are so amazing, Junior. I didn't expect you to be handsome. Do you have a girlfriend?" Lu Yuanqiu smiled awkwardly, as she pinched his face enthusiastically. Zhong Jincheng and the other two standing next to him watched this scene, standing there as if they were punished. Suddenly, the excitement of getting the movie ticket disappeared, and they felt bored. Ahem. Gu Ritian coughed twice. The hot queen restrained herself a little, but still smiled warmly at Lu Yuanqiu, and stretched out her fingers with exquisite manicure to poke Lu Yuanqiu's biceps. "So strong, no wonder you can dunk and break the backboard, so awesome." At this moment, Lu Yuanqiu finally understood how Bai Qingxia felt when he poked her arm. It was weird, and she felt like she was being sexually harassed. Gu Ritian explained at this time, "This is Qin Luo, Senior Qin, now a newspaper reporter." "Hello, seniors." The five boys spoke immediately. Qin Luo nodded immediately. Hello. "This is Chu Lan, Senior Sister Chu. They are both my former students. By the way, which class are you from?" "Qin Luo, class of 2002, 2005 graduates." "Hi, hello juniors, you are all so handsome." Chu Lan greeted the five boys enthusiastically, smiling sweetly. "Hello, senior sister." This time the trio's reply was particularly loud. Zhong Jincheng licked his lips, and squeezed his legs together, with an unnatural expression. Chu Lan nodded. "Yes, try to get into a university in Zhucheng. Come to Zhucheng to play with me, and I will take you to play in Zhucheng." Okay. Zhong Jincheng nodded and agreed quickly. Gu Ritian frowned. Play, you only know how to play. Your senior sister Chu, after graduation, stayed at home for a year before going out to find a job. What did she find? Chu Lan shook her black silk legs, pouted her red lips, and acted coquettishly. "Hey, director, don't mess with me." Zhong Jincheng couldn't stand it anymore, and clamped his legs together as if he had to pee urgently, and quickly patted Wang Haoran's arm. "Help me get the movie ticket. I'm going to the toilet." "Oh, okay." Lu Yuanqiu was anxious. "Director, where are the movie tickets?" Zheng Yifeng also urged impatiently. "Movie tickets." Gu Ritian scolded. "Why are you urging? You two seniors came to me to reminisce about the past. How come you don't even have a hat?" It's okay. Chu Lan pursed her red lips, smiled, stepped forward with high heels, and gently poked Lu Yuanqiu's arm. "Junior brother is so handsome. Senior sister likes your type." Lu Yuanqiu smiled dryly, and pulled the corner of his mouth. "Sorry, I like pure girls, not flirty ones. And Zheng Yifeng next to me is obviously more handsome than me. Why are you poking me alone?" Poking him. Lu Yuanqiu shrank his arms, and Chu Lan covered his mouth and laughed. Gao Chong asked Qin Luo curiously, "Senior Qin, if you are a reporter, can you travel around the country?" Hearing this, Qin Luo smiled, and shook his head bitterly. "Junior, you think too much of the journalist industry. Not to mention that you have no freedom. Even the places you go, and the people you interview are not controlled by you. Guess where I went a few days ago, and who I interviewed?" Let me tell you. Chu Lan raised her hand excitedly. Qin Luo frowned at her. "Let the juniors guess." Zheng Yifeng raised his eyebrows slightly and guessed. "Death row prisoner." "Oh! How do you know?" Qin Luo looked at him in surprise. Zheng Yifeng shrugged. "I can see from the expression on your face that newspapers also like to publish this kind of articles recently." Qin Luo sighed. "So, in this industry, you have to follow the trend crazily. Other newspapers write this kind of articles. So my editor-in-chief also asked me to interview and write. I have to rush to finish the manuscript tonight. Lu Yuanqiu knew that this word was called involution, but it was not popular for 10 years. At this time, Gu Tian took out 25 movie tickets from the drawer and distributed them to the 4 teenagers in front of him. Seeing this scene, Chu Lan's beautiful eyes lit up and asked sweetly, "Wow! I want to watch it too. Is there any kind-hearted junior who can share one with me? I will not return to Zhucheng until next Monday. It's so boring to stay in Luqing for 2 days. My friends are all out of town, and Xin Lu is not with me." "Yes," Wang Haoran said, and then handed Zhong Jinqing a movie ticket. "Senior, here." "Thank you, Junior." Chu Lan happily took it and asked, "Are you going to watch it tomorrow? Together?" Gao Chong nodded. "Yes, we have made an appointment for the show at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." "Okay. Tomorrow is Saturday to watch a movie. Except for Wang Haoran, who will make a separate appointment with Hu Kaiwei on Sunday, Lu Yuanqiu, Gao Chong, Zhong Jinqing, and Zheng Yifeng all plan to watch My Sassy Girl 2 at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Of course, Lu Yuanqiu plans to bring Bai Qingxia, and Gao Chong will go to the office later to ask the class teacher Lu Wei if she wants to go together. As for Zheng Yifeng, he is waiting for Gao Chong to take action, and then he will follow suit. Chapter 147. Lu Yuanqiu. After the group returned to the classroom, Gao Chong went directly to the office. Zheng Yifeng stood at the door of the classroom, but did not go in. He seemed to be hesitating about something. Suddenly, he called out to Lu Yuanqiu, who was about to enter the classroom. Lu Yuanqiu stopped and looked back at him. "What's wrong?" Zheng Yifeng waved his hand and asked Lu Yuanqiu to come out. He gently shook the 5 movie tickets in his hand at the door, smiling with a somewhat stiff expression. "I think, since Gao Chong has taken the initiative to give the class teacher a movie ticket, and Teacher Su has also gone to cheer us up, why not give one to Teacher Su as well?" Lu Yuanqiu stiffened his neck, opened his eyes wide, and leaned close to his face. "Do you need to ask me for permission for this? Did you write my name on your movie ticket?" Zheng Yifeng, Lu Yuanqiu turned back to the class, and saw the short-haired boy appear at the door again. The girl in the back row by the window looked up for the second time, but the next second Lu Yuanqiu was forcibly pulled out by a hand outside the door. The girl's eyes were stunned. Zheng Yifeng said with embarrassment, I am not very familiar with Teacher Su. Brother, I'm not familiar with him either. You can go by yourself. What if Teacher Su thinks it was sent by me?" Hearing this, Zheng Yifeng smiled in a carefree manner. His face was even more handsome when he smiled. "It doesn't matter. Just give it to me. It doesn't matter who sent it to you. I don't mean anything else. I just think that I should give one. Did I ask you if you have any other intentions? What are you explaining to me?" Lu Yuanqiu crossed his arms and stared at him like a rogue and asked back. For the first time, Zheng Yifeng was confronted like a fool and stood there speechless. "Go by yourself. I don't have the habit of Minotaur. What's the bullshit?" When Lu Yuanqiu turned around, he slapped his mouth. Damn, he almost let the cat out of the bag. Fortunately, Zheng Yifeng didn't understand at that time. Seeing that Lu Yuanqiu didn't agree, Zheng Yifeng took a deep breath and walked towards the office next door. He happened to meet Gao Chong coming out of the office. Zheng Yifeng glanced at the 4 movie tickets in his hand, looked away, and walked into the office. The teachers were working on their tasks, including Su Miaomiao. Zheng Yifeng glanced at Su Miaomiao inconspicuously, and she happened to raise her head at this moment. Su Miaomiao smiled at him, and Zheng Yifeng moved his eyes away guiltily without making any response. Su Miaomiao blinked in a daze, and continued to look down indifferently, making notes on the English paper in front of her. "Teacher, I give you a movie ticket." Zheng Yifeng stood in front of Lu Wei's desk. Zheng Yifeng, thank you, but Gao Chong has already given me one. It's useless for me to have so many, and I don't have time to watch them. Lu Wei looked up, adjusted her glasses, and pushed them back with a smile. Zheng Yifeng took his hand back and turned away. Lu Wei's smile froze. "This kid, don't you insist for a while?" Zheng Yifeng then walked to Su Miaomiao's desk, handed her a movie ticket, cleared his throat and said, "Teacher, I give you a movie ticket. Please watch the movie. Thank you for cheering for us." Su Miaomiao looked up with some surprise and smiled. "Are you going to treat me to a movie?" "What movie?" In 2003, outside the high school entrance examination room, Bai Ruan was packing his school bag while turning his head to ask the boy with a garlic nose next to him. The boy with a garlic nose. He smiled and leaned over the railing to look at him. "We talk about what to watch later." The high school entrance examination is over the day after tomorrow. Why don't you relax? By the way, when was the last time you went to the cinema? Byron smiled and lowered his head. His face revealed the sunny and handsomeness that only teenagers have. He smiled gently and tilted his head back, recalling, it was 1993. 10 years ago. I watched Farewell My Concubine at that time. I was only 5 years old at that time, and didn't understand it. Oh my god, you went to the cinema when you were 5? The boy with the bulbous nose looked at him in surprise. Byron sighed softly and smiled at him. My parents took me there. We had time and opportunities before, but now we don't have time and opportunities. After he finished speaking, he put on a blue cloth messenger bag. There was a beautiful little yellow flower embroidered on the surface of the bag. It was embroidered by his sister. His sister inherited her mother's ingenuity and craftsmanship. The embroidery was very beautiful. Byron liked it very much and cherished it very much. The boy with a bulbous nose quickly followed behind. Byron, I just told you, but you haven't answered yet. Do you want to go to the movies after the high school entrance examination? No, I have already made an appointment with the uncle at the barbecue restaurant to work as a summer intern. Ah, you are so boring. Why don't you have fun during the holidays? Working is also fun. It's a chance to exercise social skills. Huh, you speak in the same tone as my dad. After the two boys left, several girls standing in the corridor outside the examination room secretly turned their heads and looked at the boy's back. They noticed just now in the examination room that this boy was very good-looking. Byron, even this name sounds nice. Back home. Byron took out the key and saw the water and electricity bill posted on the door. He raised his hand to tear off the bill, opened the door, and walked in. His sister hadn't finished school yet, but it would be soon. After putting down his school bag, Byron went to the kitchen to wash vegetables and prepare to cook, so that his sister could have a hot meal after school. Dad probably has to work overtime today. After making a simple dish of meat and vegetable, the door was opened. A cute girl with 2 ponytails, fair skin, and a particularly cute appearance walked into the living room. Her eyes were beautiful, big and watery, and her eyelashes were long and straight, like a small brush on her lower eyelid, but the little girl lowered her eyes and head at this moment, and walked towards the bedroom without saying a word. Byron hurriedly shouted, Sia Sia, wash your hands and eat. No, I'm so sleepy, I sleep for a while. Byron walked out of the kitchen in confusion, tilted his head, and glanced at his sister's back. He didn't ask much. His sister is 10 years old, and in the 4th grade of elementary school. She is not as lively as before. She seems to be worried every day, and is very silent. Byron sometimes wants to chat with her, and make her laugh. When his sister is in a good mood, she will laugh at him and respond. When she is in a bad mood, she will ignore him. This should be normal for his sister at this age, right? Byron remembered that his classmate's sister was also like this, and didn't like to pay attention to her brother. After eating dinner alone at the table, Byron covered the food with a gauze net. Because he and his sister share a bedroom, Byron is afraid that studying in the bedroom will disturb his sister's rest. So he sat on the sofa in the living room with his school bag. Tomorrow is the last day of the junior high school entrance examination. After the exam, his junior high school career will officially end. Byron thinks that with his strength in the top 3 of his grade, he should be able to go to Luching No. 1 middle school. But in fact, what he is most looking forward to now is not which high school to go to, but a few days of summer working life. When he can get his wages, Uncle Lou promised to give him 100 yuan a month. Even if it is not much, his father will be happy to see it. With this 100 yuan, he can buy delicious and fun things for Xia Xia, and most importantly, he can buy hairpins, pink ones. Her good friends all wear colorful hairpins on their heads. Byron knows that Xia Xia's good friends must have shown off to her at school. Chapter 148. My sister has a strong sense of self-esteem, so she must be very concerned. It's a pity that my sister is different now. She doesn't want to talk to him about her worries and little secrets, and likes to keep them in her heart. Thinking of this, Byron took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He was immersed in looking at the wrong questions, and time passed by. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Byron looked up at the clock and closed the wrong question book. He was a little worried that his sister was hungry. Xia Xia, how about I heat up the food for you? Or wait for Dad to come back, and then you can eat together. Byron came to the bedroom, where there was a bunk bed, with his sister's bed on top. He saw his sister wrapped herself in the quilt with her head covered, thinking that his sister was asleep, but when he turned around to close the door, Byruin heard a soft sob coming from the quilt. "Sia Sia?" he called out tentatively. The sister ignored him, but the sob sounded. Byruin frowned slightly, walked forward and slowly lifted the quilt, and found that his sister had her hair loose and her face was full of tears. "What's wrong?" The little girl frowned when she saw her brother standing by the bed, grabbed the quilt, and covered her head again, but the crying in the quilt became louder. How could Byruin not be anxious when he saw this scene? He opened the quilt again and questioned his sister. "Tell me, what happened? Why are you crying?" "It's none of your business," the little girl cried, and the quilt was covered by her again. Byruin exhaled, stood by the bed, and said in a serious voice, "Bai Qingxia, tell me, what happened? I'm your brother. If you have any problems, tell me, and I help you solve them. Be obedient." This time, the quilt was lifted by the little girl. She cried, "My tumbler was stolen." "Which tumbler?" "The one with Doraemon. The one my mother bought for me." She cried and felt wronged. She cried even louder, and her tears flowed. Byruin frowned. He knew that the tumbler was a birthday gift that his deceased mother bought for his sister. At that time, his sister had just learned to walk, and her mother said that Xia Xia should learn from the tumbler. If the tumbler doesn't fall, Xia Xia also can't fall. At that time, my sister was still young, and the tumbler gradually became Byruin's toy. In the year when his mother died, Byruin turned the tumbler over again to comfort his sister. "It's that guy named Luo Chang again, right?" Byruin asked. My sister nodded with tears, raised her little hand, and kept wiping her tears. "Wait for me, I get it back for you." Byruin walked out of the bedroom. He glanced at the time on the clock in the living room, closed the door, went downstairs, and left the community. This boy named Luo Chang often bullied his sister at school. Byruin knew this, and he also knew where Luo Chang lived. The gate of the community. A can was thrown out of the window next to the driver's seat, and the window was immediately closed. The middle-aged man sitting in the driver's seat burped and continued to say to the person on the phone, "I say, is this sponsor sick? If you want something, you can just go to the door and rob it, but you insist that I hit the child and cripple him, right?" A voice came from the other end of the phone. "Why do you care so much? The other party paid you, so you should do whatever you are told to do." The sponsor must have his own ideas for saying this. Remember, don't forget to throw 2,000 yuan on him after the accident, so that people will think it's just an ordinary car accident. Wait a minute, with your tone, are you drunk? No, I didn't drink. The man in the driver's seat burped again after saying that, but this time he quickly covered his mouth. Just then, he suddenly saw someone leaving the community gate, squinted his eyes and observed, and found that it was exactly the target this time. Wait a minute, this kid actually came out at night. What a good opportunity, hang up first. He threw the phone aside, burped drunkenly again, and then slowly started the car and followed. After following all the way, he couldn't find the blind spot of the surveillance. The man stepped on the accelerator impatiently. At this time, he felt that he was gradually drunk and his eyes were a little blurry. "You are so generous. Give me 2,000 yuan. I will just give you 500 yuan later." He held the steering wheel and whispered with a smile. About half an hour later, he saw the boy walking into an old residential area in the car, so he parked the car outside the residential area and waited for a while. After waiting for nearly half an hour, the boy finally walked out of the residential area panting. The white Santana followed silently behind. After passing through the downtown area, Byruin knew that it was getting late and his sister was probably waiting impatiently. He looked at the alleys nearby and prepared to take a shortcut back. He didn't realize that the white Santana behind him also sped up. 10 minutes later, a sudden brake sound came from the alley. Byruin flew 4 or 5 meters away, and fell heavily to the ground and rolled several times. His brain was confused for a moment, and his whole body seemed to be numb in an instant. The Doraemon tumbler in his hand also flew out at this time. A few seconds later, Byruin raised his head and didn't feel any pain, but his limbs were numb. He quickly stood up, walked towards the flying tumbler, and then picked it up. After confirming that the tumbler was intact, the boy looked at the car in front of him. He took a step, but found that his right leg was numb. He could only limp over. At this time, the driver also got off. The middle-aged man looked at the boy, then looked at the broken windshield, and immediately scolded, "Why are you running? Don't you want to live?" Byruin frowned, limped forward, and retorted, "Uncle, it was obviously you who drove too fast." After he said that, he glanced at the broken windshield, and was stunned for a moment, and his heart was instantly unsure. He was fine, but his car window was shattered. Will he be blackmailed? The middle-aged man looked at the boy and roughly understood the extent of the incident. After all, he saw how many meters the boy flew. However, he seemed to be driving too fast just now. There was nothing he could do. He was dizzy from drinking. Isn't this kid going to die immediately after this energy passes? Forget it. It doesn't matter. There's no camera anyway. He took out a pile of banknotes from his pocket and took out 5 of them. It's my bad luck. Okay, I fixed the car window myself. I give you 500 yuan. Take it. Today's matter is settled privately. 500. Bai Ruin's eyes widened. When he saw the driver handing over the money, he quickly reached out to take it and stared blankly at the 5 red bills. You don't care? It seems that he met a good person. Bai Ruin stood there panting, and his expression unexpectedly showed a smile. He nodded. Okay, let's settle it privately. Santana drove away from the scene, and Bai Ruin limped with 500 yuan, and walked towards home with some excitement. He only makes 100 yuan a month as a summer job, but he was just hit by a car, he is fine, and he got 500 yuan directly. I don't know how many good things he can buy with this 500 yuan. He can buy snacks for Xia Xia, buy her hairpins, so that she won't be afraid when her classmates show off their hairpins to her in the future. Chapter 149. Because of his limping legs, Bai Ruin had a hard time walking home. This time, his legs were numb for an unexpectedly long time. When he reached the gate of the community, he suddenly felt very tired and his chest was stuffy, but fortunately, he didn't feel any pain. After returning home, his sister was sitting at the table eating the food she had heated up. When she saw her brother, she hurried forward and asked worriedly, "Why did you take so long?" Bai Ruin looked at his sister and smiled without saying a word. He endured the fatigue on his body, and took out the tumbler from his right hand like a magic trick. Ding ding ding, am I awesome? I got it! The little girl took it with both hands in surprise, but she snorted and didn't respond to her brother's question. Then she happily turned around in the living room, holding the tumbler. Looking at this scene, Bai Ruin smiled gently. He took 2 steps forward and frowned because of the sudden pain in his legs, but the joy of getting 500 yuan diluted the pain at this moment. There is one more thing, your brother is rich. The teenager proudly threw the 500 yuan in his hand at his sister. The sister looked back and opened her eyes wide in surprise. So much money. Where did it come from? Bai Ruin told the truth. I was hit by a car just now. I'm fine. The driver might have been scared and actually compensated me with 500 yuan. He didn't mention the broken glass, for fear that his sister would worry, and he was really fine anyway. But when the sister heard the words hit by a car, the smile on her face disappeared a little while holding the tumbler. She took 2 steps forward and looked at her brother's body, and then she found that there was a lot of dust on his clothes. Are you really okay? No, I'm fine. Nothing, it doesn't hurt at all. Bai Ruin swallowed his saliva and suddenly felt a faint rusty taste in his throat. He didn't care and said to his sister happily, "Don't tell Dad, wait until I finish the exam, I buy you whatever you want." Sister was very happy. I want to eat popping candy. Bye. And vegetarian beef. Bye. Bai Ruin responded with a smile and limped towards the sofa. He sat on it and felt a little cold and tired, but still smiled and said, "After I finish the exam, I take you to the cinema to watch a movie with my friends." The little girl was very happy, as if she had forgotten the sadness of the night. She hurried forward, blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, "What does the cinema look like?" "It's a big screen inside, with light shining on a white cloth, and the shadows of people are particularly big," Bai Ruin said with a smile, coughed twice, and then continued to smile. The little girl was very happy and jumped up and down beside her. "I want to go. I want to watch." "Hee, you smile at me now? I haven't heard you call me brother for a long time, and you still want me to take you to the movies?" Bai Ruin looked at his sister teasingly. He coughed twice again, and this time blood fell on his dark pants. The boy lowered his head, was stunned for a moment, wiped it with his fingers, and found that it was blood. "Humph, I won't shout, I won't watch it, I don't want to watch the movie." The little girl jumped to the bedroom, and put her beloved tumbler into her small wooden box. She swore that she would never bring the tumbler given by her mother to school to play again. Bai Ruin didn't listen to his sister's words at this moment. He silently reached out, and wiped the blood on his pants, and began to be afraid. His sister sang happily in the bedroom. Bai Ruin looked back, and stood up with his hands on the sofa. At this moment, he was so tired that he almost couldn't stand. His limbs were numb, as if he had lost consciousness. His internal organs also felt dull and painful. He was a little cold, but the most obvious feeling was tiredness. Bai Ruin supported the wall, and walked towards the bedroom. His sister was sitting at the desk, sorting out the little things she treasured in her small wooden box, humming a cheerful song. Xia xia. I'm a little sleepy. I take a nap first. When Dad comes back, you can help him heat up the food. Okay. Bai Ruan stood by the bed, looking at his sister's small back sitting by the desk with some uneasiness. His eyes flickered for a moment, then he sat down, took off his shoes with difficulty, and then slowly lay on the bed. After covering the quilt, Bai Ruan said softly, Xia xia, help me turn off the light. Don't you want to take a shower? Hey, how can you take the exam tomorrow if you are so stinky? The boy didn't answer her again. Class 28 of Senior 3. Lu Yuanqiu and Zhong Jinqing played for a while, then sat back in their seats. At this time, he saw Zheng Yifeng walked into the class with a somewhat unnatural look on his face, and there seemed to be one less movie ticket in his hand. Hee, this guy. As if he heard Lu Yuanqiu's laughter, Zheng Yifeng still looked a little unnatural after sitting back in his seat. He put the remaining movie tickets in his school bag and continued to sleep on the table. Lu Yuanqiu then retracted his gaze. He took the 5 movie tickets, turned around, and proudly waved them at the girl sitting next to him. I got them. I take you to the movies tomorrow. Bai Qingxia smiled and nodded at the young man. She had also been looking forward to watching the movie, and even shared this with Sisterly. Do I need to bring anything? The girl put her hands on her knees and asked softly. She had never been to a movie theater, and was not sure whether she should prepare anything in advance. Lu Yuanqiu then stretched out his finger and pointed at her 2 beautiful eyes at close range. You need to wear them, 2 beautiful eyes. The girl lowered her head in embarrassment, realizing that she probably asked a stupid question. Lu Yuanqiu smiled at her and asked curiously, You must have been very well behaved when you were a child. Didn't your brother take you to see it before? Movie tickets didn't seem to be that expensive at that time. Bai Qingxia was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook her head. No, my brother was very frugal with money and spent most of his time on studying. After entering elementary school, we didn't play together much. At that time I was not very obedient and had a bad temper. I often quarreled with him. He wanted to take me out to play, but I refused. Speaking of this, Bai Qingxia suddenly looked up and stared at Lu Yuanqiu, half regretful and half self-deprecating. At that time, I thought girls should play with girls. If I was taken out by my brother, I would be laughed at by my friends. Was I weird at that time? Lu Yuanqiu shook his head. It's not strange. Luidong is the same. He especially dislikes me. At that age, brothers will also dislike their sisters. No matter how beautiful their sisters are, in their eyes, they are just big dinosaurs wearing beautiful clothes. After he said that, he thought Bai Qingxia would be amused. But the girl just paused and said seriously, But my brother is really handsome. Chapter 150. Lu Yuanqiu was speechless for a while. Because he could hear that Bai Qingxia's words were not to correct her brother's handsome appearance, but that she was regretting. Thinking of what she had just said, Lu Yuanqiu understood that she was probably regretting that she didn't spend more time with her brother and play with him. After the car accident, she wanted to make up for it, but she never had the chance. But this was unavoidable. How could a 10-year-old girl think so much at the time? Looking at the dazed look of the girl beside him, Lu Yuanqiu also knew that Bai Qingxia had probably been trying to reconcile with herself over the years. Take the movie ticket first. Lu Yuanqiu handed her one of the movie tickets. After Bai Qingxia took it, she found that the boy took out a notebook and wrote something on it with a pen. A minute later, Lu Yuanqiu finished writing, tore off the page, and handed it to the girl beside him. What is this? I thought of a passage and wrote it down for you. Don't think my handwriting is ugly, Lu Yuanqiu said. Bai Qingxia smiled and shook her head, stretched out her hands to take the note, and looked down. Life is like a train. On the way to the destination, it is inevitable that some people will get off the train, but it doesn't matter. You are lucky to be able to take the same train with them. You just need to sit in the same car with them and enjoy the scenery outside the window together. If someone gets off the train, don't worry. The scenery outside the window is still beautiful. Please continue to enjoy it until the terminal. After reading it, the girl looked up at Lu Yuanqiu and praised, This paragraph is really good. Okay, remember it in your heart. There are still many beautiful scenes waiting for you to see. Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand and touched the pink hairpin on her head. Bai Qingxia tilted her head slightly towards the hairpin and looked at the scenery in front of her with a smile. At night, following her father back to Ho Hot Lane, Bai Qingxia took out a movie ticket and stood at the door of Sister Li's room, squatting down and stuffing the movie ticket through the crack of the door. After finishing, she opened her own door. She helped her father change into slippers, then stood up and told him, "Wash your feet first. Wash your feet, wash your feet." Bai Songjia muttered these 3 words, walked out of the room obediently, and walked towards the pool at the end of the corridor. When the weather was not too cold, his way of washing his feet was very simple, just putting his feet in slippers in the pool for a few times. Bai Qingxia returned to her bed at this time. She opened the closet and took out the small wooden box at the bottom again. When she opened the lid of the wooden box, there was a small stack of red banknotes, a Doraemon tumbler, a worn-out red fountain pen, and other small gadgets that looked old, as well as a few notes with words written on them. Bai Qingxia put the note Lu Yuanqiu sent her today in the wooden box, closed the lid, and put it back in its original place. November 15th, Saturday morning. In the group chat named Basketball Squad. Hua Xi and Luobo, what time do we meet? Yi Chio, 8:30. I Changgu, the head teacher is coming today. Brothers, pay attention. Hua Xi and Luobo, I'm really impressed. You have to call the teacher to watch together to be happy, right? Lu say, Teacher Su is coming too. Playboy, just pretend I didn't say anything. Lu Yuanqiu was lying on the bed, watching the group messages, when he suddenly received a private message. Phone Tian, I wait for you at the supermarket. Yi Chio, okay, I pick you up later. Once upon a time, there was a magic fairy castle, and there was an incredible queen. Lu Yuanqiu sang a macho song, got up from the bed with a somersault, and then slid into the living room with a flirty step. In the living room, he bit his toothbrush, twisted his hips, and sang a song. A few seconds later, he walked to Lu Yidong's door and knocked on her door like a drum. I have a good idea. Let's make an appointment to find the secret of magic together. Crackle. Bang. In the bedroom, Lu Yidong covered his ears with a pillow with a ferocious expression. Lu Yuanqiu, get out of here. After shouting, there was no movement outside the door. Lu Yidong thought his brother was scared away by him, so he took the pillow down, sat up and glanced over there. At this moment, the door was suddenly opened, and a short-haired boy with a toothbrush in his mouth stood at the door, looking at him with a sinister look. Lu Yidong was startled and wrapped himself tightly in the quilt. What do you want to do? Lu Yuanqiu stared at her for a few seconds without saying anything, then turned around and stuck out his big butt. Puff. After letting out a string of farts, Lu Yuanqiu twisted out, and then coquettishly stuck out his butt to push the door shut. Ah! Lu Yidong's heartbreaking screams came from the room. The tidying up was done. Lu Yuanqiu rode his bicycle to the supermarket. Bai Qingxiao was helping her father move things inside, and when she heard Lu Yuanqiu's bicycle bell outside, she ran out in a hurry. Today the girl was wearing a pink hooded jacket and tight blue jeans. This was the second outfit Lu Yuanqiu picked for her. The blue jeans perfectly set off her straight and slender legs, and even vaguely showed the round and perky lower buttocks. Bai Qingxiao's buttocks were not big, but they were very perky. The girl still had a ponytail today, and a pink hairpin on her head. She looked pure and cute overall. She doesn't wear any makeup, but she's still so beautiful that people can't take their eyes off her. Lu Yuanqiu can't imagine how beautiful she will be when she grows up. When she earns more money in the future, I must force her to buy a few more beautiful clothes. Lu Yuanqiu thought to himself. Get in the car. On the way to Xingmei Cinema, Bai Qingxia held the seat with one hand and grabbed Lu Yuanqiu's coat with the other. She looked at the air in front of her and suddenly exclaimed, There are dragonflies. Lu Yuanqiu glanced and said, It seems that there will be heavy rain recently. Bai Qingxia didn't pay attention. She saw a dragonfly flying towards her. She raised her hand to try to catch it, but she didn't catch it and almost fell off the seat. Lu Yuanqiu scolded, What are you doing? He shook the car and quickly raised his hand to support it. The girl said apologetically, I'm sorry. Lu Yuanqiu didn't respond. Bai Qingxiao lowered her head silently and found that the boy's hand was still on her left thigh. She looked up at the back of his head again and didn't say anything. After a while, seeing that Lu Yuanqiu hadn't taken his hand away, she reached out and grabbed Lu Yuanqiu's sleeve, carefully taking his hand away. Don't you want to catch dragonflies? I hold your legs down for you, so you can catch them. Lu Yuanqiu turned back and said righteously. The girl responded in a low voice. No, I don't catch dragonflies anymore. Lu Yuanqiu smacked his lips. You said you don't trust me, right? The girl's earlobes were red, and she didn't respond. Just then, a voice came from the side. Isn't this Lu and Bai? The two people on the bicycle turned their heads at the same time, and saw a person who surprised them. Chapter 151. Next to him was an electric car. The physics teacher, Sugur, who had premature gray hair, turned his head and smiled. Sitting in the back seat was a gentle-looking woman. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia said at the same time, "Hello, teacher." What a coincidence, this couldn't be Su Ji's blind date. Lu Yuanqiu thought to himself. These are two of my students. They helped me with the experiment in class last time. I took a video, and will show it to you in the cinema later. Sugur said to the woman behind him, and the gentle-looking woman nodded politely. Lu Yuanqiu was surprised. Teacher, are you going to the cinema too? Isn't it Xingmei Cinema? Yes, you too? Sugu was very surprised. When he turned his head to look, he almost hit the car in front. Seeing this, Lu Yuanqiu quickly rode to the side and responded, yes. What a coincidence. After saying this, Sugu glanced at the two students, but felt a little strange. Last time, I secretly asked them if they had boyfriends or girlfriends. They both said no. Could they be boyfriends or girlfriends? Not to mention that they are already in the third year of high school. Even the group of freshmen usually hang out in pairs in the cafeteria, and the teachers can see it, but they don't do anything out of the ordinary, so they won't cause trouble. 15 minutes later. A group of silent people sat on the seats outside the cinema. Brother Su swallowed his saliva with a gulp, turned his head, and looked at his blind date next to him with a dry smile, and then continued to look at the group of people in front of him. He came out this time just to watch a movie quietly with his blind date. He thought it was a coincidence to meet Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia, two students in the same show, but he didn't expect that there were far more acquaintances in the same show than just the two of them. Zhong Jinqing, Gao Cheng, Zheng Yifeng, Lu Wei, Su Miaomu, Wang Ping. And a beautiful lady with a queen-like temperament, who I didn't know, but was also sitting next to him, probably together. Zheng Yifeng and Zhong Jinqing were also unexpected. Zheng Yifeng stared at Wang Ping, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. He didn't expect Su Miaomu to call Wang Ping over as well. Zhong Jinqing's face turned red, and Su Miaomu and the senior Chu Lan he met yesterday were sitting next to him. He squeezed his legs together, lowered his head, and trembled all over as if he had to pee urgently. Su Miaomu and this senior sister Chu Lan both wore skirts, but Su Miaomu wore a long skirt and sneakers, while this senior sister Chu Lan wore a short skirt with a hip-hugging skirt, flesh-colored stockings, and nude stilettos. Her outfit was completely different from yesterday, but just as sexy and fashionable. Although Su Miaomu and Chu Lan were not focusing on Zhong Jinqing, because they were sitting very close, this gun god felt like he was wandering in a sea of happiness. There were still 20 minutes left in the movie, and Wang Ping saw that the atmosphere was a little silent, so he stood up and said, well, I go buy some popcorn and Coke. He counted the number of people, but before he finished, two more voices came from the side. I buy it. Let me do it. Zheng Yifeng and Sugur stood up at the same time. Sugur wanted to show off in front of his blind date, but he didn't expect that classmate Zheng would compete with him. However, he soon found that classmate Zheng's eyes were always fixed on teacher Wang Ping, as if he was secretly competing with him. It's so lively over there. Lu Yuanqiu laughed softly, and gently bumped Bai Qingxia next to him with his shoulder, softly. The girl pursed her lips, and shook slightly, when Lu Yuanqiu bumped into her, but she still chose to stay close to him. She held Lu Yuanqiu's arm with her little hand, and secretly looked at the scene over there with her beautiful eyes, like a sneaky cat. They were sitting alone in the corner at the moment. Bai Qingxia just noticed something worth noting, that is, although the beautiful sister in a short skirt was curiously looking at everyone at the scene, she looked at Lu Yuanqiu the most. Bai Qingxia didn't know why the elder sister stared at Lu Yuanqiu several times. She thought it might be because the elder sister was also a teacher in the school, and she had a good relationship with Lu Yuanqiu in the past. Maybe? Bai Qingxia usually didn't recognize all the teachers in the school. She was not sure. Teacher Lu, you sit down. I'm here this time. Why are you being polite? Wang Ping pushed Sugur down, and then said to Zheng Yifeng, and you, Zheng Yifeng, how much money can a student of yours make? There are so many of us today. After saying that, he took out his wallet and prepared to go over, but suddenly froze. Zheng Yifeng took out a stack of 100 yuan bills from his pocket with an expressionless face, glanced at him lightly, and then walked directly to the counter. This was a rare trip, so Zheng Yifeng brought a lot of money in case of emergency. Wang Ping lowered his head silently, and looked at the pile of 50, 20, and 10 yuan in his wallet. After all, he couldn't save face and chased after him. You kid, you're still trying to pay with me, right? Can you students still spend money when the teacher is here? Looking at this scene, Lu Yuanqiu laughed at Bai Qingxia. Great, we can get free popcorn and Coke this time. Bai Qingxiao also blinked her beautiful eyes, grabbed Lu Yuanqiu's arm, looked over there, but was curious about the taste of popcorn. Just then, Lu Yuanqiu found that Bai Qingxiao put her little hand down from his arm, and sat up straight in her seat with a slightly restrained expression. He turned his head, and saw that Chu Lan was walking towards him with a pair of long legs. This sexy senior student sat on the chair next to Lu Yuanqiu, crossed her legs in her stockings, and smelled a nice perfume on her body, not cheap, but not luxury either. In fact, Lu Yuanqiu felt that women didn't need to spray perfume, which would cover up their body odor and make them unbearable to smell. Bai Qingxiao was good, and her fragrance was the kind that you couldn't get enough of. Lu, Yuan, Qiu. Chu Lan raised his head, adding cute emphasis to each word as he recalled, "This is your name, am I right?" Lu Yuanqiu smiled. "No, what's wrong, senior sister?" "Senior sister, not teacher." Bai Qingxiao's beautiful eyes moved slightly. Chu Lan smiled and shook her head. "Nothing, just not familiar with everyone, a little awkward, but I like you more, so I sat over here." After saying that, she tilted her head slightly, revealing her slender white neck, and looked at Bai Qingxiao next to her. "What a beautiful junior sister, I just noticed this girl, her skin is so white, her face is so small, you too." She stretched out her voice, and looked at Lu Yuanqiu, with a strange smile in her tone. Chu Lan could tell at a glance that Bai Qingxiao was an introverted girl, so at this moment, all his eyes were focused on Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu, an ordinary classmate. Bai Qingxiao also nodded blushingly, not daring to raise her head. She was actually like most boys, and she would not dare to look at the more beautiful and sexy women she saw. Chapter 152. Are you really ordinary classmates? I just guessed that you two were a couple, otherwise why are everyone sitting together there? And you two are sitting alone in the corner. Lu Yuanqiu laughed and explained to her, "She is my desk mate, and she is more introverted." Chu Lan tilted his head again. "Yeah, I feel a little bit. Then your name is Lu Yuanqiu. What's her name?" "My name is Bai Qingxiao." The girl next to him lowered her head, and a light and quick voice came out of her mouth, as if to make a comment on the introverted. Evaluation made a small protest. Lu Yuanqiu looked at her with a little surprise. "Bai Qingxiao. Oh my, why are your names so poetic?" "I don't know, but when I first heard your name, I thought you knew the 8 wonders." Lu Yuanqiu thought in his heart with a smile. "Come on, come and help me get it." They bought popcorn and Coke, and Wang Ping and Zhang Yifeng each paid half. At first, Wang Ping wanted to take the whole thing, but after looking at the price, he compromised and paid half with Zhang Yifeng. Who would buy popcorn and Coke in the cinema when they come to watch a movie? They are so expensive here. Anyway, he has never bought them before, but he still has to buy them for a slightly more formal occasion like this. Su Gear went up to take the Coke and popcorn with some embarrassment. He didn't pay, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was inappropriate, but it was too late now. Wang Ping counted all the people, 2 large portions of popcorn and 1 portion of Coke per person, but there were 11 people at the scene, 6 portions of popcorn, so one person would have to eat a portion of popcorn alone, which meant that this person would be separated. Chu Lan came forward and took a portion of popcorn. She then looked back at the crowd, as if she was considering who she would eat with later. She was a little nervous, and didn't count how many people there were. "Come on, everyone, don't just stand there, choose your seats first." Wang Ping directed everyone. 11 people came to the counter, and looked at the seating chart on the screen. Lu Wei and Su Miaomiao, who were good friends, linked their arms and smiled and chose 2 seats next to each other. Zhang Yifeng's eyes quickly locked on the side next to Su Miaomiao. He quickly clicked on it. Zhong Jinqing also wanted to click on that seat, but he was a step slower. The boy with glasses froze his fingers in midair. He gritted his teeth, turned his head, and smiled at Zhang Yifeng next to him. "Your hands are pretty fast." Wang Ping also looked silently. He planned to sit next to Su Miaomiao, but as a male teacher, he must be humble and let everyone choose first. Zhong Jinqing was not in a hurry to choose this time. He was waiting for Chu Lan to choose first, but Chu Lan knew that she came alone after all, so she stood outside the crowd with popcorn in her hand, preparing for the last choice. After Gao Chong chose the seat next to Zhang Yifeng, the scene fell silent again. "No way, what are you being so polite about? Just pick whatever you want." Lu Yuanqiu squeezed into the crowd at this time, and Bai Qingxiao grabbed the clothes behind him, and quickly squeezed in behind him, then walked around again, and stood beside Lu Yuanqiu. She gently placed her 10 fingers on the edge of the counter, turned back, and quietly glanced at the crowd behind her, then retracted her gaze, slightly tiptoed, and turned her head to watch Lu Yuanqiu choosing a seat. Lu Yuanqiu directly chose the 2 seats in the middle of the last row. I've chosen. It's your turn. He squeezed out of the crowd in a casual manner. Bai Qingxiao stretched her neck to look at the screen. She didn't quite understand the seating chart. She was afraid of disturbing others, so she quickly squeezed out and chased after Lu Yuanqiu, like a little follower the whole time. Oh my god, what are you two going to do in the last row? Zhong Jinqing turned around and asked. I'm afraid of the dark, so I'm closer to the projection light. Lu Yuanqiu explained expressionlessly. Bai Qingxiao sat quietly and obediently beside him, not saying a word, like a dumb young wife. No one would believe it. Zhong Jinqing muttered. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu's choice, Sugu smiled at his blind date with an embarrassed look on his face. How about we go to the second to last row? The gentle-looking blind date said, It's all right. Sugu was here for a blind date, and everyone present except Chu Lan knew about it. Now only Wang Ping, Zhong Jinqing, and Chu Lan were left. Chu Lan glanced at the seat next to Lu Yuanqiu. She really wanted to sit there, because she was only relatively familiar with Lu Yuanqiu at the moment. But this sister is very introverted. If the 3 of them sit together, she will probably feel uncomfortable. Chu Lan also thinks that Lu Yuanqiu chose this because this sister is introverted. After thinking about it, Chu Lan chose a single seat in the 3rd row from the bottom. Zhong Jinqing finally found an opportunity, and quickly stretched out his hand to choose the seat next to her. As a result, Wang Ping grabbed his finger as soon as he stretched it out. Zhong Jinqing looked up and saw a muscular man with a height of more than 1.8 meters looking down at him with a serious expression. What are you waiting for? Zhong Jinqing, sit with me, I can't finish it by myself. Teacher, don't want it. What do you mean? I won't do anything to you. Zhong Jinqing wanted to cry, but had no tears. In the end, he was forced to sign a contract, and his fingers were forced to press on the screen and sit with Wang Ping. The staff saw that there was no one left and said, You can go in. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the deserted cinema. It seemed that there was no one except the 11 of them. He couldn't help but complain. No wonder they have to organize activities with this school. The business of this cinema is really deserted. The staff behind the counter smiled awkwardly and explained, It's only 9 in the morning. Excuse. Lu Yuanqiu responded in his heart. He had just looked at the seating chart. With 11 people booking the entire theater, the cinema was probably going to collapse, so they thought of organizing an event with number 7 middle school. In the end, they still didn't attract many student customers. When they arrived at the dark theater, Bai Qingxiao almost tripped over the stairs. She quickly grabbed Lu Yuanqiu's clothes behind her. At this time, Lu Yuanqiu also turned around and held Bai Qingxiao's hand silently. In fact, he never really liked going to the cinema to watch movies. The dark environment inside made him feel uncomfortable. If the prize this time was not a movie ticket, and considering that Bai Qingxiao had never been to the cinema, he would not come. And what kind of crappy movie is this? I thought it was the sequel of Jun Ji-hyun's movie when I heard the words My Sassy Girl too, but when I searched online, it turned out to be a domestic movie. Alas, the purpose of coming here this time was to bring Bai Qingxiao to experience something new. Because of this, I have paid so much. If this girl has a conscience, she should compensate me in the future, Lu Yuanqiu thought to himself. But what surprised him was that Bai Qingxiao didn't break free when she held his hand. Instead, she took the initiative to hold it tighter, and stood on tiptoe, whispering to him, The cloth will be bright soon, just keep an eye on it. So she knew why I held her hand. Yes, the 2 best people in the world are afraid of the dark, so she should be the one who knows what it feels like to be afraid of the dark the most, except for me and Uncle Bai. Chapter 153. Why didn't they turn on the lights when we first entered the theater? No wonder the theater is almost unavailable, with this kind of service attitude. Wang Ping complained. Lu Yuanqiu held Bai Qingxiao's hand, and walked towards the last row based on his feeling. Because the light was dark, no one else saw them holding hands. At this moment, Lu Yuanqiu opened his arms, and half-huddled the girl next to him. He was not taking advantage of her, but he was indeed a little uncomfortable. The girl also let him hug her body, very obedient. After finding a seat and sitting down, the lights came on. Bai Qingxiao sat in her seat, and looked around curiously. The seat was soft, the screen was big, and the light would shine on the white cloth later, and the shadows would be particularly large. This familiar description appeared in her mind again, as if it all matched. Although she had never been to a movie theater, she was deeply impressed by this description of a movie theater. Although the lights were on, the 2 of them were still holding hands. Lu Yuanqiu knew that Bai Qingxiao had forgotten to let go. She was curiously looking around. If she didn't let go, I wouldn't let go either. This little hand was so comfortable to hold. It was soft, smooth, and tender. It felt like it had no bones. Lu Yuanqiu pinched it. Bai Qingxiao looked down, and then realized that she pulled her hand away with an unnatural expression. I should have known not to pinch it earlier. Lu Yuanqiu was speechless. In the front row, Su Gur and his blind date sat down, followed by Chu Lan. Moving forward, 6 people sat in a row. Zhong Jinqing sat at the edge of the 6 people, and next to him was Wang Ping. His resentment at the moment seemed to have solidified above his head. The movie started playing quickly, and the lights were turned off. At first, the sound was very loud. Bai Qingxiao looked up curiously at the location where the sound came from, and Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at her. In the dim light, the girl's cheeks looked even whiter. By the way, the lights were turned off again. I can say that the screen is not bright enough. Lu Yuanqiu pouted his mouth aggrievedly, and his palm reached out as if looking for food, smelling the smell, and in the dim light, he touched her smooth little hand again. Bai Qingxiao turned her head to look at him, and before Lu Yuanqiu could speak, she shook Lu Yuanqiu's hand back, knowing everything. Lu Yuanqiu wanted to interlock his fingers with hers, and tried to insert his fingers into the gap, but Bai Qingxiao didn't let him in. The girl looked at him with a puzzled look. What's wrong? It's better to hold it this way. Lu Yuanqiu explained while interlocking his fingers with hers. Bai Qingxiao followed his instructions, and did as she was told. Is it better? Lu Yuanqiu made a wrong sound. In fact, as long as the big screen in front of him was on, there was no big feeling. However, men who know how to act like a spoiled child have the best life. The movie was really bad. If he hadn't been able to hold his hands at will, Lu Yuanqiu would have almost fallen asleep, but Bai Qingxiao watched it very seriously. No matter how low-end or embarrassing the funny clips were, she would laugh softly, as if she was immersed in it. Lu Yuanqiu understood that Bai Qingxiao was not pretending. If she saw it outside, she might also think that the movie was bad, but this was the first movie she watched in a movie theater. No matter how bad the plot was, she would find it very interesting from the bottom of her heart. What she was watching was not a movie, but something that was new and exciting to her, and the movie was just the icing on the cake. Eat popcorn, Lu Yuanqiu said. Because the hand in the middle was holding it, he could only turn sideways, and take it with the other hand. Bai Qingxiao also turned sideways, and reached into the popcorn bucket with her little hand. She took out a popcorn and put it in her mouth to chew. At this time, the girl's attention was no longer on the movie, because the freshness of the popcorn was greater than the movie at this moment. Seeing the expression on her face, Lu Yuanqiu knew that she must think the popcorn is delicious. However, Bai Qingxiao only ate one, and did not continue to take, and kept watching the movie seriously. Lu Yuanqiu also knew the reason. Because the popcorn was shared by the two of them, and because it was shared, she would not feel embarrassed to continue eating after tasting one, or she would wait for a long time to eat it again, or she would reach out to take it again after Lu Yuanqiu took it many times. Regarding the distribution of shared items between the two, the girl would let Lu Yuanqiu take advantage of it, and she would feel balanced in her heart, and this was her balance. The solution to this problem is also very simple. Lu Yuanqiu ate a bite himself, then grabbed a handful, and fed it to the girl. There was no one watching, so Bai Qingxiao opened her mouth without any psychological barriers, but she looked a little restrained. After all, it was Lu Yuanqiu who fed her. After several times, although the popcorn was delicious and Lu Yuanqiu took the initiative to feed her, Bai Qingxiao was embarrassed to open her mouth. Okay, that's enough. I don't want to eat anymore. I don't want to eat anymore. She turned her head away. Lu Yuanqiu knew she would say this, and immediately glared at her with a fierce look. If you don't eat it, I don't like it either. Every time at the end, there is a lot of leftovers in each seat, which are dumped into the trash by the cleaning lady, and all wasted. Bai Qingxiao listened to this with her beautiful eyes wide open, and was shocked. Why would someone not finish such a delicious thing? Thinking of this, she quickly took the initiative to reach out and take the popcorn and started eating it, much faster than before, but after eating several mouthfuls in a row, she still embarrassedly explained to Lu Yuanqiu, I don't want to throw it away, you eat it too. Don't let me eat it alone. I don't like eating this stuff. If I didn't think you wanted to eat it, I wouldn't have taken it. Bai Qingxiao was stunned for a moment, and said tentatively, Then I eat it? Eat it, it's all yours. Lu Yuanqiu waved his hand. Bai Qingxiao then ate it with peace of mind. She really likes eating popcorn. She watched a movie, and ate a bite of popcorn until she ate half a bucket. Looking at the remaining little, Bai Qingxiao confirmed again, Are you really not going to eat it? Ask me again and I'd beat you. The girl didn't dare to ask, and ate by herself. Only then did she feel relieved to turn the shared food into her own. At this moment, the sound in the theater stopped abruptly. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned and found that the picture on the screen was still. After waiting for a while, there was no response. Zhong Jincheng in front shouted first, "No way. There are too many problems with this theater, right?" Wang Ping said, "Wait a few more minutes to see if it can recover. If not, I will ask the staff to recover." What a lousy movie theater. Lu Yuanqiu cursed in his heart. Bai Qingxia didn't care about it. She looked down at the popcorn bucket, her little face almost stuck in it. After confirming that it was correct, she gestured to Lu Yuanqiu with the empty popcorn bucket, as if she had completed a task. "Is it finished?" 5 minutes later, Wang Ping couldn't stand it anymore, and got up to find the staff directly. The girl next to him asked softly, "Is this bucket going to be thrown away later?" Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at her. "What's wrong? Do you still want to take it home?" Bai Qingxia didn't say anything, staring at him blankly. Her expression seemed to be asking, "Is it okay?" Chapter 154. Lu Yuanqiu picked up the popcorn bucket and looked at it, then said to her, "Isn't this just a paper bucket? But it's hard, and there's a lot of space inside, and it smells good, so you can use it to store things." After she finished speaking, she passed the bucket to Lu Yuanqiu's nose and asked him to smell it. Lu Yuanqiu smelled it, then grabbed her little hand and kneaded it again, admonishing her, "People have to learn to give up. So what if it smells good? You smell good too. Can I take you home?" Listening to his rogue words, the girl lowered her head with red ears, and compromised, "Okay then." Lu Yuanqiu suddenly sat up. "What? Can I take you home?" Bai Qingxia was stunned, shaking her head like a rattle. No, I mean, okay, I won't take you home. What I mean is..." After she finished speaking, she secretly glanced at the other party, and silently shrank back to her seat. TSK. Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand speechlessly, and was happy for nothing. At the same time, Wang Ping led a staff member of the cinema in. The staff member glanced at the frozen image on the screen, then looked back at the projector behind him, and explained, apologetically, Can you wait? The technician who can repair the projector here didn't come today. I will call him now, or change the show for all of you, but the seats need to be changed again." Wang Ping actually wanted to ask him to refund the money. After all, he was one of the few who spent the money himself. At this time, Lu Wei's voice came from the back. "Wait, it's Saturday anyway, nothing to do." The staff nodded. "Okay, I asked the master to speed up." After he left, Wang Ping couldn't help but muttered in his seat, "What a crappy movie theater." Hearing his words, Su Miaomia looked a little embarrassed. After all, she was the one who called Wang Ping over. The second to last row. "Let's wait a while. We can have lunch after the movie," Brother Su said to the gentle-looking blind date next to him. At this time, he suddenly remembered what he said on the way, and quickly took out his mobile phone, smiling and said, "By the way, let me show you a particularly romantic class video I recorded." "Okay." The blind date leaned forward. Sugur flipped through the video files one by one, and was a little confused about which file it was. He found the date of that day, and opened a video. At the beginning of the video, his own face suddenly appeared on the screen. With his upper body naked, his chin raised to show his sharp jawline. The blind date was stunned. "Ah, not this." Sugur wanted to throw the phone away awkwardly, and laughed dryly at the blind date, then moved the phone away, and continued to search. "I won't accidentally delete it, will I?" In the front row, Lu Wei and Su Miaomia were chatting passionately. Zhang Yifeng sat upright in his seat, his eyes casually glancing to the side. "I'm telling you, I really can't stand Li Junhua. She's a pervert. She always touches my legs and breasts when I'm not paying attention. It's too obscene." Su Miaomia whispered to Lu Wei, and this sentence was accurately captured by Zhang Yifeng next to her. The boy with half-closed eyes suddenly opened his eyes wide, and his right arm trembled slightly. "Who is Li Junhua?" Before Su Miaomia and Lu Wei could continue their conversation, Zhang Yifeng was a little anxious and finally said the first sentence of the day to the woman next to him. "Teacher, this has constituted a crime of indecency. You can call the police." Hearing the boy next to him talking, Su Miaomia turned her head and looked at him in surprise at first, then quickly explained, "Ah, no. She is my roommate." Zhang Yifeng's face froze. "Female?" "Yes." The boy's eyes froze, and he immediately wanted to get into the gap between the seats in embarrassment. He lived a dark life for the next month. He quickly turned his head to the other side. He finally spoke for the last time, and thought he was providing useful help, but ended up being a clown. "Zhang Yifeng, have you been listening to us just now, What did you hear? No. Zhang Yifeng grabbed the chair with 5 fingers and quickly denied it. Su Miaomi felt a little guilty, because she and Lu Wei had just whispered a lot of things that were enough to make people die. At this time, her arm was touched, and Su Miaomi called out in a nice voice, Zhang Yifeng. Zhang Yifeng turned his head. Fortunately, the light was dim, and he couldn't see his face. Otherwise, Su Miaomi would definitely notice that the boy had blushed. I give you the popcorn. Neither of us can eat any more. Lu Wei said, yes, the little boy has a big appetite. He helped us solve it. Zhang Yifeng silently took the popcorn. Gao Chong next to him quickly reached out his hand, and was about to take it, but was slapped away by Zhang Yifeng. Gao Chong was puzzled. Don't you dislike it? I ate all the bucket just now. Zhang Yifeng, I didn't want to eat just now, but now I kind of want to. You weirdo. Wang Ping leaned over to look at Su Miaomi. He really wanted to sit over there and chat with her, but unfortunately, there were 2 seats between them. Even if he went around to the other side, he would still be separated from her by Lu Wei. This movie was really boring. Wang Ping turned his head and found Zhong Jincheng holding a popcorn bucket and pouring it into his mouth. He glared at him and said, Hey, you kid, did you finish it all? Leave some for me. Zhong Jincheng put down the popcorn bucket, looked at Wang Ping with a bit of resentment, and said nothing. Wang Ping shrunk his neck slightly. Why are you looking at me like that? Chu Lan was really bored sitting there alone. She ate a few mouthfuls of popcorn, looked back, and then walked to the back row with the popcorn. As soon as she came to the last row, Chu Lan was stunned, and her eyes were focused on the hands of Lu Yuanxiu and Bai Qingxia. The atmosphere on the field was tense. Lu Yuanxiu quickly let go of his hand, and Bai Qingxia quickly clamped her hand between her thighs after pulling it back, lowering her head, feeling uneasy. Chu Lan stretched out his voice awkwardly. I'd better go back. Lu Yuanxiu, no, come and sit together. A minute later, Chu Lan, who was sitting next to Bai Qingxia, put his hand on Bai Qingxia's thigh with a sneer on his face, and looked at Lu Yuanxiu. Junior brother, you are afraid of the dark? You look strong and solid, I can't believe it. It's normal, everyone is not as bright and beautiful as they look on the surface. Hearing Lu Yuanxiu's words, Chu Lan nodded in agreement. She looked at Bai Qingxia, who was sandwiched between her and Lu Yuanxiu, and said as if she had thought of an idea, Junior sister, I'm bored, how about we play a game? You two play. She leaned back and pointed at Lu Yuanxiu, because she felt that Chu Lan definitely didn't come here to talk to her. No, I play with you. Chapter 155. Chu Lan was very firm. She added, what's so fun about playing with boys? Let's just kill time. Lu Yuanxiu, who was watching the fun, said, what game do you have to talk about first? Chu Lan sat up straight and took her popcorn bucket, which was still half full. She said, it's very simple. The game is called Earn Popcorn. Let's play rock, paper, scissors. If you win once, you take a popcorn from me. If I win once, I take a popcorn from you. If you lose and the bucket is still empty, and you can't give me popcorn, I flick it on your forehead to offset it. The rules were indeed very simple, and Bai Qingxia understood them. She nodded, feeling very happy. If she didn't eat the popcorn after earning it, she could take the paper bucket home to store things. Chu Lan saw that the girl was ready, so he raised his fist and said with a smile, come on, rock, paper, scissors. Bai Qingxia lost the first round. She played rock and Chu Lan played paper. Hee. Lu Yuanxiu couldn't help but say, when he heard Chu Lan's laughter, Senior sister, why is your laughter as vulgar as mine? Go to hell. Chu Lan rolled her eyes at him in displeasure, charming and attractive. Hey Junior, if you don't give me popcorn, I'm going to flick your forehead. Yeah. Bai Qingxia leaned forward with her fair and smooth forehead. Although the sister's appearance was so glamorous that she didn't dare to approach her, her personality and tone of voice made her feel not repulsive. Especially after hearing her laughter, she felt more intimate. Lu Yuanxiu saw Chu Lan raise her finger with beautiful manicure and said, does your nails hurt? Look how nervous you are. I won't use too much force. Chu Lan looked at him with a sullen look. After flicking Bai Qingxia's forehead gently, the two started playing again. Bai Qingxia lost 3 games in a row. Although the flick was not severe, Lu Yuanxiu felt a little distressed when he saw the girl's disappointed expression. Chu Lan laughed happily, hee. Non-stop. Lu Yuanxiu really didn't expect that she, who looked like a sexy queen, would have such a vulgar laugh. However, after 3 games, Bai Qingxia's luck began to change. She won one popcorn after another, and a smile gradually appeared on her face. After sharing almost half of Chu Lan's popcorn, the picture on the movie screen finally moved. Don't worry about it. It's a bad movie. Let's continue playing. Chu Lan waved his hand and said to Bai Qingxia, who nodded. This kind of game where you can get spoils made her a little addicted. Now it was Lu Yuanqiu who was a little bored. He said to the girl, "Give me one hand." Bai Qingxia obediently handed over her left hand, and Lu Yuanqiu rubbed it in his hand, while she was concentrating on playing the game with Chu Lan. When the movie was over, the two were forced to stop playing. Bai Qingxia looked down at the small bucket of popcorn she had won with satisfaction. Chu Lan was about to give her the rest of his popcorn, but was rejected by Bai Qingxia. It seemed that the girl didn't want her spoils to be mixed with impurities. Going home at night. Under the dim light in the rental house, Bai Qingxia sat alone at the table and wrote a paragraph in a yellowed and old notebook. November 15, 2010, Saturday, sunny. Today Lu Yuanqiu took me to the cinema to watch a movie and eat popcorn. I finally won a small bucket of popcorn and took it home for my father to eat. She only wrote a very short paragraph because she wanted to save space for the days to come. After closing the notebook, the words Luo Ran were written on the cover. This was my mother's diary, and the date stopped at August 15, 1998. There were many blank pages left at the back of the notebook, and Bai Qingxia was going to continue writing her own story. She felt that words had energy, and writing them down would definitely have meaning. Perhaps there would be an invisible line connecting the diary and heaven, allowing the deceased to see it in heaven. She would definitely recognize her mother's own diary. Sunday, Qingyan Road Vegetable Market. Lu Yuanqiu took Bai Qingxia to stroll around. There were really many daily necessities for sale here, and they were cheap: socks, belts, gloves. Everything. After taking Bai Qingxia to buy some warm clothes, warm pants, and long socks, Lu Yuanqiu took her to a shoe stall. All the shoes were placed on a layer of plastic cloth on the ground. Lu Yuanqiu squatted down and looked at these shoes. Bai Qingxia stood beside with a bag, and her little hand was always in her pocket, holding the remaining money. This is how it used to be. She wouldn't freeze to death if she wore one or two fewer pieces of clothing, but Lu Yuanqiu was too persistent. Once she expressed that she didn't want to buy, Lu Yuanqiu would be angry with her. Lu Yuanqiu looked up and asked the boss, "How much is a pair of these shoes?" The boss was a middle-aged man, with a small black bag slung over his shoulder. He sat on a small stool and shook his legs. He said, "These are 29 yuan a pair, Nike shoes, clearance sale, very cheap." Lu Yuanqiu picked up a pair of Nike shoes and took a look. Only then did she realize that the logo was actually angular. He opened the label and looked at it. Oh my god, Nake. Forget about the pirated goods, so that Bai Qingxia wouldn't be criticized for wearing them. He glanced again and saw a pair of unbranded white sneakers, so he took them and turned to Bai Qingxia and asked, "Does this look good?" 29 yuan is acceptable. Bai Qingxia nodded quickly, so that Lu Yuanqiu wouldn't have to pick the one for 39 yuan. Looks good. Lu Yuanqiu, boss, give me a pair of size 36. Okay. Bai Qingxia looked at the back of the boy's head quietly, thinking of her birthday present. It was a pity that the pair of black leather shoes was only suitable for matching with skirts, not very practical. After paying and packing the shoes, Lu Yuanqiu said, "The weather is getting cold soon. How can you still wear the pair you have on your feet? Change to the new pair tomorrow." Bai Qingxia turned to him and nodded obediently. Just then, the cloudy sky suddenly started to rain. Lu Yuanqiu quickly raised his hand to block his head and pulled her to where the bicycles were parked. The heavy rain in the weather forecast finally came. At home in the evening, Lu Yuanqiu listened to the sound of heavy rain outside in the living room. He took a glass of water. At this time, the door was opened and Su Xiaoyao walked in wet. She shuddered, put away her umbrella, and asked her son, "It's raining too hard. Don't you have a midterm exam next Friday? Can you still take it?" Lu Yuanqiu wondered, "It can't rain until next Friday, right?" "I checked the weather forecast. It's possible." Lu Yuanqiu stared at her blankly, drank the water in the cup, went back to the bedroom, and dialed Bai Qingxia's phone with some concern. The phone rang for a long time before the girl answered. Lu Yuanqiu asked, "How are you going to go to school tomorrow? Do you have an umbrella?" Chapter 156. I have an umbrella. Bai Qingxia answered the phone while looking up at the corner of the ceiling in her room. There was no crack in that area, but water began to seep in. The white part darkened in color, and soon condensed into a drop of water in the middle and dripped down. She quickly found a basin and placed it at the corresponding position below. Tick! The water droplets fell into the plastic basin with a crisp sound. The girl looked up and heard the sound coming from the phone. Lu Yuanqiu, wait for a call tomorrow. If it rains really hard, wait for me at the door, and I pick you up in the alley on my bike. Bai Qingxia hesitated for a moment. She didn't want to trouble Lu Yuanqiu, but she knew that Lu Yuanqiu would insist on this matter, so she agreed. But it didn't rain the next morning. But when I came to school for the first class, it rained heavily again without warning. This class happened to be Su Ge's class. While teaching, there was a sudden strong wind outside, all the windows were blown open, and the curtains danced wildly beside the windows, tilted upwards by 40 or 50 degrees, making a rumbling sound. The trees outside were shaking violently, as if it was the end of the world. The dense raindrops made the air look foggy. The raindrops splashed on the desk by the window. Bai Qingxia immediately moved her textbook to the side. Lu Yuanqiu was just feeling sleepy, and the curtains woke him up in an instant. It should have been a time for sleepiness, but everyone became alert. Is this the end of the world? Gao Chang couldn't help but say. Isn't the end of the world 2 years away, 2012? Someone responded. What doomsday? Even if the doomsday comes, we still have to finish this physics class. Brother Su slapped the desk and said to the students with a serious expression. His expression has been tense since the beginning of the class, and he didn't do any romantic physics experiments before the class. Lu Yuanqiu guessed that it was because this blind date was likely to fail again. Alas, I haven't been back to number 7 middle school for a long time before my rebirth, and I don't know if Brother Su found a partner in the end. Quick, quick, quick! Close all the windows! Su Ge commanded. Bai Qingxia was about to get up, but Lu Yuanqiu pushed her down and stood up to close the window. Woman, this is not your turn to do it. This is what men should do. Just sit still. Lu Yuanqiu got close to her face and made a bubbling sound that was enough to shake out the earwax. Bai Qingxia shrank her neck, and her eyes revealed a hint of disdain. The girls at the front table turned around, and their expressions of disdain became more obvious. They scratched the back of their hands, as if to tell Lu Yuanqiu that they had goosebumps. Hee! Lu Yuanqiu laughed like crazy. The rain stopped at lunchtime. Seeing the students going out to eat, Lu Yuanqiu nudged Bai Qingxia with his elbow and said, Let's go and eat. Let's stop the rain now. If you go later, the rain will get heavier, and even the umbrella won't be able to stop it. Bai Qingxia turned her head to look out the window, closed her book, and nodded to Lu Yuanqiu. The two walked out of the teaching building together, but when they were about to leave the high school building, they found a group of students crowded at the door. It turned out that the road between the first grade teaching building and the cafeteria was full of water. This road was about 100 meters long. There's so much water. How can we get through? Oh, I'm wearing sneakers. Lu Yuanqiu looked behind the crowd and found that the water on the ground was indeed quite deep. Yueru, what should I do? My shoes can't get wet, sob sob sob. A first grade girl stamped her feet anxiously. What's the matter? I carry you. At this moment, the short-haired girl Ruan Yueru standing next to her spoke up cheerfully. She was also wearing sneakers. Ruan Yueru bent down and carried her friend on her back, lifted up her trousers, revealing her fair calves, and walked towards the cafeteria step by step in the puddles with her sneakers. She is so manly. A sigh came from the side. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and found that it was Chao Shuang. Do you like it? Lu Yuanqiu asked him meaningfully. Chao Shuang's face immediately changed, and he shook his arms. Bah! How could I possibly like such a tomboy? Although he said so, Lu Yuanqiu knew that Chao Shuang had been casually mentioning things about Ruan Yueru around him these days. For example, Ruan Yueru couldn't beat him in basketball, and Ruan Yueru's academic performance was surprisingly good. Brother Chiu, do you want to go over? I carry you. It's okay if my shoes get wet. Chao Shuang asked. Lu Yuanqiu shook his head. I'm not that pretentious, go by yourself. However, after Ruan Yueru's demonstration, the male students at the scene rolled up their trouser legs, carried their female dinner partners, girlfriends, on their backs, and walked towards the cafeteria. There was even a boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, who was kind enough to act as a porter, claiming that his shoes were already wet, and he could carry anyone who wanted to go across. None of the girls came forward, but the boys smiled and thanked him, asking him to carry them across, and the student with thick eyebrows and big eyes did not refuse. Oh, there's so much water. Su Miaomia's voice came from the side, holding the lesson plan. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia moved aside, and at this time Bai Qingxia accidentally stepped on someone's foot behind her, and was so scared that she almost jumped up. She quickly hid beside Lu Yuanqiu, stuck her head out, and quickly apologized, I'm sorry. When she looked up, she found it was Zheng Yifeng. Zhang Yifeng didn't seem to realize that his foot was stepped on. He stood by the wall, looking at Su Miaomiu intentionally or unintentionally. Bai Qingxiao was slightly startled, and then she realized that Zhang Yifeng seemed to pay attention to teacher Su. Lu Yuanqiu, teacher, let Zhang Yifeng carry you. Su Miaomiu turned around after hearing this, first looking at Lu Yuanqiu, then at Zhang Yifeng. Zhang Yifeng turned his head away at this time, looking aloof. Su Miaomiu smiled and said, No, my shoes are not a big problem anyway. She was still wearing high heels and black stockings today. After the people in front of her went down, she followed carefully behind them, stepped on the stairs, and the accumulated water instantly poured into her high heels. Zhong Jinqing appeared in the crowd like a ghost, and said in his throat, These are not high heels, they are my goblet. Lu Yuanqiu, it has to be you. Zhong Jinqing turned his head and smiled at him, then quickly stepped forward, followed Su Miaomiu, and walked towards the cafeteria with her, talking and laughing. Lu Yuanqiu looked at Zhang Yifeng. You are useless. I gave you a chance, but you are useless. Look at Zhong Jinqing. Zhang Yifeng still had a cold expression on his face, half asleep and half awake, his eyes narrowed slightly. But he probably also felt that he was useless. At this moment, he just stepped into the water and walked calmly to the cafeteria. Lu Yuanqiu recognized his shoes. They cost 1 or 2,000 yuan on the market. Chapter 157. Lu Yuanqiu could not quite remember what motivated Zhang Yifeng to change in the next semester. He had thought that Zhang Yifeng would start to have feelings for Su Miaomiu in the next semester, but now it seems that the seeds of this boy's secret love have long been buried deep in his heart. Could it be that in the next semester, Su Miaomiu responded to his feelings in some way? That's why Zhang Yifeng changed. Lu Yuanqiu vaguely remembered that Zhang Yifeng stopped sleeping in school one day in the second semester of senior year, and in addition, he ranked in the top 10 in the class in every major exam thereafter. At that time, not only the whole class was shocked, but also the teachers in the office. In that life, Lu Yuanqiu only saw the change of Zhang Yifeng, and did not pay attention to the change in the relationship between him and Su Miaomiu. Or, until he met Zhang Yifeng at the cocktail party, Lu Yuanqiu did not know that this guy had any connection with Su Miaomiu. This is simply too amazing. If it were not for this rebirth, no one in the school would have discovered that Zhang Yifeng had a crush on Su Miaomiu. Lu Yuanqiu only stood in the perspective of God because of his rebirth. Let's go! I carry you, Lu Yuanqiu said to Bai Qingxiao. She was wearing new shoes today, so it was not reasonable for her to wade through the water by herself. Bai Qingxiao was a little shy. After all, there were a lot of people blocking the way here. Almost every scene of a boy carrying a girl would attract a wave of attention. Come on! Behind the crowd, Lu Yuanqiu bent down considerately. Bai Qingxiao had no choice but to lie on his back. After all, she didn't want her new shoes to get wet. The next second, a loud voice came from the crowd. Make way! Make way! The child is starving. The students all moved aside when they heard the voice. They saw a short-haired boy carrying a girl with a ponytail in his arms, and running towards the cafeteria. A large amount of water exploded under his feet. The girl in his arms had a horrified face, her beautiful eyes wide open, one hand around Lu Yuanqiu's neck, and the other hand clenched a fist and hit Lu Yuanqiu's chest in shame and anger. She was so angry that she couldn't even speak. Just when she was about to lie on his back, Lu Yuanqiu turned around and hugged her legs, and without warning, he changed the way he carried her on his back into a princess hug. The crowd behind her made a noise of booing. Hearing the noise, Zhang Yifeng, who was treading water, looked back. Seeing this, Bai Qingxiao quickly put away her fist, and hid her blushing face in Lu Yuanqiu's arms. He? Zhang Yifeng stared blankly at the short-haired boy running past him, and laughed like a villain. He stood there, as if he had forgotten to take a step. Perhaps people who are brave enough to fight for something should live a much more exciting life than people like him who like to escape. Zhang Yifeng envied Lu Yuanqiu from the bottom of his heart. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Bai Qingxiao walked quickly towards the window as soon as she was put down. Her face was tense, and her hands were clenched into fists. She ignored Lu Yuanqiu. Wait for me. Lu Yuanqiu stamped the water on his feet, and hurriedly followed behind. After getting the meal at the window, Bai Qingxiao turned around and glared at Lu Yuanqiu, then walked towards the corner with the meal tray. Lu Yuanqiu prepared his meal and quickly followed, sitting opposite Bai Qingxiao. But the girl seemed to have planned it in advance. She stood up and left, decisively changing the table. Lu Yuanqiu had just taken a bite of the meal and didn't react. He pretended to ask, "What's wrong, Xia Xia? Why are you unhappy? Who bullied you?" After asking, he didn't wait for a response and quickly followed with the plate. Bai Qingxiu raised her eyes and glanced at the opposite side, pouted her lips, and continued to pick up the plate and changed back to the previous table. "Ah, it's changed again, okay. Lu Yuanqiu followed shamelessly again. After 10 rounds of back and forth, the first person who couldn't stand it was Ruanyuru, who was sitting nearby. "What are you two doing? Is this a new way of two people occupying two tables?" Lu Yuanqiu turned around and raised his middle finger arrogantly. "It's none of your business." "Lululu." Ruanyuru shook her head and stuck out her tongue. Chao Shuang was sitting not far away. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and complained to him, "Chao Shuang, can you control your wife?" Puff. Chao Shuang spat out a mouthful of rice. Ruanyuru's face instantly turned red with anger, and she stood up, slapping the table. "Lu Yuanqiu, you are full of shit. Let's have a duel." "TSK, kid?" Lu Yuanqiu ignored her and turned around. After being complained by Ruanyuru, Bai Qingxiu felt embarrassed to change seats again. She lowered her head and ate the vegetables and rice on the plate angrily. Lu Yuanqiu said to her, "You don't understand. If I carry you on my back, your shoes will still be close to the water. If I hold you, your shoes will stay away from the water. These are new shoes. How can they touch the water?" After saying that, he very naturally took a large portion of vegetables from Bai Qingxiu's plate with chopsticks. In a blink of an eye, there were only a few vegetables and white rice left on her plate. The girl silently raised her head and looked at the vegetables that Lu Yuanqiu had taken away. She had some opinions, but she didn't dare to speak out. If Lu Yuanqiu wanted to eat, she would definitely give it to him, but she knew that Lu Yuanqiu didn't want to eat it just now. He just took it on purpose. "Delicious, delicious." As Lu Yuanqiu said this, he took the meat from his plate and gave it to her. "Let's eat together." There are not many opportunities to eat in the cafeteria with Bai Qingxiu, and Lu Yuanqiu cherishes it very much. However, this time Bai Qingxiu did not eat the dishes that Lu Yuanqiu picked up for her. After finishing the rice, she picked up the meat dishes and returned them to him to express her dissatisfaction. After eating, she put the plate in the plate recycling area and walked to the cafeteria door. Lu Yuanqiu shook his head, sighed, and sat next to Chao Shuang with his plate. "Brother Qiu, don't talk nonsense." Chao Shuang blushed and lowered his voice. "What are you talking about?" Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at Ruanyuru, and found that the short-haired little girl was still looking at her angrily, while her friends were constantly comforting her. Seeing that she was still angry, Lu Yuanqiu was happy. Bricks and stones had been placed in the puddles outside, and Bai Qingxiu stepped on the bricks and stones to return to the teaching building. She came to the door of the classroom, and suddenly saw a cute girl with twin ponytails looking into the class 28 of the senior 3 class. Bai Qingxiu is not blind to faces. She remembers this girl. This girl is one of the leaders on the rostrum, standing on the left side of Lu Yuanqiu, and seems to be a freshman in high school. Seeing Bai Qingxiu appear, the cute girl with twin ponytails hurried over and asked with a smile, "Senior Bai, I want to ask which seat is Senior Lu Yuanqiu?" Bai Qingxiu was about to respond when she suddenly saw the pink envelope in the hands of the girl with twin ponytails. Chapter 158. "Oh. The girl with the twin ponytails saw that her envelope was seen, and she shyly hid it behind her back, hesitating, trying to explain, but not explaining. As if she had thought of something, she hurriedly asked, "By the way, Senior Bai, I want to ask, are you and Senior Lu a couple? I see that you two are usually very close." Bai Qingxiu was still in a trance at this moment, and seemed not to hear the girl with the twin ponytails question. She stared at the girl in front of her, and her first impression was that this girl was very beautiful, very cute, with good skin, white and tender, and looked as smooth as jelly. The headband and hairpin on her hair were very beautiful styles, and should be very expensive. Even the envelope she was holding was a beautiful pink envelope with cartoon patterns. "Senior Bai?" Bai Qingxiu came to her senses and quickly shook her head, her eyes slightly lowered. "No. I was scared to death. I thought you were a couple." The girl with the twin ponytails patted her chest and asked again, "Senior Bai, can you tell me which desk Senior Lu has?" Bai Qingxiu pointed to the window seat in the back row, the last row over there, on the outside. "Okay, thank you, senior sister." At this moment, there was no one in the class, and the girl with twin ponytails ran in. She first glanced at the name of the book on the desk, and after confirming it, she stuffed the envelope into Lu Yuanqiu's desk hole. Bai Qingxiu walked into the door, and saw the girl with twin ponytails running towards the door, so she quickly stepped aside. "Thank you, senior sister Bai, goodbye." Bai Qingxiu leaned against the door and nodded. She sat back in her seat, took out the real test collection, and opened the latest page, but her eyes intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Lu Yuanqiu's desk hole. At this moment, Bai Qingxia realized that there was another situation that would make her more at a loss than when she was sent a love letter. But she couldn't change anything. It started raining outside the window again, and the rain splashed on the windowsill. Bai Qingxia quickly got up and closed the window. Lu Yuanqiu was right. Go eat while the rain stops, otherwise it will rain again. Thinking of this, Bai Qingxia sat silently in her seat, and suddenly froze for a while. She shook her head slightly, trying to get the 3 words Lu Yuanqiu out of her mind for a while. Even for an hour, she had to practice questions. After 10 to 20 minutes, the buzzcut boy walked into the classroom, shaking the water off his head. Damn it, how long will this rain last? Lu Yuanqiu muttered. Usually, he would go home to sleep after eating in the cafeteria at this time of the day, but now it was raining again, and he was too lazy to go back. Bai Qingxia must be in the classroom. Bai Qingxia didn't want to talk to him at first, and was ready to concentrate on doing the questions, but after turning her head to look at the wet and muddy scene on Lu Yuanqiu's body, she couldn't bear it after all, because she knew that Lu Yuanqiu didn't have any paper with him. Wipe your head. The girl took out toilet paper from her pocket and handed it over. Oh, thank you. Lu Yuanqiu took the paper and wiped his face and head casually and asked, It didn't rain this morning, did you bring an umbrella today? No. It's just right, I brought a raincoat. When you get home from school in the evening, you can sit on the back seat of my bicycle and get under the raincoat. Okay. After wiping the water off his body, Lu Yuanqiu was no longer sleepy. He took out the real test paper from the desk, and suddenly thought of New Year's Day. By the way, are you going to wear that kind of ballet costume for the New Year's Day performance? The kind of short skirt with white silk or something? Lu Yuanqiu flipped open the real test paper, and looked at the girl's profile with a smile. I want it. Do I need to buy or rent that dance costume? I don't know. Bai Qingxia answered the question absent-mindedly. She was wondering why Lu Yuanqiu didn't lower his head to see the envelope. She could only concentrate on doing the test questions after Lu Yuanqiu read the letter. Of course, it is also possible that she will be even less focused after Lu Yuanqiu finishes reading the letter. This seemed not to be at a loss, but rather to be anxious. Bai Qingxia was thinking, if this had not happened in front of her just now, it would be good if she had not returned to the classroom early just now. Beside him, Lu Yuanqiu began to practice questions. The classroom with only 2 people gradually became quiet, leaving only the sound of writing and turning the test papers. Because the windows were closed, the sound of rain outside was muffled, and Lu Yuanqiu actually enjoyed the silence at this moment. It was best not to talk, and he and Bai Qingxia did their own things like this. Listening to the other person's breathing, without looking at her, you can sense that there is someone at the same table. After finishing one page, Lu Yuanqiu noticed that the girl next to him was staring at him, turned his head and looked at her, and said with a smile, Why are you looking at me? The exam is on Friday. Can't I practice questions? And I practice well at home. There is a letter in your desk hole. Bai Qingxia reminded gently. What? There is a letter. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned, and the chair retreated with a harsh sound. He bent down, and saw a pink envelope in the desk hole. He took it out, and asked Bai Qingxia with a smile, You gave it to me? Bai Qingxia shook her head, eyes downcast. A girl in the first year of high school gave it to you, and asked me where your seat was. Why didn't you tell me just now, and you only reminded me now? Bai Qingxia didn't say anything. The smile on Lu Yuanqiu's face was no longer as strong as before. He really thought that Bai Qingxia was playing some kind of romance with him. After all, according to Bai Qingxia's preferences, she would definitely choose a pink envelope. But it was still quite novel for someone to send a letter. I had never received this thing in my previous life. Ahem, let me take a look. Lu Yuanqiu held a chair, sat upright, tore open the envelope, and took out the letter inside. The letter was light yellow, and there were cute cartoon patterns on it. Bai Qingxia took a look and 4 words suddenly popped up in her mind. So exquisite. The handwriting on the letter was very cute and round, which was the opposite of Bai Qingxia's handwriting. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at it roughly. The content of the letter was very long. It could be summarized in one sentence. Senior, you are so handsome at the sports meeting and on the court. I feel that you are also a humorous person in private. I have been following you for a long time, and want to get to know you. I wonder if I can add QQ. The girl didn't leave her name or class, but she left her QQ number, probably because she wanted to chat in detail on QQ. Lu Yuanqiu happened to have his phone with him, so he took it out and started adding her as a friend by checking her QQ number. Bai Qingxia watched this scene and let out a sigh of relief. She pressed the pen twice, and prepared to continue doing the questions. Lu Yuanqiu smiled as he added her QQ number. Do you want to see it? I don't even know who she is, but she actually praised me for a whole page, saying that she followed me during the sports meet. Bai Qingxiao listened carefully to every word Lu Yuanqiu said, but shook her head. No. There was no response after adding QQ. The girl must have not brought her phone. Lu Yuanqiu put the phone away and put the letter on Bai Qingxiao's desk. Take a look, learn a little, learn how others praise me. Bai Qingxiao didn't say anything, frowned, and slapped the letter back on Lu Yuanqiu's desk, then moved her real test paper to the wall and turned her back to him. Chapter 159. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned. He glanced at the girl's quarter face from his angle and suddenly smiled and said, You are not jealous, are you? Bai Qingxiao's hand holding the fountain pen suddenly tightened, her chest rose and fell slightly. She turned her back to Lu Yuanqiu and said hurriedly, I want to practice questions, you should study quickly too. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at her, thought about it for a while, and probably guessed Bai Qingxiao's mood. After all, he was already a very close person to Bai Qingxiao. Bai Qingxiao had a sense of dependence on him, and he suddenly received a love letter from another girl. As long as Bai Qingxiao was a normal person, possessiveness would be at work at this moment. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. Bai Qingxiao's behavior was normal, but he still felt happy. It was the kind of happiness that comes from being cared for. It was a bit like the feeling when I ran for the sports committee many years ago, and learned that someone had cast the only vote for me. Being cared for can bring warm power no matter when. Lu Yuanqiu put the letter back into the envelope. Suddenly, he heard Bai Qingxiao muttering with her back to him. You said you were going to take the college entrance examination. Dating will delay your studies. After the college entrance examination, no one will care about you. Hearing her words, Lu Yuanqiu hurriedly said, Let's not talk about it. I just thought she was interesting, so I added her on QQ. I don't even know her. If you don't believe me, I give you the letter, and you can deal with it. It's none of my business. Bai Qingxiao felt better, and slowly turned around to look at Lu Yuanqiu. Perhaps she didn't realize that her beautiful eyebrows were still frowning. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly stared at her and laughed. Bai Qingxiao didn't understand what he was laughing at. Thinking that Lu Yuanqiu might be happy because of the letter, she suddenly felt uncomfortable again. Lu Yuanqiu restrained his smile and asked, What if someone sends you a love letter? How will you deal with it? Bai Qingxiao's face was serious, as if she was eager to prove her awareness to Lu Yuanqiu and let Lu Yuanqiu learn from her. She said, If it is sent in person, I will not accept it. If it is placed in my desk hole, I will not read it, and will throw it away directly. She did this when she was in the first and second year of high school, but because she gave people the feeling that she was difficult to get along with. Not many boys sent her love letters. Wow, such a firm determination. Lu Yuanqiu clapped his hands, with an exaggerated expression and praised. Bai Qingxiao glared at him unhappily, then lowered her head to look at the real test paper in front of her. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, What if I gave it to you? Would you lose it? Bai Qingxiao turned her head silently, and looked at him blankly with her beautiful eyes. Seeing the boy's face showing a smile that couldn't help laughing, she frowned again. Boring. Boring. Lu Yuanqiu pouted and imitated her tone of voice in a funny way. Bai Qingxiao stared at him, her chest heaving with anger. She raised her hand and punched Lu Yuanqiu's arm with all her strength. Her eyes reddened. You don't focus on studying. What if you fail this exam? Uncle Lu will be mean to you, the teacher will blame you, and your uncle will be disappointed in you. Lu Yuanqiu covered his arm. Why are you putting pressure on me? Bai Qingxiao glared at him fiercely. Tears suddenly flowed from the corners of her eyes without warning. She didn't react herself, she looked down. Lu Yuanqiu knew that he had gone too far, and he quickly stepped forward with a straight face, raised his hand to wipe away her tears. Why are you crying? I'm sorry, I was just teasing you. It seemed that because of hearing the 4 words, I was just teasing you, Bai Qingxiao's tears suddenly flowed more. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't wipe them all with his fingers, so he raised his sleeve to help her wipe them. I'm sorry. Bai Qingxiao pushed his arm away, turned her head, took a deep breath, and stared at the real test collection in front of her, ignoring Lu Yuanqiu. She suddenly felt that she was useless, and always cried so easily. But she felt helpless when she saw someone send a love letter to Lu Yuanqiu, and was surprised when she heard Lu Yuanqiu say that he sent her a love letter. When she turned her head and found that he was joking, she felt lonely again. This ups and downs of emotions made her unable to hold back for a while, and she didn't expect that she would shed tears. What is this? Compared with everything she has encountered before, this is obviously nothing, but why is it so sad? Bai Qingxia sniffed, wiped her tears, and began to do the questions without saying a word. Realizing that he had gone too far, Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and looked at her silently. At this moment, he dared not say a word, and he was not in the mood to continue doing the questions. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the envelope in his hand, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into the trash can behind. After the evening self-study, Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiao left the teaching building together and came to the garage. The girl followed him silently the whole time, like a silent little mute. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't stand it anymore. He turned around and poked the corners of Bai Qingxiao's mouth with his fingers. I was wrong, okay? I apologize to you. I swear that I will study hard in the future and focus all my attention on studying. Don't pay attention to those messy things. Although the reason for being angry was not because of this, seeing the boy sincerely admitting his mistake to her, Bai Qingxia nodded gently. Lu Yuanqiu encouraged, smile, do you know that seeing you sad, I will also be sad. If you smile, I can be happy all day. Hearing this, Bai Qingxia looked up at him, her eyes became much softer, she pulled the corners of her mouth and showed a faint smile. Lu Yuanqiu then said ouch. Feeling as if the stone in his heart fell to the ground, he pinched Bai Qingxia's soft cheek and said with a smile, that's right. If I say something that makes you unhappy in the future, you must be brave enough to point it out. I will change. You also know that I am a person who sometimes has brain spasms and likes to be a jerk. Seeing the boy's self-reflection, the girl lowered her head and smiled slightly, then shook her head. No, let's go. Okay. Lu Yuanqiu put on his raincoat and said to her sitting in the back seat, get behind me, don't worry, I tell you in advance if I'm going to fart. Bai Qingxia punched him in the waist. Returned home at night. Lu Yuanqiu saw Lu Tian changed into a suit and looked around in the mirror. Wearing a suit so late at night, are you going to a banquet? Lu Tian turned his head and rolled his eyes at him. The custom-made suit just arrived. I put it on and see, don't you know that your grandmother's 70th birthday is on December 1st? Oh, I just remembered. Lu Yuanqiu looked up suddenly, his expression was stunned, and he also thought of the 70th birthday before his rebirth. Lu Tian said, for the 70th birthday, your second uncle said that he would make a big plan for your grandmother. This time, we are going to have a very formal birthday dinner and invite many people. Lu Yuanqiu twitched his mouth. Do you want us young people to make longevity noodles for grandma on the spot? Whoever makes the best will be rewarded with gold ingots? Lu Tian stretched his head in surprise. How did you know? Chapter 160. How do I know? Lu Yuanqiu laughed dryly. In the previous life, Grandma's 70th birthday party was indeed very grand, and many business people in Lucheng were invited. Many people would take time out of their busy schedules to attend the party for the sake of Second Master. Second Master is considered a top business leader in the entire Lucheng, and he respects Grandma very much. Lu Yuanqiu didn't know the reason, but Lu Yuanqiu did hear a little rumor from his sisters. The Second Master has no children, and Lu Yuanqiu has never seen the second wife. The sister said that the Second Master and grandfather were both suitors of grandmother, and after grandmother chose grandfather, the Second Master never married. It sounds a bit ridiculous, and I don't know if it is a story imagined by the eldest and second sisters. In short, they also warned Lu Yuanqiu not to talk about this matter openly, otherwise, not to mention that grandma would get angry, even the eldest and second uncles would beat them up. Lu Yuanqiu maintained a half-believing and half-doubted attitude. After all, he had never seen a mistress, and maybe his mistress died early, and the Second Master was an infatuated person, so he did not have a free string. I still remember that there was a whole program at the birthday party. Because Lu's was originally a food company, there were more than a dozen stoves on the scene, and the young people were asked to make a bowl of longevity noodles for grandma on the spot. The young people included not only Lu's own 5 children, but also the children of the company's internal executives, and the children of partners. Others were all volunteers, but Lu's own 5 children had to do it. After the noodles were made, Grandma tasted them on the spot. If she thought the longevity noodles were delicious, she would reward them with a 1-pound gold ingot in public. Lu Yuanqiu can't cook at all, let alone Luidong. In that life, the brother and sister performed terribly at the birthday party, and in the end, the gold ingot seemed to be won by a child of a senior executive of Lu Corporation. The memory paused. Lu Yuanqiu looked at his father, and found that Lu Tian was still looking at him with doubt. Ah. My elder sister told me on QQ. He laughed it off. Lu Tian then retracted his gaze. He had planned to tell her at the end of the month. I warn you, don't talk too much at that time, let alone say anything unlucky. Your grandmother's 70th birthday is very important. Of course I know. I'm not a 3-year-old kid. Lu Yuanqiu drank boiled water and thought of another thing. Dad, is there a dancewear rental store around here? Or a dancewear distribution store? Lu Tian adjusted his bow tie and asked, You want to dance? Bai Qingxiao wants to dance at the New Year's Eve party. Hearing this, Lu Tian looked over in surprise. She can dance? Lu Yuanqiu. Her mother taught her ballet when she was a child. Okay, I asked for you. Lu Tian nodded in surprise. But when he thought that Xiao Xia's family was actually in decline, not from a poor family, it seemed that dancing made sense. Tuesday, during the break. It was still pouring outside the classroom, and the sky was covered with dark clouds, so low that it seemed to touch the top of the building. Bai Qingxiao looked at the tallest building in the number 7 middle school campus, the library, and imagined a scene of lightning hitting the lightning rod, but it didn't happen. Just then, a voice came from the side. It's raining so hard, I can't take the exam this time, right? She turned her head, and found that it was Zhong Jinqing standing by Lu Yuanqiu's desk talking. What the hell? Hearing this, Lu Yuanqiu raised his face from the exercise book and retorted, Impossible, absolutely impossible. If I can't take the exam this time, who will prove my progress? Besides, what does rain have to do with exams? Zhong Jinqing adjusted his glasses. There are 2 days of exams on Thursday and Friday, and we will go home after the exams. The school doesn't allow overnight stays on weekends, and many people live far away. If it rains too hard, the exam will definitely be cancelled. I don't believe it. Lu Yuanqiu closed the exercise book, his face serious. I finally got another chance to prove myself. How could I cancel it? Zhong Jinqing, do you want to make a bet? What do you bet on? If the exam is cancelled, wait until the rain stops next week, and before you do the exercises on the rostrum, take the microphone and confess in front of the whole school. Zhong Jinqing showed a lewd smile on his face. Lu Yuanqiu's face froze. Bai Qingxiao turned her head and looked over, her beautiful eyebrows slightly frowned, and then she retracted her gaze. She didn't like Zhong Jinqing before, and now she hates him even more. Lu Yuanqiu pulled the corner of his mouth. Who are you confessing to? Zhong Jinqing stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and suddenly looked at Bai Qingxiao, who was sitting inside. He pouted at Lu Yuanqiu calmly. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head quietly, and looked at the girl sitting next to him. Bai Qingxiao seemed to be in a bad mood, and her movements of turning the pages of the book were a bit rude. No, change someone else. Zhong Jinqing scolded, Coward. Lu Yuanqiu raised his eyes. This is called respecting women. Ha ha, I laughed. Then change one, you confess to Zhang Yifeng. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at Zhang Yifeng, who was sleeping soundly on the table behind him, and nodded, Deal. But if the exam is not cancelled, you will also grab the microphone and run to the podium to confess to someone. Zhong Jinqing snorted coldly and asked with a smile, Confess to whom? Lu Yuanqiu laughed, Lu Wei. Zhong Jinqing, He quickly looked out the window, and clasped his hands together as if praying to a god. God, let the storm come more violently. After Zhong Jinqing left, Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at the girl beside him, and said proudly, Did you hear me just now? I bet so much on myself to pass the exam smoothly. Bai Qingxiao was quietly doing the questions. Although she heard him, she just didn't want to pay attention to him. Why don't you talk? Xia Xia, my good Xia Xia. After waiting for a few seconds, Bai Qingxiao still ignored him. Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand and said seriously, Okay, don't talk. From now on, whoever talks is a dog. 10 minutes later. Lu Yuanqiu bared his teeth and leaned close to her ear, growling, Woo. Woof. Bai Qingxiao seemed to be afraid of being bitten in the ear, so she tried hard to hold back her laughter and shrank her head to the side, pushing his chest outward with her small hands. Lu Yuanqiu chased and bit her until he pushed her to the corner of the wall, sniffing the scent next to her ears while baring his teeth. Pa! Suddenly there was a sound from the table. Lu Yuanqiu turned around, and Bai Qingxiao quickly restrained her smile and sat down in her seat with a cold expression. Wang Haoren slapped a form on the table, looked at the two of them, raised his eyebrows, and said, You two are playing very fancy. Lu Yuanqiu looked unhappy and said, What's the matter? New Year's Day party application form. Do you want to participate? If you participate, you will be given one. Lu Yuanqiu picked up the form and glanced at it, and found it quite formal. There was no such procedure in the previous New Year's Day parties. Chapter 161. I still need to fill out an application form? The shaved boy asked, causing the girl with red earlobes to look over here. Wang Haoren shook off his middle-parted bangs that blocked his view and said, Yes, after all, it's a school-level party. It's different from before. Are you going to participate or not? If not, I take it away. If you do, I give you 2. Bai Qingxiao will also participate. Lu Yuanqiu took out another form from the pile of forms in Wang Haoren's hand. Really? Wang Haoren looked at Bai Qingxiao in surprise. The girl lowered her head to look at the questions. Lu Yuanqiu took the 2 forms in his hand, glanced at them, and asked again, why is it an application form? Wang Haoren pointed to the small words on the bottom row. Look for yourself. Lu Yuanqiu looked down. Please take the application form to the first activity room for on-site review. After the review is passed and stamped, the program can be captured. Ah, what the hell? Is there an interview just for a show? Lu Yuanqiu was surprised. Wang Haoren nodded. Yes, otherwise, with so many people from the whole school signing up, can they all go on stage to perform? Those who make trouble will definitely not be allowed to go on stage. After he said that, he shook his middle part, glanced at Lu Yuanqiu lightly, took the application form, and walked to the front row again, asking the students in front if they had any ideas. Lu Yuanqiu put one of the application forms on Bai Qingxiao's desk and said, fill it out. What do you say? Let's go to the activity room for an interview tomorrow. Bai Qingxiao held the application form, and her face showed an embarrassment. Lu Yuanqiu stretched out his hand to poke her cheek, poking out a tender white dimple, and asked, you are not going to back down at the last minute, are you? No. She said no, but her answer was a bit difficult. The day after tomorrow. Bai Qingxiao considered it, and turned to look at him. Considering that she might want to prepare a little, Lu Yuanqiu nodded and agreed. Okay, the day after tomorrow. After saying that, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly smelled a foul odor coming from the side. Damn it! It's easy to have smelly feet on rainy days, and the Lu brothers have these 2 biochemical constitutions. Lu Yuanqiu turned her head, and found that Chen Fei on the other side was the first person who couldn't stand it anymore. She picked up a book and hit each of the Lu brothers on the head. Put on your shoes, it stinks. Lu couldn't argue. The socks are wet, take them out to dry. Dry your sister, go outside to dry. Zhang Yifeng frowned. He was sleeping, and was also awakened by the odor. He could only take off his coat and bury his face in it. Lu Yuanqiu was too lazy to spray, and skillfully took out toilet paper from Bai Qingxiao's trouser pocket, tore it in half, and stuffed it into his nostrils. Bai Qingxiao shrank her legs slightly, and looked to the side aggrievedly. Lu Yuanqiu kept taking paper from her pocket, and she ran out of paper several times when she went to the toilet. But when she really needed it urgently, Lu Yuanqiu would also help her borrow paper everywhere. She didn't understand. Lu Yuanqiu was so rich, but buying paper seemed to be a difficult thing for him. After school at noon, the situation on campus was very serious. Not good. Lu Yuanqiu stood in the corridor under the first grade teaching building, looking at the ground in front of him. The water on the ground was getting deeper and deeper, from ankle depth yesterday to half a calf depth now. Many people came to school today, even wearing slippers and sandals. Lu Yuanqiu was a little worried. He was worried about not being able to pass the midterm exam, and he was also worried about confessing to Zhang Yifeng in front of the whole school. Let's go, I carry you. Lu Yuanqiu said to the girl next to him. Bai Qingxiao didn't trust him anymore. She stood aside, ready to imitate some people who took off their shoes and socks, rolled up their trouser legs, and stepped on the water to go to the cafeteria. This was a clever idea of some people who wore sneakers to school. Seeing her bending down to take off her shoes, Lu Yuanqiu quickly pulled her aside and said to her seriously, you can't take them off. What if someone sees your feet? Bai Qingxiao, Thinking of Lu Yuanqiu's foot fetish, she lowered her eyes with contempt. Lu Yuanqiu turned around, crossed his legs, and bent down. Get on the horse. A girl whispered behind him. I don't believe you're going to hug me again. I won't this time. Lu Yuanqiu looked serious. Okay. Bai Qingxiao spread her arms and lay on his back. Get out of the way. The child is hungry again. Lu Yuanqiu laughed and ran towards the cafeteria with Bai Qingxiao in his arms, attracting the attention of many people on the way again. The girl in his arms said nothing. Her face was terribly gloomy. She shouldn't have believed Lu Yuanqiu, that bastard. Never, never, never. Believe this bastard again. Huh? Xiaokue, isn't that Senior Lu? Downstairs in the first grade teaching building, a girl turned her head and asked a girl with twin ponytails next to her in confusion. Didn't you say Senior Lu doesn't have a girlfriend? The girl asked again, a soul-searching question. The girl with twin ponytails called Xiaokue was stunned for a moment, and responded with a dry laugh. Senior Lu. Senior Lu should be more enthusiastic, his personality. This is quite normal. That should be the case. Senior Lu has a very good personality, and seems to be able to get along well with girls. As if to reassure the girl with the twin ponytails, her best friend silently explained to Lu Yuanqiu. But the girl with the twin ponytails just saw that the person Senior Lu was holding was Senior Bai. If the person being held was someone else, the girl with the twin ponytails might attribute the reason to Senior Lu being very enthusiastic. His carefree personality would allow him to do this with a female friend he is close to, but the person was Senior Bai. Senior Bai is so beautiful. Does Senior Lu really not have any reason to like her? Because she lived on campus, she couldn't get her phone until Friday, so the girl with the twin ponytails couldn't communicate with Senior Lu online. She was too embarrassed to communicate in real life. At night, Xingfuli community. Lu Yuanqiu listened to the rain outside. After finishing the questions, he took out the guitar beside the bed, unzipped it, and took it out of the backpack, and wiped the dust off it with a cloth. After playing a chord lightly and listening to the tone, Lu Yuanqiu twisted the knob and began to try to tune each guitar string. When I was a kid, I was noisy and willful. He played the guitar and sang a line, but the song stopped abruptly with the sound of heavy rain. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and looked out the window, looking at the dark night sky, and the scene of heavy snow seemed to slowly emerge in his vision. I vaguely remember that the snow that fell that year was like cotton candy, fluffy and soft. It was dark, and the New Year's Eve party was on. At this moment, Lu Yuanqiu remembered the scene when he sang for Uncle Bai at the school gate when he was in junior high school. But he immediately muttered to himself in confusion. How did Bai Qingxia know about this? Could it be? Lu Yuanqiu raised his head silently, his mouth slightly opened, and the scene of that day in his memory spun into his mind. Could it be that there was a girl sitting quietly behind the short-haired boy and the idiot uncle beside the circular flower bed that year, listening all the time? Chapter 162. Lu Yuanqiu lowered his head. If this was true, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly felt uncomfortable when he put himself in Bai Qingxia's shoes. She must have been waiting for me to leave before she dared to feed Dad. City Village, Osmanthus Alley. In the rental house, the dining table was erected against the wall to make room for the middle area. Bai Qingxia lifted the curtain and glanced at the basin under the ceiling. The dripping speed was faster than the previous few days. After all, the rooftop was only separated from the ceiling by a wall, and the water on the rooftop today was much more than before. I just poured one basin, and it will take a while for the next basin to be full. Thinking of this, the girl lowered the curtain, stood in the space outside, recalled the content of the dance she learned, raised her legs and did a smooth split against the wall, warming up before practicing. She looked back and saw that her father had fallen asleep, so she tried to minimize the noise she made. Under the dim light, in the narrow rental house, the girl started practicing after a simple warm-up. This scene had been played out many times in the past countless days and nights, but the sound of rain was getting louder tonight, so the girl's movements gradually became more relaxed, as if she was not far from becoming a real swan. Early Wednesday morning, Lu Yuanqiu scratched his head and walked out of the bedroom, and suddenly heard Lu Yidong exclaim, "There is a flood. What should I do? Can I skip school? Woo-woo." What flood? Lu Yuanqiu put his hand on her shoulder, walked to the window and looked, and his sleepy eyes suddenly opened completely. Oh my God! The water on the road downstairs seemed very deep. The vehicles passed by very slowly, but they also caused a large area of ripples. The border of Xingfu River next to it could no longer be seen. The river water had overflowed the shore. If it weren't for looking down from the high building, I really didn't know where the dividing line between the river and the shore was. Lu Yuanqiu knew that the terrain on Xingfu Lane was quite high, but the water had risen to this level, so the Hohot Lane sighed. It seems that there is something wrong with the city's drainage system. Every time there is a heavy rain, the drainage system will have problems. Luqing is really ruined. After Lu Tian finished using the toilet, he mumbled. Lu Yidong looked at his father with a sad face. Can I not go to school? Lu Tian was stunned, turned his head to look in the direction of the bedroom, and said, Ask your mother, don't ask me. Lu Yidong could only pout and give up. No. I have to pick up Bai Qingxia. Thinking of this, Lu Yuanqiu was too lazy to wash up. He took out a pair of his mother's sandals from the shoe cabinet and ran out. I'm going to school, he shouted and went out. The water outside Xingfuli had reached the position of the calf, and the streets were full of the sound of cars honking their horns. Lu Yuanqiu took the sandals, waded through the water, and ran to Hohot Lane at a trot. The closer we got, the deeper the water on the ground became. When we got to Qingyan Road, the water had already reached our knees. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and found that some parents had brought their children out. They put the children in a large basin and let them play with the basin as boats. The parents and children were laughing non-stop. I see if you can still laugh after you fall into the pit, Lu Yuanqiu thought to himself. He came all the way to Ho-Hot Lane. The path in the lane was downhill. When he walked into the lane, the water had already reached half of his thighs. I really want to call Uncle San to report this. But he's probably busy right now, Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but mutter in his heart. As soon as Lu Yuanqiu entered the courtyard where Bai Qingxiao lived, he heard Sister Li's voice on the balcony on the second floor. Isn't this Xiuqiu? Come to pick up Xuxia? Sister Li stood on the balcony and looked down. Lu Yuanqiu looked up and found that Bai Qingxiao was still standing next to Sister Li. She really hadn't gone to school yet. Slow down, watch your step. The girl looked at the scene below with worry and shouted to Lu Yuanqiu. The water in the yard was even more terrifying and had reached the root of his thighs. According to Bai Qingxiao's height, the water would definitely reach her lower abdomen. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at the rooms in the yard on the first floor. The old man and several middle-aged people were packing things while cursing. There were a bunch of empty bottles floating on the water that the old man had picked up. The old man was almost collapsing from picking them up. After going upstairs, Lu Yuanqiu leaned against the wall, feeling very tired. Seeing the young man's embarrassed look, Bai Qingxiao quickly found a towel from the house and ran to his side to help him wipe the rain off his head. Lu Yuanqiu bent down so that she could reach him and asked Sister Li, "Long time no see. Sister Li, are you still working there?" Zhang Li sighed. "No, I went back shamelessly. Anyway, the customer only came once, and the boss understands us." Lu Yuanqiu nodded and asked again, "Are you still working today? How can I go to work? The KTV is closed. I'm resting at home today." Bai Qingxiao was still helping Lu Yuanqiu wipe the back of his head and neck like a mother. Suddenly, she stretched her head over and said to Sister Li in an embarrassed tone, "Sister Li, can you help me watch my dad at home today, and don't let him go out?" "Okay, no problem, but it's like this, you're still going to school today?" Sister Li didn't understand. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, "If the school doesn't notify you not to go, then you can go." But his worries became more and more real. Will the exams really be cancelled in this case? It's not a big problem for students to live in the school now, but they have to go home on Friday. It is very likely that the exams on Thursday and Friday will be cancelled directly, and students will be allowed to go home directly, because the water may get deeper as time goes by. After Bai Qingxiao put the towel back in the room, Lu Yuanqiu handed her the sandals in his hand and said, "These are my mother's shoes, you wear them first." "Okay, thank you." She ran back to the room, glanced at Lu Yuanqiu at the door, then lowered her eyes and closed the door. "Changing shoes and avoiding me, that's too much." Lu Yuanqiu stood at the door and glared. But after a while, when the door opened, Lu Yuanqiu realized that it was Bai Qingxiao who had changed her clothes. She changed into school uniforms. It seemed that she didn't want her new clothes to get wet. Lu Yuanqiu lowered his head and looked at the flat sandals on Bai Qingxiao's feet. These sandals were not suitable for girls. The design seemed a bit mature, but they did not look out of place with her pretty white feet. It just looked out of place with this childish school uniform. Before going downstairs, Lu Yuanqiu saw Bai Qingxiao lift up her school uniform pants at the stairs, revealing most of her snow-white and slender legs. The curve of her legs was symmetrical and soft, and the whole leg was glowing white. With a pair of shiny beige flat sandals on her feet, this pair of slender legs looked so beautiful from behind. Lu Yuanqiu even imagined her wearing a short skirt and sandals in the summer. However, Bai Qingxiao looked at the depth of the water below and seemed to realize that it would inevitably get wet if she lifted her pants. She put her pants down again and walked down the stairs. Lu Yuanqiu hurriedly followed behind her. "How about I hold you? Wait until you are outside and then lift your pants up. The water depth will be about the same." Bai Qingxiao seemed to have some doubts about the word hold. Her little face was tangled for a second or two before she raised her head and nodded to Lu Yuanqiu. After all, what she resisted was not the fact that Lu Yuanqiu held her, but the fact that he held her in front of the students. After going downstairs, Bai Qingxiao jumped lightly and hugged Lu Yuanqiu's neck tightly. Lu Yuanqiu picked her up like a princess, easily lifted her above his lower abdomen, and slowly walked out of the yard. The girl was about 90 pounds, and about 167 centimeters tall. It was so easy to hold her. After leaving the small yard, Bai Qingxiao looked up and waved goodbye to Sister Li on the balcony on the second floor. Sister Li smiled and nodded, then watched the couple leave the alley with emotion. After arriving at school, Bai Qingxiao was surprised that her pants were not wet at all. Lu Yuanqiu sat beside them in shorts. Laughing and shaking his legs, looking at the miserable appearance of other students in the class with a hee-hee-hee sound, gloating. Today, almost everyone came in slippers and sandals, and Su Miaomiao was also wearing sandals. Zhong Jincheng followed her to the teaching building, staring at her heels all the way. Get ready to admit defeat, Lu Yuanqiu. After entering the classroom, Zhong Jincheng smiled at Lu Yuanqiu excitedly, and other students in the class also looked at the scene on campus with passion. Even Zhang Yifeng did not sleep. Everyone seemed to be like this when they were in school. Although heavy snow and rain would bring great inconvenience to normal life, students were hoping that the trouble would be as big as possible, and it would be best if it could affect the normal operation of the school. After all, compared with the boring campus life, this unavoidable natural disaster could at least add some passion to the dullness. At the end of the day, the whole class spent the day in a strange smell of wetness. Until the evening self-study, Lu Yuanqiu's mobile phone suddenly received a QQ message, and he took it out to see. Sisterly, Xiuqiu, I sent a message to Xiuxia, but she didn't reply. I don't know when her father went out. I was cooking and didn't notice. What should I do? It's raining heavily outside. Lu Yuanqiu frowned, patted the girl who was doing the homework next to him, and showed her the message. Bai Qingxia turned her head and looked panicked for a moment. She didn't hesitate, put down the pen and closed the exercise book, and walked towards the classroom door. Lu Yuanqiu put the phone in his pocket and quickly followed behind. Su Gur, who was sitting on the podium watching the evening self-study, looked up and said nothing, continuing to look down at the space log of his last blind date. When they arrived outside the teaching building, Lu Yuanqiu grabbed the girl's arm and indicated that he would make a call first. Hello? Dad, did Uncle Bai go to the supermarket? Lu Tian's voice came from the phone. No, I told Xiuxia that it's a holiday today. Okay, got it. Lu Yuanqiu hung up the phone, and Bai Qingxia asked him anxiously, what should I do? In the past, she never asked anyone when she encountered troubles, but just relied on herself to solve them. But now, she has become accustomed to discussing things with the teenagers around her. Perhaps since the day at the amusement park, she has regarded Lu Yuanqiu as a family member in a sense. Lu Yuanqiu first comforted her and said, don't worry, your father almost never goes to number 65 middle school now. Going to the supermarket has become his fixed route every day. I am 80% sure that he is on his way to the supermarket now, but the road is a bit difficult to walk, so he hasn't reached the supermarket yet. Just after he finished speaking, Lu Tian called back. What happened? Old Bai is missing. Lu Tian asked loudly. While answering the phone, Lu Yuanqiu pulled Bai Qingxia's arm and walked out of the school. He ran away from home. If he went to the supermarket, call me immediately. Okay, how about I go out and look for him too? I asked Fatty and the others to watch him in the supermarket. Lu Yuanqiu frowned. My father, you just stay there. You don't know where they live. Where can you find them? In case Uncle Bai finds you, you will be gone again. Okay. Lu Yuanqiu hung up the phone and walked towards the supermarket with Bai Qingxia. The supermarket was closer to the school, and it would be easier to find Bai Songjia if they walked back from the supermarket. Of course, the premise was that Bai Songjia really went to the supermarket. After leaving the school, it was raining heavily outside, and the two of them were soaked in a few seconds. Lu Yuanqiu turned around and stretched out his hand, and Bai Qingxia quickly took it, but Lu Yuanqiu found that her eyes were a little red. Don't worry, Uncle will be fine. I don't believe he has never gone out by himself before. Yeah. Bai Qingxia nodded quickly and responded with one word, not daring to say anything more. The reason she was worried was that it rained heavily this time. It was raining heavily, the water was so deep, and it was dark. If Dad encountered any problems, passers-by might be too bothersome to pretend not to see it. If it were normal times, Bai Qingxia felt that at least there would be kind passers-by willing to lend a hand. Family reasons made her always maintain a pessimistic attitude when facing things. The word optimism has always been a luxury and unreal for girls. The two saw the appearance of the supermarket from a distance on the road. Lu Yuanqiu looked back at this time. Bai Qingxia's hair was wet and stuck to her face. He grabbed the girl's hand and shouted in the rain, We will look for it along the road in the direction of your house. Okay. The girl responded with the loudest voice, but it was still drowned out by the rain. On this kind of road, the water reached the depth of the thigh. This time the rainstorm was really fierce. Lu Yuanqiu seriously suspected that Zhong Jincheng was doing something in secret. The two of them just passed two traffic lights along the road. Lu Yuanqiu wiped his eyes, and suddenly heard Bai Qingxia behind him speak in a voice that was very inconsistent with her usual voice. There. Looking in the direction she pointed, Lu Yuanqiu saw Bai Songjia standing on the side of the road hugging a street lamp pole, looking at the thigh-deep water around him helplessly. Lu Yuanqiu breathed a sigh of relief, and Bai Qingxia behind him let go of his hand and hurried over. She came to her father, raised her hand and beat her father's arm hard while crying, and shouted heartbreakingly, "I told you to stay home today, just won't listen. What are you doing here? What are you doing? What are you doing?" In the heavy rain, the girl released the suppressed emotions she had accumulated all the way and yelled at her father. "Xia xia." Bai Songjia hugged the street lamp and spoke fearfully. Lu Yuanqiu watched this scene silently, paused for a few seconds, and then hurried forward. He first stopped the crying Bai Qingxia and accused Bai Songjia, "Uncle, you are too dedicated. There is a flood and you still come to work. The supermarket should really give you a model worker award." Chapter 163. The rain was getting heavier. Lu Yuanqiu, supported by Songjia, comforted him, and let him slowly let go of the lamppost. Bai Qingxia had just released her emotions, and was still crying in the rainstorm. While crying, she stared at her father with helpless and broken eyes. Concern makes you confused, and concern makes you anxious. No one in the world cares about Bai Songjia's safety more than her, so Lu Yuanqiu understands her mood at the moment. "Okay, don't cry, uncle has been found, let's go home." While Lu Yuanqiu was supporting Bai Songjia, he raised his hand to brush the wet hair on Bai Qingxia's cheek to the side. He was about to hold Bai Qingxia's arm in the same way, but the girl went around to the other side, and supported her father's other arm like him. The terrain here was a bit low, and the water had reached her thighs. Lu Yuanqiu looked worried, afraid that she would fall into the dark pit while walking. "How about I stand in the middle, and you come next to me?" "It's okay," Bai Qingxia responded from the other side. The rain was too heavy, and Lu Yuanqiu didn't want to stay outside for too long. There was no telling how much garbage and waste was mixed in the water on the ground. Because of the body structure of girls, their lower body couldn't be soaked in water for a long time, which would easily cause illness. The two began to walk towards the direction of Hohot Lane. Although they didn't talk on the way, Lu Yuanqiu gradually walked between the father and daughter, holding their arms with both hands. Bai Qingxia didn't show off anymore, because when she encountered a low-lying place on the road, the accumulated water had already submerged her thighs, and it was a bit difficult to walk. When they arrived at the courtyard of Hohot Lane, the accumulated water had already covered Bai Qingxia's lower abdomen. Sister Li's anxious voice came from the balcony. "Oh, it's good to find it. It's good to find it. I was so anxious. Xiaoqiu, I should have remembered your phone number." Lu Yuanqiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I can't answer your call in this situation." After the three of them went up the stairs, Sister Li hurriedly said, "Hurry up, take a bath, take a bath." Hearing this, the three people on the balcony who had become drowned rats were stunned. Lu Yuanqiu squeaked "aw," and glanced at Bai Qingxia, saying somewhat awkwardly, "Uncle has been found, so I go home first." Lu Yuanqiu. Just as he turned around, Bai Qingxia's anxious voice suddenly came from behind. The corners of Lu Yuanqiu's mouth curled up, then smoothed, and looked back at her with a normal expression. "It's raining so hard, and the water on the road is so deep, you don't leave, stay here tonight," Bai Qingxia said with a worried look. The rain was too terrible, and the accumulated water was rising. She really didn't feel at ease to let Lu Yuanqiu go out and walk again, and Lu Yuanqiu helped her find her father. How could she let him leave like this? Sister Li also quickly agreed. "Yes, Xiuqiu, don't leave tonight. It's like this outside. It's still so dark. How dangerous. Sleep here tonight. If there's no bed in Xiuxia's room, you can sleep in my room." Bai Qingxia heard this and quickly rejected Sister Li's kindness. "It's okay, Sister Li, there's enough room in my room. I can't bother you anymore." Sister Li frowned and said seriously, "There's no room in your room." "Yes, let's squeeze in. It's no problem for one night," the girl said with a weak voice. Oh. Lu Yuanqiu stood between the two women and couldn't help but respond in a mess. Zhang Li put her hands on her waist, looked at the embarrassed three people, and waved her hands. Okay, let's take a shower first. Xiaoxia, you come to my room to take a shower. Xiuqiu, you and Uncle Bai go to her room to take a shower. Hurry up and don't catch a cold." Okay. Lu Yuanqiu responded quickly, pulling Bai Songjia's arm and walking to the other side of the room. Elbow, uncle, take you to take a shower." Bai Songjia frowned and yelled, "I want to wash myself. Good children should learn to take a bath by themselves." "Fuck you, are you afraid that I will peek at you or what?" As soon as Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, he thought of the narrow bathroom and suddenly realized that there was no room for two men. Bai Qingxia followed them, walked into the house, and took out a set of Bai Songja's short-sleeved shirt and shorts from the closet. She was glad that her father had 3 sets of underwear. As for the underwear, it was better not to give it to Lu Yuanqiu, let him figure it out himself. Handing the clothes to Lu Yuanqiu, the disheveled girl scratched her head in front of him, and said embarrassedly, "Although Daddy's underwear has been washed, it's better not to wear them together." Lu Yuanqiu immediately raised his hand, his expression serious. "Don't worry, I will never wear underwear with other men, I just don't wear it, it will last all night. It's up to you." Bai Qingxia turned around with a dodging look, ran inside to get her own change of clothes, and then walked past Lu Yuanqiu with her head down, as if she was afraid that Lu Yuanqiu would see the clothes in her hand. After she left, Lu Yuanqiu closed the door and asked Bai Songja, "Uncle, do you wash first or should I wash first?" "Xia Xia washes first, Xia Xia washes first." Your Xia Xia went to the next door. "Xia Xia washes first, Xia Xia washes first." He sat on the bed motionless, repeating the sentence very persistently, and turned his back deliberately not to look in the direction of the toilet. Although the uncle was stupid, he still did not forget to maintain the difference between men and women with his daughter. Lu Yuanqiu looked at this scene, and suddenly felt a little emotional. Isn't this an instinctive expression of love for his daughter? Alas! He shook his head and murmured in his heart, then walked into the bathroom. When he finished, Bai Songja also ran to take a shower obediently. Lu Yuanqiu kindly asked him if he needed help, but was chased out by Bai Songja with a pout. Lu Yuanqiu walked out of the room, wearing Bai Songja's short-sleeved shorts, and stood on the balcony for a while. At this time, Sister Li's door also opened. "No. Don't you really need him to sleep over here?" "No, no, Sister Li, go to bed early." Bai Qingxiu immediately blocked Sister Li's door. She turned her head, and saw Lu Yuanqiu, and was stunned for a moment. She naturally raised one arm, and put it on the other shoulder to block the view in front of her chest. Bai Qingxia finished her shower, and her wet long hair was tied up behind her head, revealing her slender neck. She wore a beige short-sleeved top. The collar was still wrinkled, but her chest was still bulging as always. The short-sleeved top was a little short, and her belly button was vaguely exposed between the pants and the bottom, and her waist was very thin and narrow. Her lower body was a pair of yellow-brown, oversized, loose shorts that went below her knees, revealing a pair of well-proportioned calves. She was still wearing the flat sandals that she had brought her during the day. Seeing what happened to Lu Yuanqiu, the girl suddenly lowered her head and couldn't help laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Lu Yuanqiu looked down and saw that Bai Songja's short-sleeved shirt did look a little tight on him. Although Bai Songja was about the same height as him, he was not as strong as him. Besides, the short-sleeved shirts of both father and daughter had been washed countless times and had shrunk long ago. Chapter 164. The two people on the balcony seemed to be wearing belly-bearing clothes, which looked like couple outfits. "Is Daddy taking a shower?" the girl asked nonsense. "Yes." As soon as Lu Yuanqiu responded, a gust of wind blew from the balcony, and the girl next to him shuddered. Seeing this, Lu Yuanqiu didn't think too much and directly raised his hand to hug her shoulders. Bai Qingxia turned her head in surprise and looked at him. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned and quickly let go. "I think you are a little cold." "It's okay, you'll be warm in a moment," she whispered, moving slightly to the side, but never letting go of her hand on her other shoulder. Lu Yuanqiu even wanted to ask her if her arm was sore, or if she should just put it down. "I swear I won't stare." After a few minutes, there was a noise in the room, and Bai Qingxia couldn't stay any longer, so she pushed the door open. Bai Songja, who was wearing short-sleeved shirts and shorts, pointed at the dirty clothes in the basin with a smile. Lu Yuanqiu saw Bai Qingxia walk behind the curtain, and a minute later, she came out wearing her father's jacket on her upper body, holding a full basin of water in her hand. After going outside to pour out the water, she went back in with the basin and put it away. Soon, Lu Yuanqiu heard a tick-tick sound outside the curtain. He went in, and found that the ceiling inside was dripping with water. "Why is it still dripping? Has it been dripping for the past few days?" Bai Qingxia nodded. She asked quickly, "Where are the clothes you took off?" Lu Yuanqiu pointed to the big basin outside the house. Bai Qingxia nodded again, and threw her clothes into the basin. Seeing this, Lu Yuanqiu took 2 steps forward and asked, "How about I wash my underwear myself?" "Okay. Or if you don't mind, you can help me wash it." "Okay." The girl lowered her head and spoke softly. She didn't refuse no matter what she asked. Lu Yuanqiu was amused by her and said, "Then just help me wash it." "Thank you." Bai Qingxia nodded with red ears and walked out of the room with the basin. Lu Yuanqiu followed behind. Seeing this, The girl turned around and said, "You can go back to the room. It's cold outside." "It's okay. I can resist the cold. Your father and I don't have much to talk about." After Bai Qingxia put down the basin, she hurried back to the room, took out 2 benches and her baseball jacket, and after putting down the benches, she tiptoed and draped the baseball jacket over Lu Yuanqiu's shoulders. "Put on something, it's easy to catch a cold in this weather." "Okay." Lu Yuanqiu was sitting next to her watching her wash clothes, and suddenly her cell phone rang. Hearing this, Bai Qingxia took the opportunity to pick out Lu Yuanqiu's underwear and started washing it first. "Hello, Dad, what's wrong?" "What else? I want to ask you if you have found Uncle Bai. Why didn't you call me back after such a long time?" "Oh, I found him." "Oh, there is one more thing. I won't go back today. I will stay at Bai Qingxia's place for one night." Lu Tian on the other end of the phone suddenly fell silent. Seeing that Uncle Lu didn't respond, Bai Qingxia stopped what she was doing and turned around. "Hello? Dad, are you still there? Is it okay? I'm warning you. You two are still young. Just stay for one night. Don't do anything out of line with her. I was your age before." Lu Yuanqiu was so scared that he quickly covered the mouth of the phone, stood up and walked to the side. Bai Qingxia also quickly lowered her head and rubbed the clothes with her small hands quickly, leaving a residual image. Lu Yuanqiu stood far away and answered the phone. "Can you pay attention to your words and deeds? Can you stop talking nonsense? I'm sitting next to you." That is Lao Bai okay? Uncle Bai is okay. Is there anything else? If it's okay, I hang up." Listening to Lu Tian's hesitant voice on the phone, Lu Yuanqiu hung up the phone directly. He stood there for a while, feeling awkward for the first time. After more than 10 seconds, Lu Yuanqiu walked towards Bai Qingxia and sat on the bench again. He asked the girl, "Do you want to wipe your hair? You wash the clothes, and I will help you wipe your hair. This is more efficient. Otherwise, you will catch a cold easily if your hair is wet." Bai Qingxia shook her head quickly. "It's okay, I can wipe it myself later." "Why not? I find a towel to wipe it for you." Seeing Lu Yuanqiu walking towards the house, she quickly shouted, "Pink towel." At the end of the corridor, Lu Yuanqiu sat behind Bai Qingxia, spread her long hair, secretly took her hair to his nose and smelled it, and then wiped it strand by strand with a towel. Lu Yuanqiu chatted, "Alas, I guess I won't go to school tomorrow, and I probably won't be able to pass the exam." Bai Qingxia responded, "Then do you want to confess to Zhang Yifeng? Did you hear it that day?" Confession, they are all boys anyway, it doesn't matter. But, will someone really misunderstand?" Hearing the girl's words, Lu Yuanqiu smiled. "Who would misunderstand? Would you misunderstand?" "Of course I wouldn't." After wiping for 10 minutes, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly heard a notification sound from his mobile phone. He took it out and looked at it, smacked his lips. "It's notified, there will really be no school tomorrow, and the exam is cancelled." "Ah?" Bai Qingxia turned around in surprise, and Lu Yuanqiu quickly grabbed her long hair when she saw this, and Bai Qingxia quickly turned around again. Lu Yuanqiu smiled helplessly. "Forget it, it's already come to this. Can you wake me up later tomorrow?" "Okay," she responded softly. The clothes were washed, but the rain was too heavy, so the balcony couldn't be hung, so the wet clothes could only be hung in the house. Seeing Bai Qingxia struggling to wring the clothes, Lu Yuanqiu helped directly. "In the previous life, I heard that many female college students couldn't wring their clothes clean after washing, and their muscles were weak." At first, Lu Yuanqiu thought that those girls were making excuses for themselves, until a female friend told him very seriously that many girls are born unable to use that awkward force to wring out clothes. Lu Yuanqiu still didn't believe it. Later, when he was abroad, he found that his male roommate couldn't wring out clothes no matter what, and he believed it. Judging from Bai Qingxia's appearance, she is probably also a girl who finds wringing awkward, but she is skilled at it, so she is much better than those female college students who don't do housework. At least the wrung clothes will not hang there in rain. The two of them came out of school during the evening self-study time, and now it was already 10:30 in the evening after hanging the clothes. For Lu Yuanqiu, this was definitely not the time to go to bed, but for Bai Qingxia, who didn't have a TV, computer, or mobile phone for entertainment, if she didn't study, she could only sleep. Bai Qingxia looked at her father, who was snoring on the single bed, and silently breathed a sigh of relief. If she encountered a situation where her father didn't fall asleep by himself, she would have to coax him. She didn't want to perform the scene of coaxing him to sleep in front of Lu Yuanqiu, which would be very embarrassing. "Let's sleep in the same bed." She stood outside the curtain, lowered her head, and said to Lu Yuanqiu shyly. Lu Yuanqiu stroked his chin with an embarrassed expression. That's fine. Chapter 165. When he came inside, Lu Yuanqiu first glanced at the 17-year-old girl in the middle of the photo wall, who was full of youth and a little shy, and then looked at the basin for collecting water. Will it be full and overflowing when you fall asleep? He asked. Bai Qingxia shook her head. Not so fast. After she said that, she looked at the bed and hesitated to say, should we sleep in reverse, or sleep in front? What do you mean, sleep in reverse? Lie on each other, and sleep back to back. Lu Yuanqiu's mouth twitched, and he imagined this weird posture in his mind, and sang a line. We sleep back to back, and roar in silence. Bai Qingxia was anxious for a moment, and stamped her feet lightly. No, it's just. My head and your feet are on the same side, which means sleeping backwards. Just after she finished speaking, she heard Lu Yuanqiu's hee-hee laughter, as if he realized something, and quickly corrected himself. Forget it, sleep right side up. Huh? Why did you decide on your own initiative? Seeing her sitting on the bed, Lu Yuanqiu quickly sat down and explained. I'm really not a foot fetishist, I just think your feet are beautiful. This explanation seems a bit pale, anyway, I'm really not, alas, there is no way to defend myself. After saying that, he stared at Bai Qingxia's little feet on the bed again, and the latter quickly retracted her feet under the bed, and glared at him in anger. Lu Yuanqiu raised his eyebrows, and quickly cleared his throat, and said, No. I just lowered my head, and accidentally saw it. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You can't let me close my eyes as soon as I lower my head, can you? Shh. Stop talking, go to sleep. The girl didn't want to continue discussing this topic with him. She took off her father's jacket, and walked over to put it in the closet. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly saw two small dimples on her waist from behind. Bai Qingxia turned around, and Lu Yuanqiu quickly looked away, shook his still wet feet in the air, and then lay down on the right side of the bed. As soon as he lay down, he asked politely, Do you want to sleep on the right or the left? Bai Qingxia had just laid down on the left side, and when she heard his voice, she responded, Right side, it's convenient to listen to my father's movements. She was about to get up and go around the end of the bed, but Lu Yuanqiu stepped over her body with one foot, like a plank support on top of her body. The two people's behavioral communication went wrong, and they froze at the same time. Bai Qingxia lay back silently, staring blankly at Lu Yuanqiu, who was hanging above her body. She blushed and turned her head away, her little fists clenched at her side, and Lu Yuanqiu hurriedly explained, You want to go around the end of the bed, I thought. I thought about simply changing positions with you on the bed, ha ha ha. Why is it so awkward? Lu Yuanqiu's mouth twitched, and he quickly retracted his legs and hands. Bai Qingxia was released from the seal, and quickly stood up, and walked around the end of the bed to the right side of the bed. The two exchanged positions, and lay down at the same time. After lying for a few seconds, they stood up at the same time, and reached out to grab the folded quilt at the end of the bed. Looking at the hands that the two stretched out at the same time, Lu Yuanqiu sat there, staring at the girl in a daze, and laughed dryly. Ha ha, what a coincidence. This telepathy was really inexplicable. Bai Qingxia was too embarrassed to look at him, so she grabbed the quilt and spread it on the bed, and then she laid down on a small corner. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, Trying to ease the weird atmosphere, you said. Just a normal sleep. Why is it a little awkward all of a sudden, haha? Shh. The girl raised her index finger at him, with a serious face in the quilt. Lu Yuanqiu shut up decisively, and laid down under the quilt. A few minutes passed. He didn't know how far he and Bai Qingxia were under the quilt, but he always felt that there was a cold wind wandering back and forth in the area between them. How about we get closer? Lu Yuanqiu suggested, and then gave a legitimate reason. The wind is blowing in. The two began to move to the middle of the bed at the same time. Lu Yuanqiu, closer, closer, it's a special situation, there's nothing we can do. What are you doing? Suddenly, Bai Qingxia felt Lu Yuanqiu's hand touching her belly, and she hurriedly shrank to the other side. Lu Yuanqiu explained plausibly, I have to move closer to the side while touching it. There are no eyes in the quilt. Don't blind people have to use a guide stick to find the way? What a twisted theory. Bai Qingxia frowned. Come here, there's wind coming in, there's wind. TSK, be obedient, come here, you don't want your dad to be woken up, do you? Bai Qingxia pursed her lips, and moved closer, until her shoulder touched Lu Yuanqiu's shoulder. Lying like this for a while, Bai Qingxia really felt something different. Lu Yuanqiu's body was warm, as if there was a big heater lying next to him. But Lu Yuanqiu didn't feel anything, and even felt that his feet were exposed outside the quilt and were blowing in the cool breeze. He rubbed his feet at the end of the bed and felt that the bed board was hard, and he was not sleeping well, only the quilt smelled good. If you can sleep with the person next to you in your arms, the bed board is a little harder, at least your arms are soft. The bed board is so hard, why don't you put more bedding underneath? If you put too much bedding now, you will feel cold when there is nothing to put in winter. Lu Yuanqiu clicked his tongue. You should have told me earlier, and bought some more bedding. It's expensive, and it's unnecessary. I've been through this before. The girl's voice rang beside the pillow. Can I hold you in my arms while sleeping? Bai Qingxia turned her head to look at him in surprise. Even her beautiful eyes revealed surprise. She didn't expect Lu Yuanqiu to change the subject so quickly, and she quickly exhaled and shook her head to refuse. No. Alas, I can't sleep. I like to sleep with something in my arms at home. Lu Yuanqiu muttered. Bai Qingxia pretended not to hear and ignored him. 5 minutes later, the boy's snoring came from the side. Didn't you say you couldn't sleep? Bai Qingxia quietly turned her head and looked at the boy's profile. But after learning that Lu Yuanqiu was asleep, she relaxed a lot. The fatigue of the day surged up at this moment, and Bai Qingxia slowly closed her eyes. The next day, Lu Yuanqiu woke herself up with a snoring. He opened his eyes and found that the fragrant quilt was covering him tightly, with only his head exposed. There was no one around him. Lu Yuanqiu rubbed his eyes, got up, put on his shoes, and stretched outside the curtain. Bai Songjia was still sleeping soundly. Lu Yuanqiu looked at him and thought that if he hadn't gone to bed early last night, he wouldn't have woken up naturally at this time. When he walked out of the room, Lu Yuanqiu found that Bai Qingxia was drying clothes on the balcony. The weather was clear today, but it was still a vast ocean outside. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu standing there, the girl holding the clothesline turned around and smiled at him. Are you hungry? Chapter 166. Lu Yuanqiu touched her belly and pouted in grievance. A little. Okay. Bai Qingxia responded with a smile, holding up the clothes drying rack and hanging the last piece of clothing on the clothesline on the balcony. Lu Yuanqiu saw that her clothes were also among them, sticking to her short-sleeved shirt. After putting down the clothes drying rack, Bai Qingxia turned around, picked up an unopened toothbrush from the windowsill, and handed it to her with both hands. You use this first. Lu Yuanqiu didn't take it. I don't know how long this girl can save a toothbrush. She's staying here for a day, so she shouldn't waste her spare toothbrush. I brush my teeth when I get home. I can't have breakfast if I don't brush my teeth. That's fine. Can we have rice porridge? She pointed to the ocean outside with an embarrassed expression and explained, it's probably impossible to buy breakfast at this rate. Lu Yuanqiu didn't respond in a hurry. Suddenly, he leaned against the wall with one hand, leaned his body, and propped his foot in cheap blue plastic slippers on the side of his other leg. He lowered his head as if he was performing an idle drama, and recited the funny lines in a deep voice. What's the problem? Yuqiu Gigi are born to love rice porridge. After saying that, he looked up at her, and blinked without warning a second later. Bai Qingxia looked at him. Her face was stunned for a few seconds. Okay, wait a minute. She pursed her lips, and was amused by him and wanted to laugh, but was also shy, so she could only look away, bend down, and quickly get through the space under his arm. Lu Yuanqiu was sometimes really mean and greasy, but Bai Qingxia just couldn't hate him. On the contrary, she felt that getting along like this was more natural and comfortable. Because most of the time she was a dull person, spoke little, and was also stupid. Lu Yuanqiu's funny behavior complemented her personality. Bai Qingxia was never afraid of disagreements, quarrels, or fights with Lu Yuanqiu. What she was most afraid of was that Lu Yuanqiu thought she was boring, dull, and uninteresting, and would never want to talk to her again. And she was not good at changing her personality because of the environment. Fortunately, when she was dull and boring, Lu Yuanqiu would take the initiative to liven up the atmosphere, and even enjoy thinking of ways to tease her. In fact, Bai Qingxia's idea is very simple. She doesn't expect Lu Yuanqiu to make her happy every day. It doesn't matter whether she is happy or not. She just hopes that Lu Yuanqiu doesn't think she is boring and alienate her. As long as Lu Yuanqiu doesn't ignore her and alienate her, it's fine. When the rice porridge was cooking, Lu Yuanqiu woke up Bai Songjia. The middle-aged man with messy hair first squatted in the toilet for a while as usual, and then took a toothbrush to brush his teeth and wash his face. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned and couldn't help but said to Bai Qingxia, who was shaking the iron spoon in the pot, "Did your father learn from you to brush his teeth, wash his face, and take a bath every day? He is more self-disciplined than me." Bai Qingxia turned her head and responded embarrassedly, "Yes, he didn't know anything at first, But now, he is much better than before, but he still doesn't eat well, and needs me to feed him, and he likes to go out for a walk. Haha, this is also a good thing, exercise, and I don't think he runs around when he goes out, he just goes wherever you are. Now he doesn't go anywhere except the supermarket and home. Bai Qingxia smiled and nodded at his statement. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly thought of what his parents said before. One time, my father secretly took Uncle Bai to the hospital, the psychiatric department, while he was at work. Through my mother's status in the hospital, he found the best expert. But the expert said that this kind of mental confusion caused by great stimulation can only be slowly recovered by the patient himself, and medication or other treatment methods are of little significance. Because he was neither injured externally nor had an internal disease, it was impossible to find and eliminate the lesion and restore consciousness. Of course, the doctor did not propose a solution. He said that patients should either rest continuously without stimulation, or receive some positive stimulation suddenly to recover early. My parents also asked what positive stimulation meant, and the expert replied that when Bai Songjia suddenly recovered one day, the stimulation he received would be positive stimulation. Lu Tian immediately said something nonsense. What a bullshit expert. The rice porridge is ready, go set up the table. Bai Qingxia turned off the fire and served the rice, and said to Lu Yuanqiu. Okay. After breakfast, Lu Yuanqiu leaned on the balcony railing with his upper body, and someone in the alley outside had already started to swim in the water. In this situation, I can't go out to work, Lu Yuanqiu thought to himself. At this time, the phone rang, and he looked and found that it was old Biden. Hello? Is Xuxia here? Lu Tian seemed to be smart this time, and his voice was lowered. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at Bai Qingxia, who was washing dishes at the other end of the corridor, and responded, No. When will you be back? Wait until the clothes are dry. Have you taken off all your clothes? Lu Yuanqiu was stunned, turned his head, and looked at the phone, wondering if the person chatting with him was AI. If I don't take off my clothes, will you hang me up with them? What are you wearing now? Uncle Bai's. How did you sleep last night? We slept on the same bed. That? I know what you want to say. We were just sleeping. I found out that you were thinking. No, son. I know you like Xiaoxia. As a father, I am just reminding you that you are still young. You can do whatever you want after you graduate from high school. I will never interfere. Bai Qingxia turned around and found that Lu Yuanqiu seemed to be arguing with the other end of the phone. She shook the water off her hands and felt a little uneasy. Seeing the girl looking at her, Lu Yuanqiu said to the phone, I'd be back at noon. After he hung up the phone, Bai Qingxia dared to ask, Is it because you didn't go home last night? That your uncle got angry? It was she who asked him to stay last night. Lu Yuanqiu waved his hand quickly. No, let's talk about something else. Seeing Bai Qingxia silent, he walked over and changed the subject. When the water level drops next weekend, I take you to the dance costume store to order ballet costumes. My dad contacted the store specifically for you. Custom made? It will be expensive, Bai Qingxia said hesitantly, picking up a rag to wipe the water off her hands. It's really hard to say what the price is, and the price of custom-made dance costumes is really not a small amount for Bai Qingxia. Lu Yuanqiu pondered for a few seconds and said with a smile, I lend you the money for the custom-made dance costumes, and I pay you back slowly in the future. Seeing Bai Qingxia hesitate, Lu Yuanqiu asked again, Can I ask what your mother's name is? Luo Ran. Bai Qingxia replied. Lu Yuanqiu said seriously, and Luo Ran hasn't had the chance to see the grown-up little swan dancing on the stage yet. Let her see it once in the sky. Chapter 167. Lu Yuanqiu didn't expect that Bai Qingxia's eyes would turn red as soon as he finished speaking. This probably touched her heart, but Lu Yuanqiu couldn't bear to see her cry, so he quickly reached out and wiped her eyes, smiling and said, Don't cry, I may be a little harsh. But I do think this is a very meaningful thing, something that should not be defined by money, but something we should strive to do as long as there is a chance. What do you think? I definitely respect your ideas. If you say yes, then yes. If you say no, then no. No one can influence your ideas. I can't do that either. Lu Yuanqiu put his hands on her slender shoulders, lowered his head, and looked at the girl's beautiful eyes seriously. Bai Qingxia, of course, but I may have to pay back this money for a long time. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and rubbed her head. I don't want interest, so why should I be afraid that you will pay it back for a long time? Just pay it back slowly. Bai Qingxia still shed the tear stuck in the corner of her eye, but soon wiped her eyes with a smile, and her expression returned to normal. Time slowly came to noon. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia studied together in the room for the whole morning. There was only one chair, so they moved a small stool and studied beside the bed. The clothes are dry, Bai Qingxia said on the balcony. Bai Songjia was lying on his bed at this moment, scribbling on a small notebook. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and glanced at him. He didn't understand what he was drawing, so he came to the balcony. He took the clothes, looked at the water outside, and suddenly said a fact expressionlessly. I suddenly realized. If I put on the dried clothes and go back, won't they get wet on the way? Bai Qingxia held the clothesline and looked at him in surprise. You want to go back now? I can't stay here forever, can I? Lu Yuanqiu took another piece of clothing and looked at her with a smile. Do you want me to stay here? Bai Qingxia didn't look at him, but tiptoed to take the last piece of clothing. While shaking the clothes, she said, I thought you were going to stay here with me and continue tutoring in the afternoon. If you go back, do you want to wait until the water level drops a little bit? She put the clothes in Lu Yuanqiu's hand and glanced away. Lu Yuanqiu, it will definitely not go down in a short time. He saw that Bai Qingxia wanted to keep him, and he could also guess the reason, because it was unknown how many days this vacation would last, and everyone had to stay at home during these days, waiting for the water level in the city to recede. But it was not convenient to stay here after all. However, Lu Yuanqiu was quite surprised. He smiled and raised his hand to pinch the girl's smooth face, and said, Last time, you were in a hurry to get me out that night. Why do you want to keep me this time? Bai Qingxia let him pinch her face, holding the clothesline with both hands, and retorted weakly, The situation is different. You are really good at flirting in front of my door, in the middle of the day. A voice suddenly came from the side, and the two turned their heads to look at the same time. I don't know when Sisterly opened the door. She was leaning against the door in her rose-red pajamas, yawning and looking at this side lazily. Bai Qingxia glanced at her with embarrassment, and grabbed the clothesline, and went into the house. Lu Yuanqiu laughed dryly. After returning home that night, the QQ group of Class 28 received a message that the sky had fallen. Lu Wei, take a break until Friday, and make up for the classes on Thursday and Friday during the weekend. Brother Cheng. No, Lu Wei, no, you don't even count how many days you can stay in school during the entire senior year. You've already taken a break for 3 days, and you're still not satisfied? Who is Brother Cheng? Why don't you change your name? Come to my office on Saturday to talk. Lu Yuanqiu typed with a smile. Yijiqiu, teacher, since you said so, he will definitely not admit who he is. Lu Wei, who is Yijiqiu? Lu Yuanqiu was stunned and didn't plan to talk anymore. Zhong Jinqing, teacher, Brother Cheng is Gao Cheng, and Yijiqiu is Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Wei, these two people will come to my office on Saturday. Lu Yuanqiu's eyes widened instantly. He clearly remembered that Zhong Jinqing had not changed his name card a second ago, but he changed it temporarily just to report it. Zhong Jinqing at Yijiqiu, Lu Yuanqiu, don't forget our agreement. Smile Yijiqiu. I didn't forget it. Alas, after fulfilling my promise this time, I don't know how many sisters will be secretly sad. Zhong Jinqing, question mark. You, me? Runny nose Lu Wei, if you guys are free, do you want me to assign some homework? Su Miao Miao, covering her mouth and laughing, Bai Qingxia sat on the bed and looked at the group chat on her phone. Although she didn't send any emoticons, she also made a covering her mouth and laughing expression on the spot. November 22nd, Saturday. After 3 days, the weather has completely cleared up. There was not much water in the campus of number 7 middle school, and it has disappeared in the past 3 days. During the big break, all the students stood on the playground and listened to the speech of the school leaders. The content was generally about this rainstorm incident. After a brief speech, the thin leader under the podium waved his hand. Let's start the exercise. Lu Yuanqiu, who was supposed to lead the exercise on the rostrum, suddenly walked to the leader's side. He nodded respectfully and greeted with a smile. Hello, leader. Hey, student Lu, hello, what's wrong? The thin school leader looked at him and responded with a smile. Because of the student's uncle, he smiled instinctively when he saw Lu Yuanqiu, fearing that he would neglect him. Lu Yuanqiu pointed to the microphone in his hand shyly and asked politely, Microphone, can I use it? The thin leader was stunned for a moment, without thinking at all, and handed it over readily. Okay. In front of the student square, Guritian, who was picking his teeth with a toothpick, noticed this scene and was stunned. Lu Yuanqiu took the microphone, facing all the students, and said with a smile, Zheng Yifeng, Class 28, Senior 3, I like you. His voice spread throughout the campus through the radio. Zheng Yifeng opened his eyes instantly, and became energetic. In front of a class, Su Miao Miao, who was originally looking down at her toes in a daze, looked up with surprise. Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking briefly, and in the silence of the whole school, he returned the microphone to the school leader, who was standing there in a daze. He suddenly felt guilty, took a step back silently, and ran to the podium obediently. In an instant, the whole playground was filled with lively and excited cheers. Lu Wei looked at Zhang Yifeng with a shocked expression, and found that Zhang Yifeng was also confused. She then turned her head to look at the director with trepidation, and saw Gu Ritian throwing the toothpick in his hand on the ground, and walking quickly towards the podium, but was suddenly stopped by the thin leader halfway. The leader was indeed a man who had seen a lot of things. Veins popped up on his forehead, but he still smiled and raised his hand to suppress the student's noise. He explained to Lu Yuanqiu, Okay, everyone be quiet. Student Lu is in his 3rd year of high school, and is almost an adult. It's understandable. We've all been through this age. He likes this female classmate named Zhang Yifeng. Gu Ritian twitched his mouth. Leader, Zhang Yifeng is a man. Chapter 168. The thin leader was stunned, and turned his head stiffly to look at Gu Ritian. What? Gu Ritian leaned forward and whispered in his ear again. He confessed to a man. The microphone was mechanically handed to his mouth, but the thin leader's face was stiff, and his words were stuck for a while. He swallowed his saliva, his forehead was throbbing, and finally decided to give up explaining for Lu Yuanqiu. The leader turned around and patted Gu Ritian on the shoulder, saying, after the morning exercise, give him appropriate criticism and education. Don't be too harsh. It's a small matter. A small matter. After that, he held the microphone, put his hands behind his back, and left the scene with a look of surprise and weirdness, revealing a sense of incomprehension. Lu Yuanqiu turned around and saw Gu Ritian pointing at him, and saying something fiercely. He coughed twice and turned his head back guiltily. He said it felt quite fun before, but he felt a little guilty after he finished speaking. At this time, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly found that the girl with twin ponytails next to him was staring at him in surprise. It's a bet with someone, Lu Yuanqiu explained casually. He didn't know that the girl with twin ponytails next to him was the one who sent him the love letter. After adding him as a friend last time, the girl agreed the day she got the phone and even sent a message, but Lu Yuanqiu didn't reply. Because the other party just said, "Are you there?" He was busy studying at home these days, and with Bai Qingxia's affairs, he didn't have much mood to reply. Seeing these 2 words made him even less willing to reply. Although in this period, "Are you there?" is a very popular opening line to start a chat. Most girls of this age are shy. When they saw that Lu Yuanqiu didn't reply to their message, they comforted themselves by thinking that he didn't see it, and at the same time, they felt that he didn't want to pay attention to them. No matter what the reason was, the girl with twin ponytails was too embarrassed to send a second message. In her opinion, this relationship had probably died in the womb before it even started. After Lu Yuanqiu finished the exercise, as expected, Gu Ritian walked towards him aggressively. Director, calm down. I made a bet with someone for fun. It's not serious. Lu Yuanqiu took 2 steps back and once again assumed IP man's starting stance. Gu Ritian glared. Of course I know you made a bet for fun, but is that the point? Come with me to the office. No, I have to keep an appointment with my class teacher today. What do you mean? My class teacher also asked me to go to her office today. Gu Ritian smiled. Oh, I didn't realize you were so busy with business. Lu Yuanqiu smiled embarrassedly. It's okay. Gu Ritian suddenly said seriously. Who is smiling at you? Go to my office first. Lu Yuanqiu's expression was tense. In front of everyone, he was taken away by Gu Ritian on the spot. Before leaving, Lu Yuanqiu will never forget the look of Zhang Yifeng standing there and staring at him. Office of the head of the grade department. As soon as the 2 entered the door, they suddenly saw a young man in green overalls standing by the table. Lu Yuanqiu and Gu Ritian were both stunned. Gu Ritian was the first to speak in surprise. Qin Luo, you are not. He walked into the door, halfway through his words, and waved to Lu Yuanqiu behind him. Lu Yuanqiu also hurriedly followed in and greeted Qin Luo. Hello, Senior Qin. Gu Ritian continued what he had just said. Shouldn't you go back to Zhucheng? Qin Luo said, I have already quit the newspaper in Zhucheng, and now I have switched to Lucheng. The people there always feel snobbish and look down on outsiders. It's awkward to stay with them. It's more comfortable to work in my hometown. Gu Ritian didn't know what to say, so he could only laugh dryly. There was nothing he could do. Zhucheng was an international metropolis after all. He had been there once before. Some locals were a bit weird. Even taxi drivers looked at people with tinted eyes when picking up passengers. Gu Ritian said, Why did you come here this time? Qin Feng said seriously, it's like this. I joined a big newspaper this time, Luching Evening News. Isn't New Year's Day coming soon? The superiors are planning to let me do a program related to New Year's Day. Lu Yuanqiu moved a chair and sat down while listening. Guritian patted the table when he saw this. He stood up quickly and handed the chair to Guritian with a smile. Director, please sit down. After sitting down, Guritian said to Qin Luo, well, go on. Qin Luo smiled. I was worried about what type of show to do, and then I suddenly thought that the New Year's Eve party during my student days must be a point that everyone will remember. Then I told the leader, and the leader agreed, but he asked me to go to Luching No. 1 Middle School to do a show for No. 1 Middle School. Guritian nodded hesitantly, and roughly understood the purpose of Qin Luo's visit this time. As expected, Qin Luo said seriously, but I am a student from No. 7 Middle School. Since I am in charge of this topic, and I am still in my hometown, I must be my alma mater. Guritian hurriedly nodded seriously. Yes, that's for sure. Lu Yuanqiu also immediately agreed. Yes, that's for sure. Qin Luo glanced at this junior and smiled, as if he had found emotional resonance. However, Guritian quickly spoke awkwardly. In fact, the New Year's Eve party of No. 7 Middle School was changed from class to school level, imitating the model of No. 1 Middle School. The school-level New Year's Eve party has always been a tradition of No. 1 Middle School. Before this, Qin Luo frowned again and looked at the director with wide eyes. So what? Our No. 7 Middle School can also surpass the master. What are you afraid of? Is No. 1 Middle School so powerful? Are the students of No. 1 Middle School noble? Guritian quickly raised his thumb. You are right. No. 7 Middle School is not worse than No. 1 Middle School. Lu Yuanqiu agreed again. Yes, not worse than No. 1 Middle School. Guritian turned his head. Can you stop imitating my way of speaking? Lu Yuanqiu looked at him seriously. I am speaking from the bottom of my heart. Qin Luo smiled. Why did Junior Lu come here today? Guritian waved his hand. During morning exercises, he grabbed the microphone and confessed his love to a male classmate in public. Lu Yuanqiu, Qin Luo glanced at him silently. He was originally standing next to Lu Yuanqiu, but suddenly moved away from him and stood near Guritian. Lu Yuanqiu, What a hurtful move. Qin Luo then said seriously, Director, the problem now is that my leader still insists on letting me do the program for No. 1 Middle School considering the popularity. After all, No. 1 Middle School is the first batch of schools in Luching. But I said that the evening party of No. 7 Middle School must be good. At present, the situation is like this, and it is in a deadlock. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, Senior Qin is amazing. He dared to confront his leader just after joining the company. The post-80s generation is rectifying the workplace. Hey, young people are fearless. Qin Luo responded with a smile. Just when he was about to high-five with Lu Yuanqiu, he suddenly thought of something and quickly put down his half-raised hand. He asked Guritian, Director, do you have the program list for No. 7 Middle School? Chapter 169. Program. I'm not in charge of this aspect of the school, so I really don't know what the progress is. Guritian muttered, then craned his neck to look at a desk behind Qin Luo, and shouted, Director Li, has the program for our No. 7 Middle School's New Year's Eve party come out? A middle-aged woman in the back looked up and smiled and said, No, it's still in the stage of students applying for registration. The program must be reviewed by the student union before it can be captured. Guritian nodded, looked at Qin Luo, and explained to him, It's still early, the current program has not been finalized. How about I contact you after it is finalized? Qin Luo smiled. It's okay, no rush. I just came here to talk about it today. At this point, he took a deep breath, paused, and said a little embarrassedly, Director, this is my first achievement since returning to Luching. Other newspapers will probably have reporters going to Luching No. 1 Middle School's New Year's Eve party to collect materials. If our special topic is not as popular as theirs, I may have to be criticized by the leaders. Guritian was stunned for a moment, then nodded. That's right. Alas, there's no way, internal competition is inevitable in the same industry. Qin Luo saw this and quickly added, But Director, I'm not putting pressure on you by saying this, I'm sorry, after all, I graduated from No. 7 Middle School, and I haven't made any achievements so far. I just want to take this opportunity to promote my alma mater. Although I have entered society, it can be regarded as a disguised way of bringing glory to my alma mater. Guritian nodded seriously. I know, Xiao Qin, I understand what you mean. I felt that you were a caring child at the beginning. I'm already very pleased that you can come and tell me this today. Qin Luo scratched his head in embarrassment when he heard this. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly said, Senior, I think you are looking at the problem from the wrong angle. If we really just compare the excitement of the programs on both sides, number 7 middle school is indeed not as good as number 1 middle school. After all, they have been running for so many years, and ours is only the first session. What can we compare with? At this point, Guritian smacked his lips and glared at him. What are you talking about? Why are you still turning your elbow outward? Qin Luo called the director, signaling him not to speak first, wanting to hear Lu Yuanqiu continue. Guritian frowned. Xiao Qin, don't listen to this brat's nonsense. What can he say useful? He just loves to make trouble all day long. Lu Yuanqiu was furious when he heard this, stepped back, and spread his hands. Can't you listen to what I say next and see if it makes sense? Guritian waved his hands impatiently. Okay, you say. After he finished speaking, he picked up the glass and drank a sip of tea water, then spit the tea leaves into the trash can. Lu Yuanqiu then said, My opinion is that you are all competing for gimmicks in the industry. If the gimmick is good, the popularity will be high. So you can't just compare the excitement of the program. You can use other methods and find another way. Qin Luo showed an open-minded attitude. For example, Lu Yuanqiu, listen to me first. If it is just a text description of how wonderful the program is, or how wonderful the live video is, the audience may just clap and cheer. But I want to ask, if they have time to watch the high school campus New Year's Eve party, why don't they just find a more professional performance on TV? Wouldn't that be more exciting? Qin Luo nodded, stunned by what he heard, and felt that it made sense. Guritian also turned around and looked at him, as if his head had suddenly turned around. So? Lu Yuanqiu frowned, raised his hand, and gave a speech like, So, we have to change the angle. Other newspapers talk about the New Year's Eve program itself. Your newspaper talks about missing campus youth. The head of the great office suddenly became quiet at this moment. The teacher sitting at the other desks all looked up, staring blankly at the short-haired boy standing in the open space. Qin Luo silently picked up the notebook and pen, and said while looking at Lu Yuanqiu, Junior brother, continue. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, Who in the society wants to see how exciting the school program is? For them, no matter how exciting it is, they can't feel involved. Only when you talk about topics like campus life and regrets of youth, they will feel involved and resonate with it. Qin Luo took notes quickly. Guritian suddenly became speechless. He touched his thigh and asked hesitantly, Why would youth have regrets? Lu Yuanqiu suddenly pointed at him and said, Good question. Little Gu. Guritian's mouth twitched. Lu Yuanqiu, Director, did you have a crush on a girl when you were in school? Guritian's expression froze, and the other teachers at the desk suddenly covered their mouths and laughed. Get lost. Study hard at that time. What's the point of having a crush? Guritian got anxious, stood up and scolded. But for some reason, a vague figure would flash in his mind at this time, but he couldn't see the face, or he had already forgotten what the other person looked like. Lu Yuanqiu said calmly, Most people's youth is full of regrets. When they were in school, those who only thought about studying were only a minority. Many people's regrets were sealed in their hearts. Maybe they just saw a familiar school uniform, a hanging ponytail, a girl's pure smile, a dirty eraser, and the 38th parallel on a table. Speak slowly. Qin Luo's hands were a little busy, and he couldn't remember. Lu Yuanqiu stopped talking at this point, and then said, I'm just giving an example. Senior, when the time comes, you can set the theme as the 4 words youth regrets, and then add text hints, pictures, and live videos. In my opinion, under this theme, even if the audience sees a picture of a female student standing on the stage from behind, they will think of their own campus life. Qin Luo's pen suddenly poked a black hole in the notebook. He did have a picture in his mind. And the girl in the picture has a clear face. This girl is called Chulan. Chulan used to be his desk mate. She always liked to tie her hair into a ponytail. Qin Luo would pull it every time. Then Chulan would angrily chase him with a textbook and beat him. Qin Luo would usually hide in the men's bathroom at the end of the corridor, watching Chulan standing at the door in a rage, but he had no way to deal with him. However, Chulan rejected his confession at graduation and proposed to be friends. Qin Luo quickly came back to his senses, cleared his throat, and said, Junior Lu said it very well, which inspired me a little. Indeed, in our industry, we must let readers and viewers resonate with our text videos to be considered successful. After speaking, Qin Luo walked in front of Lu Yuanqiu and said solemnly, Thank you, junior brother, sexual orientation. Just be yourself, don't care about other people's eyes. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, and suddenly his expression changed again. Ah! Chapter 170. Qin Luo raised his arm to pat Lu Yuanqiu on the shoulder to encourage him, but he couldn't get over it, and had to put his arm down. Senior, I'm really straight. You can pat me if you want. Why are you taking it back? After Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, he took his hand and put it on his shoulder, but Qin Luo's expression changed drastically, and he quickly shrank his arm in disgust and shouted, "Let go, let go. I won't, I won't." Fortunately, after Guru Tian's explanation, Qin Luo finally believed Lu Yuanqiu's words. He apologized solemnly, and took the initiative to add Lu Yuanqiu's QQ. But Lu Yuanqiu also found that this senior Qin really hated gay men. After returning to the classroom, as soon as he entered the door, Lu Yuanqiu saw that everyone's eyes were looking at him, and some people even covered their mouths and laughed with their heads down, and Zhong Jincheng's laughter came from the back. Zhang Yifeng should have been sleeping at this time, but he sat upright in his seat. Chen Fei next to him had a strange expression on his face. Lu Yuanqiu walked to the back row without caring, and suddenly heard Zhang Yifeng say, "So this is fake, right, Lu Yuanqiu?" "Of course, I firmly like girls with a sweet smell and soft body." Lu Yuanqiu shrugged and responded with a serious smile. Hearing this, Bai Qingxia silently took off the cap on the fountain pen, put it back on, took it off again, and put it back on again, repeating it several times. Zhang Yifeng nodded, almost thinking that his usual observation was wrong. According to his observation, Lu Yuanqiu should like Bai Qingxia. He lay on the table indifferently again, closed his eyes, and prepared to go to sleep, not wanting to think about these messy things. "Did the director punish you?" Seeing Lu Yuanqiu sitting in his seat, Bai Qingxia asked hurriedly. She had been worried about this. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, "Don't worry, no." Just then, the bell rang. A pair of long legs and long boots, and black tights stepped into the classroom. Su Miaomiao, holding a lesson plan, stood on the podium and looked at everyone with a sweet smile. "Long time no see. Have you studied hard at home these days?" Su Miaomiao interacted with the students before class in a sweet voice. Hearing the voice, Zhang Yifeng opened his eyes, and then slowly closed them again. He never remembered what class was, because he would fall asleep before the teacher came. There was only one situation where he would open his eyes inexplicably, that is, when he heard this familiar voice. But he still didn't want to listen to the class. The students below were vying to reply, causing Su Miaomiao to laugh a series of beautiful laughter on the podium. Not only in class 28, but in the whole school, Su Miaomiao was very popular, and even more popular than Bai Qingxia. Female teachers with good personalities and good looks will naturally have a filter in the hearts of students. Lu Yuanqiu was not among the students who responded to Su Miaomiao. He turned his head and said to Bai Qingxia, "Let's go to the activity room together in the afternoon to submit the application form. I will go home at noon to bring the guitar." "Okay. How are you practicing at home?" Just as Bai Qingxia was about to respond, Su Miaomiao on the podium spoke, as usual, pick 3 students to go to the blackboard to dictate words. Bai Qingxia. Bai Qingxia raised her head quickly, her white earlobes turned red for a moment. She stood up and walked around the table, staring at the ground and walked towards the podium. Su Miaomiao glanced at the other people in the class, and suddenly thought of what happened during the break. She smiled and said, "Lu Yuanqiu, Zhang Yifeng, you two come up." Lu Yuanqiu stood up and looked to the side, and found that Zhang Yifeng was still lying on the table. He picked up the book and hit Zhang Yifeng on the head. "Get up." This scene made Su Miaomiao cover her mouth and smile, feeling that the scene was very loving. The 3 of them stood on the podium, with Bai Qingxia in the middle. Su Miaomiao suddenly tilted her head and suggested a small idea in a sweet voice. "Lu Yuanqiu, do you and Zhang Yifeng want to stand together for dictation?" Hearing this, the whole class laughed, and Zhong Jincheng even whistled directly in the back row. "Stand together. Stand together." The whole class cheered loudly, with Gao Chong shouting the loudest. Lu Yuanqiu faced the blackboard, showing a bashful look, and at the same time raised his hand and threw it to the back. "Go away, I don't want to." Bai Qingxia, Zhang Yifeng had no expression on his face. The chalk was broken into 2 pieces on the blackboard by him, and the other half fell directly to the ground. He hated Lu Yuanqiu a little now. Bai Qingxia glanced to the side, and walked to Lu Yuanqiu's side obediently, ready to exchange positions with Lu Yuanqiu. Seeing this, Su Miaomiao hurriedly said, No, classmate Bai, I'm kidding." Bai Qingxia was stunned, but she didn't plan to go back. With red ears, she held the chalk and stared at the blackboard in front of her. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look to the side, cleared his throat, and moved to Zhang Yifeng's side with trepidation. After all, he had just been a jerk, and was a little afraid that Zhang Yifeng would beat him up. He whispered to him, "What should I do, brother? Teacher Su seems to have misunderstood us. I have just expressed my strong desire not to stand with you, but it is useless. Do you want to prove your innocence to Teacher Su?" Zhang Yifeng did not speak. With a click sound, the remaining half of the chalk was broken by him on the blackboard. Liu Yuanqiu was stunned. "Forget it, good brother, you should calm down first," he said quickly, and then closed his mouth. The fourth class in the afternoon was over. Liu Yuanqiu put the guitar he brought from home on his back, signaled to Bai Qingxia, and the two walked out of the classroom together and walked towards the activity building. The terrain on the side of the activity building was slightly lower, and there was a layer of shallow water on the ground, and bricks and stones were placed on top of the water. Liu Yuanqiu walked forward on the bricks and stones in front, and Bai Qingxia followed carefully behind. After climbing the steps, Liu Yuanqiu turned around and stretched out his hand to her. Bai Qingxia wanted to grab his arm and jump up the steps, but who would have thought that Liu Yuanqiu would go down directly and step on the bricks and stones, holding her armpits with both hands and hugging her up. The girl landed on her feet, didn't react, and looked at him in surprise with her beautiful eyes. Liu Yuanqiu looked at the expression on her face and explained with a smile, "What's wrong? The brick is so far from the steps, I'm worried that you can't step over it." Bai Qingxia shyly looked away. She almost thought that Liu Yuanqiu was going to hold her in his arms, like a doll, and then support her, but with one arm. When he came to the activity room on the second floor, Liu Yuanqiu found that there were actually many students gathered here. Bai Qingxia's first reaction was not to sigh at the large number of people, but to be glad that she was downstairs just now, and there was no one around when she was picked up. "Liu Yuanqiu, it seems that there are many people coming to apply." As he was talking, two people who were familiar to Liu Yuanqiu suddenly came to him.